Welcome to CCQ Augustine. I'm your host, Luke Wonderland, and today I'm joined with fan favorite J-Bomb. You might recognize him from such hit shows as Alter Academy, or that one time I made top 32 at a DLC. Might have been top 16, I don't know. J-Bomb,
It
how
was top
was your
8.
last deal? Top 8 even! The Mickey Club! A fantastic time, and as you can see from this, the players are sitting down for their player meeting, and we're gonna jump to the booth here any second. Oh, it's us again! Hi!
Yay!
They probably wanted to watch this, the room, but
Sitting down, the room. Yeah, watching the room like go from everyone just talking to all like working in unison to sit down was kind of fun, actually.
it was a little stressful. I was just like, I'm there. I'm right there. I need to find my table right now. Where are we at? What are we doing?
Oh, and they're just missing one of the judges with the largest gold chain I've ever seen walking by, so that's pretty fun.
Is it as big as the golden Mickey blinged out chain that you had before?
It's about the same size, if not bigger. It's definitely bigger on like this part. My chain might have been like my physical chain might have been bigger, but his like what it's holding was larger. Yeah, so that's fun.
What predictions do we have? What do we think is going to win the CCQ a week before North American Challenge Championships? Is that... it's not Nationals. I know it's not Nationals. Yeah. I've been chastised for that a few times.
The North American Lorcana Continental Championship.
Yeah, all right. Is there an L in there? Did they put Lorcana in the middle of it?
Lorcana Trading Card Game Challenge.
North American it's literally on the screen in front of us.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah. It's just the same thing, but without the qualifier in North America.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this first round, we're going to be watching fan favorite Scoosh Magoo. I hear when you win a DLC, they put you on the screen right away. And they're going to be playing against Parker in the first round.
Yeah, and I have not talked to Sploosh too much before Indy, but after Indy, I have talked to him like pretty much at least a couple times a week, and nothing about the game per se. We're all talking just finance stuff because we're grading and talking, so he is a bit in the high end, so it's been interesting to talk and hear his perspectives as someone who's just kind of getting in fresh there. And
well, he definitely chose the proper time to win a Mickey. Because I'll tell you, as someone who sold their Mickey and then 2 weeks later, it almost doubled in price.
That was a heartbreaking time frame, to be honest.
It happens, but you know what? It's still better than any prizing I would have gotten from any other card game. So major props and big thank you to RB there, because this prizing in this game is out of this world. The promos are great. And speaking of, you saw the promos for next season. I'm excited.
Oh, yeah. One of my favorite cards, getting a promo in Be Prepared. And that's an ode to Lorcana Villain, who I can never do justice, but I will show my best Be Prepared possible. But yeah, it's very good that they're doing much more playable promos, which even if they're not playable per se in the actual format, these were playable in the past and have a lot of dear memories. And so when you're making these shiny things, a lot of the times it's just okay to be a card like that's no longer indexed, but at one point was, because we have just that nostalgia and that love for that card, and the fact that it never had a promo before and it does now, it just fits so nice there. But I do want to talk about that golden Hades with that new way to win the game. That is going to bring some clever decision making, and the fact that it's only cards that you have to ink means you don't really have to make it too combo-y or synergistic in other.
I like to play all of the uninkables if I can. And we're going to pop over here to the screen just to make sure that we don't miss anything. Oh, and J-Bomb, you know what? They can't hear you right now, and I'll fix that. Don't worry. No, they didn't want to hear you anyways. They're like, you know what I want? I want Wonder to mute J-Bomb right now. You know, he doesn't need to have any words. This is not a speaking role. He is just here for his oh, where is there we go. Oh, put you right in the front there. Did not mean to do that. Why is the right player camera disappeared? Well, I mean, you've got to look into the eye of your opponent and make sure everything's going well.
Seeing the altar phase, and it looks to see a junior Woodchuck guidebook in Splooge's hands. So it looks to be he is playing that deck that's starting to become popular, Wonderland, in that Amethyst Emerald.
Oh, yeah. Amethyst Emerald is not really, you know, poor Splooge spent so much time playing Blurple, and now it's just not that great anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I mean, it is if you like to play Amber Amethyst. It's basically the Blurple of old, to be honest. A couple key differences, of course, but basically kind of the same strategy and lines that you were doing as Blurple. And it looks like Parker is going to be playing Ruby Amethyst. I saw a Scrooge. It could also be Boosties, as I only did see the Scrooge, but one of the two. And I think he would rather be Boosties if he's going to be seeing this Amethyst Emerald than Ruby Amethyst, but we'll see here in a few turns. And we are going to start by inking that Elsa, which is a 3-cost that on play draws you a card. And notably, this hasn't been good enough, but because of Retro Evolution Device, you can then just upgrade it to a 5-drop instantly.
Yeah, the retro is pretty good. I did play it at CCS this last weekend to very poor results, but realistically, that was a lot more on me than it was the deck. It's kind of a rough deck to play out of the blue, never before, but I tried it, and yeah, I should have gotten some more reps in with the game. As Parker opens this off with the Rafiki, passes it back, Sploosh goes for the book and sends it right back. Pretty early, no interactive turn for Sploosh here, as Scrooge McDuck comes down for Parker, and you know, he kind of just needs to throw some characters out and get some lore before Sploosh can do scary things, but you know, Sploosh is off to one of the better starts this deck can have.
Yeah, he did notably miss his 2-drop Aladdin, which is quite key, but it's not as important in this matchup because the Ruby Amethyst deck has started with its slowest start with Rafiki and Scrooge. Notably, it would have preferred to have the Randall to just accelerate the lore race much quicker, but these Scrooges do pose a bit of a threat, and a second Scrooge is going to help him take control of this board. And so the key to Ruby Amethyst winning this matchup is to have a lot of characters and go wide fast. So Sploosh's early answers like Hades and Chernabog cannot fully take control back from the board, and Parker can continue to develop lore and lore and lore. And then when he gets to his Demona turn, take out Sploosh's entire board, and then hopefully close the game out in 2 turns. If it goes any longer than that, every turn after considerably favors the Amethyst Emerald player.
But Splooch here, you know, you said he didn't have a great start, but it looks like he's doing okay. You know, he had an early book for the late game card advantage, and then we have that turn 3 retro. We play a 3-drop in the version of Todd. Let's draw 2 cards and discard a card, which is going to let us get a little bit deeper, try to find a powerful 5-drop, and we found the Hades there to continue going. And, you know, Parker, it's not his first rodeo. He knows to not let Sploosh draw cards. So,
although he did let him draw there.
Sorry, not to let the tempo go away. I got swapped
Yeah.
up there. Traditionally, you don't want to let them draw cards because you don't want them to hit things. But when you're trying to win the game before they wipe your board, banish your board there with a big old Prince Philip, mean, malicious combo, you do what you got to do. And sometimes that's letting DLC champions draw 2 cards.
Yeah, and so Sploosh is going to be digging for a Milo Thatch here, which would be an extremely backbreaking play for Parker, because that Milo is going to have wards, so the only card that Parker has to interact with it is a Demona. But we're going to play this Todd to cycle and draw some more cards. We used our book and that Todd, so we're seeing 4 new cards this turn, notably discarding our Malicious, Mean, and Scary, inking a Lyle, and then using that retro. So it looks like to me we did not have that Milo because we are going to get rid of that Todd, and then we're going to play this Aladdin and Genie, which is one of my favorite new cards here, Luke, because this is a cycler, and notably, this makes Under the Sea immune to Ursula in a sense, because Under the Sea is then in your deck, and you can use this Genie to recycle your old hand. If you liked alters, you can alter again. This is the card for you. Very weak in stats, but very good at drawing the cards you need and combo pieces you need in a combo deck such as this.
Oh, could not say it better. The first game I went Aladdin, Ward on 2, play Retro Device on 3, and then turn 4, shift Aladdin, pitch 5 cards, get a new hand +1, and then turn it into a Milo. I was just like, this is why the deck wins. This right here. It is so powerful. Notably, though, Sploosh is really wishing that one of his 5-drops was a Chernabog. With no cards in the discard, it would just have free reign at answering some pesky cards like this Hercules. Luckily for Sploosh, there's only really 1 lore pip on most of these characters outside of the Hercules, but we're questing up to 9 and shipping it on over.
Yeah, imagine if that first Scrooge was a Randall. We would be oh so close to winning the game already, but these Herculeses are going to be quite dangerous right now until Sploosh is able to set a combo out, and without a 7-drop on the board, he is still a 2-turn clock away. And then now, though, he is in Demona range as well, so if he does play the Milo, he is at a disadvantage to that Demona that can come back and just take it out, and then no Prince Philip combo can be allowed. So this is an interesting position for Sploosh to be in if Parker does have that Demona as one of his last cards. And Parker's going to say, hey, there's another Hades for you. Go ahead and draw. You've already got too many 5-drops. It does not matter because I can't take them all out, and the retro is going to feast if it can already.
Well, you can tell from the player faces here, Sploosh is not happy, and Parker likes his position. Is that last card Demona? Maybe Sploosh asked him, and that's why he left. He's like, no, I'm not going to banish every character you play.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned with Randall earlier, that is a great clock, and the synergies of Randall and Boost are better than you would actually assume, because lots of times you're just 1 or 2 ink from actually exerting everything, and you know that little 1 from that Scrooge helps finish that up.
And speaking of Randall, he has an ability that he only has lore when all of your ink is exerted. And fun fact, Luke, I found out that you can quest with him before you ink for the turn, and so you can leave an ink open during your turn and still get the lore. You just have to make sure to quest before doing that ink and take real consideration of your turns. And Sploosh is going to play Terran, which is a very nice card for answering the board. And then on its ability on play, you can send 2 cards from either player's discard back to their deck, and that allows you to have a better chance to not deck out, or it gets rid of characters in your opponent's discard to help your Chernabog still be strong.
This Terran literally is making me even more excited for a digital client. Could you just imagine Terran coming down in this voice line of like, step away from Henwin, or Henwin, I've got you, and then just challenges in taking down that Scrooge. Super excited for the announcement of an upcoming digital client. I know everyone watching probably is. I normally don't talk about how excited I am about something, but I cannot wait for a digital client as Parker just commits another Scrooge here to the board and boosts away. We've got a bit of a clock. Sploosh took some of the lore down We only have 4 lore, so that's a 2.5 turn clock for Parker. Well, Sploosh, you know, kind of can do some more things. The last turn was not bad for him at all.
Yeah, and we have these Scrooges that just keep coming to the play, and we inked another Vixie on Parker's side, which Vixie is not going to get a lot of value in this matchup, so going to the Inkwell in a lot of situations, because it's just not going to be that used unless on an early Aladdin, basically. And Sploosh going to develop another Aladdin and Genie to continue cycling his hand, just not seeing those Milos, which is one of the most important cards in this deck, because getting that 7 cost character out allows the retro device to turn it into a Prince Philip, or notably draw a bunch of cards at the end of turn, because if you retro device out a 5 cost character, play Milo, and then use his ability to discard a card to send an opponent's character back to their hand, that is already 2 cards in the discard for you to activate and draw his card.
Oh man, we've got a special announcer in the booth over on J-Bomb's side. But that cute, adorable Yipper is right. This enchanted Milo is gorgeous. And Parker really does not want Sploosh to put one into play. And you can tell that Parker here, he does not subscribe to the Chris Anderson Twitter. Because if he did, he would have been playing Poor Unfortunate Souls, and he might have been able to bounce his own Scrooge and get some card advantage from it instead of having to ink away that Vixie. Have you seen that interesting piece of technology that was being discussed in Poor Unfortunate Souls?
I have seen it, have not tested it for myself yet. But we are going to ink that Dumbo, which is a card I've not seen in this Emerald Amethyst deck, and we're going to play another Hades, which in my opinion is the most deadly card against this Ruby Amethyst deck, because just giving the player so many cards from that is just so intense. Yeah.
She's not liking this situation for Sploosh, saying, Sploosh, where are your big things? Just trading with a Hercules, while still a good play, it's not quite enough. That said, Parker doesn't have much going on for himself right here either, but we have that Demona. We're going to answer that pesky Hades, make it that we can't just quickly jump into a Milo without playing another 5-drop in choice. But at this point, I think that maybe Parker would be putting characters on the bottom if Sploosh has another Hades. It's kind of hard to say. There's just so much card advantage here, and Parker is kind of trying to run Sploosh out of cards here, but if he's able to play 1 or 2 more big threats that draws a card, bounces a character, he's in an okay spot. The only issue with that is you don't really want to bounce any of the characters that Parker has. You bounce the Demona, she comes back down, exerts your Milo, and Scrooge has his way there. You can banish trade. And if you bounce one of the Scrooge, you're just giving Parker a bunch of cards in hand. And once again, with a Demona in play, the threat of a Demona coming down and answering our own Milo is just too darn high. Literally, I was watching him. He had this speculative look on his face. He was like, I think I can unmute and try to say something. And the dog was like, no, hold my Lorcana deck. We're yipping away as Sploosh goes for a 6-drop. Oh, John Silver. John Silver, that does not fit the 5-7 line, but it is going to slow Parker down a little bit and give us a big character. Maybe he turns it into an Elsa.
Yeah, and that is the name of the game, is just slowing the opponent down and delaying their lore as long as possible so we can just build up our combo. And so we are going to ink and play that Aladdin, which can notably break items. And so not going to be useful in this matchup unless we see one of those teched medallion weights. But even then, the importance of this is that you can shift in Aladdin and Genie on top of it, which allows you to sing an early Under the Sea if Sploosh is playing that, or upgrade with Retro Evolution Device to that Milo Thatch, which we still have not seen yet. And Randall Boggs coming in late at this stage, and then that's where you really don't want Randall Boggs, because it gets harder and harder to exert all your ink when you are at an ink total such as this.
You say that as all of his ink is exerted, and I'll tell you, from playing this deck, not drawing the Milos is devastating. When I lose with this deck, I either draw 0 Milos or I draw all of them in the first 4 turns and have to discard or ink them when I don't want to. The card is so powerful, and realistically, if you're annoyed with it now, just wait for 2 more sets when we have more playable 7 drops and 5 drops. Because now the 5s are not bad in this color combination. You have Hades, you have Chernobog, you can kind of answer some things. What happens when we get a couple more powerful 5s and 7s in other colors? What if we're just, you know, retroing a Gaston after he banishes a character? And there's a giant Prince Philip, and you know, it's not as good as it could be, but I'll happily take out 3 characters.
Yeah. The Scrooges have been putting in work to answer the board state, and that work has backfired at this point because that Prince Philip was now using his ability to take out all characters that have damage on them. And Parker is sitting only at 11 for how many turns those Scrooges were up and ready and able to quest. They fought the board for so long that his lore total is quite low, and Sploosh is now with a Prince Philip, which is going to just tear apart Parker's board at this point.
That is quite the big character. As Scrooge McDuck number 4 comes down, we're going to penny pinch and boost away. No, we're not. We're playing a Peter Pan. And that's kind of scary too, right? Give everything evasive, you know? If only there wasn't a 6/6 evasive monster on the other side, and we're comboing again. Oh my, or for the first time, I should say, the second Prince Philip comes down, and this is why people say Retro has a good Amethyst matchup. They cannot close out the game near fast enough, and Sploosh just says, I have these giant characters that are gonna one-sided board wipe.
Yeah, and at 15 lore and just playing an Isis Vanderchill versus 2 big Prince Philips is just not going to be enough, in my opinion, to turn this back around for Parker. Sploosh did a very good job of just navigating the early board state without ever seeing one of the most important cards, as you said earlier, in that Milo Thatch. And
that's a Milo like right there.
This one.
And a Demona. I don't know if I want that Demona right now when we have so many cards in hand. But that Milo Thatch, if that was in his hand like I thought, seems pretty darn good right here.
And and so like this is going to be one where it's likely going to be just a couple more turns for Sploosh to just really ice Parker out of this game and get to 20 lore, as we're going to go straight from 0 to 6. Sploosh has not gotten a single piece of lore yet, just been fighting for his life to just get the right combo pieces and cards while continuously inking up. And now he is just going to go on a warpath with that Lyle Tiberius Rourke, stealing lore from Parker with a similar effect of that Milo Thatch, where at the end of turn, if 2 cards have been put to the discard in this turn, I'm going to steal a lore from you. And that Ruby Amethyst deck, it can barely get to 20 most games. And so to make it get to 21, 22, or 23 even is a near insurmountable task, especially against this deck.
Yeah, and Parker's seen enough. He's like, you know what? That was not fun. And I'm pretty sure that the card I thought was a Milo was actually that Lyle. You know, you don't always win the games you don't hit Milo. Sometimes you do. You're able to get those gigantic Prince Philips in play. This card, very polarizing. I'll tell you what. It does not feel good to have your entire board just wiped away like that.
Yeah, and it was such an interesting card because it did not see play right away, and it took a lot more sets for other combo pieces to fall into the metagame and just get it closer and closer. And now with that Malicious, that was kind of the key that really made it shine. Earlier we'd seen it with Chief Bogo with some of your locals playing it to success and high levels.
I like that you say some of my locals.
Yeah,
you are right, Bad Vegas. Shout out to you. But every time Prince Philip sees play, if you will notice, almost every time he is being cheated out. The fairest Prince Philip has ever been is in the old Brainiac lists, where it had no shift and you're just like not ramping, you know. But when you're trying to ramp into the shift, you're like turn 2 Sail, turn 3 Prince Philip, turn 3 Sail Prince Philip, turn 4 Sing, Mean, Malicious, and Scary, and shift to wipe their board. Like, that's the quote-unquote fair way. Still faster than what we're doing right now, but we are kind of cheating him into play. I would argue using Retro Evolutionary Device is a little bit of a combo or a cheaty way. Yeah. I do like it, though. It's
Retro
cool to see
Evolution
this
device,
kind of deck in
very
play.
fun card because technically it is a -1 on card advantage every time you use it, and so that's why you're using these cards like Elsa to draw or Aladdin and Genie to get an extra card. So you're not truly losing the card advantage that Retro Evolution device is taking from you, and you're trying to go net even while upgrading your characters to stronger characters and increase your board state while eventually getting to that Prince Philip combo. It's basically like you're leveling up or evolving your characters. So an aptly named card in that Retro Evolution device.
Correct. So if we were to look back on that game, do you think Parker opting to put his characters on the bottom from those Hades instead of drawing cards could have changed that position, or would it have just made him lose quicker, do we think?
I think most definitely one of those Scrooges at least could have gone, because in the end they didn't do a ton or gang him like a ton of lore, and those two cards really, we saw Sploosh kind of running out of cards a lot of times, and he drew 6 cards off Hades that game. If we don't send 2 of those characters to the bottom and he gets 4 cards less, it could be a very different game in my opinion. But those are things you have to go back, and they changed the whole outlook of the game because they were so ingrained in those early turns, and we saw 12 13 turns after that.
But we see now Parker is off to the races. We have 1-drop, 2-drop, 2-drop with a boosty, with Randall being there. So that's doubling our lore threat that we had in the first game. Now, kind of interesting to note that Parker's offering the ability for Aladdin to dine on a Rafiki, and Sploosh takes it. He's like, you know what? I don't need this character.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because I was going to myself, because it was such a good quest with the Rafiki, because if he offers the Aladdin there, then you get to take it out, and that stops him from shifting the Aladdin and Genie. So in one sense, you're happy that you get the Rafiki lore. If he doesn't crack back, if he does crack back, then you can take it out, and he is missing a Retro Evolution device target as well as an Aladdin and Genie shift target. But notably, he follows up with the Huntsman, so it is not as juicy as a trade.
Oh, Sploosh here, after taking that, you know, just the free eating of the Rafiki, Parker's kind of hesitating on whether or not. He's like, you know, Sploosh has shown a man willing to challenge. I don't know if I want to allow this Scrooge McDuck to be eaten, because if he trades here, maybe Randall is going to stop the not be able to quest for 2. We won't be able to exert all of our ink, and, you know, maybe this Huntsman does trade. It's a kind of interesting thing. I want to see what Sploosh is going to do. His best play would have been a retro into a 5-drop, but we don't have it. It looks like our hand has at least a Milo, but having to ink it here does not feel good.
Oh, definitely not. This is quite an odd hand from Sploosh Magoo, because we're not seeing that retro, and we're seeing a very aggressive board state, and so he is going to be running out of cards quick and might struggle in the mid game to get to the correct ink totals, especially if he's missing that Retro Evolution device. So his cards are going to be thinning his hand out very quick from these Huntsmen, as well as that Aladdin, because notably you want to be using your cards to develop your combo pieces, accelerate your ink, and get to a 7-drop as quick as possible. And Parker going to continue to accelerate. Notice he's already at 11. It took us so many more turns last game to get to 11. This is a very hard situation for Sploosh, and this is exactly how Ruby Amethyst wins games against this deck.
Yeah, he Sploosh on the draw, didn't have retro, did not shift the Aladdin. We did get rid of the Rafiki, which was a little bit of lore, but that also slowed us down. There's a few crazy plays we could do, but I don't think any of them are too... That third Huntsman, that's not what we want here, deck. Come on. Sploosh, you know, he's not wasting any energy showing emotions on his face. We're contemplating. We're thinking of lines that are not the normal game plan. We're thinking, well, what do we have to do to get through here? And you know what? Let's take some of that lore out of play, leaving our opponent only with a Scrooge and a Randall, so it'll be a little difficult. Most likely a Demona can be scary here, but that is only 3 lore. And we have the retro device to do things next turn. This was a good turnaround for Sploosh.
Yeah, it notably just stopped a lot of the lore pressure from Parker while setting up our most important card in the deck in that Retro Evolution device. And then we're going to send that third Huntsman to the Inkwell. So they have done their job this game, and we probably won't see a fourth one for the rest of the game. If you're Splooge, you're hoping for that at least. And so this Demona is going to come down, not going to use her ability to exert anything, which is really strong in this matchup and taking out the Milo, is that is our only answer, but we are going to use it notably to refill our depleted hand and use that to get over the hump to 20. Notably, in this matchup specifically, Demona's downside comes into play much more than others because of that Milo Thatch and returning cards to the hand. You really have to monitor your hand size much more than you do in other matchups.
Yeah, did you notice what he drew there? 2 Vixies. Once again, poor Chris Anderson, his spider senses tingling. If only one of those was a poor unfortunate souls, maybe we could maintain pressure and redeploy the Scrooge, but that might not be what this matchup wants, as Henwin, look out, comes into play, and we're going to eat away that Scrooge McDuck before any more card advantage can happen. The unfortunate thing is Demona could eat it, but you know what? I think he's gonna evolve himself into, hopefully for Sploosh, a Milo, but it looks like a Demona of his own to refill his hand.
Also a fine play if that is what he's going to go with, and notably that makes it so Demona does not ready, and it's very hard to ready against this deck with all of their Demonas and their Milos and adjusting your hand size, and so Demona is not a reliable way to get lore, but that Randall is going to keep on trucking. Parker has 4 cards in hand now, and so he is going to hopefully use those. I do want to point out that Terran did send 2 characters from Parker's discard back to his deck, which tells me that he is playing Chernabog. We have not seen the Chernabog yet. Ursula's going to come down, and this is going to be extremely devastating for Sploosh if he cannot answer that, because that is 3 lore threat.
And we mentioned it slightly in passing earlier, Demona costs an even amount, and you might be like, Luke, what does that matter? Well, it means it's realistically a 5-drop that you can't retro into, because we can't jump into Prince Philip, so we're still a little bit off, and I highly doubt Parker's putting that Ursula on the bottom of the deck.
No, not when you're this close to the end. You say you're using 5 ink this turn, it's going to be very hard to answer that Ursula with the remaining ink, so you take those cards, and I'm hoping you don't have a way to stop it, but it looks like he's turning up the heat, and he did hit that Milo Thatch finally, and so that Ursula is likely going to be the target going back to the hand, but with the boost card there, it is going to give him an extra card beside that Ursula, and it's going to be an unknown card to Sploosh, and Parker's going to be the only one that sees it. So his resources are going up, but now Sploosh has that 7-drop in his hand, on the board, which is going to threaten the Prince Philip combo at any turn, and this Demona is not going to ready once again. That's 2 turns now, Luke, that it's stoned by day.
Pretty powerful effect there. Milo showing the power of ward and tempo and being able to play it for 1 ink. Very impressive here. And, we were just saying that the Demona isn't enough to jump into that Prince Philip, but the Milo is. And, we don't even necessarily need a full Philip combo, because Randall just gets hit by the mean, malicious, and scary. And, he's going through his ink here. He might not even be able to let Randall even get any lore.
Yeah, and this Randall must be a big fan of Hercules, because he has been going the distance in this game with how much lore he has accumulated for Parker on the Ruby Amethyst. And Parker is just going to play that Ursula once again, not doing anything too creative or spicy here, and then we're going to throw out a Cheshire Cat as well, allowing us to exert all of our ink once again and have that Randall start to close the gap. But this is going to be the spot where if you're in Parker's shoes, you just have to hope that Sploosh does not have the Prince Philip combo, and his hand size isn't huge, so it's going to be Prince Philip combo or bust. There are some other outs if he doesn't have it exactly. This deck can get real creative, and it looks like Sploosh is going to dig. But because of the Retro Evolution device having a Milo out, you don't need a lot of ink to do it. So you can use a lot of your ink to dig here. And you just need to have 1 ink remaining to be able to go up. And we are going to dig for 2 more. Do it. I think we saw a Malicious and a Prince Philip as the 2 cards. No, it was an Under the Sea and a Prince Philip. So we are going to need that Malicious here. It's it's close, but we do have the Prince Philip. I don't see the Malicious, so this could be the game on the line right here.
I was gonna say we at least have the plate, but where is the mom spaghetti? And it looks like we have it, the full combo. Take it away. Can we reset just as we did last game, stabilize at 18, and get the last amount? We only need 3 more turns. We have 2 cards in hand, one of which appears to be a Chernobog. Not fantastic when our opponent has a full grip.
Right, right. But notably at 18, we just use all of our cards to take out Parker's board. So Parker, if he just has a way to refill and go as wide as possible, it's going to be very unlikely that Splooge could take out all of the characters again. So Parker just wants to go as wide as possible and hopefully get this game taken out either next turn or the turn after, because that clock is starting to be terrifying from Sploosh's side, because Sploosh is going to be 2 to 3 turns away from just taking the victory back from 0 to 20 himself.
Yeah, Sploosh Magoo ready to quest away as Parker has just a handful of 5 costs, it looks like. Maybe we can throw in... Okay, so we're booking drawing a card.
Love to see that.
As we draw 2 more characters, we cannot double card for the life of us here. I think we're just going to be playing a Miss Incredible, possibly inking and passing. Not that scary of a threat, although it does require an answer. The problem for Parker is that Milo is that answer if Sploosh has it.
Yeah, definitely. And so you don't love to be the situation that Parker's in, but he is still at 18. So you have to make them have it every single turn in perpetuity for the rest of the game. Now, the turns aren't going to be a lot more turns, but they do have to answer everything. And so, but do you know what this deck does better than any deck right now? Is draw and cycle cards. And so he does have a lot of chances to see it, and he's going to hope to find that final answer here for this Mrs. Incredible.
Yeah, and I'm sure Parker was calculating the cards in his hand on what he's going to do the next turn, because we're inking the 3-drop, which is a little interesting because you kind of need that cheaper cost to play 2 cards. But with 9 ink, we can easily play one of those powerful 5-drops and that Hercules that we also have in hand.
Yeah,
But
and that is that. I saw at least 2 Hercules. That's a lot of Hercules. You don't typically see that much in Ruby Amethyst, so he must really be playing for a specific matchup here. But I don't think Hercules is the matchup that it is in for against this Amethyst Emerald. But there are other matchups where it is very, very hard to take care of. Specifically, dogs really can't answer that unless they trade back themselves with a Dale on board. So Sploosh going to just take his time here, make sure he can use his ink properly to dig and find that answer, because it does not look like he has one currently, but he does have a way to draw a few cards.
Oh, yeah. I'm so hyped for a digital client right now that I'm going to interrupt you just to say that right here. Sploosh doing that, the Hades to draw, as you said. We're hoping to hit that answer. Are we going to hit it? There's a Prince Philip.
There is
Are we mean?
Philip. Are
we malicious? And are we scary? I do believe that's a book in hand. We have a couple more draws. Maybe we're... Oh, it was an Elsa, not a book, but still a draw. So interested to see what's about to happen.
Yeah, and thank you, Tantrum Tyler, for gifting all of those subs. Gonna take a break here because that is just so great. We have given so many there. So well done, Tantrum Tyler. Appreciate that. We are going to play a Demona, which is going to exert the Mrs. Incredible. And this is one of those answers that is going to actually be an answer which most people kind of wouldn't have thought of. But here, when we have a board this big, it allows the Prince Philip to trade in, keep a bit alive, and then we're going to keep accelerating our lore total here. So Parker on him to get another board of characters to threaten to win the game on the next turn, and then Sploosh to set up another way to take them out. But notably, as you said, he had that Malicious, so it is going to be tough. But now the Demona was the big answer to the Hercules. It is going to be tougher because the damage is going to be hard to put on. But notably, yeah, Malicious does go on the Hercules and avoid his ability to say this can only be damaged from challenges.
And, Demona on Demona, back and forth we go, and exerting 2 Demonas here. Quite the stall. Does Sploosh have another reset? As you said, while Hercules' anti-damage clause is pretty good, Mean, Malicious, and Scary does not care. It is putting that damage on there. Does not care if you're preventing damage. It's not dealing it. It's putting it there.
Oh, so we've got a Genie and a Book in hand, which is going to be all the card draw in the world. And so I also see a Prince Philip, and it looks like another Retro Revolution device. So it doesn't look like we have an answer yet, but we have the ability to draw and find one.
Yeah, we're going to be digging quite deep. I think there's a Milo there, too. There's a Mean, Malicious, and Scary. You said there was a Prince Philip, so that's another wipe here. But we have 1,000 cards in hand, so it's unlikely we will be questing with these Demonas anytime soon. As Hades going to sing that Mean, Malicious, activate Retro, and answer 2 more pesky characters. But that Demona did refill Parker's hand, so he's going to have to do this a couple more turns. But we do have 9 lore, 8 lore in play.
Yeah, and it's not a shift. It is a upgrade, taking out that character and just making a new one. So that 5 damage that was soaked into that previous Prince Philip has going to be taken off and put on, and not put on this new one. And so Parker's going to have to answer another one. But now Sploosh has a John Silver in hand, which is perfect in this situation. This is exactly the exact situation you play the John Silver for, because it's going to stop the lore gain from a character for 1 turn. And then once it survives, it's going to stop it another turn and another turn and another turn. So Parker's going to have to play multiple characters every turn because of that John Silver. That is a huge draw for Sploosh, and that might be all she wrote for Parker.
Yeah, this is definitely heartbreaks for Parker. 2 games in a row, getting to the upper teens and not being able to clutch. We still might get this game, but Sploosh has a million cards. And as you said, that John Silver is going to force Parker to at least play 3 characters. And we don't want to play that many because of the Mean, Malicious, and Scary combos. But I think we've seen it happen 3 times. So, there's a world Parker just plays 3 characters, and that alone wins him the game on the spot. But with a red alert in hand doing nothing but maybe answering a Hades, it's not too scary. That said, Sploosh, because of the Demonas being locked down, we are on like a 3 or 4 turn clock. So it's still anyone's game.
Yeah, definitely. And I believe 3 Malicious, Mean, and Scaries are gone at this point. So there is only going to be 1 left for an extremely wide board. So let's just hope Parker, if you're a Parker fan, has enough to play multiple characters this turn. And Sploosh is not going to be able to answer it. So we could see a nice game 3. But we are going to play the Peter Pan 1-drop, which we have not seen all match. And then a Dumbo to give it evasive. And this is exactly what you want to see if you're a Parker fan, because 3 characters is going to threaten the game and notably stop the John Silver from stopping him.
Well, luckily for the people in the audience that Tantrum Tyler gave out those subs, because I've already used 3 snoozes because the second game has gone so long, and the next ad is going to force itself in about 15 seconds. And of course, it's going to happen right as the game ends because of reasons. Of course.
But if you want to avoid those, go ahead and hit that sub button right now for Luke Wonderland here, because then there'll be no ads for this entire tournament and you'll never have to complain again about it.
Ooh, Sploosh, dig in here. We have to find it. The game might be over right here. The ad starts right as Sploosh decides, does he win or lose this game? All of it right now on the line.
Yeah, and this deck digging very, very much. And we are going to... Did he play the Lyle, which is going to take a lore? And I believe that is enough in combined with the John Silver to save him. But since he played the Aladdin, he doesn't have the ink for the John Silver. So we are going to...
We can retro.
Oh, true that. True that. Very true. So that should be enough then with the Lyle and the retro to get Parker to 19 after the John Silver. Okay, and we are going to do just that. Thank you, Retro, sending the Hades to the discard, and we are going to play the John Silver, buying us one more turn.
So here's an interesting concept. I kind of think we should have gotten rid of a Demona, but it depends on if we're only going to 2 cards in hand, then I would disagree. But if this Demona's not readying, I might have gotten rid of one of them instead. I can't tell if that is 2 or 3. I think it's 2 cards. So these Demonas are going to ready up, and that gives us 9 lore. That gives us game and play, actually. Yeah. So if Parker doesn't have anything, then we have it. And since we got rid of... Oh, there's also... We have to have multiple answers. We have to answer this Genie and this Lyle or we need to answer a Genie and a John Silver. A Demona would do that, though.
Yeah, and the Lyle's going to keep taking lore from you, so you just have to get even wider. So all of a sudden, this is looking dangerous. Oh, but that's the perfect answer because these Demonas are no longer going to be able to ready, and we can take out this John Silver and Lyle if needed, which is very important. Because now with our Reckless character, we can go in, take out that Lyle, and us losing that lore is going to stop us from losing the lore in the next turn. This Demona was pretty much the only out that Parker had left, and it's very, very nice to see that he had that if you're a Parker fan.
Yeah, it definitely is one of the few ways as it answers both Demonas, lets our Reckless bash down on this Lyle if we need to, as well as questing, which is going to put Sploosh back in the position of answer our board or we win. But we are in the position that if Sploosh answers Parker's board one more time, I think that's going to seal the deal. And luckily for the people behind the ad block, both of our players are taking their time on these decisions.
Yeah, if this goes to a game 3, the clock is going to be an adversary for both players, as Father Kronos is going to come into play here and threaten a draw. But until then, we are still fighting tooth and nail for this game 2 to go to Parker, and we are just taking our time, making sure we're making the right decision. And I think if you're Parker, you just want to go as wide as possible, take out that Lyle, and just hope that Sploosh doesn't have it. He's played a lot of Aladdins. He's played a lot of books. He's running out of cards to dig. But you did fill him up again with Demona back to 3. He did have 2 cards in hand, and now we're going full evasive here with that Peter Pan and Tank. So the crackback is going to be tougher on Sploosh.
Well, that can't quest. There we go. We fixed it up a little bit, and the Peter Pan is gonna challenge. Would you have shifted the Peter Pan instead? Does it matter? Probably not. Hard to say.
No, I think you'd rather have the healthy Peter Pan. Unless you could play another character, which I don't think he has a hand anymore. I think it's better the play he did it, because then you're just putting your Peter Pan exerted with damage on it, which allows Prince Philip to be another out for that Peter Pan.
And there looks like one last card over there. He either has one card in hand or he just very expertly grabbed one of his ink, but I'm pretty sure he had that card over there. So he did exert every single one of his ink to play that Peter Pan. So I think you're right there that he just couldn't double card to take full advantage, as Sploosh once again drawing cards.
Yeah, that has to be the 4th book at this point, and I think the 3rd Aladdin and Genie. And so he is running out of dig. I believe there's some Todds left in there. I think we've only seen 2 of them. Let's see what Sploosh gets. Don't get to see a good read on his hand right now. So he is going to take his time and consider all options. John Silver can stop 2 lore. It's can he stop the other 4 threatening him? And with that Peter Pan and Tink, he can't actually challenge into anything besides with his Prince Philip, which is going to be able to take out the Isis or the Dumbo.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot. We kind of need to Milo away so we can challenge, but that doesn't even allow everything. We have to John Silver the Demona, Milo away the Peter Pan, challenge Isis, and then we're still left with a lone Dumbo representing game and play. As Sploosh is right now, he's like, do I answer this or do I need to scoop it up and hope 17 minutes is enough to win game number 3?
Yeah, and I do want to highlight the heads-up play that Sploosh did by giving Reckless to the Peter Pan last turn. If he gave it to anything else, he would have lost the game to that Shift Peter Pan and questing. And so he did buy himself another turn by picking the right target. It looked like the weakest target on the board, in all honesty, but you have to always understand that those shift targets do exist and can provide additional lore. And so great heads-up play by Sploosh, and that's why he has won a DLC, because he thinks of those minuscule things like that.
I completely forgot that the Philip was in play. That actually answers it. If we have a Milo, we can answer the board, because Philip can take out the Dumbo. We have at least one Lyle, so that's going to put us down to 18. So now we don't even have to necessarily answer the Isis, but we do need to answer the Demona or the Peter Pan. One of the two characters needs to be bounced or removed from play, or we're got. But I think that is a Milo in hand, and Sploosh not conceding to me tells me that he has the game here.
We are questing, giving Reckless to the Demona.
Yeah, we don't want that Demona to be played again to refill Parker's hand and to still permanently lock these Demonas. Sploosh is trying to get it so he can maybe allow these Demonas to ready up. But no, we're just going to retro evolution device to put this Milo into play.
Yeah, and it took a lot here for Sploosh to survive every single turn, but always had exactly enough, and that is going to be it, I believe, because that John Silver and Lyle are now going to be impossible for Parker to answer going forward. He just doesn't have enough gas, and more notably, Sploosh is just going to win on his next turn.
Yeah, this deck is insanely powerful when it gets to do everything it wants to do. And the meta right now, you know, Parker, you don't want to lose to this retro evolutionary device. Maybe don't play a deck that pushes the Eleanor aggro decks out of the format, because those are what are needed to beat this retro evolutionary device, as it's there to beat up on these pesky, slow Amethyst decks. And we saw at CCS last week that, you know, Slow and Dirtle won the whole event. So people are going to try to go over the top of each other, and the more people are going over the top, the more crazy shenanigans like this happens, and the handshake goes. Sploosh takes it in two, and I do believe we're going to have an interview with Sploosh here shortly.
Yeah, and Sploosh had a very interesting start. If you remember, this is still the game with all of those 3 Huntsmans in the early game, which prevented a bit of lore and just allowed him to get that Retro Revolution device set up. But Sploosh did exactly what he needed every single turn just to survive and tooth and claw and barely just get there. We saw Parker at 19 multiple times and just couldn't get there thanks to those Lyles and Milos and John Silvers and the amount of card draw. It was absolutely stunning. Sploosh just drew exactly the answers he needed at the exact time just to barely get there. But that's what this deck does, Luke. It just draws the entire deck most of the games, and you see all of the answers. When your deck is entirely card draw and answers, you're going to draw them. Oh. You might be muted.
Oh, I was muted. That's why you could not hear me. I was like, you're not muted, J-Bomb. I can hear you perfectly. Why are you asking? But yes, I am muted, and we're going to have the player interview here shortly. And I do believe we're able to hear them. We're going to jump over. They're sitting down, and you can see Ninja Harley here getting ready to ask some questions. Although,
can you hear me?
And we can hear you. Take the interview.
All right. All right, Mr. Sploosh Magoo, Brian, DLC champion. How do you feel the deck performed in that match?
Pretty good, man. I'll be honest. I wasn't. It's been between this deck and another for Continentals next week. I was leaning towards the other deck. I wanted to get it out of the system this weekend. Our great teammate Hayes, Mikey, has been swearing up and down about this deck for the last few weeks. He's had to have so many hours, at least like 600-700 games by himself.
Okay.
To the point when he initially wanted to bring it to the 2K down in Miami a few weeks ago. And we're like, no, keep it hidden. That didn't last. Everything kind of popped off with the simulator. All the data and stuff. So he, couldn't hide it. I think it's a great deck. especially in this meta where everything's kind of rock, paper, scissors. I still enjoy it a lot. The deck brings a lot of versatility, a lot of tools. The Milo, probably, in my opinion, best green or emerald card right now. In core, so I enjoyed it a lot. There's a lot of different lines that you can take with it, and I'm predominantly a control player, and this is leans very much into that.
Kind of like that old Ruby Sapphire a little bit, right?
Yeah. Bringing it back. Unfortunately, Ruby Sapphire is kind of in a bad spot at the moment.
Yeah. Well, that's rotation, right? So we gotta figure things out.
Adapt.
So round 1, season 3 CCQ, trying to get an invite to next year's Continentals. We even got a lightsaber as like a prize.
I know, man. And then
I'm
not only that, just the excitement of this being 20 minutes out for me, saved on gas, saved on travel. I got to sleep in my own bed last night. So I appreciate you. I appreciate Woodzshack. And obviously, hopefully in the future, we can continue to get these great events in this area.
Yeah, we hope. You got any shout outs or anything you want to say to everybody out there?
Shout out to the team. The amount of hours, game time, and gameplay, and just sharing different data points has been like astronomical, especially in comparison to the rest of the year. Unfortunately, I was kind of a little bit removed for the first 6 months of the season. New job, baby, and stuff.
Understandable.
But leading up into Continentals, it has been nonstop grinding for the team, right? So shout out to Mikey, shout out to Hector. Mike Sr. unfortunately couldn't make it, but everybody else, Dylan's here, so it's been great just to get to hang out with everybody again the week before Continentals. So shout out to you guys for putting this on. Shout out to the casters, because without you guys, this wouldn't be. And that was my biggest complaint. The first few CCQs, there's been no stream coverage at all. I was like, please, we have to have stream coverage for the people.
It was. I played the Tampa CCQ and there was no stream, and I know that like even the week after later, like, oh man, we really want.
And streams. It was the first event. Well, one of the first events for day 0, right? So everybody wanted those data points. Everybody wanted to see how the decks were performing, and it was all word of mouth. And I appreciate you guys again for putting this on. I know it's not easy. I know you spent a lot of time running into you last night here at the venue. So this has been awesome so far. Great setup. And then last but not least, shout out to the store, Triad, down in Wellington, so South Florida. But yeah, man, I'm super stoked. We're flying in on Thursday. Gonna hit up Disney Springs, and then we got lightning passes for the parks on Friday, and then mingle in the venue. I know you're going, so
I'll be doing LCQ. So
you'll be a little stressed. Those pods are not to be taken lightly, man. But I think it'll be a great time regardless. It's just awesome to see everybody at these big events, right? So.
And this is a lovely venue, and also they're just going to add to it. Shout out to like Luke and all that doing like the back end production and the master thing of the stream with all the casters and everything.
ICL has continuously produced some of the best casters, and just a platform for players, but also casters to come out, right? Because without the casters being able to narrate the gameplay, make that gameplay exciting for the viewers and stuff, I can't imagine a world without, right?
I couldn't do it. That's why I'm here doing this.
Yeah.
But I guess we'll send back over to everybody there in the interwebs, and we'll be back in a little bit over here.
Yeah.
Sploosh is gonna make me blush there. That was so
nice. I like this guy.
Yeah. Much love there. Hopefully he keeps doing well, and we'll see him in the top cut. Welcome to the booth there, Katie and Zero. How are you doing? Did you get to watch that first game?
I did. It scared me because, we can't be taking that long in these games. But it does make sense, like you mentioned, if everybody – we kind of started the meta teching against aggro, and then this is the end phase of everybody hating on aggros. Now we have control matchups, so maybe
and now we're back to aggro.
Right, aggro's back on the menu. But Zero, how are you doing? I've never been in the booth with you. I'm so excited.
I'm doing good. Yeah, I was just about to say, like, you guys already had a great accomplishment getting me up in the morning on a Saturday, but really, that game really woke me up. I was like, wow, like that was a nail biter at the end there. And with that shout out of the ICL at the end there, I was like, hey, J-Bomb, like that John Silver Secret Lords or Lord Tech really just showed off like how useful it is at the end there.
Yeah, he just barely limping to that finish line based by stopping him at 19 multiple turns with that John Silver and Lyle. It was exactly what those cards are in the deck to do.
Yeah, but yeah, crazy start for round one. I think it's gonna just get better from here. I feel like we're gonna see some crazier games, and yeah, I'm excited to get casting with you too, Katie. We'll have to see how great our game turns out to be.
I mean, it's certainly it's so funny because I keep hearing people be like, it's a rock paper scissors meta, but it's like, but there's 40 hand signs. I'm like, okay, so it's like rock paper scissors on steroids a little bit. I mean, Luke, what are your thoughts when you hear people say it's rock paper scissors?
I mean, they are technically
Right.
correct. It doesn't feel very rock paper scissors. It feels like one deck crushes you and then you lose to the deck you're supposed to beat, and that's not how rock paper scissors works for me. I'm
Right.
supposed to win against one of these decks, but
Yeah.
instead I'm losing to everything. But that's a healthy meta, honestly. Some people hate it. Theoretically, I've been told that the pro players, quote unquote, which supposedly I am, prefer a format where there's one deck that is by far better than the rest.
I like
Because then
that.
you get to try
I do
to
not.
skill expression your way and do things. But I also personally like the 7 or 8 open meta thing that can happen. I do like that.
In the words of Doctor Strange, there's too many realities to comprehend. My brain cannot explore all those, and so just let me attack one deck, and that makes me happier. So I'm on the side that you were mentioning there.
I think it's all about like what's the known control variable, and it's nice to have like, well, this deck obviously, like for example, in the dogs meta, it's like, okay, well, hopefully, I mean, to be fair, even that was weird because we were like, okay, 30% of the room or more should have this deck, and they're like, no, 18 for some reason. But it is nice to have like one thing that you're like, well, we know this, and I feel like going into this tournament, because all the knowns of like, well, we think this deck will be there and the percentage is so funky, then people will be jumping ahead to the next step of reacting to that meta. Therefore, the meta that they're playing against maybe never existed. It's like they're leapfrogging past what they think will happen. And I think that's really, really fascinating stuff.
It's part of the game, and realistically, one of my favorite things is like trying to guess where the meta will like end up. You're either going to look brilliant, as you're saying, or it's going to look like it just went right over your head and you had no idea what you're doing. Katie hitting it right on the nose there. Should we continue to look at ourselves while we chat, or should we look at the room a little bit?
Yeah, I just saw somebody with 3 giant briefcases.
That was bubblegum. Yeah.
Who could know what was in there? I was like, Legos?
No one knows. But look at this room. I don't know. We have not had like the room camera on very many streams, so I'm like all excited about it.
Yeah. And someone getting Mike Wazowski'd in the top left, which I'm a big fan of on occasion here.
Yes, I do quite like that they got Mike Wazowski'd, and I cannot express how much that I love the aesthetic in this ballroom. The carpet, incredible. The thought of making an area rug on top of a rug within the pattern of the carpet, incredible. But all that to be said, shout out to these amount of people. I mean, we know that at least some percentage, certainly Sploosh Magoosh, is going to be traveling not just a little far, like all the way to the other time zone, the East Coast to the West Coast, and yet they are there playing Disney Lorcana. So I love it.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Sploosh traveled. He used to live in Florida, right? Did he move away?
No. He said he traveled 20 minutes, but Katie was saying he's traveling from this coast to the West Coast.
Oh,
like,
yes.
Everybody here, like if you're qualified, like get ready. I do know, he's in Florida. Sisu moved away. I know they're like 2 little buddies, but Sisu. Let's go through every single Florida player we know, and there's a lot.
All right, Humble, Ryan, Ninja,
that's you cheating. Recently Zenulous.
Newly minted Zen. We've got
Color is Slaw.
To be fair, me and Sky are like, we should move to Florida, and you might think why. 90% because of Disney Springs, and I want to be able to
get them drops.
Right, it's
it pays for itself. You can't afford not to do it.
Right?
Is there not a Disney Springs in California?
Oh, there is, but
there is.
California is quite a bit more expensive than Florida.
Have you looked up the price of living out there?
Florida cannot be that cheap.
It can be cheaper than
I think
Southern
that's
California.
right. That's why a lot of people go there to retire.
Yeah.
It's a nice.
I mean,
Yeah.
we're
place to
living
live.
somewhere where it's cheap.
Okay.
the
No,
expense
Nebraska.
comes from when the hurricanes come and you got to make all the repairs.
There's no Disney in Nebraska.
Yeah, I don't know how to tell you this, Luke, but not a lot of people. Yes, so Nebraska's really cheap, but so Florida has the benefit of it's just so much.
But
I mean, that's
Gators.
why let me tell you about a little man called Walt Disney. And the beauty of the Florida project is space, because they had a lot of it, and they have less now. But Southern California is literally what do they call it? Like a dystopian hellscape. They don't call it that, but it feels like that's something. It's literally like you have to park underneath buildings and like get your car
Yeah.
valeted at Target. I love it. To be fair, I go there like several times a year, but there's a lot of people there. There's a lot.
Ooh, we got the rotation cam. Way to
That's
go.
so
Oh
fun.
yeah, God, this crazy technology you guys have on that.
Yeah, you guys, do you have is like a security cam kind of situation? where
Oh,
it's got, like-
Harley's manually moving it with
Oh,
his
yeah.
hand right now,
Oh.
guaranteed.
Yeah.
how
Oh,
much
he's
do
really
you have to
smooth
pay
at
for
that.
that technology of Harley being on the auxiliary camera pivoting technology? Now we get to watch this one table and say, hey guys,
350.
wrap up the game here. Just kidding, don't do that. Fun fact, my first DLC I ever played in was in Fort Worth, and it was like round 3, and I was playing Ruby Amethyst, and my opponent was playing Ruby Amethyst, so we were going to time, as you do. And I hadn't gone to time before in a tournament, and I'm sitting there, and a judge comes and sits down next to me, and I'm like, oh, okay. And then a judge comes and sits next to my opponent, and then a judge stands next, and then I'm like, oh, they're gonna escort me out of here. I did it this time. Whatever it
It's
is
a
you weren't supposed to do. And then afterwards, I'm like, so what happened? They're like, oh, you're going to time, and so we have to watch. I was like, oh, but at the
You
time,
were making the event take too
Did you
long,
win?
so we stood by you to make you nervous.
That day was a blur. I lived, you know how there's like 3 columns of table? I was just sliding up and down the middle column. I was just living there, living life. I did play to the final round, but I did not.
Hey, that's an accomplishment.
It was. So that was fun. It was a fun. I was gonna say I miss playing in DLCs. One day I'll be back probably.
I'm pretty sure you have like a better payout than a majority of the players who go to a DLC. I think casting is definitely a big win.
It is very fun. I get to just be like, why would you do that? That's
right, right.
The best part about being in the booth. For
Yes.
Sure.
I would never do such a thing.
I mean,
yeah.
traveling to cast, like the average person, like the player who's never cast, you just don't know. Like when you're traveling to an event, that's stressful. You're like, oh, am I going to do well? You're thinking of your last picks. You're doing all this. You're doing all this. Katie's over here being like, but what if I forget its like sub name?
Judge,
You know, that-
I'd like to do a judge call right here. I would like to point out that I think I have traveled with Luke while he's traveling. He's relaxed on a whole different scale. I am stressed, but I think Luke, the fact that he doesn't have to pick a deck, he's like, it's all gravy. So Luke is
Yeah.
like comparatively relaxed. I'm over here. You're like, oh, maybe I don't know the sub name. No, I'm like, what is it though? The Elsa that's like sitting in there. Which one is she? There's so many Elsas. So I think, yes, it is a comparative stress level. But to be fair, yes, not having to worry about the deck. Because I think we talked about this a little bit, that like to pick the deck, it's the deck you think would be best. But even if you pick the best deck, that like J-Bomb runs the math, he's like, this is the best deck. You still, because the meta's so diverse, you might never see the decks that you wanted to all day. Like there is a real tangible thing that you are going to get the matches you don't want.
That happens to me most DLCs.
Yeah. So you can be the smartest person. You did it. But the
Yeah.
variance of a wide open meta means you picked for the room, but you didn't play the room. You played what you got that day.
And
I
you know,
look back at Atlanta where it was like mostly Amber Steel and Ruby Amethyst, and I played 3 Mufasas.
I mean, not only that, it's like if you lose like round 1 or something, then you get thrown into the pits of like who knows
Right.
what's down there.
Chaos.
Yeah.
It's like all the anti-meta picks or all the people trying to beat the meta, you get thrown right in there.
Playing a control deck, the first 2 rounds are the hardest rounds of the tournament because that's where people play those like extremely hyper aggressive decks that can just that play like 5-turn games, and it's like, oh, I guess I'm done with Lorcana for the day.
Right.
I do wonder, are we on the Be Right Back screen right now?
Yes, we are.
I love that people are like, oh, they're not here, and then if they listen, they get to hear our sweet little voices.
I mean,
Listen, lady, we're here chatting.
We can cut back to our faces if you would like to show your face. We can do that.
I don't want to, but I did. I mean, you could like move the Be Right Back, be like, Be Right Back. You could change it to
you can get like a fifth one in there that's just like the camera too.
Yeah, just say that. Have one that says we're right here.
We're right. Oh, yeah, so you wanted to say we're
Be right back.
Here.
No, that's
we are here.
We're here. We're chatting. There's no games.
We're open for business. I like that.
What?
We ain't never left. Don't call it a comeback.
Yeah, we're like one of those YouTube ASMR videos with just like a fireplace in the background, except instead it's the.
Hey, if you were the guy that did that fireplace video, he has made millions of dollars by putting a video of his fireplace on YouTube because that thing has an insane amount of views.
Shout out to Spartan Sickles.
That's the question.
Spartan Sickles says, "Get back to the vent ambience." He says he didn't say I don't want to see your faces. It's implied.
Yeah, very implied.
It's very between the lines there. Solo Falcon with enjoy the view. I like that. That's very cool.
Oh, that's a good one.
I got to do more eyebrow dancing, apparently.
Yeah. We all just are now raising our eyebrows. That's fun. Can anyone flare their nostrils? I can, but I can only do it if I stare at myself. That's very fun.
Okay. I'm doing too much in front of the camera.
Yeah, right. This is the hellscape of trying to vamp. The vamping is that then later you're like, why did I do that? And the answer was, who knows?
Right.
But yeah, Luke's hair is distracting. Too powerful.
Yeah, my wife calls him Gandalf. She's like, "Are you casting with Gandalf today?"
Yeah,
very Gandalf-esque hair.
The first time I was watching like some DLCs and I was like, who's the guy with the beast hair? And it turns out he's a dear friend, Luke Wonderland, friend of the show.
Yeah, who would have thought?
Real life. Yeah, sometimes you see a guy with big hair and he has a big heart. You become his friend.
Oh, that was so poetic.
It was. Thank you. This coffee, my God, my alarm went off. I'm like, impossible to see 7:30 on a Saturday. Such things have never been imagined.
Oh, I know I mentioned it on another stream you're on, Katie, but I'm liking the way your Lorcana room is coming together. You got some Epcot posters there.
Ooh.
You got that. Where did that giant enchanted Mickey come from? I got to know.
The same place as the Ariel at Gen Con at their little like Pooh Honey Wizard party. I don't know.
Yeah.
They're like, it was very fun because Greg Tito, you could tell he was having the time of his life because he would put them in his hand and he'd like carry them and be like, all right, pick a card. And you could tell he was living on top of Giant Card Mountain. And so I got Ariel and Sky got Mickey. But the Ariel is looking really cool. The light, like that is, it's going plus ultra over here. I do wish it was holographic.
Oh, that would be amazing. Holographic giant cards like that. That would be a great DLC prize.
Right. Let's just keep. It's funny because the PR people, like the people who are in charge of such things, were like, you guys really like giant cards. I'm like, you have no idea. We're sick about it. We have fevers about how much.
I can't wait till there's 60 giant cards that are in the same colors. Then you can play a legal giant 60 card deck and show up to a tournament. It won't be a good deck, but you will have your opponent struggling to figure out how to cut the deck and shuffle the deck.
Yeah, the judge comes over and be like, there's no rules that you can't play with giant cards. We
should have made those rules. We should have made those rules.
There's no rules that dogs can't play basketball, Katie.
Or Disney Lorcana, quite frankly. They point to a rule right now where it says a dog can't play.
I mean, one of my favorite content creators supposedly is a dog. So
the good boy?
Yeah, the goodest boy.
The goodest boy. Sorry, I'm sorry, demoted him. He's fine.
You demoted him.
Was I the goodest boy? No. You were the
goodest
boy.
You were fine. You were fine.
You were just
there was a shout out for my goodest boy during that round as my wife left, and he does not like that. So he was letting her know that he wanted her to come back and was barking tremendously during that. So I was going on mute a little bit there. So Luke, thanks for picking that up while we had that terror flap.
We're talking about sweet baby Mickey.
Yeah,
he can do no wrong.
as we can see from watching, it does look like the round
they're
is
starting.
going up. So hopefully all players are going there. Oh, but I can't tell. It looks like someone knocked into the table with the main.
That is the tragedy of the feature table camera.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
People really love to hit a table camera stand.
Oh, Anthony Alvarado, old Yu-Gi-Oh player, friend of mine, seen walking to his table. Good to see him there.
ICL player as well.
Yeah.
Mm.
And as we get out of the booth here, I am going to stick around and make whale noises to distract you the whole time to see if you guys can keep your cool while you are going. So.
Oh no.
Okay, for you, I speak whale. Finding Nemo. Coming to Lorcana.
Yeah, when are we getting Finding Nemo? That'd be great.
Oh, Finding Nemo would be great. Maybe like after we go to space, we go to the depths of the
Okay.
ocean.
The depths of the ocean. Well, yeah. I mean, the fact Ariel can be in space, that
Yeah,
was very exciting.
Yeah, let's have
Yeah.
some other.
Now, is there
scenario.
water in her space helmet?
That has to be the
Oh,
case, right?
Yes, right. I think that water's implied. I hope.
Oh yeah, but she does come out of the water, and she seems.
Yeah,
fine.
I know.
She's
It's.
breathing fine,
I'm
so.
curious which way they took for it because, like, a lot of these artists, they have to make these characters that have kind of known canon, but like they're like, hey, Ariel's in space now. You can just you got Ariel to do like free reign on what you want, which is pretty cool. And so to be picked on that card is got to be like such a joy. And so I'm always asking whenever I run into these artists, like all of these different just specific questions about how they go into the process of designing all of these Disney characters that are like so known, but also you have to put your own spin on it. So it's I always love meeting all of these artists.
Well, yeah, it's true. The artist meet and greets, I will say, if you get a chance, it's easy at a tournament to be like, eh. But I think it's always been worth it. Every time I go, I'm like, I'm glad I did it because yes, you might have to wait in line, but they're delightful, and nothing's cooler than playing a card and be like, look at that, it was signed by the artist. Yeah, I met them. Just their kind of challenge. A little small talk never hurt nobody.
And hot off the presses, we've got Color's Law in the chat saying there is water in the Ariel helmet. The bubbles are citable, which means they can be seen.
Citable. I synced it. I synced the bubbles. So I am a little, Luke said as a caster, it's all calm, smooth sails, waters are smooth, but I'm getting panicked because a week ago today, I said, you know what? I need to get in the booth. The North American Championship is coming up. I want to do some reps. And I sat down, and before my tired eyes was Buzz's arm. And
oh no,
the worst 45 minutes of my life because I told myself it is a silly deck. No one shall play such a thing. But in the past week, people have been playing such a thing. So I'm hoping in this next round, we do not see any.
Are you trying to curse us? Are you trying to curse us?
I was gonna say, like, Buzz's arm, it's one of those decks. I don't wish harm on people, but if you're considering this deck, maybe consider something else because oh my god, are those long games that I do not want the pleasure of ever casting.
It's crazy because we talk about not having bounce spells, but it feels like oops, all bounce spells. Anyway, go ahead.
We're gonna jump over to the board here, and we're gonna get to listen to the lovely, whimsical banter of Katie and Zero the Hero casting this game.
I'm so excited for your whimsical banter, quite frankly.
Oh yes. Oh, hopefully I can live up to your expectations.
Yeah.
What do we got here? We got Nathan against CJ Penna. And this. Okay, so we are going into round 2 here. We're just at the 1-0, so not necessarily like we're seeing like the pinnacle of Lorcana necessarily, but I mean, from our last round, we've seen some amazing plays. So I mean, hopefully we just keep that going for this round as well.
Yeah, I think that a lot of the first 2 rounds are the scariest as a caster, but I also assume for the same reason it's scary as a player because yeah, you sit down and at the end of the day, you're like, I'm gonna see Amber Amethyst. But at the beginning of the day, who knows? You can have somebody's fun little pet deck. But in this case, it does look like that Nathan of Club Lorcana, or is that? It looks like it could be. It is. It is Nathan Tripp, 2 P's and an E. Oh, and he's got the rock, paper, scissors. There's 2 hints already. The fact that it is him and the rock, paper, scissors dice.
Right.
There they go. So yeah, at this point, I am wondering, last week, Nathan was at the Charlie's Collectible Showcase 50K Invitational, and he was playing the Amber Emerald aggro with Under the Sea that Zan Sayed was piloting. They were two besties with Twins deck, and they actually got all the way to the top 8.
Oh, very interesting. We'll have to see if he is keeping up with that for today. I will say I've seen it's fallen off quite a bit since, but like we get a peek here at some of the cards in hand. It looks like the yellow purple coming from CJ Penna and some familiar cards. I want to say is that Emerald. Oh, it is Amber Emerald, but with some
It's Buzz's arm.
Oh, you have cursed this. Wait, no,
Right.
it's
It is.
oh,
I see strange
is.
things. I
No,
see. So
yeah.
I'm going to request from production if we can get some jewels of RAM here, because we might need to turn the pixels up to 5,000, because these actions, it's going to be, if you love actions in Disney Lorcana, name every action ever, because they're all in this deck. We're going to have some funky stuff. We're going to have Piercing Strike. We're going to have strange things. We're going to have Put the Things where it came from, or So Help Me. We're going to have all of them. And so it's going to be a lot of, there's not an elegant way to put it. It's a lot of farting around. It's a lot of just doing stuff.
I mean, yeah, if this is the case, we have some Buzz's arm, then I would say he's got a really good matchup here. Because if CJ Penna, if we are on the Amber Amethyst, that deck kind of we know it doesn't really have many responses to be, well, we know for sure it can't take out any of the items, but on top of that, if it's a very control heavy deck, you're gonna get out controlled by this Buzz's arm 1,000-fold. So this could be a terrible matchup for CJ right here.
Right. And it's going to be a story of, can Nathan get to his My Adventure book, Buzz's arm, and then the all-powerful Raging Storm? So the earlier we get these Buzz's arms on, the quicker we can get to it. But we're off to the races here. We have Elonui coming on down. She's a little fragile here and kind of scaring me in the face of all these damage dealing cards, but that is just unfortunately what he has right now. And Nathan does nothing, which is not expected. He's going to be doing what feels like nothing for a while. And there is that Grandmother Willow.
I am really happy that CJ is moving at least a little fast so that we can hopefully get to see a little bit more of this match. But going very quick here, we're going the Elonui immediately into Grandmother Willow, followed by the Madrigal. So if I was him, I would quest at every opportunity. I'm not sure if he's clocked what the deck is yet, but he is moving a little fast. I would assume he's got some inkling of what he's about to be in for here.
Yeah, and there is a little bit right off the bat. Piercing Strike, like I mentioned, can be a complete disruptor here. It's just going to deal 2 damage. No resist necessary. It just stabs through anything you have and deals that 2 damage. And that is what Nathan's game plan is. Control. He is truly just going to be doing control until the point that he feels comfortable enough to start winning. So right now, every turn, he will be doing something disruptive. But every turn that he doesn't play My Adventure Book, he doesn't play Buzz's Arm, is a little scary, because the Adventure Book is his draw engine, Buzz's Arm is his ramp. And instead, we have Inscrutable Map, which is neither of those things, but it can slow a little bit.
Yeah, we are speaking very familiarly with this deck, but that's just because it is very infamous, I think, amongst people who have been playing for a little bit. It is a deck, like Katie said, we're going to be controlling it very hard. If I believe with the current iteration, the real only way you're gaining lore is through like the Inkcaster, which, you know, once you play 2 cards a turn, you get to gain a lore. So very slow, but throughout the game, what you're going to be doing is removing all your opponent's characters' boards through these actions, discounted actions, hopefully. And yeah, that's going to be a slow way to win, but it is very efficient, especially against something like this yellow-purple deck we see. No item removal and very slow. Well, usually very slow, but yeah, we do see CJ throwing out a lot of these one-cost characters to start gaining some lore. But some responses coming back from Nathan's side.
Right. So a lot of what this deck is doing is just completely disrupting. So all these cards are generally going to do something to block CJ from his game plan. So CJ's game plan, just go on curve, a little ahead of curve with the pseudo ramp that we have from these amber cards like Grandmother Willow that we saw get Piercing Strike and the Ham. But he is still able to deploy this board. But eventually, and by eventually I mean that once we get to that Raging Storm territory, he has to be a little cautious because of that Raging Storm that is kind of the crown jewel in Nathan's game plan. Fortunately for CJ, he hasn't found any Buzz's Arm. So what that does is make it where he is going to have to wait till he has 8 ink. Buzz's Arm will discount it. But he has been able to find lots of other nefarious things. Strange Things is going to make it where you can't quest. And then that the Horseman Strikes is that anti-evasive technology headed straight towards the Dumbo, making it where the Dumbo is banished and he gets to draw a card. So he's not on plan A right now, but he is still able to be disruptive even without his most important cards of the My Adventure Book and Buzz's Arm.
Yeah, I was going to say, if I am CJ, I am a little happy to just how the game has progressed so far. Like you've mentioned, we are not finding the crucial cards that, especially the ones that the deck is named after, the Buzz's Arm. Without these discounts, it does slow down the game quite a little bit. But I mean, yeah, Nathan has been finding a lot of good cards to slow down CJ. Most notably, that Horseman Strike was really important there because the Dumbo getting out of hand in this deck would quickly spell disaster. But lucky for CJ, we do have, like he has been doing all game, a lot of these small characters that can quest and kind of uninhibited at the moment, just because Nathan hasn't had much to stop them besides this item that he currently has out. Augustine Madrigal going to be entering play to support the rest of this board currently.
So one of the things that, like you mentioned, is like CJ, he's putting on answers here. Now Nathan has made it slow, but as long as CJ is slowly marching towards the finish line, things are feeling pretty good. The thing is this deck, what it does is it's a control deck. It is establishing resources. He's skipped the resource part. So he hasn't done the My Adventure Book, like I mentioned, the Adventure Book and the Buzz's Arm. But what he's been doing is the control aspect. But there is one of the conditions where it can technically win. That is, I believe, the Enigmatic Inkcaster. When you play an action, you are able to go ahead and use that to gain lore. So you will usually see the Enigmatic Inkcaster in some sort of location. It kind of will depend because I think people Game Preserve, Paradise Falls, Zootopia, people vacillate on that part of it. But this is one of the 2 ways to gain lore in this deck.
Yeah, Inkcaster, I would say a very notorious card because the only other deck I've seen it in, at least competitively, free rotation was the Emerald Amethyst, the very go fast aggro deck. So I feel like every deck that you're adding this card in is annoying one way or another. First super aggro and then now super slow. But yeah, I mean, a great card to see. At least now we know Nathan can start working towards his win con, gaining at least 1 lore a turn if he manages to play at least 2 cards per turn. But yeah, CJ continuing to stack the board, and Nathan's still not within reach of the Raging Storm, I believe. I believe he's at 6 ink right now, so at least 1 more turn before he gets to answer this. He's going to have to find an answer this turn at least to keep them off of the win.
Now, there are a couple other things that you can do in this deck. One of them is going to be if you can get some kind of Potion of Malice out here, Malicious, Mean, and Scary, and then you can synergize those 2 together to do a little board wipe. In this case, he didn't get to any of it.
No, CJ finds the way to get under this deck. I mean, yeah, without those discounts, he does show he did have 2 Raging Storms in hand. So if he did manage to get to that magic number 8 one way or another, he may have been sitting pretty there. But CJ really expertly figured out how, just at least how much he needed to get over the finish line right before that magic number.
And I think this is for those at home that are kind of wondering, like, what are the most important cards? I mean, we talked about things you can do. The Raging Storm is obviously the most important control card to completely stop momentum. But the reason, like we mentioned, it's hard not to talk about it at length. That Buzz's Arm is so important because that discount, it's kind of like the pseudo ramp where you're able to gain resources and do more per turn than you normally would be. And that Adventure Book, for those that don't have it memorized, which are probably most of us, it is the one where you pay 1, you only have to pay 1 ink, and then you can reveal the top card of your deck. If it's non-character card, or Kevin, you can put it in your hand, otherwise put it on the bottom. So the answer is Adventure Book is just you pay 1, draw an extra card per turn. So it is super duper important to get at least one of those cards, ideally both, in order for this deck to drive forward. And we saw him play neither of them.
Yeah, and I think I don't know how prevalent it was, but I do remember at least some iterations of this deck did run that Kevin, because I mean it was drawable by the adventure book, so why not have a high lore pip character in play? But I think a lot of them have decided like, nope, no characters. We're just gonna go oops all actions and items to go for the win here. But yeah, we're gonna have to see if Nathan does find what he's looking for this time around. He will be on the play. We're looking for those buzzers arms. We are looking for that draw from the adventure book, and hopefully being able to stabilize a bit. CJ did go really fast in that previous game, so I guess we're also kind of hoping that isn't the case, because usually a yellow purple a really slow deck, but I think CJ knows his win con here. He has to go a little fast because he's definitely not going to be winning that control game at the end of the day.
Right. And I think that is the most important thing in these decks, to be able to kind of pivot to a different plan. It's so funny that you call that out, because I was reading the chat, and Dankster, who is a friend of the Club Lorcana situation, said yellow purple, or in this case amber amethyst, only hope is the 1/2/1 opening, and lots of drops go wide, pretend they're aggro, and they had the hand. And then my favorite part, and Nathan missed all the important cards. And Nathan said, I'll do my part. I'll do my part here. So he's only altering, he kept 3, I believe. He either altered 3 or 4. Either way, he didn't do a super aggressive one. The alter on this is funky, because I'm interested to see. We got a battering ram. Battering ram is going to be a little bit of damage technology, and then also anti-location. But there we go. We got Buzz's arm. So he would give his right arm for a Buzz's arm, and now we have it. Inscrutable map going down into the inkwell, and then on the other side, CJ said, all right, I've seen what happens when I get to just... Oh, wow.
Oh,
Yeah,
we do not have a 1-drop this time around, so this game might not go as well. Yeah, to your point, yes, off of Dangzor's note, actually, that was exactly how the game happened. The 1/1 into Nathan missing a lot of what he was looking for. But one thing to note is that kind of had to happen for that win. So I think overall, like, even if I'm Nathan here, I may have went down a game, but technically I am favored into this matchup. So really just gotta stay calm and play to my outs and play to my win con, and hopefully, I mean, this game's already looking way better for him. We did have the Buzzer's Arm, and now we have the adventure book to begin drawing cards.
Yes, and now comes this is when things are scary, because like we mentioned, now you have your pseudo ramp, you have your card draw engine, and CJ missed his turn 1. So it's not impossible, but it's a game of, the incremental disadvantage and advantage. And now we have both, where Nathan has what he needs, and CJ is not hitting that perfect opener. But this is pretty close. This is a ham sandwich, 3 hams, I believe.
Yeah, and CJ knows what he is doing, because normally if you are playing this yellow-purple deck, you kind of want to play kind of like Blurple used to. You want to go your 2-cost ramp card into a 4-cost and then start to like build from there. But he realizes like this is not what he needs to win here. He needs as many characters on board as he can. So instead, we're going to double ham it up, and hopefully we can get to some questing, get some lore onto the board before this gets too out of hand. But based off what Nathan already has on the board, that may already be the case, but we're gonna have to see if he can manage to get under it once more.
And I think what you're going to see here can be the reason of why this deck can be very maddening to play against, because it's pretty much you're playing Disney Lorcana and your opponent is playing some other new technology.
Solitaire.
Right. Now, there is interaction. Like we've seen, there is these kind of anti-momentum cards. This Potion of Malice is very, very fascinating, because you're going to be able to deal 1 damage per turn with it. But you also have the ability where you can banish the item and then use it as kind of a board wipe, where if you're able to have damage on all the characters, you can banish it, and that will be a way to rid the board. So at this point, if I'm CJ, it's crazy to think like concede, but it gets to the point where you're about to see Stegmutt. Everybody stop the cast, because Stegmutt's here. I said there's no characters, and he said, what about this purple Stegmutt?
That is a tech for sure that I can't say that I know what it does currently, but if you do, Katie, I'll leave it to you to
No,
explain.
I think you should do it. Just kidding. So Stegmont is a clumsy dinosaur. So for each card of your discard, you play one less for the character. And then when you play this character, you can put the 3 item cards from your discard on the bottom of your deck in any order. If you do, deal 3 damage. So it's kind of saying it's going to be free real estate. You can have this 7/7. It's kind of funky. I don't know if he's playing it because he can. That's always my favorite thing with these tech cards. Are you playing it because you can? Or are you playing because you believe it's good? Knowing who he tests with, I believe that you would play it because you think it's good, but it also could be because you can, right? What other deck can you do it where it makes sense? And this is the one.
Right, like having a bunch of actions definitely helps get this card out onto the board. But yeah, interesting from CJ Penna's side. We did see he did play the Dumbo, and then with 3 hams on the field, he managed to just play a Cheshire Cat for free. I feel like in any other situation, that would be an amazing board state to have. But yeah, we did lose the Dumbo off of the removal, and but Demona entering the board now. So we are going to hopefully still start trotting our way forward on this game here.
But kind of funny because I mentioned that the adventure book is guaranteed card draw, and the Stegmont is the anti-adventure book card draw technology. But shout out to Nathan. I mean, I said that I've studied this deck, but he's got the something or something where it's that Fox and the Hound. Then we have Ursula's shell necklace. So he has gone through the Ursula cards and said, yeah, you think you know all the cards that are Disney Lorcana. But he has called other ones in here. So that is very, very fascinating stuff here. Did you draw the Stegmont even though it was on the adventure book?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I did see him flip it up, so I did think it was off the adventure book, but I believe it is in his hand. But yeah, it's I will say one of the best feelings for me is when my opponent has to reach over the board and pick up my card and read it. So
right,
I do love playing those tech cards that usually people don't see very often. So I mean, I won't say that's the only reason, but I mean that is a great reason to play this Stegmont right here.
Now, I would like to issue a public apology to CJ because we're not talking a lot about his deck. And I will say it's because this deck has been around for a while. It's very similar to how Blurple operates, the pre-rotation darling. And it's a lot of we're trying to adapt to this crazy technology that Nathan has thrown our way. Sometimes you see Stegmont and you're stunned. But here we go. I mean, CJ's kind of on the back foot a little bit. I mean, he has some cards in hand somewhere between 1 and more than that, depending on how much is under that stack. We have just a lone Louisa here trying to hold down the fort, but with this Potion of Malice here, he now has Nathan has the ability to deal damage. It's just going to be an issue of how much ink he has. He only has 3, so we're cruising towards what he needs to do, some pretty punishing things. But I mean, as people are pointing out, it feels like the game is over because Nathan has all the puzzle pieces he needs. CJ can keep playing, but he will likely get punished every time he tries to do anything because this is what Nathan's deck is built for, is truly control.
Yeah, and another interesting tech card I would say coming out of Nathan's side of the board is that Ursula's Shell Necklace, which is a card all the way back from set 1.
Right.
Whenever you play a song, you may pay 1 to draw a card. And I'm racking my brain here to know what songs are in Nathan's deck. But yeah, I mean, more card draw on his side. At first, I was trying to think, is it the lore? But no, that is Sleepy's Flute that would gain you lore per song play. I love that
it.
card. I believe that has rotated out. Is that correct?
Sleepy's Flute. Not only did it get absolutely banhammered by Frank Carson saying that Piglet was better. He's like, poo, Piglet Pirate better. But then, yes, it did get rotated out. But shout out.
Yeah, unfortunate for that card. I mean, honestly, if it was still around, maybe the front ringer for this Buzz's Arm deck. But yeah, continuous removal sabotage coming out from Nathan's side. We're going to continue to just thin down CJ's board. He is only at 4 lore, a far cry from how he did the first game. It's going to be a little hard to recover from, especially as Nathan continues to hit his stride.
Yeah, and hit his stride he is, because now he has 2 ways to draw cards. He has 2 things on the board that can go ahead and discount, and then 2 things that can deal damage and, in theory, be used for some ultimate control over moving the board. He has ink. We have that sabotage that we saw in the last turn. So he has just truly a profound amount of things here. And so in this case, I'm just trying to think. I mean, they have 38 minutes, so you really are only conceding because you're like, I can't handle this anymore. But that is a valid reason. Nathan is at 0 here, so it is very, very, very. It's a rough. So there we have this battering ram, another way to deal some damage. I'm panicking a little bit because I think I thought I saw in his hand some other item. I thought I saw a translation collar and I panicked, but I don't think so. But in the meantime, we're gonna redeem our Potions of Malice, dealing 2 damage to 1 of the Isis, and then battering ram for number 3. What else? What items do we have? Oh, he passes.
That's it. But yeah, I mean, I do think we see kind of the flaw of this matchup, at least on CJ's side. He's playing these Isis Vanderchills that don't do anything against Nathan. He does not have characters. Usually a very good card, a very good control card into most other matchups. But yeah, paying the price here against a deck that is far superior at controlling. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Nathan's continuing to develop his board in his own way. It's not characters, it's items. And yeah, the yellow purple unable to touch items, this will just continue to spiral. To your point, yeah, I mean, normally you know, giving up a match makes a lot of sense, especially if you want to save time for the next round. It is interesting in this matchup. We do have 38 minutes left. Like thankfully the first game went really fast for CJ at least, but now in this situation, like, yes, like, even maybe like it is a consideration if you do expect that you cannot catch up, you can give it up and go into game 3. You kind of need as much time as you can into a deck like this, but at the same time, if you are going to like that much time in a round, like, you can kind of already expect to lose, so maybe it doesn't matter too much in the grand scheme of things.
And I think one thing that is so important to note in these games, we've already seen Nathan's got some funky stuff in his deck. So if you're at the position where you are just like, what is game 3 I need to win? Then it does make sense to maybe take a few more turns than normal, or just keep playing in general. Because if you truly think that, like, I can't win, there is just benefit of being like, well, what other kind of funky stuff do you have in your deck? We've already seen a couple. We know there's Stegmuts around the corner. We know, they're, as far as like what other removal cards he might have in his deck, I would be curious. However, you never have to concede. Like, truly, he can keep playing forever on this game too if he wants
Yes.
to. So let's see, what did he reveal on that one?
I did miss it, but we did see the first Raging Storm hit
Oh, good.
the field. And that's the first time we have cleared the board, at least in its entirety. CJ is trying to fill his field just a little bit. We got the Hades down, we got the Grandmother Willow, but double Enigmatic Incaster on Nathan's side. He's saying, yeah, this game could go on forever, but I'm going to try my best to make that not the case, at least. Hopefully he's thinking like, oh, I'm on stream, let's just go at least not at a snail's pace, but just a slightly faster snail.
Yeah, and I think that is why people have been titrating in some characters and things like that, because you do go from the control, you go from resources mode where you're establishing resources, then into control, and then finally after all that you go, okay, well, I guess I have to get to 20 lore. So this part is a snail's pace, because like you mentioned, I mean, 2 Enigmatic Incaster, that's 2 lore per turn, so we're looking at a 9-turn clock right now. So it does feel better to have some other kind of win con in there other than crawling up. However, because of the resources he has, he is able to do more control. Another Potion of Malice hitting the board. So we are able to just really do it all. But gaining lore is the part that is just... the deck does it all except gain lore quick.
Yes, but yeah, I mean, two CJs. CJ is helping us out a bit here. I don't think he has many cards in hand, but he is going through his turns very fast. He's not giving up yet, but his turns are flying by. He just plays a card and just like kind of moves on from there. But I think he's realized the writing's on the wall here. The interesting thing about the Enigmatic Incasters is you do have to play 2 cards a turn to activate them. But with an adventure book out, you are at least drawing a card in addition to your draw for turn. So even if you're out of cards, you have a way to activate it every turn if you find the right cards. But yeah, writing on the wall there, I think he's finally decided, okay, like, if I'm just playing 1 card a turn, it is just not going to get me there, especially against a deck like Nathan. So let's just go into game 3 and hopefully find a way out of this.
And I do want to, I've issued my retraction to CJ saying, I'm so sorry. We haven't been talking about your deck. It's a good deck. It's a fine deck. But we have been talking so much about Nathan's deck because there's just so much funkiness going on. But I did get one thing wrong. The Potion of Malice, that is one where you can deal damage to it. The second part of it, though, is if you banish it, the opposing characters have Reckless. So it is essentially another way to stop your opponent off their win condition and stall. A lot of the deck, it can't do removal super well. It's just dealing 1 damage at a time, but it has a lot of ways to stall you with that Potion of Malice, and then also put that thing, not put that, well, that's another way. Sometimes people will play it, but then the other one, to Wither a Flower deals more damage. So there's basically, you're putting tiny pieces of damage and then stopping. Strange Things is the other one, where it'll stop 2 characters from questing.
Right. Yeah. I mean, so yeah, potions, very interesting card. You normally see, well, before this deck at least, you normally see it paired up with like damage dealing decks because I do believe, yeah, you need like a damage on the characters to give them reckless. But I mean, another way to do it is in this deck where if like, I think we saw in that last game, Nathan got all 3 potions onto the field. You can just start dealing damage to everything. Once per turn, just deal 3 damage to 3 different things, and then you can start popping them to give everything reckless, and then that's another way to get them off of their win by giving everything reckless. And yeah, I mean, really efficient. And we're gonna have to see in this following game if CJ can pull off that miracle that he did game 1 and maybe take this back.
Now, I keep Stigma's staring at me here, and I think that it's fascinating that it's another way to deal damage. And one of the things is that you do get to put the item cards on the bottom of your deck, because
That is true.
this deck is one where you do get kind of close to decking out, which is where you basically go to draw cards and you don't have any. I haven't seen that happen, but it is a deck where you're just being absolutely egregiously greedy with how many cards you're playing per turn. So I do wonder if he put it in there as an anti-decking out technology. But all that being said, it's just, this deck is a lot of shenanigans afoot where you're either dealing damage, slowing down your opponent, and then lore is literally the last priority of this deck. It is truly after you've done all those things that you're like, well, while I'm here. But I do think the Stegma would help. A 7/7 is pretty good here. And by the time you get to the point where you're at the lore building stage, this card is pretty nice to get you a little bit closer than just having Enigmatic Inkcaster. But CJ, he has his own ability. I mean, game 1, he did what he needed to do. He went wide. Now, that being said, it is important to note that that was the game where Nathan had no Buzz's arm and no My Adventure Book. But it basically, there is a path forward, but it is kind of hard because he has to basically treat his deck differently than it normally does, where you're trying to go wide. And you just kind of hope and pray that your opponent doesn't do what they did in game number 2.
Right. Yeah. Notably, he did win game 1, I believe, when Nathan hit 7 ink, and that was without any Buzz's arm. So he just barely dodged, a missile aimed at his board there. So, yeah, I mean, we're gonna need a little bit of luck, but this is a card game. Very much possible for that to happen. We do have the opening I think we're looking for. He is thinking about it, but we do have that Louisa into possibly the Grandmother Willow into, I was gonna say into the Alami, but I think that's entering the ink. I have to look at his hand again, but he has another Louisa. That's I was gonna say, like, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Since we do have another Louisa, we're gonna ink that Eidolon just because less frail. The Louisa, it won't fall to those 2 damage cards that Nathan has. And yeah, we've managed to develop our ideal starting turns, and gonna have to see if Nathan can hold it back this time around.
Now, I would love to point out that somebody in the chat, Rascal Adams, a friend of the ICL, and
Rascal Adams,
he said something very smart. He said molding away or altering away that Tigger was not the right move here. You might be, why? Tigger's just going to bounce a character. It also will return an item of 2 costs or less. That's something in an item meta where people haven't been playing items in a while that it's easy to kind of overlook. But Tigger can be used to go ahead and return a 2-cost item into your opponent's hand. So if you're able to spend your turn number 2 getting down a Buzz's arm, the wonderful thing about Tigger is he can help in this matchup. So that is something where I think it's easy to overlook because, like we said, we aren't using Tigger to do that 90% of the time. But in this meta, if you're in this matchup, he actually can be pretty helpful.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing CJ is a little nonplussed with what just happened there. Nathan hit the piercing attack onto the Grandmother Willow.
Right.
Unfortunately for him, his entire hand was 4 cost or above. That means he had to skip his turn 3. Definitely not what he wanted to do there. And he top techs the Cheshire Cat on this turn 2 ink. If only that was sequentially in a different order. He might be in a better spot here, but Dumbo does hit the board. Will Nathan have the Horseman Strikes to answer like he has had for the last couple games?
And that is why, I mean, this could be very frustrating because he has to play. It feels like the margins for CJ are so tight, but it feels like with Nathan, as long as he can get a couple of the key puzzle pieces, we have 50% of it with the draw engine online. It just feels like CJ has the world as his oyster. And there's the Buzz's arm as he
And
shrieks
CJ,
in pain.
and then he's reacting to the second one hitting the board as well. Oh, Buzz's arm into Buzz's arm is not what he's looking for here. Now we have the possibility of getting wiped by the Raging Storm. The next, is it the next turn? Yeah. Oh no, not the next turn. The turn after, because Raging Storm has the possibility of being discounted by a total of 2 now, being able to be played for 6. We're at 4 ink with Nathan, which means the big storm is looming around the corner, and CJ doesn't really even have a board to worry about to be taken care of by it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's fascinating to see this heel turn of Nathan last weekend saying, I'm playing aggro, who cares, go fast. And then this weekend he says, what if we slow down? We enjoy this moment. It's the second CCQ in North America, and I want to really enjoy this, and enjoy it he shall, because this kind of matchup, at this point, CJ does have characters on the board, but all we need is some of those puzzle pieces. Like you mentioned, he has, let's see, that's his hand, correct? Yeah, so he has 4 ink and then 4 cards in hand. And he'll be drawing an extra card per turn, assuming we don't hit the stegmut of it all. But there we go. We have that Ursula. She can help speed things up a bit. If we can get her boosted next turn, she will go ahead and quest for 3. For now, though, we're just going to take lore we can get it. And Dumbo, I don't know if he used the Dumbo activate. I assume, well, no, he would.
No, he did not have to ink. Right, correct. So yeah, it is. We have to wonder what is the best move here. And I mean, I was gonna say if we knew what was coming, which was that the Raging Storm might be just around the corner. We see him top deck it right now, so we know it's definitely around the corner. So are we getting the Dumbo draw, or are we going to be playing an Ursula for a threat? And I think we played Ursula for a threat. I think that makes a lot of sense, because our only hope to win is to sneak out some lore while we can. Hopefully the Ursula sticks, and hopefully it gets that quest out. But with the response from Nathan, that won't be the case. But I don't blame CJ for trying at all.
The good news is you can't quest, but you can do all the other fun stuff. So that means you can sing, and you can use the breaking records ability off of Dumbo and draw a card. So that's the good news. The bad news is all of it is kind of on a little limited time magic situation. We're going to use Dumbo to break some records, get a card where he gets to, go exert, draw a card, get a lore. But we'll see what he's able. As long as CJ can keep drawing cards this turn, I mean, he still has a chance. The problem is like we mentioned, Nathan has a lot more. Oh, he has 2 Raging Storms in it. I was like, all right,
yeah.
But 2, that is pretty bad. And next turn, that's when the Raging Storms can start. So we'll see how CJ plays around it here, if he's gonna deploy anything to the board. He boosted, did 2 Dumbo triggers. He only has 2 ink left.
Yeah, I was gonna because I mean I wasn't sure who was targeted by the not being able to quest action, and I think Nathan made the correct choice. He did choose one of the Luisas. We know that Dumbo can use the ability on himself, so it was kind of pointless to target him. So one of the Luisas will not be getting a quest. But yeah, a really funny interaction where Ursula boosted herself just to activate the Dumbo trigger, and normally I would say that's not the best move, just because you're giving up some lore for that. But in this case, when the Ursula can't quest, makes a lot of sense. At least get a draw in place so that you can hopefully try and rebuild after this big Raging Storm turn.
Yeah, if you like the first Raging Storm turn, you're gonna love the second one. But there we go. We're gonna go ahead and rebuild our board. Somebody in the chat mentioned, why not Timon? I think that'll be fascinating to see how far the anti-item hate goes. We're probably going to see some Timons, some Benjas, anything we can and do right now. There we go. Tigger is going to come in. So he does know about that interaction, but I think it was just he wanted to have a different curve there, prioritize going wide. But in this case, he has time. He'll go ahead and get that Buzz's arm back because that changes the math a little bit. Unfortunately, if he inks and then he has the arm, that still keeps him on that Raging Storm math. So it's a little, I don't want to say a little too late, but it is not as impactful as it would have been earlier.
Yeah, I think we see CJ kind of praying to the heavens there, hoping our opponent doesn't have it. But yeah, like you said, even with that Buzz's arm being bounced here, we are still on curve to hit that Raging Storm. If we wanted this turn, we could just hold off. CJ is at 11 lore, which is like kind of, I won't say it's a dangerous number, but it's kind of getting there. But yeah, let's not play games here. We are going to hit that Raging Storm. You did try to rebuild your board there, but we're going to be putting a kibosh to that as soon as we can. And Nathan notably still does not have those Inkcasters on board, so we're not gaining lore yet, but we're going to be trying our best to get our opponent off of his win con as we look for ours.
Yeah, and it is going to be rough here because as we know, there's so many ways to deal damage in this deck. So if you have anything that's small, it's going to be very, very scary to keep it around. Now, there's that Buzz's arm that we had bounced back. Augustine has a nice... Yeah, it was hard. But, you know, someone did point out rules of villainy, said, why not just 2 Buzz's arm? He only has 2 arms. How come you can have 4? Very valid.
Right. I was going to say, lots of Buzzes losing. I mean, like we saw in the Toy Story movies, lots of Buzzes out there, not just a single one. So maybe all of them are losing their arms here and they're all populating Nathan's field right here.
And there is Kevin. This deck was briefly called the Kevin deck because of my adventure book.
It is a Kevin. Okay, I was wondering if people were still running this in this deck. I mean, we did see Stegmutt, so like, you know, maybe Nathan just loving some character love. But yeah, Kevin is hitting the field here.
Yeah, and that Kevin, like we mentioned, is this deck kind of not good at gating lore. This is one way to do it, and it's one way to make the adventure book not hit, because as we saw with the Stegmutt does not count, but Kevin does count. The adventure books explicitly is pro Kevin, and this is a big day for Kevin fans everywhere. In the meantime, we will go ahead. Playing an Eilonwy in the face of a Potion Malice feels bad, because it's basically saying, I'll miss you, dear friend, but it was the only card he had.
Yeah, and I think the writing's on the wall here. I mean, CJ's not going to be giving up. But, I mean, notably, I will say, like, you know, normally this matchup, anything against this Buzz's arm is kind of, like, tough to watch. But this game is going pretty fast. Like, I'm kind of, you know, pleasantly surprised with, like, how these players are kind of navigating. They know what their win cons are. They know when, you know, to play fast, when to, you know, kind of slow down and think. And we have 20 minutes on the clock. If this game does end a little soon, then I'm not upset about it. So, yeah, I mean, not bad at all. But another Buzz's arm. I think CJ is going to see a Buzz's arm in his nightmares for a little while here, at least.
I think all of us are. I think the only one that isn't is Nathan, because I mean, this deck is fun for one person and one person only. It's whoever's playing it, because they're having a fun little time. But yeah, this Kevin's fascinating, because Kevin's the other one that if he quests, you then put him on the top of your deck, so then the next turn you draw him. But if you have the adventure book, you draw him and then past him. So he's kind of he's just a, can I please get to 20 a little bit faster? You might note he's at 0. Nathan has done absolutely 0 lore gain in this entire game. In fact, just now Kevin did a challenge. Kevin said, I'm still not going to get any kind of lore here.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense if you're from Nathan's side. You have the rest of the game to win. I mean, technically, if that's how you want to think about it. So, not a very. It's not something you're worried about. You're eventually going to get there. The most important thing you can do right now is keep your opponent off of his win. Because eventually you're going to get there. Once you get those Inkcasters in, you know, the more I think about it, I'm like, Kevin, pretty good card to have in this deck where it's a card you're constantly playing, at least when you have the Inkcasters already on the field. But Augustine kind of showing to be a little difficult to get off the board here. I mean, CJ is still keeping him on. He did get a quest in. So, yeah, Nathan will at least have to find an answer for that card if he wants to keep this up.
And there we go. Malicious Mean and Scary. We talk about Push the Malice, but also Malicious Mean and Scary that can go ahead and deal some damage on here. And then we have I need to remember. It's funny because it's 2 words. It's something or something, and I can't look up the card because I can't remember which 2 words.
Oh boy. Wait, I knew this. I will remember in a minute. But yeah, it is a card that I was actually using for a little while, so it's kind of bad that I don't remember. But yeah, an interesting one. What it does, it does either give one of your characters evasive and lore, or it removes one of your opponent's cards with damage on it. So a very good answer for the Augustine. We damaged it with the malicious, mean, and scary, and we're going to remove it with this one.
Okay, it's education or elimination.
Elimination, yeah. I needed one of the words, and I would have gotten the other one.
I searched or in the card reader, and it turns out or is not helpful. But there we go. Piercing attack. That is fun with Luisa Madrigal. He's like, if you want to put some damage on there. Unfortunately, it's kind of a non-bow because there's nowhere to really put any damage in this world. He literally is just holding it. He's like, finish it. Finish the job.
Take me out.
We have the battering ram. We have Potion of Malice. We have the piercing attack. So he knew that, yeah, any card he plays, certainly playing one character at a time is not going to get it done. But at this point, there is literally no reason to concede because you have 18 minutes left, and this is what Nathan wanted. Let him sit here and play Disney Lorcana forever. You brought this deck, not me.
Yeah, Kevin back onto the field after questing. There it is.
Yeah, that's coming in.
Questing for 3 again, unless there's an answer. But yeah, here's a kind of nice spot we have for Nathan here, and kind of showing off why Kevin kind of works in this deck. Actually, once we have controlled our opponent's board, once everything is removed, your Kevin is pretty safe. If CJ wants to spend some resources to remove him, sure, but unless he's going to do that, you just quest and then get him back with an adventure book, and really thematic. So love to see it.
Yeah, I think it's fun to see this deck get lore. I think that's kind of hard to, because I mean, look, CJ is at 14 lore. So it has to feel kind of maddening to be like this close. And yet so far, there is the Kevin recursion, like you mentioned. I mean, technically you can play it in whatever order you want. You can go ahead, quest, put it back, book, get it back immediately, play it. The book will allow you to get it back immediately. There is Buzz's Arm. We're playing another adventure book. We're going to draw a card. Strange Things. And Strange Thing right now is poor CJ has no characters for Strange Things to be played. So yeah, it is just Nathan's world and we're living in it. Interestingly, I don't think we've seen any locations from Nathan. It looks like he has replaced any kind of lore gaining off locations straight into Kevin and Stegmutt. Remember any locations being played?
I don't see it. So the decks that I was familiar with just only relied on those enigmatic incasters. So I will say, like, credit to Nathan where it's due. Like, thank you for having other avenues of gaining lore here, so that we're not just waiting for you to draw the incaster here. So yeah, Kevin already doing wonders for him, at least currently, while CJ has to find an answer for it.
And I feel so sad for CJ because you're in a very unwinnable spot where if you play characters, you might lose them. If you don't play characters, you don't get any closer to 20 lore. He doesn't have a way. We haven't seen Mowgli, so he doesn't really have a way to look at the hand and say, what do you even have in there right now? So everything he plays, he just has to know that it probably won't get to hang around for too long. He has the ability to deal 2 damage per turn just on the board to any of his characters. So it's just not a good position when you're up against a control deck and you're only deploying a little bit at a time and you have access to a board wipe and targeted removal. It's just very miserable.
Yeah, it's not a great place to be in. Yeah, but you can't help but feel sorry for CJ, at least in this situation. But at the same time, I feel like Nathan came into this event with this deck specifically targeting people like this yellow-purple that are piloting this deck, because I would say, like, at least I was talking even like with my team and my friends, and I'm like, if you're playing yellow purple, this deck is kind of a nightmare for you. And I kind of realized that, like, I like that may be a reason we see this deck kind of crop up, because yellow purple, very notoriously like famous deck right now. It is one of the best decks, and the reason is it really deals with other decks very efficiently. It was kind of like the dominant control deck to some degree of this current format. So if you have a deck like this, Buzz's Arm deck, where you kind of just are, I won't say you're guaranteed to win, but you're almost guaranteed to win. Like, I would bring it to an event like this where I would expect a lot of yellow-purple players. And I think Nathan just expected it, and he is hitting it, at least in this round. And we'll see how he does in the other ones.
I do think it's interesting. People have pointed out other moment that CJ had some ability is this Kevin is a reoccurring problem unless he's banished in a challenge. And there was a point where Kevin did go ahead, he challenged. So if there was some kind of punish, moving damage, challenging back, then that would be an opportunity where Kevin can't just keep coming back. We're on the very, very famous 7-turn time clock. It just went down a little bit more, or not 7. He gets 3 turn or lore per turn. So we're getting closer and closer, but this Kevin will just keep inching him closer and closer in this game. So unless he finds a way to just outright get rid of this Kevin, he is just, it's going to be over within this 13 minutes, very likely.
Yeah, I mean, we do see though, Nathan, well, the Kevin is disappearing once again, but this time is not coming back onto the field. I think we're trying to spend some time to at least control a little bit here. We did play the Strange Things again to keep this Hades and this Ham from questing. CJ is actually getting really close. We're at the 14 lore. If we find a way to dodge it, like the rest of the removal here, we might find ourselves kind of in the clear. We did see Nathan ink away one of the Horseman strikes as right before this Dumbo hits the field. So maybe an opportunity to maybe get a little bit more here. We're gonna have to see if Nathan does find a way out though.
We're seeing the perils of Dumbo in an Amber Amethyst deck. Is it used to be you had so many evasive friends. Now you really don't have that many evasive friends. So it is something where I can see why people have been putting in Dumbo the Flying Elephant that can give some evasive to a character, because it's just a situation where if he had 3 other evasives on the board, then this is feeling pretty good. You get to draw some cards, get your lore. But right now, Dumbo stands alone in a world full of damage ability. I mean, I think at this point, he has the ability to absolutely cleanly get rid of this Dumbo this turn with the items he has on the board. Right. So I just think this is why Dumbo, he makes a lot of sense in the Ruby Amethyst build, but in the Amber Amethyst, I mean, you have to play him because he's card draw, but it just feels sad because he just doesn't have the same amount of peers he used to.
Yeah, I think I was kind of feeling that a little bit. I mean, Dumbo really strong in the Blurple decks before rotation, and we were kind of feeling it at the end of the set when we were kind of pivoting to cards like like the Scuttle and Merryweather for Ward instead. But yeah, Dumbo lost a lot of their friends here. Very interesting card coming out of Nathan's side here. To Wither a Flower. This is a song that deals 2 damage to everything with already damage on it. So that was a clean way to remove the board here. Potion of Malice going to be dealing damage to some of these characters before we wipe the board here with the to Wither a Flower. But yeah, CJ does keep a Louisa, but he does lose the rest of his board there.
I'm really wondering, we're working on getting the meta breakdown for you guys, and I can't help but to wonder, last week in the Charlie's tournament where there was 108 players, only 1 person brought the items build. The fact that Nathan switched his deck completely, and I don't think he's the only one, makes me believe there will be more. So that is something I'm going to work on trying to shake down for you guys, because I'm just very fascinated to know, like Sploosh said, I mean, Sploosh literally mentioned, Sploosh Magoose Brian, he said, I brought this Retro Evolution device because I wanted to get it out of my system. I wanted to see like right. How does it play? But I think that's going to be what a lot of these players are doing, is saying, okay, is this something? And this weekend's going to determine it. Is this something? And this might be the moment people are looking at this items deck and going, I think this might be something.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the interesting thing about this set, at least post rotation, is those like meta shares. It might be a little harder to get because I mean, Amber Emerald is so many things right now. We have this Buzz's Arm, we have the regular Princess Aggro, we have Circle of Life. What could people be playing? Who knows? It'll be easier to discern, at least like with the top tables. We can see some of their the decks, but we used to be able to rely on just colors, like, hey, this is how many like Blurple players there are, this is how many Amber Emerald players there are. But now it's like, okay, we have Amber Emerald, but how many people are playing this, or how many people are playing Princess Aggro? So yeah, we will be interested in seeing like what the statistics are to break those down. But yeah, Nathan continuing his plan. We still do not have Kevin, but we are continuing to remove the board. And there he is, Kevin back onto the field, hoping to gain some more lore again.
And Kevin is a girl, if you've seen the movie yet.
Right. Kevin was revealed to be a girl.
So at this point, we have an enigmatic Inkcaster. We have Kevin. So Nathan said, it would be really cool if I got some lore. It's something he hasn't been doing a ton of, but it is something he has to do to win the game. At this point, he also has, so on the board right now, We have our 4 Buzz's Arm deployed that he moved to his Inkwell, because that's essentially what it is. We have 2 Adventure Books, an Enigmatic Incaster, and Kevin to gain lore. And then we have our damage suite. And then we even have an executable map to go ahead and lower the lore. So if you want to quest with that Hades, for some reason it survives, then he can use that map to say, not really, you can't actually do that. Or rather, Augustine could be possibly it's kind of rough, right? Like, CJ doesn't get to do what he wants, unfortunately.
Absolutely. And I think at least I find this a little comical. Like, so Nathan's board is so populated. The Buzz's Arms are just in the Inkwell now, because I mean technically that's what they are. They are just ink. So once those get exerted, they just get put down there as we make room for more items, more ways to remove our opponent's characters off of their board. And I feel like the writing's on the wall here. Obviously, no reason to give this game up. This is game 3. It's for all the marbles. So CJ is not going to be throwing in the towel here. But 8 minutes on the clock. There is a chance he finds something here. But so yeah, we get another to wither a flower. Hades will survive this. And we deal 2 more to everything else before battering ram comes down. And yeah, we're going to do 1 more damage to Augustine before 1 damage to the Hades to finish it off. And yeah, I mean, Nathan going to continue to putter his way towards the end here. We're going to draw off Adventure Book before I assume we're going to be questing with the Kevin. And we have the Inkcaster we have not activated yet. So yeah, another Raging Storm in hand too. So yeah, writing is pretty close to being on the wall. But
and look at this hand size. It's a tale of 2 different people. I mean, you literally have this is why I said decking out might be a problem, is because Nathan's the bourgeoisie right now. He has every card, he has every answer. So you have to kind of wonder, like, hey, is there a situation where it'd be so nice if CJ could just say, you know what, you should draw some cards, do it, I dare you, because I can't imagine he has infinite cards left, which is another reason why Kevin can be nice, is it's a card that you're drawing that was already there. But he does go ahead, have his strike a good match to draw 2 cards and discard 1. He gets rid of the battering ram, but man, it's one of those things where you have to wonder, I do anyway, how many cards that Nathan has at this point.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, that is a very real possibility, decking out with this deck, at least if you continue to keep drawing while your opponent isn't. But I mean, Kevin helping out a lot. Well, I would say he helps out a lot by going back into your deck,
Right.
but the Adventure Book is continuously redrawing him. But again, that stigma we saw does also come up. Another way to keep yourself at least stave off for a turn or 2 from the loss of decking out, at least. So I'm wondering if Nathan's keeping that card in hand with that in mind, because yeah, his deck is looking a little thin currently.
And I think that the stigma might be just a tech card, because we saw him in game 1, but we haven't seen him yet in game 2, and he's pretty deep in the deck right now. But to your point, yeah, I mean, that stigma and the Kevin there is just purely there as insurance, because I'm sure during testing, Nathan tests against some pretty intense players in his area, and I'm sure he's gotten to the point where he's like, I might run out of cards. So that is likely what that is there for. In this case, CJ says, I've been at 15 lore for approximately 500 years. He knows he's in the face of a raging storm, but he says, I'm just going to play what I can here. He has cards in hand, but it's just a situation where he cannot. It's like being stuck in mud. He spins his tires, but he can't get anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, notably, he does finally find the answer for the Kevin. Isis, interesting enough, usually a useless card in this matchup, but we do get to exert that Kevin and get rid of it. Damage might already be done, though. Nathan got all the way to 14 lore thanks to this Inkcaster, but Kevin gaining, what is that, 12, I think? So really helpful to get him closer to his victory. We do have 5 minutes left on the clock here, so Nathan will have to move at least a little bit faster to try and get the win across the board here. Raging Storm going to hit the field though to reset, and yeah, Inkcaster will continue to get his lore too. So we'll probably have to play a little faster just to make sure that we do get the rest of our lore on the board, especially if all we're relying on is 1 Inkcaster. We haven't found the others yet, and that's going to be kind of important to get there, I believe, because yeah, with 5 minutes left, if your turns are not as fast as you'd like, you're gonna have to play a little faster.
Yeah, and I think it's getting towards those win cons of, like we mentioned, we only see 1 Inkcaster here. If you can get just a couple, even 1 more out, that speeds it up. So unfortunately, like we mentioned, CJ has no way other than the Tigger to interact with these items, and Tigger is just a down tempo. But at this point, down tempo and Nathan has so many cards, it doesn't feel like a lot. All that to be said is we are getting closer to the point where Nathan will have the resources to win. It's just, will he choose to? He has to, unfortunately. I said, like, you go from control mode to win mode, but the fact that CJ's been putting down characters every turn has made it where he can't reliably get to that lore gain mode. He's just been in control mode the whole time. Putting a damage on each of these with the 2 potions of malice. We're using Buzz's Arm to go ahead and deal 2 more to the Isis Vanderchill. Still not enough, but that is 2 more damage. As we've seen, we have another card here, though, to wither a flower, which will deal 1 damage to all the 2 damage characters. And now that is all you need. He says, Raging Storm, I don't need it.
And I do have to wonder how many Inkcasters is Nathan running in his deck. Is it just an unlucky scenario where these like last final cards are hiding his Inkcasters? We did see 2 previously. Currently only 1. I think he's fishing for it. He's looking for it. At risk of decking himself out, he really needs to find it. And I don't think that's it. It's still not it. It's piercing attack. So still not finding additional ways to gain lore. We are going to get another 1 here with our current Inkcaster, but like, is it really that unfortunate scenario where they're all at the bottom of his deck?
I really do love. I keep looking at the chat, and it's a lot of people going, "Oh no, oh god!" It's just I've never seen repulsion, fear. We have Woodzshack saying, "I'm tweeting out the anti-meta strat right now." Like nothing makes a community come together more than item hate. People come together and they say, "I just don't like it." And this is truly, if you hate Chromacon, have you seen a deck where it's just all items that are a problem? Speaking of which. Potion of Malice comes down. He says, if you want to go ahead and put a character, I'd be happy to deal some more damage. He is at 16 lore right now. That Enigmatic Inkcaster, you're able to go ahead and redeem for some lore on this turn. He only needs 4 more. CJ has needed 5 more for approximately 40 turns, but he just cannot get there. Besties Assemble is not going to do it. But Demona. I think, that'll draw 3 cards for him. Nathan has had 40 cards, so unfortunately that does not scare Nathan, and he doesn't have to pay any attention to it because he's just been keeping his hand nice and robust. It looks like he still has a pretty fair amount of cards. As people remember, the deck out rules is even if, let's say, CJ played something that made it where right now he played a whole new realm, Nathan doesn't just automatically lose. He still has to the end of his turn. So it is just one of those things where it's just rough. CJ, his only win condition right now is truly to make Nathan deck out, and that's several turns away. He doesn't have a way to do it easily, and Nathan has an ability to respond. So here we go, back to CJ's. CJ has passed with his ham and Demona, and Nathan is just gonna have his whole meal. We see a whole play set of Buzz's Arms and nearly a play set of all the other cards.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting here, but with 1 minute left on the clock, I do think Nathan will probably have it. It will help him out a lot if he finds another Inkcaster, so that it just kind of guarantees he'll finish within the time frame. But with 1 on the board, at the very least, he's 4 turns away. And that Kevin really did wonders for him, getting him up this high, or else we might be at risk of a tie here. I would say it's an interesting position for this deck because I think usually you'll find that they usually take like game 1. Oh, he does find it. There's the other Inkcaster now being found by the adventure book. But yeah, I would say that kind of seals it up. I don't think there's a way for CJ to kind of catch up here. But yeah, interesting thing is I know when this deck first kind of cropped up, when people first started figuring out about it, everyone and their mother was kind of playing this deck. And I had a field day with, I was trying out a deck with Mulan in it, the new Floodborn Mulan. And man, was it fun. Just like you play that Mulan and then you just destroy Buzz's Arm, and then you just keep replaying it. Or every Floodborn you play destroys another item. Oh, that was a great feeling. And then if they do something like the family scattered to like, on your field, then I just return Mulan to my hand. I play it again. I break another item. Yeah, if this deck continues to showcase, like people start seeing it around, maybe playing some item hate will probably start entering the field again.
You're gonna need a lot of benches right now. We're gonna need
at this point, yes.
We're gonna need, but no, to your point, there we go. We have the fist bump across because CJ, unfortunately, he did have to spend an hour doing it, but he did go ahead up against Nathan and this Stegmut Kevin items control deck. And Nathan was the winner here. Now, he's not winning popularity contests. The chat does not seem to like his deck, but if it is the best deck in format, how can you ignore it?
Yeah, I will say it's to Nathan's credit and to CJ's credit. I think they both played really well. They knew their outs. They were piling towards it. And Nathan, I think the most difficult thing about this deck, and maybe why people might reconsider bringing it to play events instead of on top of just not being the big bad of the set, is that it is kind of hard to win within the time frame. So you gotta know your deck really well to make sure that you're piling it exactly like right enough to get there. So to both players' credits, really well played.
Right. And I mean, these are two decks that are, one is an emerging threat. The other one has been a pretty agreed upon threat. It was the most popular deck, I believe, in Amethyst Amber. Whoa, we got beautiful people in here. Look at this. It's Luke and Garrick. Catch him on every podcast.
Yeah, that's true.
We love him.
I would like to say, as my first decree here on the Wonderland channel, I've never made a decree.
Good. Yes.
We will not be seeing that deck again unless it makes the finals.
I was gonna say,
right. That was not fun. Why'd you do that, Luke? Was that on you heard me joking about it and you're like, we got a Punisher? Like, what was that? A karma thing?
It was random. I had no idea what they were playing. I think we just grabbed Nathan because he was Nathan, and that's what happened.
I think Ninja's gonna have to be a bit more selective in coming around.
But for tomorrow, we are planning on showing both halves of the top four. So Garrick, we might be stuck to watch it twice. If it wins the event, we might have to watch top four.
Yeah, let's do that.
Surely there's an aggro player out there that will
surely
things for us.
Garrick, I've only casted like 6 matches.
I know
you weekends, and 3 of them have been this deck. But
no
now
way.
Yes, I've casted this match 3 times.
Wow.
And it's fascinating because it's one of those decks. I can see why people play it, right? Because it's the best control deck in the meta currently. But it's crazy to have a deck like, it's so good at card draw, it's so good at removal, can't gain lore, but dang it, it's so good at the other 2 things.
It does everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering as we were casting, I was like, wow, Katie really knows this deck inside and out. She knows every card in it. I'm like, that explains a lot.
Hurt.
You've been seeing it a lot.
Yeah, and it's one of those decks that I think you can learn it, but I think it's still emerging. Where I think, for example, last weekend I did not see Education or Elimination. It's so funny. I saw Dankster in the chat been like, Stegmunt's been there the whole time. I'm like, it has not been there the whole time. I've never seen Stegmunt.
I've never seen it either.
Yeah, he's like, it kind of scares me, right? He's like, no, he's been behind you this whole time.
The one of you just haven't seen it been played
right?
Yet,
you don't have to because you can just do other stuff.
It is I think you said it perfectly during the match, Katie. The only person having fun there was Nathan, because
he's having
it is every turn is the exact same as the previous turn, and you're just waiting for it to be over. Everybody is just waiting for the game to be over in the favor of the Emerald and Amber deck. If they're playing against another control deck, obviously there are faster decks that can get under it, like the Princess Aggro. Emerald Steel can do a really good job of that as well. But against these Amethyst decks, they really don't have a prayer in a best of 3. Like, they might get 1, which we saw. They're probably not going to get 2.
I think we're about to get to an interview, but I don't know if Nathan can hear, or sorry, not Nathan. Nathan can't hear me, but if Ninja Harley can, I am so fascinated to know. There's a world where he's playing Kevin just to make Zan angry. Like, it's very possible that this is like a revenge deck. I also kind of want to know why he pivoted from aggro to this anti-aggro.
We're going to jump over to Ninja, and I'm assuming he's just going to start with that question. I don't know, but here we go.
We'll see.
And I can't hear him.
I can't either, but I can see him. And he took off his headset, which I think is the best part. So he'll never know.
He'll never know.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they can hear us, so we get it. All right.
They can't hear us. Because he took off his
Took his
headset. The only way they can hear us.
Well, no, I meant chat can hear us. Chat can hear us, and so we can try to pretend. There we go.
Zan was like, he wanted to test this deck before nationals, so he was like, can you come down this weekend? And I was like, I don't know. We saw some spots open up, so I was like, okay, I'll practice. I'm not qualified, so I'm going to be playing in the last chance qualifier.
Same.
So this is kind of like an experiment in terms of like trying out a different deck. It feels very well positioned into people are shifting into like a purple meta, and it's like purple decks are generally, unless we kind of brick, it's like almost free.
Okay. Just to clarify, because we were muted by accident, that was my fault.
Okay.
But that was we was answering why he's pivoted from aggro to this deck, and then I'm going to ask you about the Kevin again. Are you playing Kevin despite Zan? That's what Katie originally asked, but we were muted.
Not despite Zan. We both are actually playing Kevin. It's nice to kind of like close out games. And I think for like this deck, like going back to like choosing this deck, I feel like this is the first season 3-1, and I'm kind of adopting the season of villainy. I think that everybody's gonna hate this deck, and it's a lock deck. It's a prison deck.
Okay.
So I just kind of I'm being the villain today.
So we're fully just embracing like our inner Hades or Maleficent.
Yeah, 100%. We're fully embracing it.
So in that line of that, what Disney villain do you think you identify with most?
I think it probably would be Hades. I love the scheming. I love kind of the little bit of humor. I think that I can sometimes have a hot head, even though most people would not see that.
I don't think I've ever seen you angry.
No one. Yeah, it's like, but maybe it's like Hades. It's like cool blue until it turns like fire red.
Okay. So any thoughts on the match there? You got a quick one off on you, and then you kind of had to grinded it out.
Yeah, so if we don't, I think game 2 and 3 really showed. It's like the games we have Buzz's Arm and we have Adventure Book. They're massively different to that first game where I didn't see that. So I didn't have card draw. And yes, I was kind of slowly approaching the Raging Storm, but it was so slow and I couldn't ink cards that I think that the deck is super reliant on its draw engine. When it gets it, it's great. When it's not, it kind of is a lot slower to like keep things down. And he played it really good, like going super wide and aggressive, like, and he knew the matchup. And so like just dropping a whole bunch of bodies that I can't deal with quickly was like the perfect way to answer it.
Okay. Any shout outs or anything for you? Anything else you want to shout out?
Shout out to all the boys in the Club Lorcana podcast. Shout out to Brittany, my wife, for being cool with the last minute trip down to Florida. And looking forward to seeing everybody at nationals and stuff. So
I'll see you there. Let's go back to Luke and everybody else.
I love that it was like tell Cersei it was Zen that sent me. He was sent down to be the emissary. I don't know. Scary stuff.
Nathan went down to Florida. It's a new song.
Nathan went down to Florida. He was looking for a meta to steal.
Exactly. Thank you, Katie.
Thank you. I'm always ready for a little bit. Love a little bit. I don't know. I mean, Luke, you're in a world where you don't have to worry about LCQs. So I think this deck is fascinating because I can't think of a world I would ever bring this deck to an LCQ pod. I cannot, because I mean, it truly, like, we watched this deck last week and I watched it 2 runs in a row. And it was funny because he played Humble, and Humble was on Ruby, Amber, Boosty Boys, and Humble completely, he got 2-0'd. But then he got humbled. Humble stumbled and felt the humble. But in the next round, he played against Zan, and Zan was on the aggro deck, and Zan 2-0'd him. So it's a deck where you feel big brain, galaxy brain, unless you get against aggro and you don't see Buzz's Arm in the book. If those things happen, then suddenly it looks silly. It looks like a silly deck with Kevin's not funny anymore.
Oh yeah, and that's what happens with these insanely polarizing matchups. It just happens to be that this book deck is geared to pick on these purple decks. It's going to draw all these cards, it's going to slow you down, and it's going to wipe your board over and over and over again. It's playing like 8 cost answers to your board. It's got mean, malicious, and scary combo going. And then, you know, like if you try to draw as many cards, you'll probably get decked out, and they can use Kevin's to stop themselves. And if you try to fight back by answering their threats, they don't really play characters. He played 1 Kevin, a Stegmut, but really the Inkcasters just like close out the game. So you can't even like, well, you only have 2 threats, I'll just answer those and I win. Well, you have to have item removal. And very few people are playing that.
And I think it's fascinating seeing in the chat. I mean, we had a person who was a first-time chatter. They literally woke and said, I have to come in here. They said, people must consider this deck. This will be played. We must be ready for it. So I like that people are in the, we must, like, we got Woodzshack tweeting anti-tech. We've got
Is that
people.
dad lore?
I mean, yeah, Dad Lord. Serious, wake up. I mean, shout out to Dad Lord. He tried to wake us up.
For the past 2 formats, you see Dad Lore on Twitter just playing the deck that doesn't play Lorcana the most.
Yes, he's like, I don't want to play Lorcana. To the point, I've been talking about Disney Lorcana for a while now. I've never heard prison, lock, or fog. We haven't said that ever, and now everyone's like, it's a fog deck.
Just
it's a lock
constantly
deck.
being said.
Oh yeah. As we were casting, I saw a lot of people saying, "This is prison. I'm in prison."
I thought it was prison because you feel like you're in like a terrible place and you're trapped forever, which I guess is yes, it's the flavor of the card, but it's apparently a deck that you have to worry about in other card games, not ours. But wait,
No, you if you play it, you may be charged and go to prison.
You're going to prison.
There you go.
Why they call it a prison deck. So Nathan, look out for the police, man. They might be tracking you down because what you just did was illegal.
Yeah, I already called them. They're already on.
I literally.
It is illegal. You must settle games of Disney Lorcana by playing games of Disney Lorcana. I'm not sure that is what happened.
I don't think that constitutes as a game.
I think they're sitting down, so I think me and
I see people sitting down. Yeah.
How about we do another one? Run it back. Get Nathan on there. Let's never stop.
Yeah,
showing
if it is again, Katie, I will gracefully bow out and
world's
allow
foremost
you.
expert on items, Emerald.
Yeah.
When the documentary comes out in 20 years on this deck, they will have you as the.
Well, and it's funny because like last week I was casting and I said to Mike, I don't think he knew how much I didn't know, so I was trying to softly say I don't know, and I said, Mike, I mean this deck set up a little bit, you know, how what's the win condition here? He's like, it's fog. And I'm like, oh, that clears up nothing for me. Because that's just, he's like, it's mysterious. I'm like, so does anyone know? Does anyone out there know how this deck wins? And he's like,
that's why we can't keep using Magic the Gathering terms in Lorcana. You're going to confuse Lorcana people. You can't.
He said,
no one knows what fog is.
And he's like, oh, Zootopia. I was like, well, that makes it worse. Fog and Zootopia? What are you talking about? Yes.
Well,
so
sometimes you know weather happens and you can't challenge your quest.
Yeah, Raging Storm in the fog deck. Get out of here. Shout out to this carpet. It got better. Flower power in the middle of it.
I do like that idea though. You know, I feel like Katie is our foremost expert of this deck. So if we do see it on here again, we gotta bring her back, and this will be her own personal prison where whenever that comes up, where she is forced to be in the casting booth.
Strange things. Everybody knows. I mean, Education or Elimination sent me into a coma. The fact I knew it was blank or blank, and I'm like, I can't Google it. There's no way I'll ever find this card. I searched or, and the card reader was like, here's every card with O and R in it. And I'm like, no, Lore has an O and R in it.
Which deck was
Did you know the franchise,
or
though?
Elimination?
Fox and Hound.
Yeah.
Fox and the Hound. The Fox and the Hound.
Yeah. Like
they're
the
drawing.
Princess and the Frog.
Oh, yeah. It is time to go.
Well, we're still waiting on the players here to sit down and input their names. I don't see them in the player cams.
I'm scared we can't see ourselves. I feel like I don't exist if I can't see me.
Would you like to see yourself again?
It makes me sound vain when you say that, but I think people like
it. Yeah, it's always Katie asking.
People want to look at me and Katie's giant cards.
Right? I think like, for example, I'm flexing on everyone right now. You can't see the aerial, but no, I thank you for saying that like this. I just think it's like, I don't know. To be fair, yeah, you have a giant card. That's really nice.
Katie's are enchanted though. I think she's flexing harder.
Well,
I have an aerial. It's downstairs, but Donald is my favorite. Now that's a good giant card. That's a.
It is pretty.
I signed that thing in the worst possible. Like you cannot see it. It's actually impossible to see my signature on that. So.
Well, it does look like the players are finally getting set up, and they have their names input. So we're going to jump over to Garrick and Zero, and Katie and I will be back for the lunch show.
I'm going to go do some data analysis.
Ooh. Garrick, hi. How's it going, man? Nice to have you. I would say thought I would be more tired than I am, but thankfully, you know, at least game 1 went super fast, and then like both players, like I said, were playing really well. They went kind of fast, and yeah, it could have been much worse, and I'm thankful it's not. Yeah, Yeah, right for everyone to see. Zoom in, enhance. But yeah, but very interested to see what we have going here. We got Ryan against Daniel. Hopefully we have some other decks to showcase. Just I think for like a stream like this, it would be great to see what everyone's playing, what other decks are people bringing.
Yeah, I love that about this current format is the variety. So from a viewer standpoint, being able to sit down and watch some Disney Lorcana, you're going to get a bunch of different decks every single round, as opposed to, last format where it felt like you really, really had to try hard not to get a dogs deck on the stream just
Dogs
because,
everywhere.
yeah, it was everywhere. But now there is no best deck. It's like, what is the best deck for that current room, right? Like, is everybody going to shift to the Amethyst builds, which is what we're seeing now, which is why we just saw the Buzz's Arm deck as well as the Retro Evolution device beat 2 Amethyst decks in a row. So if those are going to be the decks that take control, maybe the next tournament you want to bring aggro so you can try and beat those down. So it's ever shifting, ever evolving. Everyone's trying to stay one step ahead of everyone else, and the variety makes it pretty difficult to do that.
Yeah, I think if anything, this is my favorite time of any set where everyone's experimenting, everyone's trying to find what's best. I know we talked about it a little bit beforehand too, but yeah, it's like depending on who you are, either you prefer like a best deck format or if you prefer an open format kind of like this. Like I'm also leaning kind of in the open format kind of like camp. I know a lot of like probably like the pro players or people who like really sink hours into this game. You probably prefer the best deck format because there's a lot less you have to prepare for. But yeah, the interesting thing about those kind of formats too is like you'll see maybe an anti-meta deck, like kind of crop up. If there's only one deck to beat, a lot easier to make an anti-meta deck to beat it. So yeah, I mean, I love it. We're gonna have to see, especially in the upcoming sets too, like what kind of crops up and what cards are going to be added in, and we'll see what becomes the best deck eventually.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is a really interesting question. Like, what do you like to see better? A format where all the best decks are pretty much decided upon. Like, Fabled was, I think, the cream of the crop when it comes to that. It was like Amber Steel Aggro, Blurple, Amethyst Steel, and then Dogs. Those were the 4 decks. If you're playing anything else, you were kind of kidding yourself a little bit. But now you can pretty much play anything and have a decent chance, because I think right now what we're seeing are a lot of different packages that work very well in a lot of different decks, like the Launchpad Darkwing Duck draw package. Like that engine works in multiple different decks. Like you can play it in Amethyst Steel, Emerald Steel, Sapphire Steel. And then we have all of the Amethyst cards that work very well together and have been working very well together for a long time. And you can just put those into whatever color combination you want, like Ruby Amethyst or Amber Amethyst, right? And I think that is a little bit of a difference in what we're seeing in the card design from the Disney Lorcana team post rotation. At least the first rotation where we had Fabled, we're getting these sort of little packages introduced in every single set that are very thematic. So they all go together very well. And we saw in the Buzz's Arm deck, what is the package there? Well, that is the package from Up, right? And all these movies now have their own little packages that you can slot into all of these different decks. And it's not like I have to play every single card from this package. I can play 2 or 3 and really lift my the power of my deck up. But we are getting into it here, and it looks like we have a little bit of an Amethyst mirror. One of them being Amethyst Steel, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, droids is something we see every once in a while. It's kind of fallen a little bit out of favor, but here we see it's still a really good deck. I mean, especially if you're up against those pesky like Amber decks that like to play the Grandmother Willow, having something that a steel based deck where you can like destroy some of those like early characters really quickly is very beneficial. But yeah, we'll have to see what other color Ryan is bringing for us here.
Yeah, right now, just seeing Amethyst here. My guess would be, I'm going to say Amber. Boom.
Yep.
Nailed it on the first try. There is Ham, which is this Amber Amethyst deck, or Yerpal, as some people like to call it, is just the Sapphire Amethyst deck that we have gotten so used to being at the top of the format. Ever since really like set 8, it really began to emerge as one of the better decks. And then obviously in the Fabled format was the deck that everyone was targeting. And now all of that turn to ramp, being Sail the Azurite Sea and Tipo have rotated out of the game. So all of the Blurple players said, well, let's just use Ham and Grandmother Willow instead and play the same deck that we always have.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing is it also kind of has similar weaknesses to Blurple, I guess, because Blurple before Red Blue was a huge thorn in their side before some of the items and stuff rotated out of the set. But yeah, it was hard because control decks will kind of demolish you in the case that you're trying to control your opponent, you're trying to like retain a board. But if you can't do that, if your opponent is doing that better, then that will kind of spell disaster. But in this situation, maybe not so much. It's kind of similar, like the matchup into Purple Steel that Blurple had before. You're trying to keep your characters on the board. That's kind of how you are going to be winning this matchup. And things like the strength and the Thunderbolt being played like in quick succession against you might be a problem. Interesting thing to note too is this Omni Droid deck has the ability to really cheat out cards really quickly. If you do get that Syndrome shift on the board very quick, then you can possibly get a giant droid onto the field, which Yerpal might struggle with if that is the case that ends up happening.
Unfortunately for Ryan there, we had no 4-cost character that was able to come down onto the board, so we used our Junior Woodchuck guidebook to draw a couple cards. These are 2 mid-range decks going up against one another. Hand size incredibly important when 2 mid-range decks are playing against each other. A lot of the time, it's going to come down to how can I make value trades and how many cards do I have in my hand throughout the game, as we do see a great card that draws card and makes value trades go into the Inkwell Demona, as we are going to shift an Omnidroid, deal 2 to Louisa.
Yeah, interesting ink choice there. I mean, we are a little bit off from that. We do have the strength. I was wondering, I was trying to look at his hand to see if we see it, but this is going to be a great, this puts Daniel quite a bit ahead, because not only are we removing this Ham, this is kind of the weakness that this Amber Amethyst deck has over Blurple that Blurple didn't have before, is that you can destroy the ramp. The ramp was permanent for Blurple, but this one is removable. And now we're in a spot where Ryan got deramped and his board is looking a little thin versus Daniel's. We'll have to see if he recovers here. He'll hopefully find a 4-drop so that he can kind of salvage himself at least a little bit here. The card draw from the book did help a little bit.
Yeah, here we have another Luisa Madrigal going into the Inkwell, pushing through as Augustine Madrigal is going to come down onto the board. This 4-cost 3/6 has support and has been an integral card in this strategy, being able to combo with things like Gaston, World's Greatest Criminal Mind, and just generally being a big annoying body that is difficult to get rid of. It's interesting how support as a keyword has really found its way into this game. As pre-fabled, it really might as well not have been on any of the cards, as Hades is looking for a deal.
Yeah, it's really interesting because the funny thing about these decks is Amber is not even, it's called support, like you're supposed to be helpful, but what we're seeing a lot of people do is they support your opponents and then remove them. This doesn't sound very supportive, but you're just like buffing them up so that one of your cards like Gaston, or if you're running World's Greatest Criminal Mind, then you're suddenly within reach and you're able to be taken off of the field. But yeah, Hades coming down. It looks like Ryan is not ready to give up that Augustine. He finally gets a character on the board, so he really wants it to stick here.
Yeah, and this is a big character, like I mentioned, that is going to be difficult to remove. We need to continue to get that board wider and wider. We did see Daniel ink a Demona. We'll see if he has a second one on this next turn. If you double character here, that is really playing into the Demona, giving your opponent the opportunity to challenge down your board. Be curious to see if Ryan decides to go big here or go wider here, as it looks like we have a Cheshire Cat. And do we have another character to pair with it, or are we going to boost and move some of this damage? We can remove that Violet Par on the opposite side.
Yeah, not a bad play at all. Augustine big enough to remove this Omni Droid, which is not a bad place to be. And then yeah, the cat able to remove the Violet, like you mentioned. It'll be very interesting. Yeah, the Demona would be a really good heads up play, especially for Daniel if he already has a cat on board, which is a very good spot to be in. But yeah, we're going for that trade.
Look at
Oh,
this.
okay.
Things have turned around incredibly quickly for Ryan with that Cheshire Cat play, putting the 2 damage onto the Louisa against a deck that can move damage so easily. Whether we're shifting Louisa or we're using the Cheshire Cat as we did is a really, really dangerous gambit, but we weren't able to shift and put the 2 damage on something like a Grandmother Willow, which would have removed it. Both characters on the opposite side of the board did have that 3 willpower, so that coming back to bite Daniel a little bit, that Omni Droid version 9 there.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing how strong. This is why a lot of people are on this yellow purple deck. The ability to control the battlefield so quickly like that. Just a Cheshire Cat kind of flips things on its head here. And Daniel really going into the think tank here, trying to figure out how to recover from this.
Yeah, Cheshire Cat has been such a powerful card since it was introduced in Whispers of the Well, as we are going to play down the Syndrome. The Syndrome can be very powerful, as you mentioned. He is out for revenge, but if you're not able to shift him, things become a lot more difficult because you have to hope and pray that this character can stick on the board, because you need him to quest. And if he does, you can return a robot character from your discard to your hand. Then you may play or shift a robot character with cost 8 or less for free. And with all those big Omni Droids either in the hand or in the discard pile, it can be really scary letting that quest happen. So we'll see if Ryan has an answer here on this turn.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing about this matchup is, like, unlike Blurple, where they kind of field cards like Hades and let it go, really easy to remove a big character like this. But Syndrome, boasts a stat line 4 and 6, kind of hard to remove if you want to just straight up go into him. If Ryan does find a way to exert him, we can, even then, I was gonna say maybe you could do some cat shenanigans, but both Cheshire Cat and Louisa will fall if they try and challenge into the Syndrome. So we might just have to let it stick there. And notably, we already have some of the smaller Omni Droids thrown into the discard here from the trading that Ryan did earlier. And if worse comes to worse, we can just bring those out. But if we get one of those big guys either in hand or discard, then things start ramping up for the Omni Droid player.
Yeah, I think Ryan right now is really not too happy with his options here. Not much he can do to the Syndrome. Just going to put down the super stretchy Mrs. Incredible, which is a pretty resilient card. A 5/6 can either quest for 2 or have evasive. So if this Syndrome does become exerted, quests out, you can challenge in, move damage with the Cheshire Cat. We are going to put Tigger into the Inkwell here, pass it on to Daniel. What is he going to do with this Syndrome?
Yeah, we're going to have to see, does he have it? Does he have something big to play? Even if he doesn't, this is probably going to be a little bit of a shift in terms of who is ahead here. But yeah, very thematic to see Mrs. Incredible facing off against Syndrome here. One turn right after the other two. It's kind of tickling my fancy a little bit. But Hades coming down, trying to remove Mrs. Incredible. Ryan is saying no, though. Obviously, we want kind of control of the board, and losing her is a bit too much. So Daniel gets to enjoy another extra 2 cards into his hand.
Yeah, Hades looking for a deal. One of my favorite cards ever introduced in the game of Disney Lorcana. Just such an interesting choice, putting your opponent in a really tough position, and they do have to make that decision. You're putting a lot of pressure on them to choose correctly, and when they don't, you feel really good about it. Here's the quest from the Syndrome.
Whoa.
What do we have? We're going to look through the discard pile here. We have that version 8 and that version 9. We're just going to go for version number 8 here, the 2/2.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense if you're. I'm assuming it is a wild hope, but if this Syndrome gets to stick onto the field, then at worst you can pull the other version the next turn. If you manage to quest again, deal 2 damage to something when you shift it onto this 1-cost one. But I feel like that's not going to be the case. We do have already Mrs. Incredible on the board. I don't think she's going to let the Syndrome continue to survive here. And yeah, this is going to be the case. Cheshire Cat already going to move the 2 damage over. This is going to be probably a clean trade here. Really unfortunate for Daniel. He couldn't find a bigger Omnidroid to put on the board before losing the Syndrome here.
Yeah, and didn't want to deal the 2 damage with the version 9 Omnidroid either. Syndrome is off of the board. Mrs. Incredible doing her best to control things right now. We do have the ability to move damage on both players' side at this point. We've already moved 2 off of the Mrs. Incredible. Only 1 damage on the Hades right now, so we will not be able to remove her unless we can deal some more damage. I assume she is evasive this turn. Speaking of evasive, here is Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe.
Yeah, I'm really wondering what's going through Daniel's head there. It's really interesting because if we do questing that Syndrome out to get the small Omnidroid out, it opened up a line for Ryan here to get a really clean trade. And it's we did see the cat already on the board. We did see Mrs. Incredible. I feel like that trade was a little obvious to come out. We'll have to see if he has something in his hand prepared to come back. But Dumbo is going to be swinging things into Ryan's favor. He's established his own version of card draw onto the field now. And notably, this Omnidroid deck, from what I know at least, once we lose the Syndrome and once we lose those big mechs on board, it's a little tough to come back from. We're going to have to see if he can develop anything else to kind of shore up his return to maybe gain the advantage back here. We do see Demona on board. That is a consideration. We already see, I mean, the key cards on Ryan's side are already exerted though. So is that what we're going to be going for here? It is. All right, so here we go. It comes down. Garrick, I do think you're muted there, but the Demona,
I am. Thank you.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, but the Demona is coming down, and we are finally going to be doing some trades here.
Yeah, Demona, I think that was the exact right play that you want to do. You did mention that the key character is already exerted, but Mrs. Incredible can't challenge into that. However, we do have the Cheshire Cat to move the damage, clean up the Louisa, leave just the Dumbo on the opposite side. And like we mentioned at the beginning of the game, Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan, being one of the most key cards in these mid-range strategies.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so yeah, it did take, it took Ryan a lot to get rid of that Syndrome, and Demona punishes super hard. We see the board shift back into Daniel's favor, and this is kind of what I love. I reminisce back when in the Blurple days where these Amethyst matchups are so back and forth. The board swings back and forth constantly, one after the other, and Ryan's gonna have to try and wrestle this back again. Dumbo does draw a card off of his ability to start us off, and we'll see if he can even manage to develop this board here. A Gaston would be super clutch here to get rid of this Demona, and will start us on that path. But losing the Cheshire Cat, I'll say, is really notable. I feel like that's a really key card in these matchups to gain an advantage, because this card is really strong into opposing Amethyst matchups, in my opinion.
Yeah, it does look like he has the Gaston in hand, along with a Horseman Strikes, a Sven, I believe Augustine, and Hades. Looking for a deal. We're exerting 5. I gotta think it is gonna be that Gaston who is gonna take aim at the Gargoyle there, and she is banished. So, like you said, things can swing very quickly in these Amethyst matchups, and Gaston being introduced here in Attack of the Vine has been such a key card, keeping this format in check and not allowing decks to go too big.
Yeah, and I think the Gaston is one of the most important cards that we see why Augustine is being played so prevalently in these decks, because your support gets way better. And we saw a combination previously before this set where like something like the Elan, we would combo with World's Greatest by getting those 3 strength characters within range of being taken out. But Augustine, just being able to support one more just opens the avenues so much more, where now even anything with 2 strength or more gets removed now.
Here is Gontu coming down, and this is a 1-cost 3/3. However, you do have to discard a card to play him onto the board. We discard find them at Platinum, which is a
Ooh.
really interesting include here. Daniel not wanting to go down to those retro evolution devices or those Buzz's Arm decks, as another Demona is going to enter play here for Daniel.
Yeah, you know, all those Buzz Arms decks are going to be happy to dodge Daniel because that is a tech that will absolutely destroy them if found. But these Demonas are going to be equally as destructive. Every one you play just puts you further ahead as you get to refill your hand. And not only that, you get to do some trading here. A Strength of a Raging Fire, a really good find for Daniel. We finally get to remove that Dumbo that was just a little bit out of reach. And Hades is going to go for that challenge for Gaston. And now we can boost the cat, bring the damage over, and finish this off, get a really nice board clear here. And we've developed a really strong board for Daniel.
Yeah, now we're seeing the power of that Demona, the Scourge of the Wyvern clan in these matchups. If you don't find them, but your opponent does, it's almost impossible for you to win these games. I remember back in Richmond, I was playing in Amethyst Steel matchup, and in game number 3, I played at least 6 Demonas. I had been bouncing them back to my hand in that mirror match. It is just such a key card to either lock down your opponent's Demona or give you the ability to make value trades, especially when you have Cheshire Cats on the board. So right now, Ryan feeling the pain of not being able to find that card. And this Amber and Amethyst deck typically is able to do things much quicker than the opponent. But like you mentioned so aptly, the Amethyst Steel deck has Strength of Raging Fire, so they can take down that ramp.
Yeah, and you know, Demona, I would say, I mean, obviously one of the dominant cards in the meta. Ever since she's come out, she's been showing that she is one of the best cards that has been released so far. But not only that, I'll say the design is kind of impeccable. We love, I love how it works. It's just, you know, the card draw attached to it, the fact that we get these kind of like matchups, at least in opposing Amethyst matchups, where Demonas can kind of freeze other Demonas. It's a real skill check to really check like how, you know, how well you know your deck, how well you know others. And we're gonna have to see if Ryan's gonna be able to take this back. I am interested to wonder if he does. Is he on the variant as running Raging Storm? I feel like a lot of these Yerple players are kind of getting off of it, but that will be one of the. I mean, it'll be one of the best ways for him to come back if he does have it.
Here is Sven leaping reindeer. Will be able to leap into something here and take it down. Could choose that Omni Droid and leave the reindeer up and potentially play a Cheshire Cat and move some damage. But it looks like we are going to go for all of our ink here, and it is Isis.
Isis. Interesting choice here. I was gonna say Sven able to challenge for 5. I don't think that's enough to take the Demona down, but did Daniel have 3 cards in hand? Oh, is that what he's showing? Oh no, what is that? Oh, that's it. Oh, that's all the cards under the cat. He was just showing what boosted under the cat. But yeah, okay. It turns out, yeah, he does not have 3 cards in hand, so the Demona will just write itself. I think Isis is just being developed onto the board to hopefully able to fight in the following turn to try and at least get a bit of the board back. But yeah, Daniel in a solid lead on the board and on lore. He is at 8 versus 1 for Ryan. And yeah, I don't know. It's starting to look like maybe the saving grace here is going to be Raging Storm if Ryan runs it. If not, he might be in trouble. Pluto coming down for Daniel. Another item check. Man, Buzz Arm decks, beware of Daniel if you see him, because this is going to be your worst nightmare in this case.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty good bring, these couple of tech options, because the Retro Evolution device is becoming more popular as we are going to play Colors of the Wind, draw a few cards here. But yeah, I mean, being able to remove that card removes their engine and makes things a lot more difficult. And if you are playing that mid-range strategy, you don't want to lose to these ultimate control decks, both of which rely on items, not to mention you could run into a Ruby Amber deck and you might be able to pop a couple diaries with that as well.
Yeah, and I mean, cards like Pluto already amazing in the meta. I think being able to pop items, but at the same time, it's a 5/5 body, Lords for 2. It's already doing a lot here, even if Ryan never plays an item again. But yeah, very solidly in the lead here. 12 lore, I believe we are. If we don't have lethal on the board, we're close. 2, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we I think we're showing it 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 on board. We're gonna have to remove or at least freeze something to keep Daniel off of lethal here.
Yeah, we have Hades looking for a deal on that Demona. We allow our opponent to draw 2 cards. Bestie's Assemble is also going to be played by Ryan, looking for a Bestie. There's Demona finally. Not too much value to be gained from her at this point with such a thin board, but we'll see what he decides to go for. It is that Gaston.
Gaston is great. Gaston's a great find. Yeah, at least if we get the Demona or the Pluto, one of these characters off the board, that would be great.
Yeah, removing that Demona would be key, as Ryan really low on ink this turn. We're going to go for one more. There's a Louisa, just an extra body that could potentially challenge a character that becomes exerted later here in the game. All 3 characters notably do dodge the snowballs from Angel, so she can deal 2 damage, but won't remove any of the characters on the board currently.
Yeah, and I think the writing might be on the wall here a bit for Ryan. Unfortunately, no Raging Storm. Question if it is in the deck. I mean, like I've been saying, it is not a prevalent card in the list recently. It is a possibility. Some decks do run it, but even without it, like we do get to stave off the win for Daniel here, at least for another turn. But this is going to be rough to come back from.
Yeah, it is going to be difficult. Like you mentioned, Raging Storm would be great to try and swing things back in your favor. I don't think it's going to make Woodzshack very happy, who is in the chat as Demona is going to quest. Hades is going to quest as well. It looks like we might just quest everything. Are we thinking about a challenge here potentially? And we do.
All right, and then oh, it's because the challenge off of having Pluto on the board gets you 2 lore. So I believe that was what he needed to get to the end there. But yeah, I know some chatters here mentioning Raging Storm, not one of the best cards to see in the yellow purple deck. I'm inclined to agree. I was just saying that was getting a little out of hand, and I think that was the only way you could get back. So probably the case that he isn't running it, but it is interesting to see some of the decks that do run it. I would say it's probably better for the deck in the grand scheme of things not to run it, but yeah, we're gonna have to see if that is the case here or not.
Here we are going into game number 2. Ryan is going to be on the play, wants to find that turn to ramp in the form of the ham. I would believe, I mean, you'll take what you can get, but you have to worry about that Omnidroid version 9 shifting in and taking down that Grandmother Willow. So if you have the opportunity to get a ham out there, that might be what you need. But again, that character does have to become exerted to use the ramp, whereas Grandmother Willow does not. What do you think Ryan needs to do here to take this game number 2 here on the play?
Yeah, I am inclined to agree. I think I would prefer the ham as well. The thing is, you also don't benefit the most out of Grandmother Willow because you don't run the 1-drops like Emerald Amber does. So Grandmother Willow is not as important, and ham notably does survive the Omnidroid's 2 damage ping that it does do. I would say the important thing is we did see Ryan kind of lose out on tempo a bit in the last game when he did not find his 4-drop. Keeping that up is going to probably be really important. And we did see also how important for Daniel, he did not get to shift the Syndrome, but he did play it for cost. And that was so hard for Ryan to remove, even when there wasn't a giant droid that he could cheat out. So that's going to be devastating in the case that Daniel does find something, I think. I mean, obviously, Ryan has ways out of it. He has those Gastons. If he's running Criminal Mind, that is another possibility. But yeah, that Syndrome is going to be a big thorn in his side. He's going to have to find a better way to deal with it if it does crop up in the future.
Yeah, it looks like Daniel here decided to keep 2 cards in the hand. I believe it was that Omnidroid version 8, as well as that Inexplicable Cheshire Cat, 2 key cards that you want in these Amethyst matchups. We saw the power of the Cheshire Cats. You have to remove that card as soon as you can, and it can be difficult sometimes. That character does have 4 willpower, such a powerful stat line, as well as a powerful ability, but Daniel on his side does have access to things like Strength of Raging Fire, and he hurled his Thunderbolts.
Yeah, a little more difficult on Ryan's side. He has to deal with it more practically. Things like Isis, maybe, to exert it, or even maybe something like supporting it to remove it with Gaston is going to be a little tougher for him to answer it. So that's probably one of also the key reasons that Daniel is keeping it. It's going to be a hard card for Ryan to deal with, as well as a big boon to him. Those damage movings are going to be really helpful to try and keep control of the board, which Ryan is going to be trying to do.
We will see how the game starts off here, as we are going to get into a Besties Assemble. Take the Isis Vanderchill there. We do notably ink the ham instead of playing that character. I'll be interested to see what happens on this turn number 2. Is it going to be Grandmother Willow, or is it going to be a second ham?
Yeah, I mean, a second ham would be great, but also Grandmother Willow, notably uninkable. That might be a reason you might just want to play it to get it out of your hand when things like ham can be better used for something like ink in situations. Omnidroid going to be coming down, and the shift threat is very prevalent. I don't think Daniel has it ready in hand yet, but you have to be thinking about it, especially if you're playing a deck reliant on cards like Grandmother Willow.
That is absolutely true. The Omnidroid version 8, I don't think is what Ryan wanted to see on the opposite side of the board there. On turn number 1, Daniel starting off very, very well here in the early game, establishing a body, whereas Ryan did not. Tigger going into the inkwell. There she is. Grandmother Willow. Do we have a 1-drop? We do. It is Rafiki, but it does also get hit by that 2 damage of the Omnidroid version 9, of course. We'd much more likely see it go onto the Willow, and we found it off the top of the deck.
Off the top? I think it was. That is a great card to find. Terrible for Ryan. He did end up going for the Grandmother Willow, but that means the Omnidroid will be able to cleanly take it out.
Yeah.
Is he considering the quest? I was going to say, if you quest, that Rafiki will trade into you probably. Yeah, keeping it standing, I think makes a lot of sense here. And yeah, we're going to be moving into the following turns. And I mean, looking good for Daniel currently, just off of 2 turns.
Yeah, Daniel right now with the tempo advantage for sure, and has another tempo tool or 2 in his hand in the form of Cheshire Cat, as well as an Angel, I believe I saw, and a Strength of a Raging Fire. So a lot of damage coming from the hand here from Daniel in these future turns. Hopefully Ryan can find some resilient characters, but inks the 1-drop and passes to Daniel. This is a tragedy we are seeing play out in front of us here for Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan has not been able to play his game. Even in the first game, when he did manage to get his ramp to stick onto the board, he didn't end up having a 4-cost character in hand, so effectively useless. And in this game, currently, his ramp gets removed right before he gets to use it, so no play for him here on having to ink and pass is not a great spot to be in. A nice 4-cost, though, in Isis Vanderchill allows the Rafiki to trade into the Omnidroid and hopefully get our footing back here.
Yeah, Isis Vanderchill, all of a sudden, we are back in this game. The Cheshire Cat cannot become exerted right now. She will be able to challenge in and live to tell the tale. We will see what Daniel decides to go with here. We ink the Demona. We might just have to play our uninkable, or we could go for Angel.
Angel being played.
And we do.
All right. Oh, Cat going. Oh, we are going to sing Strength of a Raging Fire to deal that 2 damage onto the Isis before discarding our Omnidroid to deal the extra 2 from the Angel here. So yeah, that is the 4 damage. They're just doing the math here, getting the Isis off of the board. Daniel regaining the field advantage here, notably getting low on cards here. So we are going to have to find a way to keep our advantage going, though we have definitely secured it for now.
Yeah, Angel and Cheshire Cat, kind of a monstrous combo when you see them on the board. Is really difficult to quest into those 2 glimmers. One can empty the cards out of hand and gain resist 2, not to mention deals 2 damage from the hand. And then if you exert into a Cheshire Cat, you know that your opponent is going to be able to take some value trades. We'll see what Ryan has here. Could go for something like Hades, looking for a deal on this turn, just get more cards in hand. Right now, both players at 0 lore, so not a ton of pressure being exerted on either side, but this is how these mid-range matches go. You want to make sure that your board is clean and your hand is healthy, as I mentioned in game number 1. Right now, for Daniel, the opposite side of the board is clean, but the hand is very, very slim. Only 1 remaining, as Demona is going to be inked for Ryan.
Yeah, there's going to be at the end of the day, this matchup will end up being a resource game where as long as the board doesn't get too far out of hand, it's going to be who it manages to keep the most cards in hand and takes the most advantage of it. So Louisa entering the field, we are not shifting her, but she's being played for cost. A big 6'4" body with the ability to move damage around in that case. But Daniel answers very quickly with the Hades, going to be offering the deal once more. And I think Ryan, of course, has to make the obvious choice. We are going to give that up. Daniel's going to be drawing another 2 cards, adding to his resource pool because he really has to keep whatever character he can on the board.
Yeah, Daniel able to find not only a way to develop his board here, but also draw cards in a single turn. Feels pretty good. Louisa, confident climber, staring down 3 powerful glimmers on the opposite side of the board. We did just see a Demona go into the Inkwell for Ryan. He could potentially have a second one here, maybe remove that Cheshire Cat on the opposite side of the board, or maybe, again, we go for a Hades, looking for our own deal, or something like an Augustine to make our board more resilient.
Anything to continue adding to our board will be important. We see another Louisa actually entering into our Inkwell before we end up playing the Sven. I'm wondering if the issue is the uninkability here. Sven going to be played. I'm wondering if the other card in Ryan's hand may be a little uninkable as well, as we want to continue developing our Inkwell while not sacrificing too much. The Demona being inked, I am interested in. I want to see what he's holding on to here. But Colors of the Wind, a great card to get off of Daniel. Oh, unfortunately for him, this is the problem in a matchup where you're sharing colors. The 2 cards being shown by Color of the Wind, which shows the top 2 cards of both players' deck. For every color you see, you get to draw a card. Unfortunately, both purple cards, so Daniel only getting to draw 1 off that.
Yeah, only 1. I mean, Colors of the Wind tries to do an imitation of Friends on the other side, but unfortunately, 1 always draws you 2. 1 might draw you 1. It could get you more than that, but
it could get you 4.
It could. Not likely, though.
Not likely at all. But yeah, we're gonna have to see how Daniel follows up here. A Demona comes out swinging and strong. Notably, though, I think Ryan does get to draw cards off of this. But yeah, being able to exert your opposing board, Daniel again trying to take command off of these Demonas.
Yeah, not the best Demona in the world, though. I mean,
Louisa
has 4 willpower, so neither character can challenge in and remove. We can throw a snowball and challenge in with Angel, but then we lose our Angel there. So again, Demona on the board, but not able to take really any value trades, as we are just going to go 1 for 1 here. Actually, 2 for 1 as we discard a card off the Angel ability and pass it back to Ryan. This might be the glimmer of hope, the light at the end of the tunnel that he needed to get himself back into this game potentially.
Right, especially when we know that Ryan does run those cards in his deck that can swing really heavily, notably Gaston. That's going to be the most important if he does find it, to remove this Demona, but also develop a body on the board, because he really wants to get control of the board here. And there it is, Gaston, the best answer currently in his deck against this Demona. And of course, we're going to swing, I believe, or no, we're just going to quest. I was going to say, swinging at the Hades, you'll get a trade in, but I think the evasive property of this friend is just going to end up being more important at the moment.
Yeah, and just like that, we are right back in the game for Ryan. This is how these Amethyst matchups go, back and forth, as we may be cracking open a guidebook here to search for some answers. As we do draw 2 cards, we find a Lexington. That's a blast from the past, as well as that Omnidroid. I believe that's version 11.
Yeah, I want to say that's right. That was what I was thinking in my head. So you might be on the money there. But Morph entering the field, this is actually a super dangerous card. Now that we see the Omni Droid in hand, there's a possibility it comes out swinging on the following turn if it gets shifted. And Gaston is already notably on the board. Unless Ryan is hiding another one in his hand, this might be a little more of a safe card to play. But yeah, very reminiscent of old matchups, these purple matchups. Both Ryan and Daniel only on one lore apiece because they're fighting for the board consistently during these turns. We don't have time to gain lore yet. We're going to have to get control of the board before we ever get to start thinking about that. But yeah, here we go. We finally develop our own cat on Ryan's side, and that means we get this trade into the Hades. Gaston. Oh no, never mind. Into the Morph. There we go. We find an answer before it finally gets the shift off of. But yeah, I mean, we do have a cat on the opposing board here, though. Probably not the best to. Yeah, I don't think Daniel has the cleanest response unless he plays something else. But really has a play to get that morph off of the board before it gets to shift.
Yeah, questing here with the Sven, valuing that character on the board right now, wants to get an opportunity to take down this other Cheshire Cat, I have to think, as we are going to draw here for Daniel. So we do have the Syndrome in hand. Unfortunately, that morph was taken down, and it looks like the Omni Droid we were thinking of is called the Ultimate Iteration. As Syndrome is going to come down onto the board and potentially get that 8 down on the following turn.
It is ready in hand, and not only that, he has plenty of droids in his discard, so he will be able to play it and also get something back if he manages to quest. So will Ryan have an answer? Will there be a way to either exert the Syndrome or just remove it cleanly off the board? We're going to have to see, because if not, he's going to be in for a big surprise in the following turn.
Yeah, we saw that Ryan was not able to deal with the Syndrome before it quested last game, but Daniel was not able to punish, really. I mean, he put down the 1-cost Omni Droid onto the board as Ryan is taking a look and stopped on each one of those Omni Droids just to double check to make sure which one was which. But it looks like we had 3 version 9s, 1 version 8 in the discard, and we have the Ultimate Iteration waiting in hand, although Ryan not quite aware of that at this point.
No, he does not know that at this moment, so it could come as a big surprise in the following turn. But the fact that he's looking, I think he's considering, like, is there a way? Do I have an answer for the Syndrome right now? And if not, how badly am I going to be punished? So he doesn't know off the rip yet, but we'll see if he does find a way out of this in this current turn. He does go for that quest. That Sven is the only thing gaining lore in this entire game at the moment. As it gets to do so for free. Gets the I think he was checking to see if he's free. He played the Gaston for no ability here. That's gonna come to bite him in the butt real quick. But here's the thing, though. Even like if he does end up removing the droid with it in the following turn, if he had not played it, the Syndrome can just keep bringing it back until you deal with it. But yeah, I think he's about to pay the price very quickly here. Another cat entering the board, followed by the Lexington. We're just developing really heavily here before Syndrome is going to get this big quest off. And I think Ryan is about to pay for that choice of playing that Gaston early. We are just bringing back version 8 here with the Syndrome ability, but we have the big ultimate android coming down onto the field this current turn.
Yeah, there he is, the Ultimate Iteration. This card is an 8/8 with resist 2. So Ryan will have a difficult task of removing that. Like you mentioned, played the Gaston, no value, and now that might just swing the game out of his favor when it seemed like everything was going his way for the past few turns, and now stuck between a rock and a hard place, a Syndrome and an Omni Droid, if you will.
And yeah, I mean, this Syndrome just really showing off how good it is in this matchup. That 4/6 stat line, keeping it out of reach of the Gaston while also bringing back a giant hitter onto the board for free. Cheating, you could say, as he brings it out without paying its cost. And yeah, look, we have to trade both Ham and that Sven. Oh, another Gaston in hand. That must be why he felt comfortable playing it. But okay, all right. So it seems like Ryan has gotten back hold of the game here. Having the second Gaston, or is that the third Gaston at this time, really beneficial for him. We get to finally remove those two giant threats, but it did cost him a lot. We'll see if he manages to come back from this.
Yeah, the second Gaston waiting in the wings there was very, very key for Ryan. Knew he had another one in his hand and wanted to go ahead and develop a body on the board. So he says, not so fast, guys. I've got a second one here for this ultimate iteration, as both players right now, 3 characters each, but 2 Cheshire Cats on the side of Daniel may prove to be an advantage, as we've seen how powerful the Cheshire Cat is in these Amethyst mid-range mirrors.
Yeah, and it looks like we have a little bit of a judge call here. I think he picked the card up off the ground is what it looks like. So we may have to pause for a second here as we resolve. Yeah, it looked like he tried to draw a card and it fell on the ground. But yeah, heads up, guys. I mean, in any big event, I think if anything of the sort happens, just call a judge. Like it has to be on yourself or whatever. It's the cleanest way to resolve it. You won't, to make sure that you're not in suspicion of anything. If your opponent's not in suspicion of anything, I think it's the best way to do it. So very easy resolve there as he draws his card and begins his turn. And yeah, let's see if he can continue his advantage here. He did lose 2 of his biggest characters, but notably 2 Cheshire Cats on the board. That is going to help him a lot in keeping this game going. Violet Par being played, draw and discard off of that.
Oh, finds a Thunderbolt and found a Strength of a Raging Fire from the draw for turn. So can go ahead and sing the Strength of a Raging Fire, remove the Cheshire Cat on the opposite side. I don't believe he has enough ink to play down the Thunderbolt at this point, but Strength of a Raging Fire is key there. Get rid of that Cheshire Cat on the opposite side, and now we can start questing. Daniel realizing there's only 15 minutes left in this game. I need to start questing and get this thing over with 2-0. Otherwise, this might be a 1-1 draw.
Yeah, this is huge for him. That was a big swing, able to remove the opposing cat while you retain 2 on your board. Not only that, he's developed Violet Par, which is really out of reach for Ryan right now. These 4 strength stat lines proving to be a menace. Hades is going to be offered for the Violet. And yeah, that's a great question. I don't know if I would accept this deal if I was Daniel or not. He's really considering if keeping Violet on the board is worth Ryan getting to fish for 2 more cards in hand, or if he wants to starve him of that.
Yeah, I mean, allowing your opponent to draw cards at this point is a difficult decision to make, but the Violet, very, very powerful, has that resist 1, quest for 2, and allows you to cycle cards. Every time you play a hero character, you can draw and then discard, so it can help you find those answers. We saw that she found the Thunderbolt on the last turn, which if you got rid of her right now, she wouldn't be able to sing it. You have no other singer on the board for that 4-cost song. So Daniel, thinking a few turns ahead here, does want to use that character to potentially sing and remove something on the opposite side.
Yeah, having that Thunderbolt in hand is going to be a big thing in the coming turn. Daniel notably running out of juice here, though. We do have just that Thunderbolt. I think Ryan's a little low, too. He did just manage to get those 2 cards off of that Hades, so a little bit of breath he can take there. But yeah, going back to Daniel's turn, we're going to see if he can retain this advantage. I think one of the biggest cards that can probably turn the game here if either person draws it is going to be that Demona. Notably, both people light on the cards left in hand, though. So I think whenever Demona drops, both players are going to be getting a windfall, but at the same time, one board is going to disappear while another gets stronger. So no Demona yet, but we do have that Thunderbolt. So we're going to keep the advantage until a Demona drops one way or another.
We are just going to play the Thunderbolt for full retail value. Doesn't really like the card in hand over playing that powerful song For 4, we are going to quest with both Violet and Lexington, 2 characters that will banish anything that challenges in on the opposite side of the board and pass over to Ryan. Daniel continually keeping the tempo up on his side, removing something, questing, removing something, questing. And that's what you need to do during the middle and late game of these mid-range matches.
And you see the strength of these 4 willpower, but also 4 strength characters. Both Lexington and Violet kind of out of reach for Ryan at the moment. He does play as Sven, that gives him the ability to at least remove one of these characters cleanly, and it's probably going to be the Violet. With that resist, she's going to be peskier to deal with in the future, so we're going to trade while we can. And then now we have all these 3 strength characters that will trade unfavorably into this Lexington, so this will probably not be what Ryan is doing here. And we're gonna have to see what else he can bring onto this board, because as it stands, he is still at a slight disadvantage, not the biggest disadvantage yet. Yeah, it's gonna take a big swing for one way or another before something really gets going here.
Yeah, unfortunately, both of those Cheshire Cats are just standing there menacingly, and you can't really start exerting or questing while they're on the board. Your opponent will just gain too much value. You need to find a Demona to clear those out and give yourself a couple favorable trades before you can really do anything. So at this point, it kind of just feels like a little bit of a waiting game.
Yeah, and as you mentioned very briefly on the time, cresting under 12 minutes here, I think Daniel probably knows at this point he does have to win this game. He does have to 2-0 if he wants to make sure that he guarantees this win, because a loss could very much result in a tie here. But yeah, we do hard cast that colors of the wind 4 costs. We do luckily not the same situation as before. We see a Besties assemble on top of Ryan's deck, and that allows us to draw 2 cards. And I think that are they both Demonas? I think they are.
Double Demona in hand. However, if your opponent is able to get to that Demona first, do things go out of your favor? If Ryan plays a Demona right now, he can freeze both of the Lexingtons on the opposite side of the board. He can remove at least one of the Cheshire Cats. Besties assemble. What are we going to find?
Is Demona our bestie today, or is she not? And I mean, it would be a good spot to play it again as Daniel continues to play Gargoyles. That's just ups his vulnerability to being Demona'd. We'll have to see if he does find it. It is getting down to the wire here. The longer we let our opponent continue to develop the board, the worse it could be. We do find a cat, another great card to have. So we lost our earlier one, so having another to hopefully make our trades a little bit better is not a bad find at all currently.
Yeah, not the worst thing in the world by any stretch of the imagination. The only thing you really need to be concerned about is that Demona on the opposite side of the board that could be coming down at any time. But Mrs. Incredible, very resilient.
Very resilient. It's going to be a good play here. At least Daniel can stop just questing for free with this Gargoyle here, because now that Mrs. Incredible is on the field, 5/6, if you quest, I will at least get the trade into you. And we do see that Ryan already has a cat in hand too, so he can start taking advantage of any damage he does accumulate on his characters.
We pass the turn on over to Daniel. We'll see if that powerful Demona does come down. It looks like we found the 3rd Cheshire Cat on this turn. I'm not sure how much ink he has in the inkwell. He would need 11 to play the Demona plus the Cheshire Cat.
I don't think he has damage. That many, but
no, he does not.
It is 7, it looks like. So he's going to have to choose, and I think he chooses to ink the Cheshire Cat. I mean, it makes sense. He already has 2 on the board, and he wants to draw as many cards as he can when he plays this Demona. And let's see how much he can actually turn the tides here. At least he can get some clean trades into those 3/4s with his 4/4s if he so pleases. But at the same time, he does have at least one boost he can do with the cat if he wants to do that instead.
Yeah, can challenge in on one of these here. Can also challenge into Mrs. Incredible if you would like to move 2 damage over to her. Challenge in with Lexington and take that character down. That is the biggest threat on the opposite side. You could use your Cheshire Cat to challenge into the Rafiki as well. And I think that might be the cleanest way to get the most characters off the opposite side of the board when you consider that Mrs. Incredible is that 5/6 powerhouse.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about the Mrs. Incredible, I think, versus everything else. And I think Daniel's thinking the same. We are going to see that trade that you mentioned. We still have 2 cats standing here. We can remove the Rafiki if we want. And I think we do want it right now, at least when it's vulnerable as a 0/2 and exerted before it can, ready itself once again and possibly challenge into the Lexington that's already exerted on our side with 1 damage on it. So I would think we want to take it out, especially when our opponent only has the Hades on board after this with a 3/4 stat line. It at least won't be able to cleanly take out the cat and going for the quest. And there we go. The Demona has been played, and that means we have swung at least temporarily on into the favor on one side. Daniel taking the lead here.
Yeah, I think that's exactly how I would have cleaned up the board as well. It always seems like Ryan is on the back foot, and it's always because of these Demonas. Daniel is finding them before Ryan is able to play them down, and the turn 2 ramp has just not been a factor at all in this matchup. And that is what the deck relies on to get over top of these other mid-range strategies. I mean, we think back to Blurple in its heyday. People were calling it a control deck, but no, not really. It's always been a mid-range deck that does the top-end things a little bit quicker than the other mid-range decks. And we're seeing why in this matchup, especially if they don't find the ramp, it's just a mid-range deck at the end of the day.
Yeah, and Bestie's finding us a Dumbo, but I don't think that's going to assist us very much in regaining the board. It does draw us more cards if we get to that point, but yeah, we're gonna have to, just like Blurple does, if we fall behind on board, we're gonna struggle a little bit. So that is our first priority. We need to try and gain back the board here. So we're gonna have to see if Ryan manages to do that with the resources he has in hand. Just Hades on the board right now, staring at Demona, Lexington, and 2 cats is not a great position to be in. But we'll have to see if he's counting his ink, so I think he's wondering if he has the resources to play everything he wants to.
Yeah, it is an uphill battle, most definitely for Ryan at this point, especially considering the time on the clock and the lore on the board. Ursula Vanessa will help us get some lore for sure. A 4/5 that can quest for 3 when boosted. We are going to use more ink here to play the Cheshire Cat down.
Yeah, and I think the longer this game goes, I think the bigger a sigh of relief Daniel can breathe here. He is currently up 1 game with 5 minutes left on the clock, and Ryan is only at 3 lore. If you can continue to control the game at the very least, if this game ends up not finishing, you secure the win. If you manage to race it out and get your last 10 lore and secure the win, then you secure the win. So really, he has a lot more win conditions currently against than Ryan does. So really, ball's in his court just to not kind of throw this into the opponents. We do know though this yellow purple can swing things very quickly. The Vanessa being on board is kind of a problem. It's a fast way to gain lore. So Daniel might have to answer it or just be faster. We'll have to see if he manages to do one of those two.
Yeah, it looks like Daniel going very wide here. So the board does have a lot of lore on it, as we are going to quest for 3 here. But I do believe that Lexington should not have readied on that turn, as Daniel, I believe, had 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, he might have had 3 cards in hand. I believe you are correct. So possible that he could not be gaining this lore right here. It should be currently exerted. So yeah, I think he will just take back that 1 lore, and then the board state is kind of fixed here. And we're sitting here pretty at 12 lore as we consider what is the following course of action.
Yeah, and the players do have a 2-minute extension, I believe, might go even further here as they are discussing something with the lore guide right now as we speak. But again, with that Ursula Vanessa on the side of Ryan, you can really start to put on the pressure. Unfortunately, even with that powerful questing ability, the opposite side of the board is just so wide at this point that I think Daniel might be able to squeak over the finish line here, regardless of what Ryan is able to do, unless he's able to find some removal from hand. Another Gaston for Demona, a Sven to challenge into one of these Cheshire Cats, for example, would be a great way to get back into this and potentially get yourself over the finish line and go for a draw, as we are definitely not going to be able to win this match for Ryan, but there could potentially be a draw in the cards here if he is able to clear out some of this board and keep his Vanessa.
Yeah, but again, we are in this situation where that might be a very tall order. We keep mentioning Blurple just because of how similar it runs to this yellow purple deck, and very similarly, if you get the board gets away from you, then it's really hard to get it back. So especially when you are lacking some of these cards like Hades and Let It Go to kind of just swing the board back in your favor, it's very fairly, you have to a lot of times challenge to trade, and without that, that might be a problem. So we'll have to see if he does manage to get anything back here.
Yeah, Ryan needs a really explosive turn to have any chance here. Thinking over what he wants to do, it looks like Grandmother Willow in hand, maybe a one-cost Luisa Madrigal as well. I'm not sure what that second card is. Could be a Dumbo. I am not sure what that is, but if it is a Dumbo, we can draw a card off of our Ursula Vanessa, but that's not going to be good enough. We need to challenge down some of these characters on the opposite side of the board. There is plenty of lore over there.
Yeah, and Ryan, I think, spending way too long on this turn. He's thinking too hard, because with this time left, you won't have time to... It doesn't matter how clean you can trade here. If you don't finish this game, you lose anyway. So I think he's considering... Obviously, it's really important to try and figure out how you can even trade very well into this board. But the fact that it's taking so long... he will remove these cats, and he will, if Ursula does challenge into it. But at the same time, 1 minute left, I don't think you're gaining 17 lore. And in that situation, I think Daniel is going to be securing the win here.
Yeah, very, very well played by Daniel, able to get this match in a 2-0 fashion. I think at this point, it is just a formality. He has 5 lore on the board, just needs to establish a couple more characters, and it will be curtains for the Amber and the Amethyst. It was Dumbo, ninth wonder of the universe, in hand, and unless that Raging Storm is in the deck and on the top, I think this might be over.
Yeah, like you mentioned, there is a bit of an extension, but especially with the second lore guide called, there might be a little bit more. But again, there's a lot of time to remove a lot of these characters and gain a lot of lore, and I don't think that is going to be the case here. We get even a third cat on the board, even losing that cat we saw earlier. We get the third. We're going to be able to activate some of their abilities here, I believe. But even then, I think we just quest out. I think that's what they're thinking about here. Or, I mean, one of the cats is exerted. I think we do want to remove that possibility, or no?
Yeah, I would just quest to 19 here and force your opponent to have Raging Storm exactly, or the game is over at this point. It looks like a Cheshire Cat is in hand for Ryan. While Cheshire Cat's pretty good, it's not going to be enough to clear everything on the opposite side of the board. So Daniel is going to take it 2-0 with the hybrid bots Amethyst Steel deck. While he was playing the bots, there weren't a ton, as the handshake does go out. Congratulations to Daniel, making it 3-0 here in the CCQ.
Yeah, I think that was a very interesting build that Daniel had going there. Yeah, like you said, it wasn't fully committed into the bots, and I think that helped him a lot. I think that was a great change to the deck. It lets him keep up with these decks, like these Yerpal decks, and just keep things going. It's really nice to see he really cleanly had continue finding resources, continuing the draw engine going. And I think, I mean, at the end of the day, those Demonas are just so strong in this kind of matchup, We saw in game one, him finding 2 of them just allowed him to clear Ryan's board repeatedly, and then that was ended up what got him the game at the end of the day.
Yeah, I know that was a super long match, but I love watching those mid-range matches where we're battling for the board or trying to keep cards in hand. That's my kind of Disney Lorcana. I love that stuff. As we are going to head back into the booth. It looks like we got J-Bomb. J-Bomb.
Whoa, how'd you lose your hair in that short span of time?
You had hair at the beginning of this stream. I love that. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, very much so.
That's cinematic storytelling. I might do the same thing.
Yeah. Katie, you are muted.
Katie, you're muted.
You are muted.
You should straighten your hair between. Just come back.
Straighten it.
Yeah.
That would be so funny.
Where are you?
And I'm so sorry. We're putting on the Buzz's arm deck again.
Oh boy.
Buzz is near. Buzz is near.
They deserve
yeah,
it. That's the thing is, people are saying concede. No, if you brought a deck that takes that long, you deserve to sit there for the whole hour. I'm not conceding. I'm gonna be like, no, do it. No, win. I want you to do it. So if I'm in game 3, you can't pay me. I'm not conceding.
Oh, Daniel declined the interview. What do you have to hide, Daniel? Huh?
Yeah. What are you hiding?
Yeah, I will say that is one of my favorite things to do too. I mean, it's not one of my favorite things to do.
Right.
Back when,
it's a joy,
yeah,
you know?
No, back when the infinite combo with Monstro came out, we had a couple players that were on it, and whenever they were like, "Oh, I have the combo," I'm like, "Okay, show me." You have to do it. You want to bring this deck, you're gonna have to show me that you know how to do it.
Right.
To put in perspective, that Buzz's arm deck match versus the Amethyst Amber in round 2, I was able to drive, get a haircut, go to Kentucky Fried Chicken, eat that. My parents came over, chatted for a little bit, and then I built my Continentals deck for next week before that match ended.
It's beautiful. This is what
it was a great time.
That's the Disney Lorcana. That's
he built his own Buzz's arm deck for next week.
Oh yeah,
great.
It was inspiring.
Somebody in my local said, "Hey guys, I'm looking for a foil Buzz's arm battering ram," and I'm like, "No one help him.
You're not.
No one. Everyone's out."
Nobody sell him those cards. Burn those cards.
Go to tcgplayer.com. I'm sure they are pretty cheap.
Right, because I think it's interesting because we did what I'm doing right now. If I look distracted, it's because I am reading through every deck list and trying to immediately sparse what color it is and what kind it is. Because while Ninja Harley, Jeff did go ahead and say what kind of decks, as we know, there's 2 ink colors right now that are the most. I think Amber Emerald everybody knows, but I also think Emerald Amethyst is another ink pairing where you really got to dig in and be like, what are you really?
Yeah.
So I'm doing that right now, and it's.
I'd love to see some songs. I haven't seen songs in so long. I feel like everyone forgot about it. They're all like, I'm on a retro evolution device. Who needs Circle of Life? Thumbs down to that.
Yeah, I'm still playing songs. Let's go.
Yeah,
guys.
let it
Bring
rip,
out the
man.
Circle of Life.
Wait, do some
real...
gambling. That's what we like.
Well, this is actually kind of fun. I mean, what would you guys guess is the top? I mean, to be fair, everybody knows what the top one is because it's cheating. But what do you think the top 3 are? And whoever gets it right in the right. Well, to be fair, that's cheating. Well, it's fine. If you guys get it wrong, then everybody can be like.
Let's put our heads together. I think
the third one I think is the tricky one.
Amber Amethyst.
I would say
number
Amber
2?
Amethyst as number. That's kind of where I had it put. Like Amber Amethyst as number 2. Number 3 is kind of a toss up though. What do we have? Like Amethyst Steel or.
Could be Emerald Steel. Could be Ruby Am.
Emerald Steel was ramping up.
It's not Amethyst Emerald, is it?
I hope not.
I hope not too.
I would say Emerald Steel.
I would say Amethyst Emerald has been ramping up in popularity very recently. I don't think a lot of people are on that. Well, at least the regular crowd are on that deck at the moment. But something like this CCQ can probably bust that window open if we see that deck win or do very well. Then I think we're gonna start seeing more of it.
All right, J-Bomb, you get a guess. We've got 2.
Oh boy. I'm going to say Amethyst Steel. Final answer.
You're all wrong. You all can't be on the show anymore. It's Ruby Amethyst.
Ruby Amethyst, really? For number 2?
I was gonna say that.
It's one a CCQ and a 50K. So I think at this point, it is the mid-range deck du jour. Well, to be fair, there's a 3 mid-range deck to short, so it's not fair to say, right? Like it's like, oh, what's 1 of 3? But I think, at a certain point, if you want to stand on the shoulder of giants, you just look at data and who's won before. You go, well, somebody's winning with it. I don't know. But yeah, and then as far as let's see, number 3. I mean, you guys are right. Those ones do come up later. We have number 3 is Emerald Steel, and then number 4 is Amethyst Emerald. Or 5. Sorry, number 4. Sorry, number 4 is Emerald Steel. And number 5.
Close.
It's so terrible. Trying to translate letters into the colors into the ink and then saying it out loud is actually
fun.
How I lost my first brain. It exploded.
Your first brain? You're on your second.
It's tricky because Amber and Amethyst start with the same
Oh,
thing.
and
And
they go
if
back
that
and forth.
just wasn't the case, then we'd be super cooking. It's you bring up Ruby Amethyst, and it I kind of had like a moment where I was like, "Ugh," when before that was my favorite deck, and now I've gone like full Sasuke about it. I'm betraying my village. I'm crossing out the Ruby Amethyst on my forehead because it beat me. It knocked me out of qualification for nationals. I'm not a fan anymore.
Well, and it's funny because I mean, it treated itself, right? Like, that deck was famously a control deck. It just ain't that anymore. It is a true mid-rangey kind of deck.
Yeah.
So it is very fascinating that it has completely changed its identity. And yeah,
It betrayed me first.
It did, and it was. I will say that was one of the most heartbreaking matches I've ever watched because Garrick unfortunately was paired against a very sweet child.
He was.
And so it's hard to root against a child dressed in a penguin suit, but it's also hard to root against Garrick. So it was I don't, anyone that's ever I think if you're a person that plays Lorcana and people know you in the community, there's that awkward moment where people are really excited to beat you and it still sucks to lose. And you just have to be gracious and be like, no, I'm so happy for you. I'm going to go to the bathroom actually now in just time.
And cry.
Yeah. I'm happy. You're happy, but I'm having a little bit of a low moment for me personally.
I've seen that kid in a lot of events
He's
as
great.
well. So
He's very nice.
I was double
Very good.
rooting against you, Greg. I apologize for that.
Double
That's
rooting.
crazy. Wait, why were you initially rooting?
Oh, because
against me?
he's famous to me and he's a cute kid in a penguin.
Oh,
outfit.
okay.
Oh, I
Double
thought he was
against
just
you.
like,
I don't like you, and I really like him.
boom, boom, done.
Lorcana Villain has uninvited me to the lair permanently.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
For
Yes.
saying that about. I didn't know you were here. I wouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. But you have to understand where I'm coming from, Villain, please.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm on my
Garrick
hands and
became the
knees
villain,
here.
All right. He had his villain arc. You don't.
Exactly.
Yeah. And the kid was so happy. His dad came over and hugged him. It was like one of those moments that would be beautiful, if not for the fact Garrick has just lost his chance to go to the North American Championship.
Well, one chance.
Well,
LCQs,
the
baby.
closest.
Come on.
That's the closest you've been. Yeah. And I
The
think
closest.
yeah.
What are the odds I 602 tournaments in a row? Probably not high. Probably not high.
no,
No, you
100%.
got this.
You can do it. You just have to be prepared for all the matchups.
That's
All of
true. All 90 of them that
Yeah.
could potentially exist in the
And then
game
just
right
hope
now.
you just don't fight the bad ones.
Yeah,
I-
exactly.
Truly died there. Someone posted a meta tier list yesterday and they put every deck except for 4 actually in B or higher. And I'm like, all right, you narrowed it down to 17 decks. That's great. We're done, guys.
That
We
really
solved
is the kind of meta we're in.
Yeah.
Right now.
There's
Perfectly
17 playable decks.
balanced in every way.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, so J-Bomb is famously qualified. He's gonna walk in, show his golden Mickey. PSA or not PSA 10. It's a CGC 10.
I'm gonna get it in my possession at Continentals. Hooray!
Ooh,
Oh.
shout out to
You-
the Amber Steel Indie chat.
But Zero to Hero. Or
Yes.
Zero the Hero and
Yes.
Garrick. Are you? Well, Garrick, we know you just said you're going to be the LCQ pod. What about you?
Unfortunately not. I was thinking about it, and I was at the CCQ with Garrick trying to fight up there, but I was like, if I manage to win this all, then yeah, I'll think about it. But I think currently I'm not able to make it out to the LCQ. I'm rooting for you all though, but I think next year will be a much we've seen the announcements, a lot more DLCs, a lot more CCQs, and I will have a lot more freedom as well. I'll be getting out there. I really want to see you guys at these events.
Awesome, man. Yeah, looking forward to it. I've got a CCQ coming up September 19th in
Yeah.
New York, Pennsylvania. I'll be playing in that one.
Oh
So that'll
wow,
be fun.
that's he's already announced one in New York. I thought you were talking about the Raleigh
In
one.
in York, PA.
York, not the old York.
Oh yeah, the first
old
York.
Yeah, the first
Old York.
The
Old
original
York,
York. OG York.
Sorry, I get them confused.
In old York, as
Old-
Frank Sinatra said.
So I don't know. I think I am excited and scared. The meta breakdown makes me go, huh. It's okay. I will say the one thing, if we're looking, we went to the I Sure You're Open to show that there's no one.
Katie's
They all went home.
upset.
Well,
Oh,
it's
it's
sad
lunchtime.
now.
Yeah, it's lunchtime.
Is Luke
Oh,
coming
is
back?
it lunchtime?
Lunchtime. It is the lunch break, and
Yep.
we're bringing no break to you. We're chatting, we're maxing, we're relaxing.
All
I've
cool.
never been relaxed
And
in my life.
hey, anyone want to shoot some b-ball outside of the school? Anyone?
You're gonna regret it.
Bueller?
Like,
Yeah,
he's
but
gonna
Gary,
regret it
I
like
am
this week.
heavily invested in your run at the LCQs because you are using my old ticket, and I would love for my ticket
That's true.
to just be very, very helpful.
It is your
and
ticket.
Getting
Yeah.
a buddy through.
I
That
love
would be-
that.
that would be
Although
amazing.
it's the ticket. This is actually technically do it for J-Bomb.
Yeah,
J-Bomb, send me your deck list. And then it can be your deck
it
as well.
really, it really do it for you.
I don't need it on Friday.
True. But I might need it on Saturday. So
Yeah.
I think it's fascinating to know that there's separate metas because we have, if you look at this week's and last week was people who are absolute, I don't want to say, what do we call pro gamers? That's a nice way to put it, but like the kind of people, sweats is what they call it, which isn't very nice. Sweats. Grinders, there we go. Grinder sandwiches, hero subs, if you will. And basically everyone there was trying to try the tech. But this tournament, I'll say it, there's a Blurple Christopher Robin Honey deck there. It's a little bit of a different room than we saw at Charlie's. And I think this room might be closer to the LCQ pods versus what the tournament will be, because I think this room is more people saying, will this work? And then the other room was, no, it has to work. And I think those are two different tones. What do you guys think about the disparity we're going to see in the LCQ pods versus the real deal, the championship?
I think the LCQ pods are going to be a completely different meta than.
I agree.
I think the number one deck will be similar here. I'll expect like a lot of dogs in the LCQ pods. I'm not sure about Conti's as much, but Conti's is Conti's are gonna be having people read so much into the meta and go so many different levels that, like, I don't know. It's getting hard to
that
figure out
they're
what
all
level
going
we're
to
at.
play
Yeah.
aggro as well. They're going so deep into it.
We're just back to the start, starting it up.
Which I love.
I was there at the previous LCQ, and that was very much the case where, like, if you're going into the LCQ, you had a certain deck prepared that you felt was like good into the LCQ meta, but the moment the people made it into the Nats, they changed it up. They were on something else. They were like, oh, because I feel like the concentration of decks being played for people that made it to Nats already is different than that of like people trying to make it into Nats.
Right. Yes, different players, different purposes. So I'm fascinated and terrified. Stegmutt could be in any deck.
Stegmutt.
I hope he's in every deck.
Yeah. He's in every. People are like, listen, I don't care if I get DQ'd. Stegmutt stays or I go.
Yeah.
Stegmutt is a honey character.
Oh, yeah,
I'm playing Christopher Robin.
Well, this is a fun trivia question. For those at home, Stegmutt is technically referenced on another meta-relevant Disney Lorcana card. Which card is it?
Is it the evolution device?
It is. It's a dinosaur or something. It's like become dinosaur, something dinosaur.
Dab.
Dab on him.
I'm bringing it back.
Oh yeah.
I did it
Been a
wrong.
while. I'm not gonna do it, but
You don't have
more
to.
power to you guys.
You shouldn't have to.
I think you should actually.
Oh yeah. Is it required to get back into the villain's lair?
Shut
It
up.
is, and you have to start saying Contis.
Don't.
That's
That's diabolical. I will say,
JDZ said
What?
it can never be
That was the
Contis
most-
ever, but
That was
behind the
insane.
scenes, he's been saying it nonstop, and he said he's going to introduce it at Contis.
Well, that's because he was trying to freaking get it copyrighted. before the
He's
tournament.
he didn't want anyone to know about the secret tech.
Yeah. Oh, them Contis. That's crazy business because it is insane how much people have grasped onto the word continental. And it makes sense because North America is a continent, Asia is a continent, and so is Europe. But Japan is not a continent, and Brazil is not a continent.
That's
And
true.
so we all have to get together just look each other in the mirror and say North American Championships, North American Championships. Because if I say Conti's on stream, you won't see me for the rest of the tournament.
All right, I will.
Bag overhead, dragged in the back.
They'll say, and they'll say they never heard of me. They'll say, Katie Quest, the lore keepers. I don't know her.
The funny thing is, Color is off screen right now, and I can see her visibly cringing every time you say Conti's.
Conti's.
That's because she's also a Conti's gamer and doesn't want to admit it either. All she does is say Conti's, and
she'll correct you. You'll be in the middle of saying.
Yeah, I'll be like the Disney Lorcana North American Championship, and she'll be like,
"My Conti's Tizaphy."
Oh my gosh.
But that's the last time we said it. Shout out to Luke for saying we're all on the clock for the lunch show. He's not here.
He's probably eating lunch. Bumble says he has a voice clip of Color saying Conti's, so it's it's all true.
Yes. Play the clip.
Her favorite movies, Disney movie I heard stars the family Madrigals, and that's called Encantis.
Her favorite ride at Disney World is the Conti's Bear Jamboree.
Yes.
Oh, so I do have some exciting news for the championship, where I was haggling with someone about buying something, and they wanted a higher price for it, and I said they had to throw in that at the start of round 1 they have to lead everyone in singing "Let's Get Down to Business" from Mulan for the whole room to sing. So we'll see if they do it. Oh,
they just stand up at the beginning of the round and start singing.
Yeah.
My god.
I'm hoping they follow through.
Unauthorized.
I think the worst thing would be if you did that and then nobody followed along. That's like my nightmare.
The slow clap that doesn't start. Yeah.
We should do the JD. All right, everybody, let's take a moment and give it up for the judges. And that's like, and who's gonna stop you? What are you gonna do? Get DQ'd for saying let's give it up for the judges? You can't. It's impossible.
True.
So Conti's anyway. Man. But I will say the droid deck, I'm so fascinated by Amethyst Steel. Do you guys believe is it viable? I guess that's my thing is I feel like the first two decks that made a splash in the meta, Ruby Amber and Amethyst Steel, they showed up and they're like, we're the best deck in the meta. And the rest of the time has been those decks slowly sliding into obscurity. Thoughts?
Yeah, it's interesting because when I saw it, and I did try it out a little bit, at least a version of it, and I was thinking like, it's interesting because there is a high roll element, and I feel like quite a few decks, at least in this set, have that element of like, I can high roll so hard and get an amazing like board out. And the interesting thing about the droids deck is it can do that, but like we've seen also it can play that mid-range game very well. It can never find it and still be okay because it's Amethyst Steel, and Amethyst Steel has always been able to do that, you know, like just like curve out very well, tempo out, and then you sing Strength, you sing Thunderbolt, and then you're ahead, and that's great. So that will be a benefit in its favor. I am interested as well, like how well it'll do, because like I think very early on I did try it, I had fun with it, but then at the same time, like I felt like I was running out of gas. But in the last game, we saw very much the case that you can just keep gassing out, like you just keep finding cards to draw and keep finding things, and that will, you know, curve you into something good. Yeah, it might have been just like my version was too heavy into the droids, and we see something like this where it's a little more like balanced. Maybe that's the answer we're looking for. And I think if we find like decks like the Princess Aggro continue to be strong, this deck will also shine in this like rock, paper, scissors, as we keep saying.
Yeah, my issue is with the fundamentals of the deck, because a tempo deck historically likes to beat the aggro decks and then try and finish the game before the control deck can go through. But this is one of the slowest tempo decks in getting to 20 lore that we've seen in the history of Lorcana. And so it gives the control decks all the time in the world to get all the cards they need to come back and take the board. And meanwhile, there's not a lot of card draw in the deck for those really, really long games, because just the lore pips are just not there. And so it's just a very, very struggle to beat anything above them, where we did see it happen in this last round. But I think that's more of a unique situation than what's going to happen in if you look at a whole like data set of analysis of games against that color combo specifically.
Yeah, it's interesting. We talk about rock, paper, scissors formats like all the time. And this format kind of is that. Like, it's if rock is control, paper is aggro, and scissors is mid range. It's like rock, rock, paper, scissors, 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 scissors. Which brand of scissors? You're a Fiskars guy. You like Scotch scissors. You can play any sort of mid range deck that is your favorite and feel like you can do pretty well. You're just going to have to play against a bunch of other mid-range decks like all day, and that's going to be your lot in life. And if that's what you love to do, then this is a really good format to do that. But if you run into one of those control decks, the mid-range decks feel like they're so ill-equipped, to J-Bomb's point, to finishing before they can just combo out and beat you down, that it gets really tough. Outside of like Emerald Steel, I think that is, in my opinion, the best mid-range deck right now, because it can go under the control decks really easily. It can take care of the aggro decks using steel, and it does the mid-range stuff, I think, the most efficiently out of any of them right now. So if I were to play one of these million mid-range decks, that's probably the one that I would choose.
Are you a Sky gamer? You touching that Sky?
Don't. Leave him alone.
I love Sky. I'm gonna play whatever he plays.
No. I meant like the Touch the Sky Paradise Falls.
I know.
I'm gonna start bringing copies of Touch the Sky. I go up to Sky and be like,
poke him.
Here's my token. Here's my coupon to touch you.
Here's my free token.
I said, actually, everyone do that. That would be fun.
Yeah, I'm sure
would
he'll
make
love
his,
it. That'll
his
be
weekend just the best.
Oh boy, we put that out into the world now.
Thanks, Zero.
He's
I'm
gonna
writing
get
this down
mobbed.
in my notes for the day.
Yeah, Sky develops an anxiety
I'm
disorder.
so sorry, Sky. Yeah, you're gonna be
Just-
mobbed now. People just
Do not
bringing
touch
card
the
up to you.
Sky. But yes, Touch the Sky is fascinating because I was talking to somebody the other day and they're like, why are people not doing Touch the Sky anymore? And the answer was, I don't know, they all decided not to. But I think the answer is probably more technical than that. Because I mean, you do get to draw kind of 3 cards. It's 4, but like you obviously have to pay to do it. I don't know. I can see why people do it because the draw engine is fragile in Emerald Steel. You literally are dependent on Eleanor, which is conditional, Darkwing Duck and Launchpad, which is conditional, and then Mushu, which is conditional. So it makes sense that it's nice to be like, well, I'm doing it. You can't stop me. But
Yeah,
I
would
don't
say
know.
It
Well-
probably takes a bit more mastery.
Oh, Luke is here.
Luke's here.
Whoa.
As
Whoa.
someone who, so I played retro at the CCS, but then I had such a fantastic time playing it that for the Sunday event that I obviously was the only thing I was able to play in on Sunday from my performance on Saturday, I decided to just play whatever deck someone would give me. And Fungus
Oh.
hooked me up, and it was a Touch the Skies version of Green Steel, which I had never played before. And at the end of that day, I kind of wish I had just played retro again. The Touch the Sky,
yeah.
it's cute, it's fun. It's like, ho, I drew 4 to 8 cards, and then I'd lose. You kind of just don't have board presence. If they're able to instantly answer your location and then some of your characters, like you're just so far behind by the time you're able to take advantage of all of these cards that you've drawn, you're just too far behind. And then if you only draw half of the quote-unquote combo, it's just really rough. It's like, well, I have to ink this. And Emerald Steel is the type of deck that you're constantly having to ink different cards and then play with what you draw. You get to the point where you're just playing off the top of your deck, so you kind of need every card to do something. And a location can't challenge. Like, it barely gains lore. Touch does literally nothing without the location. So with the way the meta ended up kind of shifting to is a very grindy 1-for-1 thing. And if you get in that position and you don't have the Touch the Sky, you do nothing and lose.
My favorite
Yeah,
thing to do.
Yeah, I think I've seen. Some people have definitely been trying it out, and one thing we do notice is like, yeah, if you draw half the combo, like you mentioned, it doesn't draw you cards and it doesn't get you anywhere. So especially to Touch the Sky, it's like it's not doing you anything without the location. So that's definitely some weaknesses to the deck. But I mean, yeah, having a free draw 4 does feel really good whenever you do get to get it off.
Yeah, I think it's also interesting to note that, I mean, Battering Ram is so good at dealing with locations too. So if we are seeing more of this Amber Emerald item strategy, if you like, for example, Humble, who played against the items deck, he kept being like, all I need is the Scrooge counting house to last one turn. And guess what? Never lasted one turn.
Scrooge Counting House.
Yeah, it was tragic. It was tragic.
How did the item deck answer the counting house?
Battering ram. You just go ahead, banish it, and maybe you got a location
Yep.
banished.
Yeah, I think they sometimes run the vine, the
Yes.
frozen vine too. That's the other way.
That's rude.
They also run Family
rude.
Scattered, which is very funny. After
Family scatter.
they have a board wipe and they go, okay, well, I'll just play 3 characters. And like, what about scattering the family? And you're like, get out of here. What is this deck?
It's too flavorful. It hurts.
Yeah. So shout out to that deck for making every card I said, I won't see it. Be like, oh no, Family Scattered. That's actually one of the most meta relevant cards you've ever seen.
Yeah,
Family Scattered scared me notably on stream when I opened it. I thought it was an alien enchanted.
Yeah. The Quest world hates to see a Family Scattered coming. Just because it is marred every single person several times to the point where everybody has pulled that card. In fact, J-Bomb, Zero, have you pulled Family Scattered?
No, I have not opened
It's 'cause
any
we did.
packs this set, unfortunately.
Well, that was the last set.
Or the last set. So.
Oh, okay.
He's like,
Dang. These are like the two best sets to open.
I know.
love that she didn't even ask me. She's like, I know
Well,
you
Luke,
buy
I
packs.
know we don't really do such things. We have prize packs.
Luke, have you
opened it?
opened a pack of Lorcana?
Pre-release. Pre-release.
Pre-release, there you
Yeah,
go.
Should we start cracking though? I do keep.
Yeah, you do
couple
it.
near me.
I have a lot of wizards,
Crack
so-
an Azurite Sea for the fun of it. Let's see a ham hands real quick.
All right. Let's.
I opened
we'll
a
crack
ham
one.
hand enchanted just the other day. It was
You did.
Great.
I'd
And
have
I
to
went-
crack.
Last time we did this, I did pull an enchanted that JDZ asked me to open one random pack. So let's see. This
Oh,
one.
that's gonna be the case again.
The whole box. Oops, all enchanted.
Oh, I
Oh.
wouldn't mind that box. We got.
I love how the
was
green
a
screen is going to be
lot.
once we get to an emerald card.
Yeah, it's gonna be like disappear. Ooh. Oh no,
Huffalumps
it's
and
okay.
Woozles,
It's a different green.
A location.
For some reason, I thought it would
Brown
show J-Bomb's
silver.
face behind it, but
That-
that's
that
not
was
how
funny.
that...
Yeah, the green screen's
I was like, whoa!
Dude, I have the same thought. It's not how it works, but like your brain wants it to work that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wore a green shirt for casting once, and then it just was my head.
Oh, Luke
floating.
loves that. You should
Yeah.
always wear a green shirt because Luke just
Oh,
gets
I'll
in the
troll you
giggles.
for it.
There it is.
That's
Floating
it.
head.
All right,
Alright.
I'm gonna crack a box of first chapter.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it.
I gotta try.
I will say the only product I got for this set, well, I did get 2 boxes and I did a pre-release. I found an enchanted in each one, and then the
Cook?
and the one in
Nice.
the one of the boxes, the enchanted in the same pack, I had a discard in it.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, that's,
And you quit
I have
while you
not
were
opened
ahead.
One of those.
I quit while I was ahead. I was like, I'm not opening anything else. I'm good. I used all my luck for this set.
I'm bringing my trade binder to North American Championships, Conti's if you will, and I have in there a foil discard. So I'm
Oh, okay, yeah, mine was.
Flex on
But I
I
have
might
my
have
trade
to
binder.
hop on by.
What kind of foil is it? A cold foil?
Yes, it's not an enchanted discard. Yeah, I put that in my trade binder.
Wait, what set did you open it from?
It's tough to say. I think
Because
it's
there's like the
It was
new
Winter Spell
foils
ago.
and there's the cold foils.
Yeah, no, it was
from the
Winter
old
Spell.
ones.
I have
Okay.
a regular discard from Into the Inklands, the ones that are like just black and says discard, which is the best discard, honestly. And then I have 2 foil discards with the barcodes, the QR code one. And then I have a regular QR code.
Everybody has opened a discard, I feel like, except me. And I've
Not
opened
me.
so many packs.
I mean,
You gotta check the
that was my
bulk.
first one. Yeah.
It can be
check
in the bulk.
bulk.
Yeah,
I
sometimes-
look at every single card,
Oh,
trust
yeah,
me.
okay, sorry.
I don't open a
Wait.
pack and go straight to the back. Never.
Yeah.
I always look at every single card.
Yeah, mine was
I
in
mean,
the bulk. Yeah.
I do that, but I still go through my bulk later. Like I look through it
And
to pull
find
out
discards?
tables. Well, no, I don't find discards. I'm not that lucky. But I look through it so I don't miss
Well,
discards.
Did you guys ever
discard
scan
and
the QR
iconic.
code on the discard?
It just
Yeah, it just says
it's
discard.
discard.
It opens a notepad and says discard on it.
I love
I
it.
notably have all of my
That's
bulk
funny.
right next to me from the 6 cases I opened. I still haven't organized it or put any of it away.
Oh yeah.
It took
So-
26 hours for me to organize it all.
Well, that can't be worth.
No, it's not.
There's
but
just
hey,
legendaries
I-
and foils and whatever.
I was able
sitting
to
there.
pull and build a deck in less than 10 minutes, so it's worth it now.
Easy dub.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
all the Buzz's arms in your bulk.
Yeah, I need to get like some bulk boxes though, because there's literally so much. Like I want to organize it, but I can't until I have somewhere to put all of it.
Yeah.
There's nowhere to, so it's just sitting on my desk.
So,
So
do
someone
you...
took a tool cabinet and then they made it so you can put those like cardboard boxes in,
I saw
Yeah.
that
and
on
then you have a
Instagram.
nice tool cabinet with wheels.
Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah,
I need to get me one of those.
Do you know what's cheaper?
A Craftsman.
We're not sponsored by them, but they
Let's
make
hear it.
a card hotel thing.
What does that mean?
I have it over here.
Show
It's,
us your card hotel.
Yeah.
So-
So it
your card hotel.
has 12 of these, and it's a big cardboard box that they slide in and out of. And at first I was just like, why do I need that? I can just stack them on top of each other.
Well,
It
stack
actually
and
helps
stack.
pull them out quite easily. I was skeptical of it before I had one. Very expensive. I bought a collection, and it was part of the... It was worth the
Card
collection,
hotel.
basically.
Isn't it made of cardboard?
And isn't
Yeah.
it just
Yeah.
drawers? It just sounds like drawers. But I love that you're
Expensive
branding it as
cardboard.
it's a card hotel. You're like, this
That's
isn't
what
a-
it's. That's what it's called. I'm pretty sure
I
that's
know, but it's so
like,
cute.
brand
Like I
name.
get
It
that's
is.
like it's a very cute way to be like it's a kind of a drawer system. I'm like,
Oh,
nah.
the arm's turned. We got Jeff with boxes.
Oh, Jeff's got Japanese Nihongo. My Nihongo is Jozu desu.
Nihongo desu.
That's that's all I got, guys. Because if they hit you with a Nihongo Jozu, you feel pretty good about yourself. Is that a first chapter? No.
Japanese
It
first
is.
I think
chapter.
Jeff wants
It is.
us to throw it to him.
Is it a? I think it's a
Well,
Japanese
hold on,
first
hold on.
chapter.
He's.
It's the Ichiban chapter, if you will.
Ichiban.
It'll be one moment. One moment.
Jeff is living the Subarashi life. I'm dropping the 12 word. Here's a little fun fact. If you drink around the world with me, when I get to Japan and I'm a little buzzed,
It was awesome.
I'm gonna go to the pearl counter and tell them every word I know in Japanese.
You did. You did.
They were like, "Good job." And I'm
We
like,
got so many.
Yeah.
That was a very fun time.
It
If you
was.
go with me, I'll go to Mexico
My
and
pearls right
order
here.
in Spanish.
"Oh yeah." We ordered nachos, and I turn around and he's doing his whole order in Spanish. I was like, "Oh."
Me gusta, yusta.
Yeah.
I got the freaking black pearl dudes. This thing.
I
this
know.
thing-
I was so
this thing-
jealous.
Oh my gosh, they were really doing the drum song for me. They're like,
My
"She-
brother got double silver pearl in the same oyster once.
That's why I never get in line behind your brother.
All right,
I
well,
won't
we
do
can
it.
see you, Ninja. I don't know if we can hear you.
I was muted at the headset. My bad.
There we go.
Well,
All right.
now we can hear you.
I'm
All
back
right,
into
so
the
I
data dojo.
I picked up some first chapter and Floodborne Japanese. We're gonna open them. What first?
Do it.
Nice.
Well, first
Floodborne
chapter
right?
first, right?
Well,
Oh,
but first
maybe not.
chapter
I
is
don't
like
know.
more special, right?
I don't know.
That'll be my vote. I would say
Chat. Which one do we open first?
Chat.
Let's just do the first chapter.
I say mix them all together and give them away to the people at the panel right now, currently.
The people at
The
the,
people
panel.
at the panel.
And that,
Yeah,
Alright.
that's us.
I'm gonna swap us to big view though, so it's easier to see.
All right,
Alright.
big view.
Oh, we
Oh,
should all still
just
be able to
me.
be heard. Just you.
Wow.
I haven't opened one of these in a while. Why is it so hard to open?
The pressure's
Alright.
on you, bro.
Pressure like a drip, drip, drip.
I just want that
Under pressure.
I never stop.
that look I had at
Oh.
Gen Con, where I like dropped from the CCQ and then pulled the iconic Lilo and Stitch.
Worth.
That was
That's
amazing.
one way to do it.
Like,
Nice. You had a way better weekend than me. What?
yeah, he didn't get a freaking iconic. I'll say that.
All right, so
No.
Jeff's form on opening packs, going through the side. Not a form I like to go to myself. But we'll see if you can do
Yeah, I
it.
was gonna say
Dave on
this.
judging.
Wait, for
3 out of 10
foreign
on
packs,
pack
that's the way to
openings
go.
so
That's
far.
the way to go with
Yeah,
foreign
from
packs.
board packs. All right, we got a Sudden Chill.
Oh.
Matata.
Matata.
Yeah.
Hakuna.
I can't see it from
Matata.
this. Aladdin.
We'll fill it in, dude. We'll know. We know.
Does
every part.
everybody know
That's
what
the freaking
Sudden Chill,
Scepter.
what song Sudden
That's the
Chill
eye.
is?
Ooh, I'll
Well,
take
The
that.
Cruella de Vil.
Crab.
She's a mean.
Tommy Toes.
No.
Oh yeah, I forgot these packs are small.
Miss Gorilla.
I had a friend that would always call
Oh,
it Timmy
It
Turner.
never rips all the way
instead of
down.
Tamatoa for some
No,
reason.
no.
Demi Turner. Shout
like, I'm
out
gonna-
to Fairly Odd Parents. My
Fred
Shiny
Goose.
Teeth and Me. Anybody?
And when you didn't
I
think
love that
he
song.
could get worse at opening a pack, Ninja Harley knocking it out of the park.
All right.
I think we gotta.
Go get him a thing of scissors. Help us
I think
all out.
we gotta put Ninja in Buzz's arm prison for that one.
Yeah.
No.
We're not
No.
allowed to make fun of
No.
players, but dang it, we're allowed to make fun of production.
And shout out to Big Scissors. That's the second shout out to
It's
Scissors.
like
That's a good card.
foil develop.
I
All right,
love
we will
LeFou.
use that to work on opening our packs for the next one.
Yeah.
Listen,
Oh,
the
Oh.
the tear tab doesn't pull all the way through.
That
got
one
that one.
looked
Oh, yeah, it's a
smooth though. That was
Terrataz
good.
fault.
That was a solid
Yeah,
seven.
yeah, that one was good.
Blame the
improving.
manufacturer, why don't we?
The
We
lighting.
followed like
so
8.5
bad.
out of 10.
I'm the worst pack opener of all time, so I should.
I'm pretty bad too. Yeah, I'm just making fun of you for no reason.
Sorry.
My hands get sweaty. I can't rip them open. It's bad.
We're ripping some Japanese first chapter.
Dude, are you on
Dude,
stream?
I am on stream.
Can you have that person go grab the lightsaber that's being given away to first place as well?
Yeah. Would you mind going to Cam
Lightsaber.
and asking for the lightsaber that's being given away to first place so we can put it on stream?
Can we please grab the lightsaber? Thank you. I'm gonna use it to open I gotta open these packs and get rid of some younglings.
How do you open boosties?
Where are the younglings?
All right,
We have
everyone.
to-
Who's your favorite Jedi or Sith as we go and get the lightsaber? Katie, we'll start with you.
Lore Santeca. Just kidding. He wasn't.
Banger.
I don't know if
That's
he's
a
a Jedi.
deep cut.
That's a deep cut.
He's not a.
No,
Jedi.
but he is a sympathizer to the Force. All right. But what's the guy with the corn head? That's Qui.
Wait, you're talking about the guy with the cone head.
Yeah. That
Kiadi
Yeah.
Mundi.
Yeah, the
Kiadi
guy-
Mundi.
Yeah.
Kiadi
Alright.
Mundi.
What's up?
All right. Chat
No, I'm
beat
good
me
with-
to it.
There's
I was about
there's
to
one more
say,
piece to it. The blade part.
My favorite two Siths are Jar Jar Binks and Jasmine.
You like the Jar Jar Binks Sith story? Your
It's not a
conspiracy
story the
theorists on
Jedi
that?
would tell you, and not one we're going to tell you because we're watching packs right now.
J-Bomb, what about you? You seem to be invested.
Yoda.
That was
Good choice.
fun.
Zero
That
the
was-
hero?
I gotta go for Qui-Gon, man. He's my dude. I love
And
Qui-Gon.
who's your favorite Sith?
Darth Plagueis the Wise, obviously.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. I'm a,
You're not a
I'm a,
Snoke man. You're not a Snoke man.
Obviously.
I'm a Mace
Obviously.
Windu fan myself, as well as I'm a Mace Windu Darth Maul guy.
Somehow,
Darth
Palpatine.
Darth Maul has ramped up in coolness. Like
He
the
has.
Those are
more-
solid
If-
picks.
I don't. You. It's hard to ramp up when you start at 10. You
I'm
know?
mad.
Yeah.
I'm mad more people didn't see Solo because he was like gonna be the next like big bad of like
Yeah,
follow up to
Solo's awesome.
Solo,
Yeah.
and then they're just like no. But
That movie
we got a
was
little bit of
good.
them all.
It
Man.
was.
Did you watch Rebels? That show was very good. Like his whole arc where he was like, I gotta go
Yeah.
kill
Right,
Obi-Wan
right.
Kenobi.
Yeah, that's
That
what
was-
I'm talking about. That
Let
was
it
the good stuff.
go.
Disney
Take
Lorcana,
that.
we're talking about the extended universe, bud.
Yeah, the extended, the DCU.
So there's a vendor here selling lightsabers, and they came up yesterday, and they're like, "Hey, we want to just donate this lightsaber to go to your first place winner." And I will figure out how to turn it on and put it together in just a second.
Zoom. You better
You
do
gotta
noises.
put the Kyber crystal.
It makes
Mm.
noises.
I
Yeah.
told them that it would have been better as a gift for production.
Yeah.
I thought you
All
meant
the
to
work
JD's
we
wife.
do.
Yeah, I did too.
I was like, what?
I did
That
too. I was
too,
like,
you know. That
I agree. I
would've-
agree. She deserves it.
Yeah.
Work with Katrina. She's great.
Like I've worked with her enough that I would definitely have been fine with that.
We see her at North American Championship. We go, hey, you earned this.
Just hand her a lightsaber.
You're gonna. We need to see a Padawan braid though by the end of the day. Okay.
You're gonna have to shave your head, unfortunately.
You're gonna have
Really
to
drive
go mullet and one braid.
out. Shout out to Qui-Gon Jinn for making Obi-Wan a single father. He's like, hey, I
Shout out
shall...
to Qui-Gon Jinn for being a gambler, a degenerate gambler.
He's pretty much a Jiraiya. He's big Jiraiya energy, where he's
Yeah,
like,
very
listen,
big
I'm,
Jiraiya energy.
I'm a little bit of an anti-hero in this squad.
We haven't opened
He said,
a
"Make it a
legendary yet,
three-leg
right?
parlay."
We have
Yeah,
not.
I mean, technically, didn't he buy Anakin? So he's also like,
Yeah,
a slave
and
owner?
not his mom for some reason.
And not
He's
his
like,
mom.
He
Oh,
did
yeah,
not
not his
buy
mom.
him. He
Yeah.
won
He
him.
won him.
I
in a
won
fair
him.
game.
Yeah.
I,
Yeah, and like he probably could have thrown in $10 for the lady, but he's like, nah, she's fine.
he could tell he had a lot of good midichlorians. Is that the right word?
Yeah,
like,
midichlorians.
midichlorians.
Isn't that what
He saw
like, they
the
put in
future and
pools to keep
knew
them
that
clean?
Shmi's husband would eventually have enough money to buy her as his wife, and that's what worked out.
It did. She was fine. I hear that nothing bad happened and she wasn't.
Nothing at all. No,
Yeah.
No problem.
I killed them all. The women and the children. I banished them all.
Yeah,
Oh,
I banished them all.
the Tuscan Raiders.
Wait, that's not good. That was good.
Whoa.
They sound like
Yeah, oh, that was
seals.
good.
That was really good.
Yeah.
I guess
And-
they kind of do sound like seals.
I guess that is actually the sound a seal makes.
I was
Shout
a
out.
big Star Wars game.
Gantu!
And
Oh,
two.
you
We
have
like
got
Gantu. We like Gantu.
We saw Gantu in the last game.
Yeah, that was yeah. We saw it once, and I forgot about it. But yeah, that was an interesting.
He's like,
deck
I'm
to
not a joke anymore, am I? Huh? One costs 3 3s, pretty good.
I know he
Good.
discarded that Find 'em Platinum.
have. Yeah, I didn't need it.
Didn't need that no more.
That's a trick for later.
Ooh,
Ooh,
foil
sword.
I'll take
swords.
that.
This was
I
the
want
card
this-
I really wish was reprinted.
I want this
Yeah.
card to come back so bad.
Yeah, we say
Why,
this, but Merida
guys?
singing
Come
that,
on.
come on. Like,
The
that's-
aggro deck, I mean, do they really play anything with 2 strength? Really? I mean, you're going to
It's
get
against-
Willow,
It's the
but
mid-range decks I want it for. I mean, it'd be pretty good against Eleanor as well.
It's mean
yeah,
to
it'd be
Randall.
really. It is. That's true.
Mirda, play Tinks and grab your swords.
All right, Mr.
Or
Blue
just
Steel.
Robin Hood singing it on turn 3.
If you haven't noticed, I've been putting all the blue steel Japanese cards to the
Oh,
side.
that's what was a bit.
That's a trick for Infinity, which is something.
Then
you
what's
can
up with
private.
that? What's up with that Simba? You can set him to the side. He's steel.
He
It's
is.
not the right Simba, but
I
Get
mean,
him
the
in
1
there.
cost and the 7 costs. I mean, I like the 1
it
cost.
was neither of those. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, there's another Simba. You can put that
Mufasa?
one in too.
That's Mufasa.
Oh, sorry.
Mufasa.
No.
Oh, I forgot.
Your lions.
Are you saying all lions look alike?
Oh,
You can't tell the difference between Mufasa and Simba. One's got a bigger
I mean,
mane.
they are father and son.
They are. They have a familial situation. Shout out to the D23 Anaheim Packing District. I went to go say hi to the fine folks there, and a tiny child came up to me and sang all of I've always wanted a brother for a while, and JD just assumed I knew that child. I didn't, but we were vibing.
No, brother.
Yeah, it was
I've never
just
seen
like-
that movie.
I hadn't either, and she was
Mufasa?
like, yeah.
It did make me think of Scar, which made me think of Jim Cummings, who did the voice a little bit during Be Prepared. He sang the final little end there because Jeremy Irons blew his voice out,
Yep.
which also made me think Disney Legends just happened and he didn't get in, which is crazy.
That's
Because they haven't
all
done
my
it.
algorithm has been telling me about.
But they
But The Rock is in and he's done 1 character. Jim Cummings
Rockstar
has done like
Stitch.
Rockstar
2,000.
Stitch.
Plus, he has the most
Ooh.
Disney Lorcana cards.
That is the
Sounds
last
inside
first
for me,
chapter
bro.
pack.
A lot of Darkwing Duck cards,
Mm-hmm.
which I just started this week watching. Very fun show. It's
Mhm.
very good. Very
Huge
interesting villains. I'm having a good time. Just watched the potato episode with Posey. Fun fact, she didn't come from a potato. She came from potato starch. It's interesting.
Wow.
I think that's basically the same
The
thing.
more you
It's
know.
It wasn't an
not.
actual potato. No, it was like a beaker of starch that was accidentally grabbed instead of a posy, which he wanted his wife to be a posy, and instead he got a potato on accident
spoilers.
because his helper. It's 2 minutes into the episode, man.
So to jump back to Garrett, he got reminded. Do you know what I think of? And I cannot be alone. I cannot be the only one that thinks this when they hear Mufasa. Mufasa.
Yeah, I was thinking
Yeah,
that.
he did. Garrett quoted that.
I
think.
did. I say it every single time.
Do you know what Scar?
Say it again.
What Scar's real name is?
Scarlett Johansson.
It doesn't it translate to
Oh,
like
it's
it's
Taka
trash,
or
right?
something, right?
It's
Doesn't
wait
it-
zero.
it's
You're
it's
half
Taka?
right. Yes, it's Taka. Team Taka.
Oh, I thought it translates to like trash
It
and,
does.
or garbage. Yeah.
Yeah, that guy was stood up.
Like I'd be mad too if my name was garbage.
I thought my joke was great. It got no
It was.
laughs.
Well, I was.
It was
I'm-
good. It was good.
I don't want the pity laughs or pity claps. I'm just saying, chat. I hope you appreciated it.
Chat is there.
Tell it
I
again.
wonder, yeah, if I wasn't like trying to say the answer, I would.
Yeah, he's
I
like, I don't have
really-
time for this. I know the answer.
I know it. I have to
I'm
remember what it
doing
is.
trivia, Garrick. We'll laugh at your little court jester activities later.
Exactly.
Are you still on the first chapter?
No,
I'm
we're
on
in
second
Bloodborne.
chapter.
No, yeah.
Bloodborne.
Oh, so
Not
now
second.
Can you like open an enchanted already?
Yeah,
Like, what are you
please.
doing?
I'm
Come
hoping.
on.
I was waiting
We've
for the
got a
Elsa.
Gantu. Isn't that good enough for you? Gantu should be enough.
Gantu, Gantu. It really depends where you're
Hey, I'll
He's
take
not.
that.
He's not even good enough to be in the live action version. So,
When's the enchanted Gantu?
or so I've heard. I've not seen it.
from. I haven't either. I won't.
And
JD,
I never will.
That's for him, not for us.
That's JD speed.
That's a total JD activity.
They are on the lunch break right now, so we are opening packs and entertaining you until round 4 starts.
There's a non-zero chance we're going to see a potato at the North American Championship.
Okay, set that to the side.
Yeah, the Bivens arc, he's going to come. He's going to win as an LCQ with
Set
potato
that
in
to
his
the
way.
side.
Give
Give me that, Bucky.
Okay.
Now, what does
Japan,
the
Bucky goes right in the cube.
the squirrel talk? What does that sound like in Japanese? What would Bucky say in Japanese? I'm interested. I want to go see if there is all the languages actually. What are they doing
Yeah,
for
what do they
squeakity
do,
squeak
right?
squeaking?
Okay, I thought you wanted me to do a
Katie's
voice,
looking
and
it
I was
up
like,
right
I'm not
now.
going to do that.
No, I don't want you to do the voice.
Yeah,
I wanted to
that felt
actually
like a
know
setup.
what it sounded like. My fault, y'all.
Yeah,
not
I'm
trying to set
like,
you up.
listen, I cannot get canceled for my squirrel impression. Squirrels are.
I want to do one.
I won't, but I really want to.
I want to look
Yeah.
it up.
That's Judy Hopps,
Ooh,
JDZ's
okay.
favorite card from Rise of the Floodborn.
Oh yeah, shout out to Judy Hopps.
Shout out to Judy
box.
Hopps.
Fox, the best and worst card in set 2, where it would just
Indeed.
destroy the early game and be the worst top deck you could ever imagine.
My first
Great
podcast
design.
host was like, ban Fox. And I was like, yeah, hell yeah, let's just ban it.
He's kind of on to something, low key.
Yeah. And he was like, I don't like it. And I think that's fun. Everybody should always advocate to ban the card that hurt you the most recently.
So we have about 26 more minutes, I do believe, on the lunch break.
Here's the fun thing. Sky's not even awake yet. That's a kind of crazy thing.
Is it
I'd be
though?
sleeping right now if I could as well.
So fun fact, at Worlds last year, we had like a playtest house, and I'd get up at 6 a.m., make breakfast for everybody,
Whoa.
sit in the hot tub for a while, and it'd be like 3 hours until someone woke up. And then there was
cold
2
breakfast.
there was 2 days I never saw Kendall because when I went to bed, he would get up, and then when I would get up, he would go to bed. And so
you
Kendall
didn't-
was there, and I just never saw him for 2 days.
You would think that he would be eating your breakfast as dinner and then he would go to bed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, how early were you going to bed?
I
that
go to
he
bed at
wasn't
like
up yet.
I
Like,
go to bed at like 9:30.
Yeah,
Oh,
J-Bomb's
boy.
got good sleep hygiene.
One of
That
you
guy,
was-
this guy looks
That's
like
crazy.
We both like our 10 hours, Luke.
10 hours.
Oh man.
That's nice.
I like a good solid 10. That feels good.
Yeah. I usually get those on the weekends, but weekdays
Gaston!
is
There's a blue
rough.
stale staple. Right into the pile he goes.
A new
Staple?
Beauty and the Beast
In the
collector set.
Back in the day.
Yeah,
That guy, he
I'd
looked
I'd say
that.
he's a cameo, a blue steel cameo. I wouldn't say.
he had a
think I'll run at least one.
You have to
Honey
talk to
Wizard?
more. Blue Steel players have a very different history of Disney Lorcana. They're
And,
always
it's
talking
literally
about
the
different
first
timeline.
two chapters of cards. They're like, oh, this is my
Oh,
guys.
They were in a different time.
You played the deck for 8 sets.
Mufasa.
Yeah, when I didn't know about the pack, there was like a whole time I got on a train. It was a fun little train at the pumpkin patch, and I accidentally mentioned something about Blue Steel, and the entire train ride, Sky's like, "Sophia Beastie," and I was like, "No!" And it was like very. So you have to understand, the pack was the only thing, and I was like, "Oh no, I've activated the ancient text." So shout out to the early.
we've gotten a full bounce
Rabbit.
package now.
There you go. I'm surprised we saw
good for
Big
coconut.
Daddy LaBeouf, and I'm surprised we're like, oh, Sapphire
Big-
Steel Pile. He
Wow.
was in one random deck that some guy got 8th at one of the pack tournaments.
He's
Which
in the
guy?
normal pile.
Big Daddy LaBeouf. He needs some more cards.
Yeah, we got a.
Lawrence.
Can't
Lawrence.
even-
Ooh,
Straight!
I'll take that.
That's a banger pack.
Ooh, and Tiana!
Ooh.
That Tiana caused me some headaches at the time. Good
Dude,
card.
that card
good
was
card.
so fun to play with. I loved Boomy aggro. You just
No!
like Piglet
Took
and
away my set
Tiana.
champs.
Oh my god.
With Boomy aggro.
It's the
I always
knock.
wanted a brother. I always wanted a brother.
Snow White.
Oh, Godmother.
Godmother.
Okay, DLC champion card right there.
4 dozen eggs.
The 4 dozen eggs?
4 dozen eggs.
No.
Unironically, one of the best sealed cards in the metagame.
It's a
for
pretty
sealed.
good one.
You just play that and then you win the game. It is quite nice.
Ooh,
Quite
nice.
nice if you're head on board.
4 eggs. Rockets.
Oh,
I'm copy and
Gotcha.
pasting every list one by one so then I can write.
Hey, Flute, remember that?
Flute.
I'm a lantern
Lucifer.
player, but Flute's a thing.
Oh, I
Lucifer's
missed
pretty
you.
good.
Oh, I'm a lantern player.
Luke actually, did you know Luke invented the lantern deck?
I did.
Yeah.
Yes.
The inventor of
I
Amber
did.
Steel.
He invented amber and steel.
I
fact.
knew that's what you were calling.
Unironically, you can play this deck instead too. Go.
Go.
Luke does get to be the person that can say the person that believed in Rockstar Stitch the longest and firmest. Every set, he's like, "Hey guys,
It's time.
get back in here." It's
Do you know
not
how
over.
disappointed I am that it's not that good right now? Like, we finally get a one-cost shift target. We have Willow, arguably 10 times better than Lantern. And Lantern if I wanted it. And it still isn't good enough. It's so sad.
I mean, Luke, we can go over to some coconut. I think he's pretty good.
And that's it.
Have you considered the coconut?
Hey,
No
great
intro.
try, man. Great try.
Hey,
Great try.
Good reps.
did it for the vibes.
Yeah.
You could. I mean, go back in there, get more, get some, get some.
buy
more.
some more now.
Circle back. There's more juice in that coconut.
Exactly.
We're going to watch him build a lightsaber now.
Oh, let's.
Well, you're gonna.
Mm,
Ooh, these are like a bespoke lightsaber situation. I'm so hungry.
Look at that. We're just a step up from Yu-Gi-Oh.
Order
man.
Domino's
We don't
in the
give
middle of
people
the day.
toasters. We give them.
You can
lightsabers.
order Domino's starting at 10 a.m.
What? Okay.
That's early.
How much
for
are they
pizza.
paying you?
Oh,
what was it? Domino's?
I eat lunch at like 10 a.m. So I know what places.
Yo, hi. It's such a mood. Like, I'll have leftover like Chinese food, and I'll be like, I'm eating this for breakfast.
What do you
whatever.
think I'm eating right now?
Wait,
I finished my
want that.
KFC an hour ago. Now I got leftover jumbo shrimp fried rice from yesterday. It was good to
Oh,
go.
it makes wavy noises.
Ooh, that's
you
good.
talking.
Does it
you
make a hit
almost made
noise?
me
Like,
die,
It
J-Bomb.
must. It must.
I
Hit
think I
something.
turned it off.
yeah, hit the nearest
Hit the
person.
camera.
It might need to be charged.
Hit clips.
Oh no.
Oh no. Okay, we'll go charge it
A
now.
real Jedi
I always wanted a
brings
charger.
double.
Oh,
Hit,
yeah.
hit it.
It sounds like my dog barking.
Oh, that's very
Oh yeah.
clear.
Okay. Okay.
That's the real price.
Oh, it definitely needs
People
to be
tuning in
charged.
right now are like,
What color is
going
it?
on?
Purple?
It looks
I
purple.
think it might change colors, but it is
Oh.
purple currently. How
The
do I
best
change it?
Kyber
color.
crystal is what depends on. Mace Windu famously has a purple one, which wasn't an option. But he
All
said-
right, for the next
I-
20 minutes, I'm going to explain the origins of the purple lightsaber, Vapod, which is Mace Windu's fighting style. He invented it. It all started.
All right. But I did just
Where's
actually
Samuel
start
L.
watching
Jackson?
I want a
the
purple
Ninth
lightsaber.
Jedi on Disney Plus last night.
All right,
I
let me
was
charge
watching
the thing
that
so
while
we can get some,
designing this layout. Pretty good show, actually.
I'm so hungry.
That
know
should
if
have been
you've
the
watched that
halftime
yet.
show, just a lightsaber fight.
Ooh,
Yeah.
we went in a fight. Posey. Just kidding. I am. So Christmas deck, that was fun that everybody this week was like, maybe that's a thing. There is one person playing a Ruby Emerald deck, but I don't think it is.
They're not doing fantastically, though.
Ah,
I tried to get them
Okay,
on
I don't-
stream, and they did not win the first round, unfortunately.
Katie,
Well,
I'm gonna be honest. If the championship was next or last week, I probably would have played Christmas.
Yeah. Now,
But
how
that ship has sailed.
how do you feel about the card draw? I feel like in a world where card drawing is not easy, it's actually harder in that deck. How are you feeling with that?
Eleanor cards.
Eleanor, that's true. Eleanor, you can do it all.
I will say it's sad that we had a brief like limelight in the sun when the Leviathan deck came out, and
That was
then
fun.
very quickly rotation happened and took it out of the
That was
of running.
honestly so sad. Lilo caused an
know.
uproar by being like very meta relevant, very good, and it was like literally a month and a half. And we're like,
Yeah,
I'm
and it
playable
just-
for 3 months. I've been a card for a year.
You know,
It's such a cute character.
realistically, it was probably for the best.
Probably. No, I agree.
It's quite disheartening to have your opponent play 3 Lilos on turn 3 against you.
It's a good word for it.
Yeah. Whew. And then sing
There she
together 8.
There's
Oh,
on
okay.
turn 4.
I have one too. I didn't find it, but I have one too.
I have one
Never
too.
got to play them.
I know. And it was very cool. I mean, to be fair, like the Lilo and the Olaf of it all, it was just exciting because it's very rare in like the middle of a meta that a new deck just emerges and it's secretly also the best one. And so that was a very thrilling time. And I do think that like that's the high that everyone chases is, do I know a deck that's secretly the best one? And I think that's why people are really excited on Buzz's Arm. And they might be right. It is a very good deck, except for the fact it's miserable.
No.
And it's going to lose to Eleanor like 90% of the time.
Good. Just kidding. Yeah.
95 maybe.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
You pulled out those Lilos. I was like, do I have any shiny cards next to me? I do, but it's not a Lorcana card, unfortunately. So.
Is it a shocker? Oh, that's not shiny.
I don't have any cards next to me, but I mean.
It is an alpha cyberpunk card.
What about Source of the Vine?
What about my most prized possession, my PSA 6 Jafar?
Why is it PSA 6?
That's got to be pop 1, Katie.
Yeah, that's got to be pop 1.
You know the vibes.
Hey, guys, this is a rage bait. If you ever get a pop 1, it's probably not, but say that you did, and people are going to fight you, dude.
You get really mad.
Oh, my gosh.
Really mad.
One person said, you stole this image. I love that one. Like,
you copied it.
Yeah, you stole my friend's screenshot. I was like, how would I steal your friend's screenshot?
For clout, obviously.
Yeah. Obviously.
These 30 likes are really going to get me to the next day. Yeah.
That's definitely an accusation.
Congrats, but it was actually me. And I was like, I don't see you having a very popular tweet about it.
Man, flexing the clout.
I know.
I'm going to have to ask how you charge this.
You gotta
with the
card.
Go to the mines.
Obvious port anywhere.
Well,
it's Sith proof.
So what deck are you jonesing for as the producer of this show? What are you looking for in this next match, and why is it Buzz's Arm?
Oh please!
I believe we got some Sapphire Steel players doing pretty well.
Uh-oh.
So
you have a tool that tells you every Sapphire Steel player in the country and how they're doing. You're like,
it's like
up here. It's a mental.
It's not a tool. It's just mental.
Yeah.
Are they avian investigators by chance?
I don't think so. Not from what I saw.
Oh,
it's like the Spider-Man app from the new movie, but for Blue Steel.
I've not seen the new movie. Spoiler
That's not good.
Oh.
You should go see it. It's very fun.
I'm a little
good.
Spider-Man are so funky because you never know when a new Spider-Man movie is coming out, but it's always. And I think that's kind of fun.
I'm self-proclaimed Spider-Man's biggest fanboy. I love the guy.
That's
you gotta
great.
go to the moon.
In every medium.
Big Tommy Spider-Man fan.
You love him in every universe.
Every universe. I love him in every universe.
That's beautiful.
Explain
what is your
Batman mogs, but
Batman's got a personality disorder, so that's a problem. He's not
based
doing
on
well.
what?
Garrick was just like insulted on a personal level.
I am. It's my
He's
favorite.
not doing
superhero.
well. I will
He's
say,
doing
okay.
great. What do you mean? He's a billionaire.
That's true.
He is.
He seems fine.
All right.
Doing better
who's
than
more
Spider-Man. I'll tell you that
relatable?
much.
A
That-
person
but
with
that's
no
the best part.
superpowers, who's
Did
rich,
you see the?
or a mutant, or someone with superpowers but not.
I'm not
rich.
rich.
More relatable.
I probably
Yeah.
get superpowers more than I get
I've
rich.
been called
I
a
think
mutant.
Spider-Man is more relatable than Batman.
Not to me.
Yeah, have you seen Spider-Man's apartment in the new movie? It
Yeah.
looks like my office right now. Webs everywhere.
Yeah, down
looks
there,
awesome.
New Yorker versus billionaire philanthropist. I don't know that feeling very well.
The billionaire
more likely.
philanthropist is the mask he wears, okay? That's not who he is at his
He's
core.
Batman at his core.
He throws a
He's-
nice soiree though.
Oh, I will
He
have to
does.
ask, Garrick, are you under the umbrella of people that say with sufficient preparation time, Batman beats everybody?
Sounds like the players are
I mean, he most things, yes,
Most.
he would for
Okay,
sure.
Okay. All right. You're
I mean, it's
reasonable
just true. Like recently, he beat Superman like 3 times in the same run with this crazy Superman robot that he built that went haywire. He didn't mean to do it. Superman's his best friend, but he has the capability to do it. And Superman beats everybody else, so do the math.
Yeah, so
then.
on the transitive
property.
Yeah.
it's so facto.
The rest
I
of my
think
case.
I might agree with Questworld that Spider-Man would beat up Batman.
What?
Oh, yeah.
That's
Oh, yeah.
that's That's crazy to say.
That's canonically
completely
wrong.
not true.
Does he have Iron
Canonically
Man's
wrong.
AI with him helping him?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then
Okay,
yeah.
Spider-Man.
Yeah, man.
I mean,
Spidey
strength alone,
sense, bro.
Spider-Man, right? And Spidey sense, yeah.
Okay. Spider-Man struggles with old men with wings strapped to their back. Okay, we're talking about Batman. All right, he struggles with a vulture. All right, Let's relax.
Spider-Man and
Let's relax.
Superman are basically the same person strength-wise versus
What
like
are you
Batman.
talking about?
Spider-Man-
Dude,
Yeah,
Spider-Man
yeah.
pulls
Yeah.
back. He holds his strength
Yeah.
back. He
Spider-Man-
fucked the Hulk, bruh. Like,
What are
Yeah,
you
hold his
genuinely
if
Spider-
talking about?
Spider-Man was actually like mind controlled and was going for blood, he would one-shot
yeah.
Batman. There's no kryptonite for Spider-Man like there's a Superman.
That's true.
Batman can't just be like, "Ooh, green dust, you're weak now." He just gets like one shot. It's just like, whoops. He like
I
pulls
love
out a gun and
I'm,
boom, he's webbed.
I refuse to further engage with this
Yeah.
nonsense.
Right.
That-
Garrett, what is your Spidey sense power? For example, I can tell where a hot dog stand is from
Right.
miles away.
That is true.
Your
I've
hot
seen
dog
it in
sense?
action.
Mhm.
Glizzy sense.
Yeah, my glizzy sense is tingling.
Ooh.
Did you sense
Um,
the Mickey? Did you sense that
He
was
did.
coming?
No, but I am very excited, and I don't like that I have to get that iconic because I have to.
Here's a real
I'm-
fact. When I saw that announcement, I literally screenshot it, immediately sent it to J-Bomb, and was like, he needs to know about
I
this.
that was
You
the
and,
first
like,
time I
10
saw
people.
it too. You were the
I was
first.
like, this is so important. Like,
Oh yeah,
it-
that was the first thing that propped up on the Chicago Lorcana Discord. It's just like
Yeah.
at JBomb hot dog Mickey.
and shout out to your branding. Like, not everybody has branding like that, where a card comes out and they're like, that's that guy.
Well, Zero's actually been there when I pulled a hot dog out of my pocket and just started eating it in front of people. So
Yeah,
I mean, as you
there's a
would do.
reason. There's a reason it's branded that way.
yeah, you always got to bring a backup snack just in case there's no lunch break. And my backup snack happens to be hot dogs. No, cargo shorts. There's a-
Cargo shorts. And that's why you wear cargo shorts, because
Yeah.
the pockets can hold at least
Yeah.
2 to 3 hot dogs.
So many
Yeah.
different activities.
One
It's-
per.
You don't want to get
Per
mustard
pocket.
out of multiple pockets.
Now is this just the hot dog itself, or are we talking about bun, condiment, everything?
Everything.
Condiment included.
It's
Are you-
wrapped
Without
in
the
paper.
bun, it's not really a hot dog, in my opinion. You
Well,
know,
yeah, then that's just a sausage. All
yeah.
right.
Gotta have the bun to make it a hot dog. To answer your question, though, my ability is to see any single person and know whether or not they're a fan of Kingdom Hearts.
Oh.
Shout out to you. Get to meet the Kingdom Hearts Mickey and Donald and Goofy next week.
Oogie Boogie Bash. I was trying to put together that Sora outfit, and it's just not happening. Unfortunately, Amazon doesn't carry that kind of swag.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they are inventing, like, he's wearing like Chuck Taylors with a heel. I've never seen
Yeah.
such technology.
I was like, surely I can just find these and buy like black Chuck Taylors with the yellow highlights. No, no.
They invented-
Button-up hoodie. Amazon wanted to blow my
Is
house
that
up.
Kendall's?
Yeah, I have a Kendall Keyblade altar as well. It is on Hans. JDZ made it happen at Gen Con last year with his very awesome enchanted Mickey that he pulled out of the first chapter booster boxes that we bought. Super cool.
That's awesome.
all right, everybody, we've
So-
had lunch. Let's get back. All right, everybody, sit down.
The room is filling up.
About 9
Um,
minutes, I think.
like everybody's
Here's the
getting
thing.
ready to go.
There's nothing worse than me when I'm hungry. I become a very not good person to be around. Garrick's seen it. We were doing the Naruto demo, and
That was
it was a
fun.
great thing to do. It was a very cool thing. However, we were doing like the content creator one, and so it was late at night, and
It was like,
I turned. I was like, "Hey guys, I'm not having fun anymore," and I didn't
we,
say it. But you could tell. me.
we could really tell when
Yes.
we were the last 3 people there, me, Katie, and Sky, and we were the last to leave the room. We were going to play until they kicked us out.
Yes.
And finally, they were like, all right. The guys running it were like, all right, where are we going to get a drink? Like, obviously, they wanted us to leave. And we were like, okay, we all have to get a picture. And we all put our shirts on. And Katie's like, I'm not doing that. We're like,
I was like, I'm not putting the shirt on. I was like, all right, that was actually not right.
put the shirt on.
I put the
we're
shirt
taking a
on.
picture. And then we went and got steaks. And genuinely, maybe because I was really hungry, top 5 steak I've ever had in my life.
Great.
Oh,
Mm.
you slopped them up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
nice.
slapped them up. Crazy. with water and got all over the table.
Excellent.
And I got a ribeye. Katie also got a ribeye. Sky
Yes.
got chicken wings, and he was like, and then we let him try the steak, and he was like, "That's the best steak I've ever eaten." He's like, I never get ribeye, and I was like, "That's your problem. It's the best steak.
It is the
It's
best steak.
always good."
It's never
It
a
is.
mistake.
Exactly.
Man, I kind of want a steak. Can you DoorDash a steak? Because I'm very
wouldn't.
hungry.
Steak does not travel well.
No,
steak, the fact that you
And
can
it
DoorDash a
reheats
steak is crazy.
horribly.
So steak's
does.
not a pocket option like a hot dog.
Pocket steak.
No.
Although leftover steak cold is actually very scrumptious. That's one of the
What?
things. No, I'm telling you, like if you have like leftover prime rib or leftover steak, just eat it. It's good.
It's a delicacy.
I like it. It's one of those. Okay, whatever. Whatever. I'm hungry.
I don't
have-
like anything that's supposed to be hot or warm. I don't like it if it's cold.
So you
ever.
don't like cold pizza?
Pizza?
No, nothing. If
Really?
it's
I don't
supposed to
like
be
that
hot
either, actually.
and you try to give it to me and it's cold.
Frozen
ugh,
hot chocolate, he'll throw up.
exactly.
What does that mean,
Like-
though, guys? As a society,
I
don't-
saw that I went to got ice cream yesterday and they were like frozen hot chocolate. I was like, that's not real. Give me cookies and cream on a sugar cone, please.
Cookies and cream is probably the best.
It's
I
goated.
just learned that
Whoever
cookies and
came
cream
up
is
with
just
that,
Oreos.
it is.
I,
It is.
Just found that out this year. I'm
That's
learning a lot.
Wait,
That's
what did you think it
crazy.
was?
Did you what did you
Like,
think
I
it was
had
like
Oreo in
chocolate
my
chip
ice cream.
cookies?
I
that's
thought it was just
cookie
like
dough.
a little bit of chocolate, a little bit of vanilla. I didn't know they were just like breaking up Oreos and tossing.
Had
them
you
and
never
stuff.
had it before?
I've had it before. Big fan of it. Just didn't know the origin story.
Interesting. You're like,
I
what's
love
this
it.
Oreo cookie doing in here?
He's basically eating ice cream and saying, "I don't ask questions."
Yeah,
No,
I love the
that's-
vibes.
Did
I
you
love
see
the
some of those
vibes.
flavors? I have no idea what it is. Like we got
Whoever came up with that though, genius. And I hope they.
Yeah.
I don't know who it is. I hope
was
they
Ben
have
and
a
Jerry's.
Wikipedia. Was it them?
Is
Like,
it?
yeah, they were the first ones to do cookies and cream, I believe. I watched the
Really?
history on
Was it Ben or Jerry?
That's a good question.
That's
I
why they
don't
broke
believe
up.
that. I just don't believe that one bit.
Wait,
yeah,
why not?
I feel like I have to.
I love that so much.
fact check,
Yes.
fact check them.
Not true.
But I
gonna-
want to believe it.
I'm
I like to,
challenging. Scrabble
believe people
challenge.
when they tell me something.
I mean, it makes sense if you think about it, right? Because cookies and milk go together, and cream is just better milk. So you just.
Oh, hold on, true.
That's why I have my
But
cereal.
But that's
with
like
cream.
the best cookie to put in ice. Like we've tried other cookies, and none of them have gotten anywhere near the cookies
Cookie
and
dough.
cream.
All
cookie
right.
dough
Yeah.
ice cream.
The
Cookie
internet
dough
claims
is awesome. For sure.
that
Cookie
there
dough.
is no single undisputed inventor, but multiple
Well,
people
because
have
there is
claimed that they created it in the 1970s and 1980s, which to me makes me believe that kids have been making cookies and cream ice cream their whole life, and then adults tried to sell it and then claim they did it. So I think it belongs to the people, and there is no sole inventor. How hard is it to just
I love
break a cookie in your ice cream?
Yeah, I don't like that explanation, Wonderland. I want you to try again and tell me who has the best claim to having created it.
We must know the truth.
We must know the truth.
You
I love just
can't
putting
handle the
random stuff in my ice cream, by the way, which is why I like to have vanilla on me at all times. In
Just
case
have
I want to throw something
pocket
my way.
vanilla.
Malcolm
like it.
Stogo is the
Exactly.
oldest. It has the oldest
Costco's-
receipt, supposedly from 1976.
Costco's been selling ice cream just inside of the like fruits and stuff, so you can get like coconut inside of a coconut, like actual coconut, like sorbet inside of a lemon. It is wondrous. Yeah,
Costco?
big fan.
I
Yeah.
need that.
Yeah.
Like the food court or like inside?
No, in the ice cream aisle.
In the ice cream aisle?
Yeah.
I'll have to check this out.
I
I've
feel
been
like
doing all
we're
this
at a
smoking
coffee
eating,
shop right
like
now.
trying all these Greek yogurt flavors out recently. So like I'm out on the ice cream, but I'm enjoying the Greek yogurt adventure.
Mm.
Healthy food
Pretty
doesn't
good.
agree with me.
All right.
Same.
Only
It's actually a
glazes.
problem.
All right,
Only hot
before
dogs.
we start jumping into the matches that will be starting in about 3 to 4 minutes, and since we're on the topic of ice creams, and we kind
I
of mentioned
can't.
it,
I'm gonna
and
pass
I
out.
hope this isn't what Garrick literally just said and I somehow forgot again. What is all of your favorite ice cream flavors? Like if you were
Katie?
going to go and order ice cream and they had any flavor, what, Garrick?
Katie?
Yeah, well, I will start.
Katie
Quite
flavor?
frankly, I'm really glad. It's really tough. If I'm going to the store and I'm buying ice cream flavor, I really love to hit up a Cherry Garcia. It's just a really great ice cream. But if I'm at the ice cream store, I
Mhm.
love a butter pecan or a butter brickle situation. I think that's
Good
quite
answer.
delicious.
Good answer.
Thank you. We're gonna go around in a circle. Ninja Harley Jeff, what are you dealing with?
Bluebell makes a nice like chocolate banana ice cream. I've been enjoying that recently.
That sounds
Pretty
great.
good. Like make a little couple milkshakes out of it.
Ooh, love a
making a
milkshake. I'm a
milkshake, that's pro
milkshake
gamer.
addict. If I go get
I
fast
love
food and they
milkshakes.
have a milkshake option, I
better
fall for
believe
it
it.
every time. Burger King, give me one.
Why
McDonald's,
not?
I'll take one. Chick-fil-A, 2, please.
Shake Shack,
Chick-fil-A is the
obviously.
best one.
I think Red Robin's really good. They have they'll give you like the rest of the milkshake in the
Oh,
Oh,
like the
that's
old school
true.
Style, the
Yeah.
ice creamery.
Which they could just have a bigger cup, but the thought of
They
getting a
could.
second cup is
Yeah,
just so
it makes
They,
it
they
better.
know.
Feel better.
They know. They know.
Yeah, the second cup is really a mental thing.
Yeah, for me, I'll say my default is usually cookies and cream because that's like very widely available. But if it's available, I will always go for like a cheesecake flavor kind of thing. It's, yeah.
That's good.
But I think that's kind of cheating because I just like cheesecake. But yeah.
it's not cheating.
Oh,
Indeed.
I'm very lactose intolerant. I plan a whole day around it though.
Oh yeah,
just
we'll
eat it
pay for
anyway.
later.
We've learned that colors
Locked
can
in.
be hurting because yesterday we are like, we like Arby's. She's like, yeah, it must be nice. And then ice cream's like, yeah, cool. So we just
That's a
learned-
completely different debate topic.
Yeah,
for
Arby's
sure.
is so good, by the way.
It
Anybody that
is.
says
I-
it isn't, you're
Have you had a Long Jarbies? A Long John Arby's combo? Oh,
I have.
Yeah.
And I
Making, like,
love
the
Long
fresh
John
puppies?
Silver's too.
Long John Silver.
Is
I
it
love
weird
Long
that
Jarbies.
when I eat at Long John Silver's, I order their chicken?
I do too.
Oh, really?
Their
It's
chicken,
good.
their chicken, their fried chicken's
Their
really
breading
good.
Whatever they
is
do
quite
with
good.
breading, it goes
Yeah.
crazy.
Yep.
They have like
Yeah,
a
fish
wet
flavors
batter.
are
on
the
I don't
Arby's
order
sauce.
fish.
Oh
there. I
yeah,
order
that makes
their
sense.
chicken.
You know what? That makes sense.
I also live in Nebraska, so I tend not to order fish from restaurants.
Yeah,
You're
that's not scary.
There's chickens out there, not a lot of fish. J-Bomb, you're up.
All right. So I'm gonna be real decisive here and go with plain vanilla with whipped cream.
That's crazy.
I have not had either of the ones that Katie said and have not heard of those before. But
Never heard of butter pecan?
no.
Butter pecan's so good.
I'm
it's
so
like
excited to be the
vanilla
one to tell
with
you.
pecans in it.
Yeah,
All
it's
right,
got like
J-Bomb, is it whipped cream or Cool Whip? Which are you
Whipped
mixing?
cream.
Okay, thank goodness. If I'm buying ice cream from the store, I'm definitely buying black cherry ice cream, just like without the chocolate.
Yeah, retro evolution device to your head. What are you getting at the ice cream store though?
Yeah, you're gonna get freaking discarded and then turn into
mean, if
another
they-
character.
What
I've
if
been
Rick
going to round
evolved
one
into-
to get ice cream because they've got a great deal. I get the cheese,
round one.
the cheesecake
Yes.
ice cream.
Yes,
Oh.
that's exactly what I was thinking of.
Oh.
We are airing the round.
So everybody said their favorite ice cream, right? We've all, because I have a little Luke story. We went to a round one and there was a sewage leak. It smelled so
It
bad.
was terrible.
I look over, we walk in. I'm like, oh my god! I look and Luke's just eating the ice cream. He doesn't even
Dude,
care.
it was
So-
next to my nose. I was only smelling that ice cream.
I'm like looking over at him, and he's like, "Well, the ice cream's $1," and I'm like, "Well,
I recently discovered that, which is insane because I've lived next to a round one for like over like
yeah, it's a great deal."
yeah, when I was in high school, I was living next to a round one, and I just never knew that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So shout out.
For mine, it is normally it's cookies and cream because again, very widely available. But like at every different like big ice cream place, I'll get a different thing. Like at Cold Stone, I get a strawberry blonde, I think is what it's called, and
Ooh,
it's
the-
like
the caramel.
strawberry caramel with graham cracker. Oh, it's so
That's
good. But
too
at like
rich.
Dairy
Too
Queen,
rich.
I'll get a strawberry blizzard, just strawberry. That's it. And they're always like, just strawberry. Listen, you made just strawberry in the 90s. I was a little kid. I would walk to Dairy Queen and get a strawberry blizzard. You had like 5 flavors. Okay. That was the depth of the flavor profile there. It's nostalgic. Every time I'll just get it. They're like, really? Yeah.
I'm
Really?
having an ice cream
Yeah,
summer.
really.
Like I've been having like little soft serve. Like I'll just drive to.
Dude, I've been getting so much ice cream this summer. It's been crazy.
Yeah, because like it never. Every evening, the sun's up at 7:30. I'm like, you know, it'd be really cool right now.
Little ice cream.
A little ice cream, maybe. Maybe we go get some ice cream.
Dip the toes in the pool. Little ice
Mhm.
cream by the pool.
I know it's great. We lost the ninja of the Harley,
Yeah.
but
Oh, he's setting up the match.
I'll
We're
say
getting the
color is off to
feature
the side
match
here. I
going.
think we should get her answer too.
Everyone in chat also
They can't
leave your
hear him.
favorite ice cream, or we're never going to show you another match.
Yep.
yes,
Yeah.
And,
Never.
and Garrick
Talked to you
is
forever.
going to tell me what order I should go to Cold Stone because I live next door to one.
Oh, it's
and
so
We're
good,
going to go
dude.
do that, and I will review it and post it
Get
in the
a-
chat during the next round.
Get a like it size because you don't want to get a love it or gotta have it. It's too much. A
Chat,
like
if
its
you-
size of the strawberry blonde will change your life.
It's
I'm
so
Chat,
good.
if you don't post your favorite ice cream flavor, the next match is Buzz's arm.
I'm still
And I'm casting
surprised
it.
that
It would be
Dairy
very
Queen
apropos.
makes the strawberry blizzard for you.
That's
He
valid.
does good, yeah. Oh,
Because
yeah,
I try to get the cherry shake each time, and they're like, "Oh, it's not on our menu. You can't get it."
Blueberry
that is a
shakes
crazy
used
thing
to
to
be the
do,
best
to go
thing
up to-
ever.
Sorry.
It's like
I'm
they
just
used to
dying.
have it. I didn't even know it wasn't on the menu. I was just like, "I want this." And like, it's not on the menu. You can't.
Where?
It's like,
Where
"Don't
are you doing that?
At Dairy Queen.
Oh, good. I thought you were just going up to every ice cream place and being like, I'll have the cherry shake. And they're like, sir,
I'll have the
once
cherry
again."
shake, please.
Dairy
Sir.
Queen will make whatever. They have every flavor. They'll make whatever you want and whatever sort of
Your Dairy
container
Queens
that
are
you
better
need it
than
in.
mine.
Dairy Queen favorite soft serve ice cream is probably from Dairy Queen. That's just I
And
don't
they
know
have
what
the
do
best. It
differently.
is, yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Whatever they're doing, keep doing it.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
mine closed
we're-
as a daycare now, and I'm sad.
Boo! Get those kids out of there.
Yeah.
Give me the ice cream back.
What's wrong with ice cream? You don't. I don't know.
Oh,
But we're-
into the match.
On over to the match. So we'll be having Zero come back with Garrick later. But right now we have myself and Katie for this round. Next round we're going to have Colors, Law, and Fumbles. I guess actually that was the last you're going to see of Zero. So we're going to let him say goodbye to you.
Bye, guys. Thank you guys so much for having me. It was so much fun. Thank you for casting me, Katie. And yeah, I really had a good time. Thank you, Garrick. It was fun. I had a good time. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your tournament, the rest of the day. And I will probably be seeing you guys soon whenever we get the cast together. I'm looking forward to it. And I'll see you guys next time.
Take it easy.
Bye.
Bye.
Zero
also,
the
Colors.
hero.
You ready for this? Do you think it's going to be another book?
I'm so scared because I see Ocean Tempest and I know freaking Ninja Harley and I'm so scared it's Blue Steel right now. I'm shaking in my boots. Is it Blue Steel, Luke? You have to tell me legally.
I don't know.
You don't know? You didn't pick it?
No, I did not. Ninja's in
Oh,
charge of
so
grabbing that.
that's
We
why I'm
chatted a
scared.
little, but-
Ninja's in charge. It's Ocean Tempest.
gonna
It's
be Blue
2-1.
Steel.
Classic Blue Steel score. So it could be. And if so, good. I'm excited to see what those crazy kids are up to. They're not ramping on 2, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. I mean, they might be. I mean, it could be Willows.
That's true. For Blue Steel, it'd be hard to do that.
It could be. We might be watching Coconut now.
That's true. So this is Caleb versus Ocean Tempest. So we're gonna go ahead and do our altars. This is blind altar. So on one side, ooh, Amber Steel. On the other side, it could be anything. I can't see very well. It's
So many promos. It's hard to tell.
right. I do think I see Zeus.
Ocean's Tempest, though, known ICL player. So it's maybe Blue Steel. I think that was
Could
an
be.
angel. I think that's an
Could be.
enchanted angel for sure.
Oh, so we're getting, it might be Emerald Steel on the other side. So this will be a tale of 2 steel decks, probably. He's just showing us. Okay, I thought he was showing Ocean Tempest. I'm like, that's not required. You don't have to do that. But he's showing us, and that is actually very kind. But then on Ocean Tempest side, he is going to go ahead and send back, looks like 4, and 4 were sent back on the other side. So both of them probably just looking for that nice curve. Both of these decks, if it is steel, they are looking for 1, 2, 3. Turn 4, why don't we do a little strength?
Exactly. And I think we saw an angel in Caleb's hand as well, the 2 cost. But I didn't see if that was one of the cards he mulled away. So it really just depends on whether or not he's on the play or draw. That's really what he wants if he's going to be on the draw in every matchup. She's so good. I miss Cinderella.
It's kind of, I'm interested to see what this is, because if it is truly a steel mirror, then really it's a difference of what those 2 ink pairings are. And I think if I see Lenny, so yeah, I think it's Emerald Steel. So in that case, this is actually a rare deck where you can have 1, 2, sing strength on 3. And that is thanks to the power of Todd and Vixie. But instead, we're going to go ahead, play our Malin, and pass, meaning Caleb doesn't have 1-on-1, which is, like we said, if you're trying to get to the power of strength, this is not the number one way to do it. However, if you have a Willow, you can catch up on turn 2.
Yeah, and it definitely looks like Ocean has that Todd to start us off with here. Oh, White Rabbit on the draw, so maybe we don't have the Vixie to go. but that's also pretty powerful if we have Strike to be able to sing and to just be able to exert our character and gain some lore with any challenges coming back our way.
Yeah, and I think evasive can be super powerful because Amber Steel is not really dabbling in the evasive arts. It does have to use removal songs to do that, or be dealing damage with things like Angel. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead and play our Violet Par here, who has a little bit of resist. So resist is going to be very, very powerful in a matchup with Steel, just because it is pretty easy to deal 1 or 2 damage in these decks. And if you can have resist, that is a great antidote.
Yeah, and it also kind of threatens shifting up and the ability to sing on Along Came Zeus, as Ocean just dumps his hand out with a 1-cost Todd and Darkwing Duck. So we have all of the synergies active here. As you mentioned earlier, the Vixie synergizing to be cheaper to play on curve, but Darkwing Duck allows us to play some fancy other cards that I personally have been a big fan of here, with Launchpad and the Terror That Flaps in the Night.
Yeah, and both of those are going to kind of augment. So the Launchpad allows you to, instead of discarding a card, you'll get to keep it. And then the Terror That Flaps in the Night, it goes from 2 damage to 3. So it is a really cool synergy that we saw actually in the Sapphire Steel Ducktectives deck. But then people said, wait a minute, take that out, keep the good stuff about Emerald, and baby, you got a stew going. And that's kind of what this deck is. It's just a mid-range removal, kind of drive down the middle of the road deck, putting on pressure very early, and now we're responding to that pressure with a Shift Violet, and now we can sing Along Came Zeus, and electing to say, what do I fear most? The card draw engine with Darkwing Duck, or the evasive that I can't answer easily?
This is a tough choice here because you have multiple things you have to answer. Taking out the Todd makes that Vixie cost more, so he can't curve out and play as many threats. Answering the Darkwing Duck turns off that Launchpad and possibly the deal 3. But realistically, I don't know which I would have gone for. I kind of also like hitting the White Rabbit to take away that evasive clock. And we lose our strength to the Lenny on curve. Ocean has a pretty good curve out here, and if he follows that up with an Eleanor, that could be quite devastating for Caleb.
Yeah, and Lenny also is a pretty good singer, although everybody do your favorite Lenny impression right now. Pretty hard. Not sure what he sounds like. So on the other side, we have, it's tricky. He only is, in a lot of these Steel matches, you see him go wider and wider, but Caleb has not been able to do that yet. He just has had that Violet, Shift Violet, and that's been the only character in his lineup, and she's just been doing a lot of solos. So you want to at some point start getting wider, because it's very, very hard. Not very, very hard. Pretty impossible to do a board wide with either of these decks. So he will need to respond in kind. And here is Lilo and Stitch, a card that you're pretty familiar with as a fan of trying to make Lilo and Stitch work.
I definitely had a crazy Rockstar version that played every Lilo and Stitch shift character. It was pretty fun, returning characters from the discard with the Rockstar Lilo as well. But realistically, I think one of them, the Lilo and Shift combo, stuck out as being far more powerful than other things. And that support Garrick brought up earlier did not really see much play in Lorcana back in the day. But now that we've had a few cards like Gaston and World's Greatest Criminal Mind to synergize, we've been able to mix them together and take advantage. Demona also did similar things, making it that while you can make a 1-cost 2/1 support, be able to trade up quite well, making your other characters do that off of a Demona or an Isis.
Yeah, and that is going to be the biggest thing, is how can we go ahead and do removal in a favorable way, and then making sure we're drawing cards. And drawing cards is now the second part of his game plan. We have the Ariel Ethereal Voice being boosted, and then immediately going into singing a song with the Lilo and Stitch, and that will allow the Vixie to be shot out of the evasive category and banished, and now we can also draw a card off the Ariel. So this, I think the tale of this matchup from this point forward is how valuable are the characters you play, and how good is your ability to keep drawing cards. And I think the card draw engine is online for Caleb in a way that Ocean Tempest is going to have a harder time. Like we mentioned earlier in the break, Emerald Steel is conditional card draw. You can't just play a card, draw a card. You either need to exert your cards with Eleanor, you need a Launchpad and a
this guy, Darkwing Duck, or you need a Mushu that quests a turn. So right now he just has to kind of hope he lucks into one of those and he can get punished for any of those conditions.
Yeah, it's a rough spot indeed when you look at this board and you see Caleb have a bunch of 4 and 5 cost characters versus Tempest having a bunch of 1, 2, and 3s. It kind of favors Caleb, and we have another Thunder coming along to draw a card to boot. This is not what Ocean wants to see.
No, and Ocean's, because as he loses his finger, as he loses these puzzle pieces, all of them are going to be integral for things like Strength of Raging Fire, for things like Eleanor. And as we talked about with Eleanor, I mean, she was great in an aggro deck because you want to turn things sideways, a little more scary in a deck like his. That being said, people have been putting things like bodyguards into the deck, things like Broadway, maybe even Headless Horseman. But the problem is the songs get around it. The good news is that Caleb has been singing a ton of songs in this early half, so eventually he should, in theory, run out of them.
No,
they don't, and that's yeah, you would think, but unfortunately,
when they win, they don't. The aerial just keeps triggering, drawing more cards. His deck is being quite kind, being like, you know what, here's a song, here's a couple non-songs, here's a song, here's a couple non-songs. So you can maintain the velocity and pressure while also singing removal over and over again. As Ocean deploying the Angela to try to boost up this White Rabbit, being able to eat away this aerial to slow down that card advantage engine. Because Caleb does only have 1 card, so maybe we are at that part you're talking about with a Mother Knows Best to set that tempo back even farther.
yeah, and that tempo that we talk about, I mean, that's something that Emerald's so famous for, is just saying, what is your plan? Well, not really, and it's going to be doing things. Mother Knows Best is so good at either bouncing things back to Caleb's hand, or it can also bounce things back to Ocean Tempest's hand if it's something he wants to protect. Angela has been a very cool include in this deck, being able to go ahead and give Challenger to and also resist to. It can be good at kind of catching your opponent unawares in certain situations. And it's made people think, I think, a little bit of, do I want to run something like a Broadway? Because she does go ahead and negate that Stone by Day. But in the meantime, she just goes ahead. She's a character and she's a 2/3. And as we see, he is slowly running out of ability to deal damage on Caleb's side. He needs to get something like an Angel. I'm trying to see what that third card. Oh, that is Lilo here. Galactic Hero going down into the Inkwell. And then there's that Carefree Snowboarder, which unfortunately he is something that has to stick around for a full turn to see the value of.
And most likely our characters are going to be targeted by removal if Ocean has those strengths. That is one difference between the 2 decks, though. While Ocean is playing things like Mother Knows Best, that's only going to slow Caleb down. Where Caleb has these, he hurled his Thunderbolts, so he gets to permanently answer things, but he's not afraid. We're just going to challenge it down and say, you know what, if you want to throw all of this into my Violet to hope to take her out, and maybe take out my Maylin, which is fine, I have another character in hand.
Yeah, so we're just going to keep kind of chipping away. And now, I mean, Ocean Tempest is kind of stabilizing a tiny bit. The problem that we talk about is the card draw of it all, because he still hasn't necessarily found that card draw engine, but he's not necessarily playing 2 cards per turn like Caleb has been doing. When you sing songs, you're emptying your hand a little bit faster. So now we will go ahead and get that Lilo and Stitch out here. And there we go. Now we will refill our hand a little bit, requesting in the face of some responses, but we just have to keep getting cards in hand. So he is able to draw. It looks like he drew a Pleakley. It's Pleakley.
So a slight possible misstep there, depending on whether or not Caleb wanted to do it, but I do believe that Lilo and Stitch is a hero, so we could have drawn a card and discard a card. We have, I think, another Lilo and Stitch in hand, so maybe it's possible that's what he just pointed at. They're talking about it right now, but I do believe that's a May, so that's not going to be happening, especially after we already drew a card with the Snowboarder. I think there's a possibility that the judge will ask his opponent if you'd like to put that ability on the stack. And even if you're trying to be nice and play nice at this point, you can't really do that because he's seen that extra information, and it would just, a lot of things would have to change.
Yeah, and you said stack. Technically, Disney Lorcana. It's just a bag.
The bag. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I stack things up in the bag.
I stack things in my bag. And that's the thing. It's your bag. You can stack them however you want. But there you have the second part of the puzzle piece. It is the launch pad. Like we said, that one has, when you exert it, you can draw a discard a card unless you have a Darkwing Duck, which he does. He also uses his Darkwing Duck to sing Mother Knows Best, getting one of those cards. Looks like the Snowboarder back in hand, which makes sense. That's one that when it quests, you get to draw a card. But there's another piece of removal right back in time. And now it's just, well, which one do we not like the most if we're going to sing it? And Launchpad is going to be the draw engine right now. But of the two, I think it'd be harder to get rid of the Darkwing Duck, because I believe he's a 2/5, if it's the right one I'm looking at. So we'll see if he elects to get rid of the Darkwing Duck and take care of the Launchpad using some challenging later.
Yeah, it's interesting here. We do get a answer that Darkwing to unactivate it, but there's the possibility that he just draws a Darkwing and still gets to start drawing cards. But with that Thunderbolt, I do think it would be really hard to hear the justification for not Thunderbolting this Launchpad. But we shall see what Caleb opts to do. There's so many options. It's hard to just fault someone for not doing something a way that we would see it.
Sorry, I am so hungry. All I'm thinking about is, should I order a steak? And you can't. But here we go. He's thinking, I think, about the singing here.
Sky should go make one. Grill a
He's
steak.
asleep. He is absolutely still asleep. However, so here we go. He hurled his Thunderbolts right on to the launch pad, electing to keep the Darkwing Duck up and active. Like I mentioned, I think if it's the right one, it's a 2/5, correct?
Yes.
So there is the 2/2 Darkwing Duck, and then we also have our Vixie, who is a little bit of a cheaper card. You only have to pay 2 for her because we have Todd in play. So now we have a pretty wide board. Caleb has used a ton of his strength, and he hurled his Thunderbolts, which makes it where it's going to be hard, if not impossible, to reach some of these evasive things. However, he can build his board. There we go. I said eventually he'll run out, and you were correct, Luke. No, he won't, because there is one right back.
I have all of the card draw engines, and I will not stop. Well, Ocean's Tempest here, you're saying he's going wide, and it comes with a cost. He doesn't have ink, and that's enough. He says, you know what? I can't do anything more. I'm not going to get it. I'm out of ink. Even if I draw an Eleanor, I can't play it. But that was really what Amber Steel wants to be doing while firing off on all cylinders. It looks oppressive, honestly.
Yeah, I will say, as a person who's played Amber Steel, it feels like those songs aren't usually as forthcoming in the deck. I will say Caleb had a pretty good series of songs appearing. His last turn he hurled his Thunderbolt and a Strength of Raging Fire. And like you mentioned, those cards are the difference maker here. Ocean Tempest just did not have the same luxury, because he has, for those not aware, he has access to those cards, and I am sure at least Strength of Raging Fire is in the deck, and sometimes people will put in he hurled his Thunderbolts because of how good removal is. He also has that Terror Flaps the Night for 3. He also has Darkwing Duck that deals a damage, Angel deals 2 damage. So there's so many ways to deal damage, but he was not able to do it in the same way that Caleb was. Caleb had big threats, hard to get rid of, and every single steel removal song he needed.
Yeah, so there's a few different things at work here. As you mentioned, Caleb kind of had everything. But another thing to look at is what these decks what their position in the meta is and what they're trying to do. So this Amber Steel deck is just trying to remove every character they play and then draw cards while going through it. And that's very good against Eleanor and other steel-ish tempo decks, against, like, let's say Emerald Steel here. And he was also on the play. So he was the first to have access, theoretically, to strength, because he could play a turn 2 singer just like Ocean's Tempest could play a turn 2 singer. So without playing a turn 1 singer, Ocean Tempest can't steal the tempo. But Caleb on the draw now has access to Angel and could play a singer to sing strength on turn 2 to really slow down Ocean. Most likely, that's not going to be a strength for more than 2, so it's not going to stop too many of Ocean's plays. But it's that explosive early play with some removal that kind of lets the Amber Steel deck do what it does best. The problem in this meta is that the Amethyst decks don't really care about that very much, or the retro deck doesn't care about that very much, or the book deck. So realistically, there's a lot of decks that actually are preying on what Amber Steel's trying to do. And Emerald Steel, though, is adapting to fight those decks. And we're opening up with a Todd here from Ocean's Tempest, and the way he's fighting those decks is this Todd package, this Todd into Vixie and low-cost evasives to race these control decks, these Amber Amethyst decks, whereas Caleb has his fantastic opening against these evasives in a turn 1 Angel. And so it's like, while Ocean's deck is geared to fight what's winning in the meta, this Amber Steel list is fighting to beat up on the decks that are meting too much. And that's kind of how you get this rock, paper, scissors.
I do love the term, this deck metas too much. You've been metaing too hard, quite frankly.
Sorry about that tangent.
No, I mean, that is the meta we're in right now, though, is just trying to play around the thing, but playing around, I'm the dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Exactly.
Is how it feels. So right now, though, we have deployed the formula for success here of having a Todd into Launchpad. On the other side, we have Angel who can sing, and then an Angel that's just down. Oh, a Kudeta Moody singing for an Angel. So double Angel, the Siren Singer, and the Experiment 624. And then we can go ahead, discard Lilo and Stitch to get rid of one part of the discount package, which is Todd. So now his plan of maybe going to get that discount is disrupted. However, we have the Darkwing Duck coming down, being able to deal 1 damage and allow this Launchpad to technically exert to draw a card, but is a little less tempting in the face of this damage. But he elects to, because damage might come no matter he gets challenged or not.
Sorry, I'm chatting with my wife about getting Cold Stone ice cream because of Garrick right now.
Heck yeah, dude. You gotta, if you're not eating Cold Stone at 1:30 in the afternoon, what are you doing?
Playing Lorcana and a CCQ, possibly.
That's true, but depending on if one of these players lose, they might be going to get Cold Stone. But there is Violet coming down, adding a little bit of buffer to the strength availability, and now we're able to cleanly go ahead and get rid of this launch pad. And I don't even know, he's a 2/3. I'm trying to memorize the strength and willpower of every card ever. It's really going
2/3,
well.
yes.
Yeah, so there we go. And then
you're doing fantastic.
Thanks. And then we can go ahead. And so he didn't use his full ink that turn, only paying for the Violet. But that's just enough to get a body on the board. So he might have more expensive things here. However, we'll return to a second Launchpad, the sequel. Kind of funky. Both of them are kind of doing what they can with the ink available and not necessarily playing on curve, which both these decks really like to do.
Yeah, it's kind of a grind fest in this way that you don't want to have to over ink, and playing to curve sometimes forces you to ink. But we do see that Eleanor in Ocean's hand, but he doesn't have to go to that 4 ink till the turn he plays it, and he can kind of wait another turn, maybe draw another card from this launch pad, find something that he can't use. Like if he needs every piece of removal or every character in his hand, he can't really afford to do that. As Caleb shifts away this Violet, she is big. She can challenge, and that resist is scary in these steel matchups. I actually haven't seen Violet in Amber Steel very much. Maybe it's just a nod to the amount of Emerald Steel being played. So like Amber Steel here coming in from the meta to attack the Eleanor aggro decks as well as the Emerald Steel. And hopefully these gigantic in Amber Steel world, a 4/4 Violet's enough to deal with the Amber Amethyst. It's at least enough resist to deal with this Eleanor.
And I think it's probably speaking to how many heroes are in the deck. That's my favorite part, where you see a card, you're like, oh no, now I have to read every type of subtype to see. But you do have that synergy, so it looks like Stitch is a hero, because she has a heroic synergy. When you play this or another hero character, you may draw a card, choose and discard a card, and try to get towards the more interesting things in your deck. So in this case, it looks like he discarded the other violet, and now he's just kind of sitting and thinking. That Stitch can shift. He is a 1/3, which makes him pretty darn good in a steel meta, like we've mentioned many times. 2 is kind of the magic number of things you're avoiding because of the Angel. 1 is also pretty bad because of the Eleanor. The good news is this Eleanor is going to be tough to utilize unless he can get some damage on board, but he does go ahead and get rid of one of his 3 characters, and Eleanor's gonna have to wait a while. He needs to get in a much more commanding position in order to take advantage of the practice diplomat.
Yeah, that's we're so used to the Eleanor decks playing Eleanor on turns 2 and 3 that when you have a fair Eleanor battle in a steel on steel, rarely is Eleanor being played on turn 4 and activating. I don't know how many times I just have to play Eleanor and then hope they don't answer her or 2 of my characters again, and then I can sing Zeus with her and have some other shenanigans, and sometimes even needing that Broadway, or as you said, sometimes a Headless Horseman to give bodyguard to get that sneaky 3rd exerted character.
Yeah, and it's just I haven't seen him deploy a bodyguard yet. Doesn't mean it's not in the deck, and sometimes people have been doing onesies and twosies just because of how tricky it is to decide what the best 60 are in this current meta. But shout out to Ocean Tempest, beautiful discard. I love the way it is listed out like this. However, he has a pretty scant hand size, which means I'm sure he's quite tempted to exert in the face of this Eleanor right now. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Which character are you dealing damage with the Eleanor?
Well, I mean, resist is pretty problematic right now, so the answer's none. I'm like looking back and forth. I'm like, so
it's a trick.
Great time. A great time to have resist is in an Eleanor meta.
Yeah, I think it's a weird spot. Like if we just quest to draw cards, we don't do as much. All right, which gives our own Angel resist. We are just trying to answer things in play. We're not even gonna bother. Oh, yes, 2/5. That's a very good turn for Ocean's 11.
Yeah, able to really synergize these cards together to make sure you get as much value and make it where, sure, you're going to be able to respond to one of these characters next turn if you so choose, but you could not respond to all of them with your current resources. We have, I thought for a second is the pixelation's on my side, but I think we are going through a Florida pixel storm here. But on the side, okay, so we're inking Violet into the Aerial Ethereal Voice. This one's tricky. This Ariel by herself is pretty sad because she wants to be boosted. She wants to have songs, and she doesn't have either of those right now. We have Alone, Lilo, and Stitch together against the world right now. But I would want to keep both of these characters. So if I can get into some cards, I have the ability to kind of synergize and protect them. But Ocean's going to kind of slowly peel away here. And he has 2 Eleanors that can start picking away at this Ariel. So this Ariel might not even survive to the next turn if he's able to get anything that deals damage and keeps these 2 Eleanors.
Yeah, it does look like the internet on the play cut for a little bit there. I wish it would zoom in. Why isn't this like the movies? I want to just say enhance.
Enhance, computer!
We're not able to stop the double Eleanors from drawing more cards as we just throw out 3 characters, 3 1-cost 2/2s. That's 2 Darkwing Ducks and a Todd. And we're probably going to exert our characters. We can't take out both of the Eleanors here, but we might actually be able to just double challenge just like last time, leave some damage on, and deal 2 damage to this Ariel while drawing 2 cards. This game looked so far in Caleb's favor, and then Ocean Tempest said, do you remember this Eleanor card that's been terrorizing the format? This is why.
And I think that's kind of the nature of these steel matchups. It feels kind of unwinnable until you just have this little incremental. It feels like a little chip in the armor, and then things just kind of collapse. And I think it's double, where it's the fact that you're able to deal damage and the fact that if you're not drawing the cards you need, this is what it looks like. Caleb drew every single steel removal song in the last time. He's not finding it in this matchup. He's not able to get his card engine online or card draw engine online. He's not able to find the removal songs. So as a result, this is kind of the position he's in where he says, I really don't see a way out of this. And he goes ahead and concedes this game number 2. So now we are knotted up at 1-1. And now it is going to be into this game 3 where Caleb will be going first. If he can put the pressure on like he did in game 1, getting down characters with resist, making sure that he sings songs to get rid of the key pieces of the card draw that Ocean's Tempest is looking for, he can easily win this game number 2 or 3. However, as we've seen, it really is just a story of who can get the removal pieces and who can get those card draw elements.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting game, that's for sure. And Caleb doesn't even have the power of Angel on 1. Sometimes I remember there was a point where it's just like I almost want to be on the draw. That extra card, having that singer on the first turn, very powerful. But he had it this last game, and it just wasn't enough. Where Tempest was able to just kind of eventually get there with enough removal in those Eleanors. It's going to be an interesting game. Let's see the opening that he goes with, but I think he just wants to sing a coot and play some big scary threats. It's also possible that maybe we shouldn't have been questing the first time we did, but I'd have to rewatch it to see what put us in that position. It could be that Tempest kind of tricked it, almost like a Rapunzel trap of old days, where he's like, well, you could challenge here if you want, but I'm going to do this, and it's going to force you to keep exerting, and then I'll be able to take it out.
And I think you're playing around lots of mental things like that. It's what is your opponent going to do? I mean, neither of these characters or decks have rush, but they do have the bounce, or rather Ocean Tempest has access to being able to return cards to hand with Rapunzel and Mother Knows Best. So anything Caleb does, he has to be careful that he's not going to play into Ocean's hand, but also he doesn't want to necessarily play around too much because that could cause him to play suboptimally. So now we're doing that alter, trying to get that perfect curve. As we know, Ocean Tempest is going second. In game 1, we saw him take advantage of White Rabbit. In game 2, we saw Caleb take advantage of Angel. Both of those are those underdog cards that they have access to. I think in this case, if I am Ocean Tempest, even though I have access to the underdog White Rabbit, I'm favoring the more powerful lines like Todd and Vixie, even Launchpad and not Lightning McQueen, get out of here, Darkwing Duck, because
not
of the
yet,
fact,
anyways.
Yeah, right, not yet. Ka-chow one day, but not yet.
Katie knows about future spoilers. All right, just in. Katie is in the future league, and Lightning McQueen is going to be dominating the format.
I mean, it has to be at a certain point. Like, if we don't get Cars and Lightning McQueen's not good, what are we doing? So that's just, it's not a prediction, it's a guarantee. But I don't know. I mean, what are your thoughts about the value of White Rabbit? I feel like I would rather get a card draw engine or have the ability to sing early over having White Rabbit. But I mean, sometimes it's the card you have. Thoughts?
Yeah. In this spot, I think it's the card you have mixed with two things. Do we have Strike a Good Match? If that's in our deck, it's a little bit better, so then we can use it to filter to guarantee we have what we want. We don't really need Terror That Flaps to be able to hit a 3 willpower here. Most of the things we want to hit are either 2 or 4, so we can't actually deal maximum damage to take out the Vanessa. But we can take out a Willow if that's the case, or an Angel. So we could start with the White Rabbit, then play Launchpad, and then on turn 3 we could play the 3-cost Darkwing Duck or the 1-cost. Or we could go the White Rabbit, turn 2 play an Ursula, take a song, turn 3 go Todd, and play Vixie. That way, if we're going the Eleanor plan, one piece of removal isn't gonna slow us down, as we saw the Angel go into the Inkwell for Caleb with no turn 1 play, and Ocean going for that Todd.
Yeah, and so Todd might be the plan he needs to get to that very, very, very powerful strength on 3, where if you're able to get down the Vixie for a discount, and then the next turn you can go even wider, you can play, some 1-cost and then be able to get your strength for a pretty powerful amount. In that case, though, we're gonna ink that max. Nope. we're not gonna. We're gonna keep it in hand. And I can see why Max Youth is very, very powerful with recursion of some of these actions. But in this case, we're gonna say, what do you even have in there? Go ahead and try to ruin his tempo a little even more, because now we can go ahead and snipe this Akud Edamudi or Strength Raging Fire or even the Long Game Zeus. He has all the answers here. But he does go ahead and elects to get that Akud Edamudi, because if we have Akud Edamudi, we can do Aerial as early as next turn. In this case, that is going to take that off the menu. He only has 2 ink and will not be able to play that Aerial quite yet.
This is kind of rough. This is that scenario. You're like, I want to have removal. I need to have removal. And your deck laughs at you and says, you want removal? I'm actually a monkey paw, and I'm going to grant your wish in the worst way possible.
Yes, and that is the beauty, because we have strength, which unfortunately is just the inkable thing. We must go ahead and put to the inkle, because it is not, the strength is only as strong as your characters, and by golly, he only has one, and he won't have another one for a while here. Now, Ursula Vanessa can sing Along King Zeus, but that's something, is it worth it right now? That Ursula's not going to do anything, and that Todd is just a 2/2. So in this case, I think he is thinking about it, and he will. And that can go ahead and ruin some momentum on his side. I can see why, but it does feel bad. That is not the #1 target of Along King Zeus.
Yeah, so it is rough, but we need to prevent that Eleanor from triggering. If we wait for the Eleanor to come into play, what if, Oceans commits a singer and then is able to Mother Knows Best or sing on our Vanessa before it can sing removal on Eleanor, and then we have to pay full value to answer the Eleanor, but then the characters are still there and they're already questing, and it just gets out of control and snowballs so fast. And that's just like some of the powers of Eleanor, is like, if you focus too much on one part of it and save stuff for that, you can't deal with what is already happening to you. And Caleb's trying to deal with that right now, as we probably have to ink one of our characters to play a character. I don't think we can get rid of these strengths. We already had to ink one. We need to keep that other one still.
I do like Zero the Hero saying, can you tell these cards just from the blurry image? I can. That's Lilo, I believe, Galactic Hero, which has some alien synergy in it. You said, ooh. I mean, you're a Lilo and Stitch mega fan.
I was saying, ooh, because it means we can actually challenge down this Ursula if we want. And there's not really going to be any negative to it. We're just really making sure that this Eleanor doesn't come into play, while this also gives us a shift line for future uses. So we don't even need to ink anymore if we don't want to. But we did ink, and I didn't see what it was. It could have been the Lilo Stitch. Thank you, Caleb. Show us your hand. I think we ended up inking the Lilo and Stitch, which is kind of a mind game. You see your opponent play a Lilo and then ink the Lilo and Stitch. Are you thinking they got another one in their hand, right?
Right. And for those at home, I mean, that the Galactic, she has the ability to add Challenger 2, correct?
Yes. And
Okay.
if she quests, she does other fun shenanigans.
That's what the card says.
Yeah, the key word is fun shenanigans, as she allows an alien to challenge a readied character. And we saw earlier Caleb is running Peekleys to draw cards if you have an alien in place. So it's kind of an alien theme deck.
I love it. So there we go. Strength Raging Fire, only able to deal 2 to this Vixie, who's able to withstand that pressure here. Unfortunately, both of his Strength Raging Fire have been a little weak strength. And now we have another draw engine. So here's the thing. I talked about Mushu being conditional, and I talked about the other ones. Disguise Peddler is also slightly conditional. In this case, it is going to depend on lore total. So in this case, Caleb does not have more lore. He inks it and then plays the Eleanor. Now, Eleanor becomes, like we said, a little bit scary in the face of bigger characters, and both Lilo and Ariel are definitely robust. So he has to be very careful about what he overextending. Doing a little audit of the discard pile. We know 1 strength was inked. We know an Akud and a Along Came Zeus have been deployed. So now, there we go. Mother Knows Best right into that Lilo, taking away a little bit of momentum. And that Vixie cannot be reached by either of these characters. So if he has a removal damage, then either way, it doesn't really matter right now for him.
Yeah, this position looks pretty good for Ocean Tempest. The only negative is the one card in hand, and we're just hoping don't have that removal. How lucky. Well, we have the removal right there, and that's gonna be pretty devastating as we don't have a clean crackback to take out this aerial in a challenge.
No, and then that makes me wonder if he himself is running Then Along Came Zeus, if you are running, or sorry, he hurled his Thunderbolts, because if you are, he does have enough ink to go ahead and sing it. Unfortunately, that will not, because I believe Ariel is a 3-5, if I remember correctly. So now it is just a situation of are we going to go to one of these other two candidates? And it just becomes worse and worse. The math equation for Ocean Tempest become worse the more character he loses. So losing that Eleanor was very, very bad here. However, he does have one singer on board. It's just how wide can he get when he hasn't been able to get his card draw engine online?
Well, I heard you like Eleanor's, so here's another one.
The sequel. The squeakquel, if you will.
The squeakquel, yeah. You know, just gaining some more lore with this Vixie here, and Caleb's going to draw some cards off this Akud. We're going to draw 2. Still doesn't hit that removal. Possibly going to sing that other Akud. It's hard to do, though. I would almost want to keep it for the next turn, as it draws us one more card. And we can still play a couple threats here and don't need that other discount yet.
And I think Caleb is showing why he brought this Amber Steel deck to this tournament, because it is just able to synergize so fantastically. We have Violet coming in, able to draw and discard a card, get rid of one of the lower value 1 cost. Then he can go ahead and get this Lilo in Stitch in. I believe he shifted it on top of the Lilo in this case. Right? I believe.
Yes, the 3 cost.
Yeah, so now he just has the ability to do so much, and all of that was kind of on the back foot, but it shows how powerful the spot or target removal can be. I believe Ocean Tempest only has 1 card in hand. He's going to have a really hard time getting more cards in hand at this current math equation in front of him.
So it's interesting to note here that without a whole new world or Beyond the Horizon to really reset our hand, if we shift too many times, that's kind of what happened in the last game. Is we had the Violet shift, we had the Lilo shift, and then they were taken down by these very large will-powered challengers that could team up to take them down. We might get to that position again. It really depends on if Caleb can maintain the velocity of draw and removal every turn, because this Eleanor is just threatening to take over.
Yeah, I think that's such a good point, that shifting feels good, right? Because you kind of get around the drawing mechanic. But like you said, it kind of cannibalizes your own characters, where you're taking the board pressure and making it just a different pressure. And you're not necessarily expanding it, you're just deepening it. So in this case, we will finally get an Eleanor trigger, able to deal 1 damage to the Ethereal Voice, draw a card, and gain 1 lore, getting nice, or up to 8. He saw in Caleb's hand is the Angel Experiment 624, and that has to be paired with some discarding, and he might elect to. We have 3 exerted characters, no bodyguard, and so there we go. Oof. Adding support with that World's Greatest Criminal, or adding support to Eleanor and using World's Greatest Criminal Mind. Like you said, that's that support that people were underutilizing, but able to use to great effect here.
This is not looking good for Ocean's Tempest here. We discarded Terror that flaps, leaving 1 card in hand, and I think when we showed it, it was possibly a Mushu, but neither of those are going to do enough. We could have maybe had this Mei Lin get answered, but then we're down to just 1 card in hand. While Caleb is seizing the moment to quest with all these 2 and 3 questers.
Yeah, so he's going to go ahead, drop down the Darkwing Duck. I believe that is the 2 cost, 1 cost 2/2, and then a Vixie. He has to pay the full market value of 3 ink for it, unfortunately. He inks a Mushu and plays another 2/2 Darkwing Duck. So his board is getting wider. If he can go ahead and get some other card draw, if he gets another Eleanor, if he gets a Strength Raging Fire, he has the puzzle pieces. But Caleb, all he has to do is get his own. He's just questing out. He's moved out of the how do I control you and moved into the wait, how do I just win this game? Getting all the way up to 19 lore and saying, I really don't think you have the ability to deal with this. And he doesn't. We extend the fist bump. Ocean Tempest, unfortunately, did not have what he needs in game number 3. And Caleb had all the answers.
Yeah, that was quite disheartening if you are an Ocean Tempest fan there, as it did not go the way they wanted.
Yeah, Ocean Tempest is tempted to go to Coldstone and try the Strawberry Blonde, one of the best Garrick recommends. If you're going to Coldstone, try Strawberry Blonde. But I love matches like this where one ink color is the same and the other one is different, because you really get to highlight the advantages of one combination over the other. Emerald has a lot of ways to zigzag, as I think Garrick says, it's an adaptable ink color. But Amber, you just have so many ways to just draw a little bit of cards, get a little bit of the pseudo ramp with a Kuda and a Moody, and then these Lilo and Stitches work quite well together, and even throw an Angel in there as well. So I think Amber Steel, it's fascinating to see it have a moment here in this part of the meta, but I think it's just one of those decks that's able to do a lot in pretty much any meta. So it makes sense to me why someone would bring it, because it's not going to do the most impressive things, but if it can fire off, it can do a lot of important things.
Oh yeah, let's see if we have an interview. We're going to have to wait a few moments on that. Let me also try to get in some of our other casters here. Who are our predictions, chat? Who do you think the next round casters are? The hints, are there 2 casters you have not seen yet tonight?
I'm gonna guess that it is Ocean Tempest. He says, "Get me in the booth. I'm out of here. I don't like this anymore."
You're just spoiling our secrets.
But so yeah, I'm not gonna guess because I know. So I'm out. We're just gonna sit here, and if you guys don't guess, you don't get to have any more Disney Lorcana, and you did this to yourself.
Wow. Katie laying the law. You better guess, and you better get it right, because they're not coming on until chat guesses them correctly.
I'm gonna guess a hint is one is related to laws, legislature, maybe.
Yes.
Oh, I'm gonna guess
Lorcana lawyer coming on.
That's true. If we do have any items, you guys are ready. You guys got this. I've casted it 3 times. I'm kind of the world's foremost casting expert on Amber Emerald items, but I'm off.
You sure you don't want to talk about it again?
I want to. Honestly, let's just, if you love Disney Lorcana, name every Emerald item ever. And that's how you know you're a real fan, not a fake fan.
There you go. That's a good thing for Jeopardy night.
Yeah, it's just, all right, name all of them. And the answer is, there's too many.
I do believe I've seen Liam do a game show, or there was a show at least once where they were just like, you have to name items or name cards of the type and tell a person, like, everyone can't do it.
Yes.
And they went through almost every single Sapphire item.
That was Diet Coke Invitational, I believe. I mean, we did it at Diet Coke. I mean, we've all probably done this at some point. Yeah, but Fumbles, Cola, how the heck are you two so-and-sos doing?
It was pretty spot on. I'm pretty sure that's my mother. I just heard New York City mom.
Yeah.
Hey, we're questing here.
Muted, booted, banned.
But I heard you color, and you know what? The accent was great. So that's what you asked me completely.
Yes.
I did everyone a favor. No accent. Oh wait, no, Katie did.
Oh,
Never mind.
I thought you meant by muting me. I was like, that's cool. That's cool, man.
No, that's for the round start.
But yeah, so we're getting an interview, you think?
We are going to have an interview, but they're doing a quick bio break, and then we're going to do the interview.
We allow that. We're kind.
Yeah.
We're kind.
You guys give lunch breaks. You give bio breaks before interviews. I'm like,
haven't
you,
gone
it's
to the
fresh.
bathroom
Get up
or
here.
eaten.
I'm not giving
Yeah,
them.
exactly. Like, that's crazy.
I would never
I am
give a lunch
starving.
break.
They're like, are you comfortable? Are you doing well? I guess
Dude,
that's
you want
good.
a lunch break? Win your game faster.
Yeah,
Lunch is
actually.
for winners.
Lunch is
that-
for Amber players that play
was
quickly.
saying.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's that Boomy Junior strat that he taught me early on. Is like, if you want to go eat food, you play aggro and you play it well. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
You snack in
Turn
between
him
rounds.
sideways, get to eat some snacks, you know?
Hang out with Luke, because Luke will pull out snacks that he pilfered from other people from his pockets. He shares
From his
like
pockets.
Yeah, he will pull out
Pocket
like
snacks.
he'll be like, I got some
Pocket
pocket
burger?
jerky, and I'm like, you know what, Luke, I'll never take you
Actually-
up on pocket jerky, but I appreciate that you offered it because it shows you care. You're a good person.
You know,
I also like the
Sky
squats
took the
meta
pocket
that Luke
jerky.
does. That was good.
I need
in
to start
Seattle.
the squat meta back up. I won that
Yeah.
DLC. Stopped doing squats. Started doing poor. Like
Get those
correlation.
squats going.
It might be related.
Yeah, it's probably entirely related.
I
Shout
think
out
it's
to
a big
10:30 a.m.
correlation.
hot dogs.
Oh
Apparently,
my God.
Stumbles and J-Bombs are eating glizzies in the morning.
Yeah,
See-
I mean, I have no limit as to what time is. Like breakfast is any meal. Like you know what I
Right.
mean? Like
Well-
I'll eat whatever.
Breakfast is a meeting you eat in
Stumbles-
the morning.
I was gonna say 10:30 a.m. in Milwaukee is actually 9:30 a.m. for you. So that's like Uber breakfast. So
Wait, it's the other way around.
no, because Milwaukee's an hour. Or no, wait, yeah, you're right. I don't know. Time is a construct, and it's made up by
Yeah, if anything,
Or
it's a
was-
nice lunch
Yeah.
dog.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, there you go. Okay, it makes even more sense. I don't know. Time.
How
is bad.
crazy
I
is
s-
it though that you put a breakfast sausage? You're like, oh, that's a breakfast sausage, but hot dog. No, that's a lunch sausage. All right, we all decided that's a
Yeah,
lunch.
the range of sausages.
Yeah.
Yeah, Katie.
Mm-mm, that's an evening
It's
sausage.
just like where there's like more seasoning, where there's like more pepper in a breakfast sausage, right? Like maybe that's what it is.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
if
it comes down
anything,
to seasoning.
Yeah, you gotta
really wanna
season
get
it like
to-
breakfast.
If you want to know how the sausage is made,
No,
Go
actually
to
no.
J-Bomb's house because that's what
No.
he does every weekend. The family sausage press comes out and they all gather round.
Yeah.
All the J bombs.
All the J-Bombs, baby J-Bombs.
Miss J Bomb.
Yeah.
I got to meet the JD3, the JDZ auxiliary
Oh,
members.
I got to meet them at D23 as well, and like they're all every single one of them is different. They're all
Are they just
JD3.
cooler than JDZ?
yeah. Do what?
Yeah, yeah, they're definitely. It's like
yeah.
he's the beta version, and then these are the final
Right,
evolutions
the
of
software
JD.
updates, right? Like a
Mhm.
little bit better. Yep.
Yep,
They
yep,
like
yep,
were
yep.
all in their cosplay, and it was like really good cosplay.
He's like
too, so I was
iPhone
like,
3.
Nice, nice.
Then-
Yeah, their cosplays are really good.
So
And then yeah.
now, Mr. Fumble,
What's
if
up?
you will you be playing in a CCQ, or for people at home, are you already like done and dusted? You've got it, or are you just opting out of the shenanigans next week?
No, yeah, I will not be at the LCQ. I did
yes,
have
sorry,
an
LCQ.
option to do so, but then I had a major crash out of I don't think I can win 6 games in a row, so I chose not to buy the ticket that popped up. So
Self-care king over here, and we love that because
And
you
we're
should know.
Well,
and we're saving the money
Just
now for
know thyself.
DLCs.
we're gonna jump over to the interview real quick.
Okay.
Hopefully we're gonna jump into that interview.
Appears to be muted.
Yeah. Well, maybe he'll check his audio. It's a fantastic time here. So I think he's just talking about how, you have to hit those songs on curve. You need to accoot out that aerial. How does it feel to play a deck that crushes Emerald Steel? Oh, it feels fantastic, Ninja. Oh, that's good to know. That's good to know. Tell me more about that. Well, see, I drew all my songs on curve. I banished their characters, and I won the game.
This is actually a tragedy. I feel so bad right now. Like, oh.
Well, what do you do when you don't draw the removal every turn? Well, see,
It's never happened.
yeah.
Not
I don't
gonna
know why I
happen.
draw my removal.
Yeah,
Oh.
draw better, I say. Have
Do
you
you
ever
think
thought
you're-
about drawing the cards?
Oh, I'm better than you, J-Bomb. I will out-eat you in a hot dog eating contest any day. That's what he said right there, pointing at the screen. Ninja agreed. He's shocked at how much he agrees with that statement. Thanks a lot for that, and we're gonna pop back over to the booth.
And that's a Disney Lorcana if I've ever seen one. That was good stuff. I loved it.
Yeah, that was fantastic. If only we had heard it. Now that he has his headset on and can hear us again, he'll realize
Ow.
Welcome back. Welcome back. If you would like to talk to him again, you could. But
Round number
we did a
2.
voice dub over it. It was pretty good.
If you want to give a quick recap of how it went.
Yeah, and did he challenge J-Bomb to a hot dog eating contest? I was pretty sure I saw that.
Yeah.
All right.
Nice.
7 minutes of vamping. Color, go.
All right. So, what is the location of this event? Because it looks like it could be, because Saint Augustine is actually one of our oldest cities in Florida. So, this could be a really cool architecture building with some crown molding, because, you know, sometimes like we don't get to keep stuff like that in like the Tampa area. Hurricanes come, level it out, and we build something new. Saint Augustine has the cool stuff. So, is this a Days Inn or is this a cool thing? Mm-hmm. Ah. Is this building 10 years old or like, you know, like our pretty ancient 20 years old that we can get all the way up to in here in Florida?
I haven't pulled the county tax record, so I'm not sure.
That's really honestly upsetting that you haven't figured out the architecture of this building for the event.
It's a little pulled up to figure this out.
No, I will say that was one of the things we were all laughing at, because the venue looks really, really nice. But at the same time, like, we don't, like I said, like, it is a joke, but it's not. Florida does seem to level off of the old architecture, so we have to like continuously, everything's very updated and new. So if you're seeing like crown molding and chandeliers, it's either very old or very fake. So I just wanted to know where we were on that spectrum, you know? Yeah.
Oh, wow,
exactly.
okay.
There you go.
Classic
Thank you,
architecture.
Yeah,
I mean,
like exactly.
that
Yeah.
was Rococo. They were doing Rococo architecture in 1998, I believe.
Yeah.
I will say the venue is very nice. There's, you know, restaurants here at the hotel and all that. So like it's kind of one of those like all-inclusive like golf resort hotel things.
Very
So, like,
nice.
there's a lot of stuff going on. And the lobby was they were playing some jams last night. It was crazy.
Lobby jams.
You know, that might be the play.
Are you a golf person, Fumbles? Oh, okay. It was always nice to. Oh. So you're special.
Self-aware golfer. That's crazy.
Yeah. The next evolution of golfers is
Yeah.
what he is.
We love that.
Big news. Guys, I double checked the cafe next to the North American Championship. They've got pizza bagels still. My favorite thing I ate at all of the North American Championship last year. It's there. Luke, you're going to be there. Color, Ninja, Harley, Jeff, are you guys going to be there?
Yep,
be
I will
there.
be there.
Great.
We'll be,
Can't wait to see you guys.
I was like,
we'll be
was there a follow-up question or no? I'm kidding.
Great. There's pizza bagels. I'm
Okay,
so
cool.
excited. That's what I was working on. I realized I'm so hungry. I'm in shambles as a human
You're
right
famished.
now.
Why haven't you fed yourself yet?
Because we worked during the lunch break.
I
Because
got somebody that wants to say hi.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh, it's
Hi.
hello.
Hi.
I
The
hear you were
judge
jealous.
came.
Swearing.
Yeah.
That is crazy. Matt, get back here and explain yourself.
He ran away.
Well, all right.
He's like, no, I will answer no questions.
I
Just
answer
a
to
hi
no
and bye.
one. Yeah.
Actually,
How
not
many
even a
judges do we
buy.
have? Is he solo judging the whole CCQ?
We have 3 judges.
How many players?
I think we ended up after some drops this morning. We ended up about 95, I believe, is the number.
5 players. Do you guys?
We almost
the-
got up to 8 rounds.
Yeah, we had 138 registered, but we had some no-shows, of course, as you do.
As you do. Do you guys have the Mother Knows Best promos and playmats and everything? Have you gotten to see them?
We do, and they look amazing. They participation promos got handed out this morning as the players checked in, so they have those already.
I
Top
have
32
one.
will get the foils, and then the top 8 will get the playmat.
And this is the art for the participation. So this doesn't have the foiling on it, but it is the foiling from all of the DLC. So it's like the whooshy foil. I don't know. I should probably know like the name of it, but like
Swirl.
Swirly. I don't know. It looks kind of like the ink. That's the technical term for it. I met a lot of the developers, and they said that this was what they like to call that one.
Yeah, it doesn't. It just has a hand movement.
Yeah,
that's its name.
It's a technical term for. I'm kidding.
By the way, this foiling is just called.
Yeah, exactly. Makes board meetings like really hard. But no, the promos are very, very pretty. And I was telling to the players that were in last week, I was like, they're passing them out, and they're like, oh, these are neat. I'm like, you are the only people. You're the only people in the world that now have this card in your hand for like a week. But still, that felt really nice for like a week.
Sell,
right?
sell.
Yeah, they're really cool
more
looking.
this first week.
It is very cool being able to host one of the first events and hand those promos out to the players. And we wanted to put on a bit for the community. Georgia, Florida area has been a little, lacking a little bit. So we wanted to put something on, and got lucky that it became a CCQ. So we're happy to do it.
Yeah,
This
wish I could have made it down.
You're getting a DLC in your neck of the woods.
Yeah.
Where's DLC Lincoln at?
We got a Christmas DLC, which is crazy. I hope you guys are excited to look at the plane tickets to try to fly to Tampa.
I'm glad it's drivable, because I will be driving down.
I think it wasn't that
That's
bad.
rough.
Oh, nice. Well, then we do have Allegiant too. So you can fly into Allegiant and to the St. Pete Clearwater Airport, and that is it's not a bad Uber to Tampa.
I'm going to take my first class Delta flight, okay? With my glass of champagne down to Tampa, okay?
I'm Ubering to Tampa from Omaha. That's what I just heard.
Nice.
Said it's not a bad
That's
Uber.
a heck of an Uber.
I'm Ubering.
Crazy. That's crazy.
I'll share the ride, all right? If we split it 3 ways, you, Sky, Luke, me, Sky, Luke, it'll be fine.
Just a casual $10,000 Uber.
I was gonna say, it's
feel like
it's
they would
like
stop
$40 to go 10 minutes, man.
You
It's
probably
not
need
great
to
here.
split it up into a few Ubers. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah,
I don't know
a
if
relay,
one guy
the great American Uber relay.
That would be that'd probably be entertaining content if you just had infinite money and you're like, I'm gonna Uber across the country and just in multiples of hour and a half Uber rides.
Do you know how much a private jet
Hour and a
is?
half is
I mean,
crazy.
you could definitely fund some Uber chains.
Right.
Wait, how has Uber not made this, by the way? This should be
Right,
part
this
of
is a
the
great
app.
idea.
They have shuttle.
Seems-
They have, by the way, they have Uber helicopter now. You could definitely do Uber
Oh.
chains.
They have
Yeah.
Uber
gotta be like a-
helicopter.
Yeah, I mean, maybe
Like a
that's a
jet
very
spot
New York
somewhere.
City thing. I don't know, but
Hands across America, but it's just Luke across America. We're just shipping him.
Uber across America.
Yeah.
Great name. I don't want to do
They
it.
could
I
build
don't want to Uber across.
No, you
imagine
have
if they built some kind of system with rails and a big kind of machine that ran and could transport a lot of people at a time, and
It'll
then
never
Oh,
work.
bro, we could call it
people mover?
trains.
we
could
could
call
we
it
call them
trains.
trains. Yeah,
Oh man, that would be so fire.
that would be
I
so
was
good.
thinking the people mover.
Yeah, I get on the Tomorrowland Transit Authority People Mover.
And then get
And-
back to Nebraska in 30 hours.
Worth.
Well,
Hashtag work.
I would like that part changed. Could we make the trains go a little faster?
The speed train from London to Paris is crazy. It's crazy.
We all
You
know.
just-
We've all been on it so many times. The speed train.
You will.
This is a weird-
You're
this is
gonna,
a
you're
weird
gonna
flex
do it,
color.
Katie.
Yeah.
What?
Weird
Yeah.
flag.
Didn't you just get back from Italy, Fumbles?
Greece was very nice.
I want to do a Lorcana event.
You're like, I didn't ride any
That-
trains though.
It's like a week-long event, and the event is played on a train as it goes across Europe. So imagine a Street Fighter level select, and the train's going through, and there's an event every other day at some big city across, and then you play on. It's a
Or a
fantastic
snow-
idea
What about a
feel
Snowpiercer
like-
situation?
It's
where
for
you have to
people
play
that don't
through the
like
map?
boats.
without the bug
No
protein
piercing.
parts.
Because I was gonna say they just did the deal with the cruise line. So what Luke just came up with for the people that get seasick, they're like, can we do a train one of those?
Cruise DLC when, by the way.
Honestly, how crazy you scrub out and you're like, man, but I'm on a boat.
I'm
And
on,
so-
I'm on a
There's
boat,
a boat.
and we're going.
I asked my wife about that. I was like, so there's a chance that you know, there might be a cruise boat DLC that, you know, goes over like a week or something. And she's like, you will never get me on a cruise boat.
What?
That will never happen.
All right, I'll be your +1 when you qualify for cruise boat DLC
for
Cruise
Worlds. That'd be fire,
Cruise
bro.
World. Well, so like that seems more plausible, right? I mean, if you're only bringing like 50 people on a cruise, like, you know,
Good.
It gives you a reason why it's only limited so much, right?
Well,
There you
it
go.
would make sense that if they just had like a cruise event down in Florida and just have it when the boat is docked. So you're just playing on the cruise boat ship, but
like
you know,
like
it's
a
docked.
docked like casino.
Like a casino.
cruise
boat.
Yeah.
Why would you want to? There's so many better venues than just like being on a boat dock
They
on,
already
like,
own
in the
it.
Gulf. You know what I mean?
Dare you say that there's better venues than boat DLC?
Exactly.
Shout out to the term
But if
cruise
you're-
boat ship,
Wait,
by the way.
are you
if
just
you're gonna,
always
like-
on a boat for
Katie, leave me
Lorcana?
alone.
You guys
But
just
no,
want to be like docked in the Gulf, just like on a big ship. I don't know. It
I
just
mean,
feels like
all I hear is air conditioning, all you can eat buffet,
we have that.
and no
Pull that boat up
seasickness
to
because
a-
you're in a dock.
You can pull that boat up to a lot of places that might not have a convention center.
Not-
Instant venue.
The
I mean, it would
gambling
probably be a
laws are
cheaper
different, I
venue
hear,
in New
from
York City.
casinos on boats.
You're gonna
So-
fly to Tampa to go sit on a boat,
That's literally
do
what
that all
people
the
do
time.
every time. That's
And then-
literally called a
and
vacation.
then you're and then you're gonna not go anywhere in the boat.
Oh, sorry, Katie. She's used to speed trains and
Yes,
private,
I'm sorry.
private
You're
jets
going to
and-
fly to the ocean
people
and go
movers.
on a boat. But to be fair, yes, usually the boat does go somewhere. But what if your tummy hurt real bad?
And you like can't get on the boat. Okay. I just,
Disney cruise ships can hold a few thousand, you know.
They don't have casinos. Though, so the
2,000
only gambling
player
you can do is
caps.
pack rush.
with my travel luck, I don't think I should ever get on a boat. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not. If I ever get on a plane and I see color coming near the plane, I am canceling it. I'm
You're
going
like,
anywhere.
I'll take the
because-
next one.
Actually, Zenulus might be more cursed than you. The fact that like he got
Actually,
into a car
yeah.
accident before a plane that got delayed.
And
is
then he got stuck in
insane.
Brazil for like 100 years.
Panama. He got sent to Panama.
Yeah. They sent him to Panama, which is
Yeah, they sent him to Central America and said,
And
I
then
heard
hung out
he's
there.
still in Panama.
Yeah.
Honestly.
But the Illumineers, he's always like when he does Illumineers on Monday, he's just on the canal. Hey guys.
Still here.
Yeah.
Airport streams, those are fire.
No. What?
Airport streams.
What airport streams are you watching?
I mean, Zen sometimes is doing
Zen.
Illumineers
Oh,
from an
and they're,
airport.
like, just watching
I've done an
people in an
airport
airport.
stream. I liked it.
I love the audio quality. Always the crispest
Yeah,
audio you
that's-
could ever hope for in an airport.
Bing!
Working from an airport
Boarding.
is something I've now I've gotten more comfortable with. Trying to find like a quiet corner to do my work before my flight to a Lorcana event because I didn't
Right.
want to take the Friday off.
I realize I refuse now. I will bring that laptop. I keep that thing on me when I'm in an airport.
It's
because
strapped.
I've ran out of PTO and now every travel day is a work day.
I'm very cautious about my PTO.
I wasn't. I am in PTO debt. I owe the company time back because I am out here just cavalierly. I'm gonna be gone all next week, and then I get back for 3 days, and I'm like, well, bon voyage. I go to Paris, and then I leave right after.
I mean,
and then
that
Sky's
sounds-
flying
that's
from
pretty
Paris
fire.
to Brazil, which is crazy.
Yeah, that's Sky has quite the adventure. He's going to the North America Championship, and then he's going to
Nice.
the European Championship, and then he's going to the Brazilian Championship. Although that's not as good as, say Alphos, who I do believe is going to all of them, as well as Ed, possibly.
That's kind of a crazy way to say that. You're like, he's doing well. Except
And I'll be watching all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to pop off and take care of some technical things. I'll see y'all in a little
Pop
bit.
off. I like
Pop
Okay.
off.
Pop off, sis.
It felt so natural coming from you, Katie. It did.
Yeah.
Things I can't say for 400.
Yeah.
Say it. You
Well,
could.
he
Please
said, I'm
say
gonna
it.
pop off.
Pop off, sis.
Yeah.
I
Somebody
can't.
really say it. You actually can say it, especially if you enunciate it like that. I liked it.
Mhm.
I did somebody's hair today, and I was like, "What are we doing with the bangs?" And I'm like, "Well, she's gotten a little long, and like, I don't know what she's doing over here." And I just kept being like, "This is a really wild way to personify your bangs." But I guess I'm in for it. Let's figure out where this ride goes.
Anyone
And
that's
she's
had
like,
bangs know that bangs are their own entity.
Yeah.
Maybe-
All right. Tampa DLC, you have to do my hair. I want the colors law. So like I don't know, just like
Mhm.
I'm just gonna shave it. It'll save me time.
She's gonna give you a nice balayage.
I don't know what that is.
Ain't no way.
So
It's so funny because like I'm like a very I've been doing it for so long. I'm very off duty. So like people are like, "What do you do with my hair?" And I'm like, $20. I'll tell you. And they're like,
$20.
Yeah, it's a consultation.
Dang.
$20.
Oh, consultation. I was like,
Yeah.
you're doing hair for $20.
No, like I went. Well, yeah, I was gonna say no. When people like approach me and they're like, "Oh, you do hair? What would you do with my hair?" And I'm like, "This is not a business venture right now. We are on a social. This is a social thing." I think like years ago, it would be like, "Oh, like I was more excited about it," but now it's probably the same way for you guys. If somebody asks you about your job when you're at a tournament, you're just like, "I don't have. What are we doing right now?"
Oh no, I get out the freaking Vizio. I'm doing a root cause analysis. I'm out here like let's freaking do a risk and control self-assessment, and I do it.
And you just get into it, and you're like,
I don't even
"Ooh,
ask. I say,
ooh."
what do you think your most vulnerable processes are right now? No one has ever asked me. in
Eleanor
public.
decks.
Yeah, right. I feel very vulnerable to Eleanor, and I'm like, well, we need a control, and the control is, Buzz's arm.
I for one always love a deck that loses to Eleanor. So
Yeah.
It's so funny too because it's been quite hated out recently. Hated out, like it's still very, very strong, but like it seems
played
like it's
deck
like
here.
worse. Oh, huh. Well, is it most played deck or is it not like a device? So do
Most
we have
played
the ink
color
color?
pairing, I do believe.
Yes. So, but like the divide, that's what I'm saying.
I don't know if there's because the divide now is Buzzarm.
Oh, so the
It's
divide is
not
like
dogs.
99% into. Okay, all right, that's fair.
I would probably. Do you have that number, Luke?
We have the breakdown, but like I've been trying to read the deck list, and then I was off by 5, and that means the data was not right, which means I have to redo it, and I've been on camera. So quite frankly,
I want to guess, like, if that number is, so it said about 90 something. If that number is, let's say, like 30, I would say it's probably like 15. Like, I know, like 10 Buzzarm and then like 20 aggro would be my
There's
guess.
26 Amber Emerald decks.
All
So
right,
you
not
think
a
like
bad
6
guess.
of them are Buzz's
No,
arm?
I think 10 probably would be my guess.
oh, there was one
Wow.
last week. I think we're at like 3 that I saw. 3, maybe 4.
Okay, 3. Okay.
Yeah, I was like
Because
6
you have to be a certain
probably.
kind of individual to bring this deck. You have to be somebody that wants to have a really rough day and make other people's day worse.
No,
Is Zan at this tournament?
yeah.
Oh, Zan
How are they
is?
doing?
He is.
Oh,
Last
okay, I knew
He
that.
was 2-1. I don't know what his last round was.
I do think it was enlightening in the Brian interview in round 1 and then Nathan's interview in round 2. Both of them kind of hinted that they're bringing this deck just to see the decks they brought. So Sploosh brought a Amethyst Emerald device deck, and then Nathan was playing the Buzz's Arm deck. It just makes me think that this is the last chance to try something before the time you're not trying it. It's the real attempt. So I'm very fascinated to see how the meta shifts between this week and next week. Also keeping in mind that this room is just different than a room. This is not technically, it's a CCQ, but it's a win a case tournament. So it's not something where many people are probably traveling, from like Washington State to Florida to come to this tournament.
I would have flown to it if I could.
What?
So
It was a secret CCQ. It did not get announced until fairly
Right.
late in the process.
So this room might be a little different than a room you might expect.
Do you think,
Well, and I
Luke,
think
that the meta would change too much over the next week? I don't think it would change too much.
It depends on what people are basing their predictions on. Like if someone is being like, well, I expect the meta to be this. Well, the start of this day with Book and Retro being played to punish the Amber Amethyst decks that are being greedy and trying to take advantage of no one playing Eleanor because it's losing to all of this, then like that could be big because then people realize, oh, maybe we need to go over the top. And if that happens, then that might continue. But then there's a world that someone's going to see that and be like, oh, I'm bringing Eleanor now. I'm just going to go fast and I'm going to punish these decks that are putting second star to the right in their deck. Like,
Second Star, Raging Storm, and Cauldrons. Guess.
yeah.
So-
Nice Cauldron, Quest for 10.
I think another interesting point too is this is a CCQ for season 3, so you kind of have to think about it. You're like, okay, if I am trying to go to an LCQ next week, or I'm already trying to just like be like, I've qualified for champs. If you want to go to a CCQ just for like practice of just playing and maybe you could win it, I don't know. There's 63 more invites left over for season 3 of CCQs, right? So like this is like if I lose this by playing Book then like fine. But next week is my real deck. That's when I need to really actually get serious. That's when
I would
know what I mean?
think it's kind of like the Friday event before the DLC.
Yeah.
I think
like-
most people play their actual deck or what they would consider is their favorite or favored deck. And then if that goes really poorly, they either make adjustments to said deck or they pivot to a new deck. Would be my guess.
I would be playing if I was LCQing, I would be playing the deck I would play in the LCQ in this event. If I was playing in the main event, like I'm already qualified for the main event, I would not be playing the deck I was going to play in the main event. The main thing here is if I'm already qualified, then I don't want to spoil something I'm trying to qualify for the next year. If I'm not qualified, then winning this event qualifies me for something I'm trying to spend a lot of money to qualify for in a little bit, but for the next season. And if, like, I think getting that early is fantastic. Look at what Sky did, you know, and Sailor, they both took down very early ones, and Sky continued to go to them and still, like, have very good performances at quite a few different events here. So I think I would play, if I'm LCQing, I'm not holding anything back. It's like, oh, if I spoil everything before, like, this is worth spoiling if you're LCQing. It is not worth spoiling.
Especially if you're on something spicier. Like if you think you have
Yes.
something, like if you asked me like, you know, a month ago, I would have been like, wow, this green purple retro device deck is going to be so good.
Never.
But now, yeah.
It's like, never would I ever have said that a month ago.
Oh, really?
That was the one that I was looking at it because I felt like that one kind of popped up and it started to have the same story as the Amber and Amethyst deck, where it was like, oh, not a lot of people were playing this, or like how Emerald Steel was. Not a lot of people were playing, probably more akin to Emerald Steel, I think. Like, people aren't playing it, but it seems pretty good, but like, is it good? Blah, blah, blah. And then it was like, as the weeks progressed, it was like, okay, more people are playing this, more people are playing this. This actually might be a thing. And now it seems like a decently viable deck.
I think that, I mean,
people have
that's
to
a lot
think
of it
about.
though, right? I mean, when you see the early game or early development of these decks, right? Every single deck was kind of like all over the place. And then now we're what, a few months in now, or a month and change. And now people have refined their better on the play lines, right? So you're seeing a lot of decks be more dominant on the play. And then on the draw, they're trying to keep up with how strong other decks are on the play. So I don't know, there's like a weird thing. Like I've seen more Amber Steel and Purple Steel than I thought I would see today. So that's like the first thing that comes to my mind.
They're both there's very few people playing either of those. And we're going to jump over there. We're going to give Katie some time to grab some food and maybe make some pretty pictures. Depends on whatever she wants to do. But she's muted, but she said it's okay. I'll talk to you later.
I said I'm going to Outback Steakhouse, and I mean it. Okay,
Ooh,
bye.
Steaks.
All right, enjoy.
I want a steak.
All right, I am choking, so Fumbles, you are on it for right now. Ooh, apparently Fumbles is muted. And maybe I am too, potentially. Can everyone hear us? Just making sure. And we are in round number 5 of this CCQ for the season 3. We hear color.
Hello?
That's good. I'm glad. Welcome, everyone. It's Fumbles on the left. And okay, I'm just kidding. We actually have Matt here against William. These players are both 4-0 going into round number 5. These players look obscenely familiar, and I'm going to feel super bad when they watch this back and be like, we've met each other 17 times. But
I've played against the fella on the right before.
is William.
Yeah.
All right, Fumbles, you're here. Tell us about these decks as we do start off with a Aurora inking a Ursula.
All right, so on the right here, we have Green Yellow Princess Aggro. We do see that William opened up with a Willow in hand, also had a Mike Wazowski that might have been altered back, but pretty much your standard opener for these kind of decks is going to be 1-cost Ramper, either Pluto or Aurora. And then we have the perfect response from Matt here, which is a White Rabbit. And on the green steel deck, this is going to be really good because it stops William from going crazy.
Going crazy is true. That's what the White Rabbit is known for, is actually going crazy, because he's got evasive. He's also got that underdog ability. So we were able to go ahead and play him on the draw, being a 2/2 for 2 technically, but now he's for 1, which is a pretty good cost reduction here.
Yeah, so this will prevent William from probably putting in like a Pocahontas with Willow, these kind of explosive openers that Green Yellow Princess can start with. We do see, it looks like 2 Willows on the right-hand side, so has the ramp, can go a little bit crazy here that way. But I think we see Matt's hand here and has quite a strong curve for green steel. I believe I saw a Lilo in there, the 3-cost Explorer, I believe her name is. But she's the one that can give Challenger, and what a great way to kind of combat these Amber Emerald decks.
Yeah, she also gives Resist, so Challenger +2 and Resist, and she's the best Explorer ever. So we take a little bit of time here to think about what we're going to do. Now we are exerting this Aurora, taking on a little bit of quest, and being able to play down the Grandmother Willow and the Pocahontas and the Malin Lee, because Pocahontas says, hey, I'm going to bring a friend with me, and it might as well be Malin Lee. She is a Singer 3 as well.
So this kind of line, like I mentioned, the White Rabbit sort of prevents it, but they can still go through it. And the reason you're going through it is because it looks like William's probably going to play Eleanor the next turn, and that would banish the White Rabbit in return. So when we also see Malin Lee 1 cost, we're probably thinking that our opponent is on Under the Sea as well.
Yeah, because she is only able to sing those sing-together songs. She needs a few good friends to get to that 8-cost singer. But at this point, we're kind of already hitting it. I'm pretty sure. Let's count. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Woo!
I'm almost shocked that we didn't see this White Rabbit take out the Aurora there. I understand that the Eleanor can remove it, but we're just letting the Green Yellow Princess deck ramp even more, and that can get out of control.
Yeah, you're basically saying, I don't think you have any more princesses in your hand. Plus, I'm going to get the lore. It doesn't really matter. But we are playing steel, so there could be a few things we could do there. But it feels like that Violet Par was a little bit of a slow turn there, or...
I think it's probably the card that needed to come down for Matt here. In terms of 2-drops that the green steel deck can have, the one with Resist seems like a really good choice against the Princess aggro deck that pings at 1 damage at the end of the turn with an Eleanor. So what's happening here is that is probably what would challenge down the things with 1 strength, because then there would be no response of the damage from Eleanor afterwards. Where the White Rabbit might be held to take out something more priority like Grandmother Willow.
Yeah, taking a little bit of time here. We are on to turn number 3. At the same, we have that Willow available to us, exerting an ink to play down another Willow to bink a Nani, and we're just going to send everything here. Now, we can play an Eleanor, I believe, with the 1 more, 2, 3, 4 ink. So what are we choosing to do here, Fumbles? Is it
Eleanor? So we kind of allowed this to happen. So I'm interested to see Matt's response. If we're expecting our Green Yellow Princess player here to kind of have everything, what is our response to the Eleanor coming down here? We could shift a Violet Par, possibly shift Violet Par, sing Hurl this Thunderbolt and banish it. That would be a good response, but we'll see what happens here from Matt's side. Kind of losing the board right now.
Oh, yeah, this is a wide board. Princess aggro doing what Princess be doing. And like you said earlier, it's like, well, we're going to let you keep your Aurora. How bad could it be? And it's like, well, you could actually do a billion things in return and still play Eleanor. Now, there are situations where it is nice to just save your Eleanor and play it a little bit later. But when you've been able to play solitaire and not really have your game plan interrupted in any way, shape, or form, you might as well just get it down and start getting that advantage engine going, because she gains the lore, she draws a card, and she also puts 1 damage, and that's a lot of things for 1 card.
And we're seeing a little bit of a weaker side to the White Rabbit, right? If we were able to play a Darkwing Duck 1-drop on turn 1, we could have banished the Aurora, we could have then Terror that flapped in the night, the Willow. The Angela was there as well. It looks like we do have Terror here if we're playing the Darkwing Duck and inking Angela. So we do have Terror. We will banish the Pocahontas.
Yeah, I do like that because that is taking away that ability to shift down the larger Pocahontas, which I'm sure she loves being called that, but it will take away the advantage to challenge. Now, this doesn't look like it's in a very challenge heavy position, as it does take all this challenging here, but at the same time, it's just it's a scarier thing. It's way scarier to have the Pocahontas on the board and allow you to shift onto that because it just throws so many problems into the works.
Yeah, especially when you're that wide. If we were able to shift Pocahontas, we would probably get pretty close to that 10 lore and threaten possibly going to 15 the next turn since you can't challenge. So really ends the game quickly if you're able to curve out like that.
Okay, and I see a Dale in hand for William, which is like a really good card typically on the crackback, but I do see the larger Pocahontas shift, so Matt immediately recognized that, taking that out, and it seems like the line that William had available to us, so we're just going to play. Are we going to play? Ooh, we didn't shift her. We got her out there. Still a substantial body and works really well with Dale because it is a 5 willpower character, but my goodness, taking away that shift line feels rough for William, but pretty good for Matt.
Yeah, I even if the Pocahontas isn't shifted, a 3/6 is quite difficult for the Emerald Steel deck to deal with. And we did lose our Violet Par here because Eleanor can challenge for 3. We get to quest for 2 more points here and get our Eleanor trigger. So this seems like a very, very rough spot for the Emerald Steel player.
Yeah, and I said 5 willpower, but it's a 6 willpower. And again, we were talking about the Dale that does let you challenge as with your willpower instead of your strength. So all of a sudden that Pocahontas being a 6 willpower is a lot for Steel to deal with. And then now you're also challenging as a 6 strength character. So this crackback is going to be super fun, but we're still getting that incremental Eleanor value. And Matt's board with a single lone Darkwing Duck on board, feeling pretty sparse.
Sparse and unable to really deal with. Oh, what an unfortunate draw from the Eleanor trigger. That we did draw an Under the Sea at the end of our turn there from Eleanor that did get grabbed by Ursula, but I don't think William is going to care about that too much because Ursula Deceiver only hits for 1 strength, so not really able to threaten much besides the Eleanor with 3 damage. But we do lose our Darkwing Duck almost certainly next turn, so we need to figure out what we're doing here, and we're going to challenge into a Willow. Oh, we're challenging into the Eleanor, which makes more sense. Sorry about that.
Yeah, we do take that challenge. Darkwing Duck is the terror that flaps through the night, and that Regal Diplomat is in to the discard. She had about 3 damage on her, so I think that was a nice trade, getting rid of this Darkwing that's not really doing much for us. Gonna get banished next turn, as you pointed out. So I think I like that challenge, as we do see Dale is here, Aurora's here, and I think we're just racing, Fumbles.
Yeah, we're going to 13. We did not choose to quest our Willows in the fear of an Angela, maybe. I feel like if we quest, we go to 12, and we actually represent 19 on board, I believe. So that would be 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, assuming that every character was able to live there. So I would be a little greedy, especially with the Ursula. Could only take out 1 Willow if we played Angela, and that would not even deal with the board the next turn.
Yeah, we inked a card that could have helped us, but we're playing a Launchpad McQuack next to this Mushu. So now it's our Darkwing Duck strategy, a little bit of Mushu, but at the same time, it looks like it's a little slow. We are at 10 lore for William as we play down an Ursula. What is Matt going to be able to do in this situation, Fumbles?
Start thinking about what to do in the next game. This Mushu will get to not draw a card, right? So we're both top decking here. We do have a launch pad, but we don't have the Darkwing Duck, so we can only cycle with the card. It looks like we now figured out that we can quest our Willows here. So we are going to go for 2, 4, 6, 7 lore up to 17, and Matt would need to top deck a Raging Storm, I believe, in order to deal with this board.
Yeah, so we're just gonna go to game number 2. William taking that on the play or the draw. That's usually how it works. I can't remember, but at the same time, we are gonna get on to that game number 2. And as Fumbles mentioned, hey, we're probably already thinking about it. We took our time, we recognized that we were in this spot, and so we already have our game plan in our minds, what we want to do. So usually I like to take this time to kind of disassociate, shuffle my deck really well, and think about where I went wrong. But what is Matt looking for, I think, in his optimal curve going on, being on the play next game?
Yeah, the on the play line is a lot more straightforward for the green steel or emerald steel deck. We want a 1-cost Darkwing Duck. We would like to have Terror that Flaps in the Night in our hands. We would like to have a launch pad. So you don't have to Terror on 2, because you would like to set up your launch pad, be your draw engine. On your turn 3, you could play another 1-drop and Terror the ramp card that they would likely play. And then you also have a threat for whatever 1-drop they would play. Maybe Thomas is like the one that you can't banish with your 2/2, but we're looking for that, and probably no removal spells. The green-yellow princess player is playing a Ursula Deceiver in their deck, so maybe not keeping a strength, things like that. Todd Vixie is a strong line as well if you do have the removal. But like I said, right, you could have that removal ripped from your hand, so you might want to avoid that line.
Now, is the Ursula Deceiver a new include for this deck? Or is this like kind of a response to what we've been seeing in the past couple weeks?
I think people are throwing them in since the entire meta was songs, right? Now we've seen a little bit less in terms of Amber Emerald songs or other, Circle of Life decks. Emerald Amethyst has a few songs in their deck, but like Malicious, Mean, and Scary and things like that. It's just a solid include of a card. It's a 1/3 that you could play. You get hand knowledge, you could map out your hand a little bit better, and it's just better than the other options right now, which are Mowgli and Timon. Mowgli being a little bit less reliant in this meta, and then Timon being uninkable in the green-yellow princess deck just can't fit in.
Yeah, Mowgli letting your opponent choose things. I don't like to let my opponent do anything that's going to decide my future. So I tend to agree with you there. I like the include of it. And plus, you know what? We're about to get that really cool DLC promo, Ursula Deceiver. So she's got to stay in the meta because we got to get 4-ofs in each deck of that card. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, I am very excited for all the season 3 promos that have been announced. And I know me and you will both be at the Tampa DLC because it's going to be a blast.
Let's go. I know I was like, I was going to play draft, but I'm going to have to get in that main event because I need me to be prepared.
And you're going to get one.
3 wins. I can do that, Fumbles. I've done it before.
So it looks like we do have a Todd Vixie opener for Matt, I believe. We are altering 2 cards here. So it seems to be a good hand, right? If my opponent is sending anything less than 3 or, if sending 3 or less, I would think that they have pretty much what they want, especially on the play. You're a little bit, you don't draw that extra card, so you can't really bail yourself out with like that extra card. You kind of need to have the perfect 7 cards here.
All right. And so, yeah, it's the kind of thing where like your opponent's like, I'm going to ship none. And you're like, what? You're either a fool or you're a genius. We'll find out how that goes. And then, of course, the respectable 2 to 3. Then you ship 7 and you're like, what? It does give you a lot of information as to what might be happening on the other side of the board. But then that's also like we're already in round 5. So these players are both 4-0. They're both very good players. So you can glean a lot of information of how your opponent is altering, which is why the person that is on the play alters first. So you can Hawkeye them and try to get as much information as you can while they do their alter.
Especially when we were just talking about Ursula Deceiver, the old rule used to be if your opponent sent back a lot of cards, it's very likely they would hit a song in their hand because they don't have the option to shape it correctly. So we do see the beginning of the game here. We do see an Ink of a Todd, and we do find that Darkwing Duck, which is what I was mentioning before, is the better 1-drop on the play in this matchup.
There we go. That like allows us to have so many different lines, and it is funny to say, like, I think when these Darkwing Ducks, we're like, oh, that's really cute, and then all of a sudden, oh my gosh, they're actually really playable, and now there's 1,000 Darkwing Ducks, and I don't know all of their government names, so that's on me.
Well, you better start getting your aviation skills up because all these ducks are kind of taking over right now. These two decks are very popular, in my opinion. Two I would expect to see next weekend at Continentals. So
the North America Challenge, the Disney Lorcana Challenge North America Championship fumbles. Get it right, get it tight. Pluto here for William, which is a good piece of ramp into the perfect card, this Launchpad McQuack. The reason for the season with these ducks, isn't this tell us about it. Like, why are people playing this combo now over Touch the Sky?
So there was a point where they were playing both Touch the Sky and ducks, but you basically open yourself up to more card draw options, right? And this deck has a few different card draw options. One of the best ones being Launchpad. The second best one probably being Mushu now. And then third maybe being Eleanor. Eleanor's kind of a nice to have in the deck, right? It's a very good card, but you kind of need to set up your 1, 2, 3 a little bit better than some other decks, like specifically the Amber Emerald aggro deck.
All right, Malin Lee failing me right into the inkwell as the Grandmother Willow, exactly the way you drew it up, exerting the Pluto for the -1 effect, and a super secret card that we're now getting a cost reduction of 2. What is this going to be?
David? It has to be David, or this, in my opinion, would not make sense.
It's a David. He's here.
Oh,
and he's
didn't put it in Bodyguard.
Huh. He did not put it in Bodyguard. Why would we do that?
I have to assume that we were not going for Eleanor, but we would have lost our David because maybe the Launchpad plus Darkwing Duck would have challenged into David and still had Terror That Flaps in the Night to take out the Willow. So you're kind of still losing your board anyway. I believe we're looking to set up a bigger ramp turn next turn, or Dale. Dale is a great possibility here. If William has Dale in his hand, we're able to challenge into the Launchpad and have any of our characters challenge back into this Darkwing Duck. So
yeah, setting that up. Vixie going down into the inkwell, saying, I don't really need a bases right here, but we've got this other Darkwing Duck, his friend, his cousin, this uninkable 3-drop. He is the shadowy, whoopsie, shadowy superhero, but when you play this character, you may deal 1 damage to chosen character. So we did fling and ping that damage straight over to the David. So if it does any challenging, it's not going to make it through that challenge as healthily as it could have before.
Yeah, so this card was very underrated, I would think, by a lot of people. Pinging 1 damage is usually not crazy in my mind, but when we look at the board here, we're seeing that 1 damage now allows any challenge that David would do to now have it be banished back in return. That extra little bit of damage because everything on Matt's side hits for 2 strength. But having a 5 willpower body is quite powerful as well.
It's quite powerful indeed, except for, especially like, I love in this game now we have Dale as that card. So you're like, that card is crazy with Dale, because anything with the more willpower than strength that's going to be a low cost, you're like, it just becomes that much better. And it's just a weird little vibe that we've all kind of picked up so far, but we're taking a little bit of time here. William seems to be a very patient player, or it could be Matt's turn. Sometimes these things happen, but at the same time, that exerted Launchpad would be my favorite thing to take out here. But at the same time, if you're challenging, you're not questing, and lore is how you win the game. So we got to make a decision here.
Well, the good thing for Matt here is if William does go into Dale here, it's quite possible that it gets removed the next turn as well. And I think that would be the thing that would scare me the most, is if my Dale were to get removed here. So that's why you see the challenge of the Willow into the Darkwing, so that my Dale doesn't get strength here.
Keeping that a little bit safe, like you were saying. And that 3-drop, unless we shift it into a larger Darkwing Duck, cannot go singing that Thunderbolt. So being able to do 4 damage is going to be a little bit difficult, but not impossible.
That is true. We did see Expedition Leader Mickey get inked, which is quite a card lately. I would say that card has been one of my nightmares lately. Every time I see it played against me, I think I've lost on the spot every time. So I am pretty excited if I'm the player not seeing that played against me. I'm seeing it inked. I'm a little bit happier. But let's see what we play here for Matt. 4 ink exerted could be Angel. Oh, it is Angela, which does give resist 2. So and that resist 2 happens to stick until the beginning of Matt's next turn.
Yeah, right. That resist working out handily because I was like, is David a 0? Nah, David's got 1 little strength on him. So that does save that Darkwing Duck being a 2/3, I believe. He is a 2/5. We've literally just talked about it for an hour and a half. So he was quite safe even with that resist.
And safe on the challenge back from Dale, which I think is the more important thing. We do see the Ursula here. The Ursula actually missing. So that's good news in a way for William. That means that his Dale would not get removed easily next turn. And I think he's probably just going to take a beat here and take almost next turn off. Or this turn off, I mean.
Notably, neither one of these players has seen a lot of card draw in either one of these games so far. So we are getting to 3 cards in hand, I feel like, for both players. So we're looking at a situation where getting into the mid game, and it might be time to start amassing some resources.
All right. We did see the pass by William. Doesn't have a great quest there. Didn't have a challenge that made sense. So we're going to take a second here. We're going to build back up our board. Maybe we can set up our own Eleanor here. It looks like Matt does not have a way to trigger his own Eleanor, but we do see Ursula here to take the Under the Sea, which importantly, we did have Singer 8, and he did see that the Ursula was there in his hand when he peeked with his own Ursula Deceiver. So the Ursula Deceiver mind games that are occurring.
You're like, she's in the deck and it's okay. But the thing with Ursula Deceiver is she lets her look at your hand. She gets to take a song, but she can't affect the top of your deck. So we see Matt going wide here regardless, seeing how many characters that they can keep on board. Mushu famously having evasive. So he is going to be able to potentially draw some cards unless Willow maybe can get us or not Willow. Sorry, it's Willow on the board. It's William on the right side, and hopefully they choose correctly this turn.
So David could be good here. A lot of stock is being held into this David if it is played. The whole game plan survives around that David taking out at least 2 characters on Matt's side, and if it's able to banish 2 for 1 here, then that's how William can kind of come back into this game. But depending on what William drew here, there's probably some deep thought because this is a tough spot. There's no real easy way to say that. We can maybe draw another Under the Sea eventually that could deal with most things but this Mushu. But we almost have to empty our hand because if Mushu starts drawing, things go sideways.
Yeah, and we have slowed down the pace of play a little bit here, trying to think about our decisions. Basically, all the things that Fumbles just mentioned, rattling around in our heads. We are 33 minutes left as the David Protective Snowboarder comes down, and we get a hefty little quest for a whole whopping 2 to 1 lore, and we are passing it back over.
So the last card in William's hand is Finnick, a very interesting card lately. You kind of needed to fight your opponent's Dales and some other tech cards. Maybe you could bounce the Darkwing Duck 1-drop to delay Terror That Flaps, but not really. Nothing I would really want to bounce back here on Matt's side. Maybe the Ursula Deceiver just to throw some tempo here, but I would probably have inked it just to avoid my opponent drawing for Mushu. I don't know if that's correct, though.
Well, we're going to find out if William agrees with you here, and the card that Matt able to get off the Mushu be impactful enough. And now, even if we get, I believe we'll be able to see a couple of songs here. A song is strength of rare stuff. It is kind of, it's going to be able to really. We still need to the worst card in the world, it's still no cards drawn, especially for William here. Again, I think we're setting up for an Eleanor, maybe.
So it looks like we inked a card. We inked Terror That Flaps. We played Mushu or Eleanor. We then quested with our Mushu. So very interesting that we chose to go that direction, but it was the only way we could draw a card. I think you're almost able to play the Terror, but you wouldn't be able to play the Eleanor. I think playing the Eleanor makes more sense. So yeah, very interesting turn here. We would have to challenge 2 characters into David, and we only need to throw 3 damage into Dale if we wanted to, but we don't even have that option open to us now.
Yeah, so we're a little bit on board here. I like, and also it freaks me out of how much time these Illumineers are taking to figure out these play lines. Now, Emerald Steel is typically a teeny bit favored in this matchup, but as we all know, Eleanor, Princess Aggro decks can kind of just sweep the leg depending. So we're going to go ahead and pass it back over here with just 1 quest from the Mushu.
Yeah, and we can't, if we're not challenging down the David, we can't really quest out here. We did not get our Eleanor trigger, which is okay. We're trying to hopefully find a removal spell with this Mushu.
All right, we're building up the board. We're being patient, which I am famously known for being patient. Right, Fumbles?
A very patient person. Most patient I've ever met.
Yeah, it's really a virtue that I strive to hold. But William, drawing cards, being as patient as well. We're in kind of a little bit of a standoff. The Dale is a huge deal here, kind of what you're saying, Matt, trying to figure out we can draw into some removal to get rid of it before we start throwing our characters here and there. It does feel bad to... Okay, as an Ursula Deceiver comes down and we look at a Todd.
Yeah, so this Finnick that we did eventually ink, did give our Emerald Steel player a card, that card being Todd. So nothing too impactful was given, but we now allow the challenge back. So we do quest for a few points here. We quest for 4, and now we're asking Matt to have the answers.
I like that. We played the Ursula. She is an unassuming 1/3, but she does have a lore on her, so she'll get us closer to the end of our game plan. She also let us know you don't have it, so unless it was exactly the top of your deck, I'm safe. However, we have not seen a lot of songs from Matt, so the statistical probability that that's a song is pretty high. So we're going to find out, does Matt's deck like them a little bit more than William's deck?
Yeah, I mean, this comes down to if we find a good removal spell right now, it probably wins the game for Matt. That's how strong it is. And it looks like a Strength of the Raging Fire off the top of the deck right after Ursula Deceiver was played. Oh,
you
no.
Can't. Ursula, the top of their deck. William showing a little bit of tilt. Like, bro, I did everything right. And Matt's deck said, I do like you a little bit more than I did before, but that's okay. Again, statistical probability. We've drawn no songs so far. And at some point, you had to draw a song. But this is basically one of those situations where you have to make them have it, right? You gotta have it.
Play to your own outs, right? You just have to play like your your guy's not going to draw that removal.
Katie coming in there for a little bit, making a little appearance, but yeah, we have a little bit of some challenging going on. We're able to get rid of that Dale, which made all of these challenges a little bit more favorable for us. And you can see Williams like, yep, this is the future. You have gone wide. You have set yourself up for the best possible situation. And now this is what happens when you're patient, which I experience this all the time. These type of wins.
I don't know if I would quest the Eleanor here. You are ahead now. You're vastly winning this game. So the Eleanor to me represents my advantage. And if we challenge and lose the Eleanor here, I don't see a way William comes back here, but I would be a little bit more patient with that. But we could start winning the game on the Emerald Steel side.
You get busy winning or get busy losing. I mean, we do have the Mushu here. If you're not able to deal with it, it is evasive, so you'll have to be able to do something to get that out of there. But that's going to be a little bit of a card draw engine. If William draws something that they don't play on the board again, you do need to have more cards in hand than your opponent. It is going to make you use your Nani I suppose you could challenge in, lose your Nani. You know, there's a lot of situations where we're maybe just throwing our opponents into making some poor decisions. Maybe.
Well, like I said, I think Williams out here seems to be building up Singer 8 again and having an Under the Sea that kind of brings back the board. But it would need to be like an Eleanor now and then like Under the Sea off the top of the deck. So Pocahontas does set up Singer 8 quite easily. But again, I don't know if we're going to be able to get there.
We already saw one Under the Sea discarded by some of those many Ursula Deceivers. And so now you're going to have to find, you know, most players are playing maybe 2 to 3 in the deck. So you're going to have to, you know, hope upon hope that you can find that, and hope upon hope that Matt's deck doesn't give them another Ursula just to play down for the vibes. But I do want to go back to that Ursula and just kind of how William was. Both these players were doing the thing where they're setting themselves up for success, but it's just the nature of TCGs where, hey, sometimes it's just not in the cards, but it is for your opponent. As we challenge in this Nani and send that Darkwing Duck finally. So it's been here since turn 3 into the discard.
Yeah, and look how much value the 2/5 body got with the 3-cost Darkwing Duck. I mean, that's what a great use of it in this matchup here.
Yeah, he was eternal as he flapped in the night. Look at that little Darkwing Duck hand marker. Is that like a pin? That's cute.
Some would think that might be Donald Duck, but I could
swear,
be wrong.
all ducks look the same. Fumbles. Angela.
I don't know if you could say that.
I just did. Is going to throw the snowball of the Terror that flaps in the night, getting rid of your Willow. And now I don't know if we have any cards in hand. So does she have resist?
Yes, Angel does have resist. Angel Experiment 624 does have resist. Now
that Matt has no cards in hand.
So if we didn't turn our Eleanor sideways, or we turned our Eleanor sideways last turn, I believe we're pretty safe to do it again. We have a massive amount of control in this game. We have an Angel that will likely quest to 20 on its own, given everything else that William can do here. So
we also have a secret Todd that's hanging up there in the north. So that's going to get some lore. There's a lot of stuff that we have to remove. And basically what you said, this is not Singer 8 on the board, but we'll go ahead and look for the Ursula. And it's just a little bit of a violet par hanging out in her hand, waiting. As William says, I don't even care what that was. I'm scooping it up, and we're going to go to game number 3. We got 24 minutes left on the clock. William taking game number 1, Matt taking game number 2, showing you that just because it's a steel matchup doesn't mean it always beats aggro, but sometimes it does. So now William will be on the play, and Fumbles, what do you got? What are they going to do?
So you can do the Darkwing Terror that flaps, but we've seen that William kind of ignores anything that Matt's doing on his side, and does go for the the ramp character into either a Pocahontas or a David. So they will give up the card. They're not that afraid of doing that. Personally, I would like to go a Todd Vixie route, set up a Singer early, but Darkwing Duck does the same thing, if not better. Terror that flaps in the night cannot be removed by Ursula Deceiver. But a lot of options here. Setting up a Singer 3 on turn 2 is pretty strong, or setting up your Darkwing Duck engine is pretty strong as well.
Turns out Eleanor's still good no matter which way you swing it. But I would say it's definitely when you get into these later rounds and when you get into these higher skill matchups, I think Emerald Steel being a very high, it's one of the decks that I can play this, but if you're a very, very skilled player, you can make the deck do incredible things. So I do like to see this, because you would think, a steel deck is going to stomp on aggro, but again, Eleanor is just so powerful. And if Matt can get their optimal curve, if William can get their optimal curve, the first game in game 1, I don't think we saw Matt really interrupting William at all, and they were able to get the most optimal line possible. So we'll see if we change up our strategy this time around on the draw.
And we'll also see if William can shake off that kind of rough top deck that occurred. So, I'm a certified tilter. So if you could keep that out of your mind, then you're able to keep focus onto this game, you know, take each game one at a time. And it looks like we do have an Eleanor in our opening hand, a Dale, that might be a Nani as well. So we kind of have a lot of pieces, a lot of more expensive pieces. This might be a very aggressive altar. Just one. Wow.
Wow, he said, you know what if I kept everything that cost more than 3? I know a lot of players are opting to take the Nani out of the deck because they're like, listen, it's just bottoming the cards that I want to play. It's not really helping me because this is a Princess aggro deck. But at the same time, it's kind of not, but it kind of is. But, you know, maybe on Sundays. So this, it's an interesting keep here. So I wonder what we can do as we run this out.
Well, in the altar back, we did get a 1-cost Pluto. It looks like we do have an Aurora. So we have the option here for quite an aggressive start for William's side. So I didn't see how many Matt altered here, but really needs to have an optimal curve on their own side.
All right, here we go. We are cutting the decks and starting out 20 minutes left in round number 5, going on to game 3. We love a game 3. Matt will be on the draw, and William, with this aggressive strategy, will be on the play as we sit here and think about our first ink, because it does matter, y'all. It matters.
I think William might be dealing with a little bit of an unink issue, or at least trying to map out what the next 2 inks will be. This might be a low ink game for William because we do have so many ramp cards. We do ink the Aurora and opt to go for the Pluto route, which makes a little bit of sense. I can't really see the left side of the hand, but it looks like we're going to go for the Pocahontas strategy. And we see Matt go into White Rabbit again, which didn't really work the first game. So we'll see what the plan is here now.
It would be nice to see something a little bit more aggressive, but at the same time, hey, I guess a 2/2 is kind of nice. You can make sure that when this Pluto exerts, if you don't do anything funky, you can just go ahead and challenge it and get rid of that good old boy. But I do see the line here. The Pocahontas typically ends up being very strong, but we are actually going to ink the larger Pocahontas to play the little one, and we're also going to play a Malin Lee. So maybe we are starting up gearing for that early Under the Sea turn if that Ursula Deceiver can't go and take all of our cards out of our hand. We just want to do fun things, and she keeps taking them.
Yeah, and the important thing here, too, is that William sets up the 3 bodies necessary for getting our Eleanor to trigger. Once that Eleanor gets online, we're able to probably get ourselves out of any uninked situations, get maybe our chance to ink some better cards. But we do see this opener, so it looks like Matt does favor this opener for being on the draw, and maybe being on the draw specifically into Emerald Amethyst, or Emerald... what is this other color? Emerald Amber.
It is a color, and it is a jeweled color of sorts. But yeah, and I kind of see that too. It does have resist. It will be able to challenge. If you have that shift line available to you, I can kind of understand getting this Violet Par onto the board. I do see you're going to have to make a choice if that's what you want to do. So being able to efficiently crack back, I suppose, I kind of enjoy. And also to maybe just making you go, what are you doing? Why are you doing?
This almost looks like he has to play the Dale here. If we do play Eleanor, we actually lose our 3-character trigger that would occur the next turn. So this seems like a tough path for William here. I'm not really certain exactly where to go. The not opening a Grandmother Willow is really showing here.
Definitely. And we all definitely seem to say in a lot of different strategies, if you're in the mirror, playing Eleanor early is good. But I've seen in other decks, especially against decks like Emerald Steel, you want to save your Eleanor to where it's just going to start drawing you cards and creeping up in lore and starting presenting tons and tons of threats. Now we do have the ability to ink and play, you know, the Nani, which is not great. The Dale is also an option to us, but I don't think I really would like to play the Eleanor at this point, like you were saying.
So we did draw another 2-cost Pocahontas. We are going to activate our Pluto because we have 2 4-drops in our hand. Looks like we will be playing the Dale. So Dale helps protect our board in a way where if this Violet Par challenges, it would be banished, except for if it challenged into the Pluto, but then our White Rabbit can't banish anything in return.
So the deal does seem really good here because, hey, I had to get some of these 4-drops out of our hand. We know we're a little bit clogged up. Unfortunately, it is a little bit scary trying to play down multiple larger threats at a time, but the deal is a nice way to set up as we do put that angel into the inkwell and play our Darkwing Duck and another Ursula Deceiver, and we do not find the Under the Sea. You baited me.
Well, I mean, if we quested there, I would think we don't have the Under the Sea, but we still had Singer no matter what, or almost no matter what, because we could have removed Singer 8 off the board. And we see that this hand that William has is a little bit complex. You know, we had the Nani. I'm assuming we kept that. We kept the Eleanor. We kept the Dale. So we're forcing ourselves to have a little bit more of a clunkier hand, but it's paying off so far. We don't have a 3-cost Singer on the side of Matt. Does not have the ability to sing Strength of a Raging Fire. But we do now have hand knowledge because of Ursula Deceiver.
So going a little bit wide for Matt, playing out some of our 1 and 2 drop characters, the Darkwing Duck being a pivotal strategy in this duck strategy, him being a duck himself, and William taking a little bit of time here to think. I think we're just slowing down. We do have 15 minutes left, but this is game number 3 in round 5. Both these players undefeated at this point, and they are playing for the second championship invite for season 3, the first one being already given away last week. So we are rolling into season 3, but then we also have the North America Championship going in next week. So we're kind of in this weird spot where we are halfway, not even halfway, we're like a second into season 3, but we're also going to start wrapping up season 2. And so they're like, what if I am the second person to qualify in season 3? That would be rad.
Yeah, and a lot of less stress for the next season coming up. I would have imagined that qualifying for the next North American Championship a year before the next one is pretty nice spot to be in.
I'll just think of Sky's run, like Sky winning the very first North American CCQ back in Denver of season 2, and then just kind of like playing Ruby Steel at a CCQ as fine as, here we go, Expedition Leader. It's Mickey Mouse, and he is here on the board. This card is ridiculous when it happens. You mentioned you were scared of it, but each time you quest, you can go and give -2 to chosen opposing character, and that's -2 strength. So they're challenging back. White Rabbit is now a 0-2. Violet Par is probably also a 0-1. Darkwing Duck is a 0-2, and Ursula is like a -2-3.
As tedious as it can be, I would very heavily advise not shortcutting this. Mapping out your quests after you've played Mickey Expedition Leader, or you know,
double targeted the Violet, so she's -4. That Ursula is fine. We don't care about that.
Right. This seems like a very, very hard spot to be in. This Camper Mickey here is what I like to call him. About to secure another win here for William, because for Matt to get out of this hole right now requires him to spend his entire turn to remove use a removal spell on the 2/3 Mickey Mouse. Then allow William to set up next turn, has an Eleanor in hand. So we're at least questing for 5 next turn, plus the Eleanor trigger, which is 6. So we're going to be at 13.
And then we still have that shift Pocahontas here. So yeah, I see what you're saying. Diverting all of these resources into getting rid of this Expedition Leader. I know, hey, if we were playing Amethyst, you could just rush a Sven in and really hope for the best. But the Amber Champion also has been waiting in the wings, which does give +2 willpower to these Amber characters. And I don't know if you noticed, Fumbles, but William's board is Oops All Amber.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this color's law, but Amber is quite a powerful color in this format.
I have heard that.
So the Ursula able to challenge for 1 does give Matt an out here. You know, we have Darkwing, so our Terror That Flaps can actually banish the Mickey outright, can deal 3 damage to it. And then our 1 damage here can maybe set up something else for the next turn. But very tough. They're very, very tough board state to really come back from right now.
Do we have a shift Darkwing Duck available to us that we could just slam and it'd be crazy? Oh, no, we don't. But we do have the strength of a Raging Fire, having to pay full retail value for that. But we will be able to throw 4 damage into what? Maybe, like you said, that Mickey Mouse. Got to get that off of the board, or we will never be able to challenge ever again.
Yeah, and not to mention, I don't know if I'm ever thinking about my opponent playing the 7-cost Shift Darkwing Duck, but it is an option, but it is a Shift 5. Just a little fun fact for the folks out there who have never heard of a Shift Darkwing Duck.
So it could have happened, but actually it would have been illegal. So we did pass it back over to William, opting to go for 1 little quest all the way up to 2 here for Matt with this White Rabbit. And now we are sitting at 7. We did lose our Amber Expedition leader, as we will move some cards around, think about our next game plan. Again, it does seem like it is paying off for us that we kept those high 4-cost characters in our hand.
Very, very interesting of William here. We still have this Nani, I believe, because we didn't ink that. I don't. I'm trying to think what the way that William really flips this around, because it looks like that that or not flip it around, how he secures this win. Because if we just go Eleanor here, we do allow Matt here to kind of have some answers, but we do have the answer of adding an extra character here, which allows us to likely activate Eleanor the next turn.
So yeah, now we would need to potentially make sure that you don't have any type of removal, which Steel never has any removal. We don't even, it's not like we don't have 3 cards in hand, being able to draw into another card here. So that takes us up to 4 cards in hand. And that's just a lot of potential answers running into here, because I think William has 1 card as a hand as well. I think, like he said, I think it's a Nani, which will be able to refill our hand. But the Eleanor is no, because we drew for Eleanor. So
of a Raging Fire. Ooh, that is a play. Wow. We're seeing the 4-cost Rapunzel come in and using its ability to bounce a character, which would be Dale.
Yeah, and that is she's called the Tower Defender, which makes sense because she's defending you as you get rid of your card, putting it back into your hand. And her flavor text saying, I said get out, and we did. We said get out, get on back into your hand.
And I have to imagine that Matt's last card in hand is also an uninkable, because I would hate to have inked that Strength of a Raging Fire into this board right now. But what a swing of momentum for Matt here. That was awesome.
Yeah, I was about to say, that was a huge turn. William was looking real good there for a second. It was a little bit scary, but listen, the one thing about Emerald Steel is it is never actually lost until it has physically lost the game. This deck can sweep the leg at any point in time. William taking a little bit of time, slowing it down. You got a lot of characters, but you do have the ability, hopefully, to play a David to maybe do something here, but we just have to build a board back up. And can we do it?
Yes, we do get our Dale. We drew a Pluto. Interesting. So William is realizing that he has to go for a win here. That win being this Dale saving the Eleanor and letting us trigger Eleanor without getting removed. So we're threatening 5 lore there, 6, 7. We could go to possibly 19 next turn and hope that our top deck of a character survives.
Yeah, what if we draw into a big old Pocahontas? That would be kind of neat, especially if you're not able to get rid of this Dale and some of these things get exerted and challenged down. So it does put Matt into a tough position. This game is way tighter than you think it is. It looks like Matt's got more characters, but William's got a lot more lore. But the top of William's decks has got to be nice to him. And we know from last game, game number 2, Matt's deck was just a little bit nicer. So we are going to play our own Eleanor, which will be able to throw 1 damage over, but not enough. So we're going to need some removal at some point.
Yeah, and we did have to ink our Strength of a Raging Fire there for that tempo swing. So we're 2 Strength of a Raging Fires down. We might be playing Hurled Thunderbolts. We might be playing some other removal spells, like maybe a Mother Knows Best, maybe Terror That Flaps in the Night. But it looks like we're in our own desperation here of hoping we top deck a removal spell for whatever William plays next turn.
Yeah, and we're just going to use our Eleanor to throw Eleanor damage back and forth. It's an Eleanor fight. So putting that damage onto that Regal Diplomat, and William saying, hopefully this is the card I was looking for. I needed it to be that way. So let's draw it, look at it, throw it to the side because it's actually probably useless. But this is where we're going to think about it. We're going to take a little bit of time. We got 6 minutes left, guys, and we could full quest out and go all the way up. But at the same time, we still have to win the game. Matt's at 7. We're at 12. What do we got to do here?
This game might be over this next turn. If William did draw an Under the Sea here, that would be a tragic top deck. If William or Matt here quests, we have 4, 5, 6 plus 7 for the Eleanor trigger, and we would set up our own win. I believe the players might be asking about time.
It's a secret. You can't know. I'm just kidding. You're good. Everybody's good. We got about 5 minutes left. That might be a little bit different than what the judges have there for them. They're a little bit different at the tables. So we got some great judges there. We already saw Matt. So shout out Matt, our lore guide. So they will be able to keep that on straight for us. So it's always good. Like you said, we got the 5 minutes left. We're in game number 3. You can kind of take this because this game's about to be over in a couple turns. It just depends on what we drew. It's a Dale. He's spiked. He's suited. And we are just going to full send it here, going for the lore and saying, you can't get rid of this Dale. Probably. I hope. Using that damage to get rid of that white rabbit. That is one less threat on the board. That's going to make your Strength of a Raging Fire a little less good. But at the same time, you still got enough characters on the board to use this Strength of a Raging Fire. So we got to see what Matt's going to do here as we get up to 18. We need this Dale to stay. This Dale has to stay. Fumbles is gone. I'm all
not
alone.
gone. I'm just trying to think what to say. It needed to be a removal spell for Matt off the top here because 18 is not looking good.
18 is not 20. 19 is not 20. Shout out to those Ruby Sapphire players of ye old, stopping those Amber Steel players at 19 and making them slowly watch you win the game. But again, yeah, we got to get to 20 lore, and that seems not that far away, but it could be an eternity. We got quite a bit of challenging. Eleanor can go in. She also does an extra damage. We got that Rapunzel's got a, healthy 3/3 strength. So exerting a little bit ink. What do we got here, Fumbles? What are we playing?
It doesn't look like we have
my
it.
God.
Because we would need to still remove the Dale here, being at any other character probably gets removed by the double Eleanor triggers. And if we maybe saved our Rapunzel and we played strength first, we could have weaved in a better response to the board that William now has built. This looks like it's likely over.
Nah, we're slow rolling the strength.
I'm trying to see if we even have enough strength to remove the board right now. So we need to remove both Dales or else we lose our entire board as well. That doesn't seem good. Eleanor can challenge into Aurora. We don't have a way to remove both Dales. So that's what I keep coming back to.
Eleanor seeming to be, or not Eleanor, but Dale here seeming to be a really good card. We did keep quite a bit of our 4-drops. And at the beginning, Fumbles and I was like, is that good? And William said, yeah, watch me.
And we are watching how strong the
and
green...
it's a fist bump. It was a fist bump. He's basically saying I played all the cards in my deck and I still did not have a path to victory because you kept those 4-drops and you played them in the most annoying times possible. William showing a lot of relief there, taking game number 3 of this round 5 match, going in 5-0. I don't know how many rounds there are, but 5-0 seems pretty good.
Yeah, I mean 5-0 is one win away from winning an LCQ pod into North American Championships. So pretty good stats, I would say. The Amber Emerald Green Yellow Princess deck is pretty strong. The top deck for Matt would have been a Rapunzel, which would have helped deal with whatever unexerted character might have been there.
I like how he showed him the Pocahontas. So like, I could have also won like this too, but I didn't. I was like, get out of here. I'm just kidding. I'm a good sport. I'm patient. I'm a good sport. And I love when my opponents show me the alternative ways that they could have won the game.
I had all these.
Yeah. Look at all these. Welcome back, all Garrett. My answers. Yeah, right.
I mean, Garrick, you have had experience this format with an Eleanor being played on your side of the board. How has that felt? Are you still on that train?
Go super wide with what's wrong, Luke?
I'm just dropping the ball on unmuting people.
You got it. Did nobody hear what I said?
So
correct.
Okay.
Garrick was just saying how great color as a caster, so that's what you missed.
Wait, what happened?
Exactly.
He said the best things ever, and
yeah.
Oh yeah, it was legendary.
We were talking about compies and everything.
Yes.
He said his exact 60 of what he was playing in the LCQ. He's gonna win.
And then he also told his champs deck too. The whole thing. It's crazy.
You can play the same 60 as me, but unfortunately, you're not as good as me. So I will beat you in the mirror.
Polizan, right? This is what I'm playing in the DLC. Gonna win a Golden Mickey anyways. Pretty sure he did win a Mickey.
I'm not that good.
I mean, basically,
I'm not even good, but
I mean, you're pretty good. You're holding it down really well for the casters, I think.
I'm trying. Brent
you
did
and
great
Brent,
too.
I was about to say you and Brent, and like I'm like, oh, you're making us look bad by being better. So, shout out to you guys.
So,
are you playing LCQ's color?
No, that's terrifying.
Why not?
Just
don't
lose
content.
and you get to play it. What do you mean?
I'm going to, yeah, right. Just don't lose. Just win 6 games in a row. I'm going to play sealed. Anytime that I can go to an event and play sealed and draft is my favorite thing in the entire world. Because everybody's like, "How you doing?" I'm like, "I'm having the best day of my life." But
yeah, sealed is a lot of fun. Hopefully, we'll have a big sealed event that matters one day in terms of like.
Every one of them matters to me, Garrett.
Okay.
Every one of them.
Fair enough.
All right, what's the chances that he's not going to be muted for the interview? We're going to jump to the interview, and we're going to see if he can hear us.
He's listening to. He just unmuted because he heard you.
Oh, we can hear. All right.
All right, so we are here, Mr. Williams.
Hello.
How's your day going? Looks pretty good.
Can't complain so far.
Yeah. So, what made you decide to bring that deck today?
It's the only deck I've played since the new set came out, but I also think it's really good.
Okay.
I picked it because I thought it was the best deck. I took it to the first CCQ at Warehouse 51, made top 8, had an all right result at Charlie's, the 50K Invitational the week previous, and so I haven't had time to really branch out and try the different other decks, so I just have so many reps on this one. I thought it'd be a good choice today.
Well, what is cool though, you're 5-0.
Yes.
You got 2 more rounds, and you got top cut, and you have a chance to qualify for next year for the next season's continentals or season 3, the season ability that we're in now. So how was your prep for today? Did you do anything special to prep for this event?
Anything special? I don't have any reps on this version of the list as it exists today. It's kind of newer from last weekend. But the core deck, I just have hundreds and hundreds of matches at this point. So just lots of play testing, lots of grinding it out on various platforms. And yeah, fortunately, I was a part of a big tournament last weekend. I kind of got a taste of the meta game of some higher level players, and so I still felt comfortable bringing it this week.
Awesome. Yeah, and this warehouse, that was the release weekend, so that was kind of like unknowns. I remember seeing you there.
Yeah.
You got any shout outs you want to do for anybody, or anything you want to say to the inner people out there in the interwebs?
Sure. Shout out to everybody in Orlando. We have a huge community down there. Super awesome guys. A lot of talent down there as well. So shout out to them, and yeah, appreciate the time.
All right, man. Well, good luck the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
Rounds, lock it in.
Thank you.
Well, that went well. No one was muted. I think everyone's unmuted now. I think.
Yeah, we'll find out when chat says hello.
It's also a
We're
pretty
back.
close match you guys had there to cast.
Yeah, that was pretty intense.
It was. That's why I was like, Fumbles, what do you think? Fumbles. I can't do math. What do you think, Fumbles?
I think that's one I would go back and rewatch and just see like the different lines or what different inks I could have done. And I think there's probably a way that Matt could win that. I bet there's a way that William could have maybe secured that more quickly. So I'm curious to see what differences could be made.
Yeah, it was definitely, by the end of it, I was like, oh no, we're looking really good as Emerald Steel. Then I was like, wait, the lore is already really, really high. So if we just kind of do and I think that's why, like, Garrick, you could probably speak to this a little bit better, but like I don't like Eleanor. I'm not going to go on record saying that, but I like the mental math that people do. And sometimes they put themselves in these situations where you're like, oh, wait a minute, I just lose. Like, I just lose. And so I always find that fascinating, someone who is bad at math.
When in doubt, quest it out.
Well, something that we were going to say for Katie, but I think she might be done for the night, actually, for casting.
She's big stake gaming.
Yep. But she did make this amazing thing for us before she headed out.
Awesome.
Look at
So
that.
this is just the meta breakdown. I'm sure she will be posting this on her socials if you want your own little thing. And not only did she do that, but she gave us a breakdown of the Amber Emerald because there's so many archetypes.
We love it. Oh, I'm so glad.
Todd
Wait,
Copper combo.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay,
there's
well,
a
my bad.
full Todd Copper Fox and
yeah.
the Hound Rocks and Rookie deck out there. So they're
It has Willow
trailblazing.
Tweed in it.
Widow Tweed,
I love that.
which is wild that they would identify this poor woman by her marital status.
Yep.
But that's fine. I thought it was Willow Tweed too, but it is Widow Tweed.
It's Widow Tweed. Yeah,
It has
you
this
can play a Todd
cool-
for free.
It has this
Yeah.
cool interaction. Like when you Ohana the Todd to draw like 4 cards because it's a 6/6 or something crazy like that. It then readies it and you can quest with it. That's synergy. That's synergy.
Synergy.
But as we'll see, there was 18 players in this 90-person event running an aggro Eleanor variation. We had 3 players playing the action item book, 1 lone device player, and then 2 song controls and another toy aggro. I guess we could kind of put that with the other aggros. I'm sure it had Eleanor, but it was more toy-based.
Can we go back to the previous slide?
Oh, yes.
Something that stands out to me immediately when I take a look at this is how far we've fallen Amber Ruby. It is crazy. At the beginning of the format, everybody thought this was the deck. This was the control deck of the format. It's going to be around. We're boosting. We're playing Raging Storm when things get out of control. We draw as many cards as we want forever. And then it like literally cannot beat the aggro deck under any circumstances. And everyone was like, well, that's a good enough reason to never play it again. So Humble got it in while he still could. And everybody abandoned ship, which is crazy because like now we just have even better control decks that just won't lose to it. Like we saw the Buzz's Arm deck able to beat the Amber Ruby deck. Retro Evolution Device also consistently able to do that. So just the fall from grace is crazy. One player bringing it to the CCQ.
Amber Ruby would have been a deck I packed actually for this weekend if I was going down.
Yeah.
So
really,
So-
you would have made it too.
So it's not a terrible archetype. We even saw one of our favorite casters, Brent Mukai, get
did
ninth
well.
place, Heartbreak City there, getting the pair down, having to play losing and then drawing and then bubbling out at ninth place. Was playing the Amber Ruby, and it has a good matchup against everything except one thing. And that one thing is that gigantic pillar at the beginning, the biggest chunk of cards in the room. And so
But-
it kind of makes sense that, like,
On the flip side, though, right? If you add up the other pillars, Amber
True.
Ruby has a pretty good matchup into the other half of the room.
if only that 26 pillar wasn't so devastatingly bad, because the book version's bad for you, the aggro version's bad for you, the song version maybe not, maybe. Who knows? Maybe it's secretly good against.
I don't even know if you'll
Widow
finish the
putting in
game
a new
against
talk.
book control.
How is the Emerald Steel matchup for Amber Ruby? I can't. I
You
haven't
can make
played
it
any of
better.
that. Okay, I was gonna say I can't imagine it's that great, but I guess you have Horseman Strikes and things like that to sort of mitigate the evasive stuff that they're gonna come at you with.
I'm gonna assume that the evasives is not good for you, but so that's the other thing is, like, the Amber Ruby was very good against the day one stuff that you were talking about, but like, yeah, Emerald Steel wasn't around really in day one, or the version that was more the discard matters version, which
Yep.
has not performed at all. But then you also look at the retro deck, right? That is that's a nightmare matchup for Amber Ruby, I would assume.
Yeah.
You-
No, that matchup is considered a buy, I would say.
Yeah, so like multiple new decks coming out to fight your worst matchup, but you also have a not good matchup for. Heartbreaking. I can tell you Humble is not taken Amber Ruby's positioning in the meta very well.
He'll be okay.
Is he? Well, I guess you probably shouldn't answer this, but I'll be interested to see if he's still going to brute force this deck at the North American Championship.
I think a lot of people don't know what they're going to play yet. Maybe
Which is
I'm just
crazy.
indecisive. You'd think that
No,
the
I think
meta.
that's true. Like the vibes I'm getting from all the players that are qualified, they're like, "Ah."
Yeah, it's big. The meta's shifting, and so like a lot of the decks are staying the same. The matchups kind of stay the same, but you gotta predict
The percentages is
Yes.
the difference, right? Like, oh, am I going to catch the meta at the Amethyst Apex, or am I going to catch the meta at the retro Apex, or am I going to catch it at the aggro Apex? Like, all of those are completely different like rooms to be in for the most part.
Yeah, and we really haven't had it this much in Lorcana. We've kind of had it this way, and I myself also have been punished and reaped the rewards of such a thing. But instead of there kind of just being two decks and picking which one, now we're in this like a true rock, paper, scissors. A lot of the other rock, paper, scissors positions we've been in before were not to such an extreme, it feels like, where all three of the decks are actually good against all of the non rock paper scissors. Normally it's like, well, there's Blurple and it beats everything except these two decks that are geared to beat Blurple, and that's your rock paper scissors. It's like they kind like this one slightly beats this one, they beat this and that, but then this like suppresses the meta down. But now like most of the decks in the format kind of fit into one of the three wedges of what it counters and what's good against it.
What is your biggest surprise looking at this meta breakdown? Do you even have one?
What's slightly surprising to me is how Amber Steel and Amethyst Steel just are not very good right now, especially when Amber Emerald is such a big percentage. But the big culprit to that is number 2 and possibly number 3. But number 2,
I would think it
is
succeeds
a
in the same
nightmare.
path, right?
Yeah.
I'm surprised that Ruby Amethyst might not be a little bit higher. It has had quite success the last several events. And then maybe that Amber Amethyst isn't a little bit higher. But yeah. Cool.
Yeah,
cool
it's. I'm not too surprised. I would have been surprised if there was more ruby amethyst than amber amethyst, actually, because
Yeah, I think I would always expect amber amethyst to be higher, but I do agree with Fumbles that like I think I don't know, both of those should probably be higher. Like the ruby amethyst disrespect is continuing on here.
Yeah, if you could have a version of Amber Steel that doesn't feel terrible to Amethyst Amber, then maybe you broke the format. Danzer in chat, he's doing his called shot. He's taking down Conti's.
Conti's. I think what we should do at Conti's, which Color famously has.
Yeah, she created the term.
Has that's a Color is Law copyright trademark. I think we should do a vote for all the people that are qualified. What are the like 8 best decks? And then you're given 60 cards when you show up. You're playing Amber Steel. Here, sir, you're playing Ruby Amethyst. And that way nobody has to worry about stressing about what the room is going to look like at all.
It just gets assigned to you as you walk in.
Yeah,
They're
like
like, here you
Starter
go,
Deck
welcome.
Chaos.
Here's your we've built these meta decks and we've thrown one card in there. Like you get like a Widow Tweed in one deck that you shouldn't really have it in, but you just get assigned a deck and then you just go for it.
Luke, if you were assigned a deck on this graph, let's say one of the actually playable decks here, what would be you would be like, oh really? This I have no chance.
Well, I mean, I would probably do terrible with Amber Amethyst. I just have not played it. I haven't owned a playset of Dumbos, so it's pushed me on to not play the deck all the time.
You would be fine. It's Blurple. You won.
I didn't play
4, 5,
Blurple.
6.
Okay, you might not be fine.
I never played Blurple, and I smashed
didn't play
every single
Ruby,
set camp I went to.
So you played it the entire set jam season.
I know.
Here.
It's just the easiest deck of all time.
Luke, I'll help you out here. It's the most linear deck you could ever play, so you'll be okay.
You'd be surprised at how easy it is for me to be bad.
Wait. Your calling card is being given a deck the day before and winning a tournament. Like you won a DLC doing that, and
With
you
a deck
won.
that's good.
You won the Infinity at Ink doing that. You're like, yeah, I'll play Sapphire Steel items. I don't know what.
They're both
call 'em
steel.
out,
I can
Garrett.
play steel
Get 'em.
decks. Hand me a steel deck. A deck with steel
Oh yeah,
cards
it was.
in
I was gonna say it was Emerald Steel and Sapphire Steel, so I guess that's fair.
I
favorite
am
is
not a Ruby main. Ask any of my opponents at Worlds. I'm sure all of them would be like, "Oh, you punted your thing." Even like all the coaching from Sailor in the world, like weeks of it, and I still just punted it.
I'm the same way with Ruby Sapphire. Like I just couldn't figure it out, and I think it was the inking that was the biggest problem for me. But
It's the only deck I could play other than Ruby Amethyst.
Same.
Get us back in here, Luke. I wanna look at. I need to see y'all's facial expressions. There we go. I was like, I gotta see. I was like, I'm gonna start to say things, and I need to see everyone's facial expressions. To yes, of course.
The
Eric with
face
the
you had
jawline.
when we talked about Conti's was.
Listen,
I can't
have
believe she doesn't want to take
learned
credit for it. Like
the
when she's
full
been...
government names of everything, and it's so funny because even when you're saying it right, you're still saying it wrong, and so you guys are like, and so I've been
It's
in my
like
head, I'm
double
like,
negative for you.
the Disney Lorcana Challenge North American Championship, and you're like, she's been calling it this, and I'm like, yep, that's totally what I've been
NAC North American Championships.
No, she's been calling it the NAC, the North American Contis.
Help
Yep.
me.
Conti.
At least first of all, what do you guys thought? What did you think about Disney? What was it? D23, the ultimate Disney fan event. What did you guys think about that?
Yeah, it is the ultimate.
It was the
Disney fan
ultimate
event.
FOMO event for me. I wish it was.
I know.
It looked awesome.
I just wanted to
Some of us
play
were
and
busy losing
play in
at
it.
other places.
Seemed like it would be super fun, but I think I'm gonna try and play in more CC. I played one CCQ this entire season. I'm kind of.
Was that your only one? The Gen Con
Yeah.
one was your only one?
And almost took it down.
You did really well. You're
Hey-
like, I'm gonna
hey,
play
Garrett.
one and basically do most of the thing.
You got any CCQs lined up?
Yeah. Are you signed up for the one that's in York, Pennsylvania? Are you going?
I
to that?
am indeed going.
I'll
to
see
that.
you there.
See
I'll
you
be
buddy.
there. Yeah.
And I'm gonna beat you up.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Round one, I'm kicking Garrick out of the event,
That's crazy.
taking him down.
I think X1s are safe, but
I can
you know,
X1,
still.
yeah.
It's like X1s are safe, but fine. You know, if you want to go for
You're not
it.
gonna homie draw in the first round and then play other control
Homie
decks in the
bloodbath, man.
draw bracket.
We're gonna homie draw in top 4.
I'm gonna pretend I don't even know him. I'd be like, "Oh,
That's
hi, my name's Rick.
crazy.
How are you?"
You're just gonna give him your. Nah, I'm Rick. I'm not even Fumbles. You can't call
You
me
might
that.
know me as Fumbles. I'm pretty famous on the internet. I'm your round 1 opponent.
I'll give him my
Prepare to
business
be
card.
eliminated.
Yeah,
Oh my
give me a
gosh.
sticker and
Isn't there-
QR code.
Luke,
I'm
wasn't
a
there like a
Fumble
Magic player that used to do that? I'm not gonna talk about it too much, but I'm pretty sure there was like a
Probably.
Magic player that would do that. That like would bring
Yeah,
like a
and his
signed.
name was Luke.
Can you imagine like somebody
Maybe.
you sit down across from somebody and they hand you like a signed piece of like, hey, what's up? And you're just
Are
like,
you talking? So I played against a player at a Grand Prix, and they gave me a pin that said, "You played against a Hall of Fame player," and it
Yeah,
was
that.
Brian Kibler.
Ugh. It was who?
It was Kibler.
Brian Kibler.
Oh, well,
it's
you
Kibler,
can
though, like-
forgive him.
I mean,
for
he was a
that.
Hall of Fame player.
yeah,
That's
still
fun.
he still is. They didn't take it from him. You know what I
It's
mean?
very fun.
He
We're
might even
talking
be
about
a
Luke
double Hall of Fame.
Wonderland 2013 state championship top 8 finisher here.
Wow. I'm pretty sure I have better Magic finishes
Did
than
you-
that.
Did you win
But-
that?
Wait, did you beat Kibler? Did you beat him?
I think I beat Kibler, and then I lost to LSV the next round.
Oh,
I-
well, that's
I-
actually
I actually-
that's a legendary run though.
I
Come
do
on now.
recall the screenshot of you showing, I believe, a 2-1 victory over Kibbs. So I have seen that as
Look at
proof.
that. And
you-
Luke doesn't like to call himself a pro
Speaking
player.
of Hall of Famers, dude, you'd
I
be a
have
Hall
pro
of Famer
points.
for Lorcana, man. You got this.
What?
I said you'd be a Hall of Famer for Lorcana, dude.
Oh, you're a Hall of Famer in my heart.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
anybody that,
obvious.
well, if we had to make one right now, I think anyone that won a North American or European
Contis?
DLC
Oh, okay.
is probably in. But
We're not to the point where it has to be multiple wins now. to
I
be a
said
Hall
if
of
we had
Famer?
to, if we made it right now,
Wow.
Depends
But,
on how
like,
many slots there are.
forecasting it into the future, there's
Hmm.
probably like, I don't know, 3 locks right now.
Yeah.
3 or 4.
Maybe
yeah.
4,
Say
yeah.
that. Karsten, Zan.
Ed.
Yeah, who are you forgetting?
I was like, I
Me?
wanted you guys to. I wanted
Hello?
you to participate into the conversation. Come on now.
It's
Come on
probably,
now.
it's
I need
probably
your
Frank,
votes.
DKP, Ed, and Zan right now.
Oh, yeah, DKP. See, there was other. I was leaving
Some
you guys
world
some options.
champion,
I didn't
you
want
know?
to take the obvious
world
ones.
champ,
Yeah, like the actual world champ. I didn't want to take the obvious ones.
And,
How many
and
Mickeys
Baker
has
and
he won now,
Rebecca
like
probably
12?
as well.
He's
Baker and
definitely got
Rebecca,
the
yeah,
most.
Yeah,
the
Baker and
DLC
Rebecca
champs,
too.
yeah.
Well,
I mean,
Rebecca
they've
they've been
going
at
for
every
broadcasting.
DLC,
Yeah.
right?
They
They're
have,
going
yeah.
for broadcasting.
We need Sarek's golden Mickey chart to know who's got the most Mickeys.
Isn't it DKP?
It's gonna be me. This well, it's gonna be me with Hades though.
Yeah, I
You're
was
gonna
gonna
say you're
say.
gonna have the serialized golden Hades dark.
Dude, it's gonna be
Usurper.
so cool to flex playing all 3 of my Hades,
Yeah.
One from champs, one from
winning
one
the
from
DLC,
then
and then
champs,
one for winning
then
worlds. How,
And then
what a flex,
one-
by the way.
Non-foil, just regular guy.
Yeah, just but like it just has my name written on it.
All right.
There you
So I had the wrong cam up in the background. So we are
Oh.
actually into the next round. We've been chatting too long.
Go ahead.
So we're going to jump right into the action.
Okay.
Here you go. Try to figure out what's happening.
Just
It's
like
like turn
that.
5.
All right, you got this.
All right, here we are into the round number 6 here. We have Tristan going up against Dylan, and it does look like we have that retro evolution device going up against Ruby and Amethyst. Right now, it looks like a pretty good position for the retro device. We have the Milo established. We can parlay that into a Prince Philip combo if we have that available to us, but color. We're in round number 6.
We are in round number 6, and remember when I asked you a little bit earlier through DMs, and I was like, "Hey, 1 or 2," and then I said 2. I'm like, "Can I change my answer to 1?"
Sure.
Fantastic. So this is Tristan and Dylan. Tristan's actually a local of mine, so let's dox him immediately. Notably, he has been known for a more controlling strategy of the Ruby and Sapphire kind. So we do see him on this retro evolution device thing, which I'm pretty sure with about 3 pixels that we have onto the board, that is what that looks like. As we see the Genie and Aladdin come down here, being able to discard a few cards and then draw back that many cards, I believe.
+1.
+1. Yeah, as we opt, I think we ship our whole hand there, drawing 4 cards now and taking a little bit of time.
Could be looking for that Prince Philip combo. As I mentioned, we have a really wide board on the Ruby Amethyst side, and sometimes it can be hard to recover from a devastating board wipe. But Aladdin and Genie, they are a 5-cost card. They are a 3/3. You can either shift them in for 3 or play them the good old-fashioned way. But Color was correct. You do ship your hand, or as much as you want, and then gain that many cards +1. This is a key card that allows you to find combos or the 7-cost character that you want to turn the Aladdin and Genie into, because after all, they are just a 3/3 for 5, which is not the best stat line in the world.
No, Dylan and Tristan both here going in. Like I said, it is round number 6, but they're both X1 here, so they're still very winnable, as I always like to say. 6 lore over here for Ruby and Amethyst, and 2 for this wacky little deck that this is the first time I get to cast this, so we're going to really lean heavy on Garrick here. But what is this matchup typically look like? I'm pretty sure the Emerald and Amethyst deck is a little favored.
Yeah, so I would say it is favored. Ruby Amethyst at its core right now is a mid-range deck that loves to draw cards, use evasive characters alongside Dumbo, and use exert Amethyst cards like Isis Vanderchill and Demona to clear your opponent's board, with big Scrooge McDucks sitting on the board as well. And the Retro Evolution device likes to get to that big combo at its top end, which is that Malicious, Mean, and Scary plus Prince Philip. And we do that by using the Retro Evolution device to banish characters and then upgrade them into a character that costs up to 2 more than the banished character for free.
Wow, that is a lot. As we did Red Alert, get rid of that Aladdin and Genie. We boosted a Scrooge, made him a little bit bigger, and we went on a full quest here, turning everything on its side, exerted all the way as full as it could exert into the locked-in position to 11 lore. So this is a wide board for Dylan and a very, retro board for Tristan. I'm not even going to pretend I know what this deck does, Garrick. I'm so sorry.
No worries. We're going to play the Aladdin and the Genie. We are going to pitch some cards out of our hand and try to find some new answers. It looked like 2 cards, so we are going to draw 3 here. We do have the Retro Evolution device up and active with Milo. We can banish that to play the Prince Philip, but we need to find the Malicious, Mean, and Scary. Looks like we have it to sing, and we are going to use the device. Here comes Prince Philip.
Vanquisher of foes, and he is going to vanquish this entire board. That Malicious, Mean, and Scary putting the damage, just putting 1 damage counter on all of Dylan's character. And then, of course, the Vanquisher of foes, everybody's favorite Vanquisher. Actually, no, nobody likes a one-sided board wipe, but except for Tristan in this situation, because we have 3 characters on the board, a Retro Evolution device, and we are staring at Dylan, who has 0 characters on the board, but hopefully they have enough cards in hand to potentially build back, because they have a decent lore lead. But again, it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle.
Yeah, definitely. And I believe that mystery card there in between the device and the Prince Philip is Lyle Tiberius Rourke. And at the end of your turn, if 2 or more cards were put into your discard this turn, each opponent loses a lore. So we saw that Dylan was at 11. He went down 1 more, so we're going to play Elsa and draw a card. But this is exactly what you want to do if you are the Retro Evolution device deck. You want to eventually get to that combo, wipe your opponent's board, and now they are going to occupy that control role with Milos and things like that, as we're going to go for another Aladdin and Genie, just hand fixing over and over. And this is why this is a pretty bad matchup for these Amethyst decks.
Yeah, well, now this Genie, this is a 3rd Aladdin and Genie. They were their best buddies. That's probably not their name, but that's a 3rd one. And we did see them actually, Tristan inked a 4th one. So being able to find this much card filtering and getting every single answer that you want seems wild. And Dylan, notably that Mrs. Incredible Super Stretchy does cost 5. So that was Dylan's entire turn. And I tend to not think that Dylan has a lot of low costed characters in hand at this point, but the shout out to that promo, Elsa, over there. Like, being able to I love that black border. There was a time in Disney Lorcana where we just decided to black border like the Horseman Strikes and this Elsa right there. And I think it just kind of looks pretty cool,
Yeah, I love that look from the Winter Spell Whispers in the Well era. Super cool, super unique. But the Ruby Amethyst deck is in a very tough position right now because they have to build back the board the old-fashioned way, which is going to be very difficult. Big characters coming down onto the board that could be removed at any moment should our Retro Evolution Device player get to another combo. And we saw that earlier in the day. It is something that can happen multiple times. So you have to be cognizant of how wide you make your board.
And I think we're going to go ahead and do it again. We are just going to sing the Malicious, Mean, and Scary and throw down another Prince Philip. You didn't even really have to do that, paying the full retail value for everything. It does seem like this deck is firing on to all cylinders, and we're just going to play out a Dumbo 9th Wonder of the Universe and a Randall Boggs. I'm sure they do really well in the office together, the Randall and the Dumbo.
Yeah, they do. They work well together. Randall, he's evasive, so he can help draw some cards, but he is an envious co-worker. So Dumbo having both of those abilities, Randall being a little bit limited because you have to have all of the cards in your Inkwell exerted to quest for 2 as we just keep flooding the board here with the Retro Evolution Device deck.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit rough, but why not? Let's look at the top card, draw it actually, and use the Randall as well because, hey, I put the Randall and the Dumbo in the board at the same time. Why not draw? As we scoop it up here, that was game number 1 here. We had a little bit of jumped in the middle of it, so we got about 4 pixels bouncing back and forth for Garrick and I, but Garrick is a professional and he's going to be able to help you guys through this.
I am going to do my best, Color. I mean, you are a professional as well. Pop it in there for D23. That was amazing to see. But this is going to be a uphill climb for the Ruby Amethyst deck, which has sort of made a splash in the meta over the past few weeks, able to send 2 players to the North American Championship at Gen Con. But with these higher end control decks, they are going to sort of be feasted on. It's really interesting how the meta continues to shift as we started off pretty standard. Like I mentioned in between rounds, Ruby Amber was the main control deck at that time, but now we have 2 more control decks that just control even better. That being the Retro Evolution Device, the Prince Philip combo, which has been so strong since the since Malicious, Mean, and Scary was printed. We've seen how devastating that card can be. Before that, Sisu was reigning supreme, but now we have Prince Philip. And if you're able to play a deck that can consistently get that card out, these mid-range style Amethyst decks are just not going to be able to keep up because they have no real efficient ways to remove the Prince Philip. Unless you're playing Amber, of course, you have Gaston. That will go 1-for-1 with the Prince Philip, but not having a board wipe in these mid-range decks makes things extremely difficult. So you need to lean on cards like Isis to exert the characters that your opponent wants to use the Retro Evolution Device on and remove them before they can evolve, if you will.
Evolve, and that is right. And Katie mentioned earlier that Retro Evolution Device is the one other card in Disney Lorcana that does mention Stegmut, because I guess the device, I'm assuming in Darkwing Duck lore, does turn them into dinosaurs. So we get a little bit of a transformation going. But yeah, we're going to have Tristan is going to be on the draw, Dylan on the play, which is probably going to be a little bit better. But like you said, that Isis maybe being able to exert that. But this is round number 6 for the CCQ in Saint Augustine, Florida. This will be the second invite for the 26-27 season of Villainy. So there we go. Everybody's got to start practicing their evil laughs. And I think Eric is kind of one-upping us. Baker, of course, being up there as well. Got a lot more practice. So everybody, it's beginning of the season. 2 invites out. Not even that, but we got 63 invites left. Okay, so we got time to practice our evil laughs.
Plenty and plenty of invites available still for all the players out there. I'm really excited for the season of Villainy. I've always had an affinity for the villains myself as well. Really, really big fan of how they were used in the, I'm going to plug it again, my favorite video game series, Kingdom Hearts. But they had the council of villains there, and they were in the shadows all trying to work together, but it didn't really work out because they all have massive egos. But I'm really interested to see what happens in this season of Villainy.
because the power of friendship. That's why it didn't work out. But we are going to ink and pass for Dylan, but we're also inking and passing for Tristan. It's a little bit worse for Dylan, but Tristan, I don't think they mind if they ink and pass here.
Yeah, Dylan definitely wants to find one-cost characters to try and get that lore total as high as possible. We saw how Lyle was able to reduce the lore. That is something that you need to keep in mind. You know, we saw that back in the day with Ruby decks playing things like A Pirate's Life, but now the Emerald decks are doing it because Emerald can do everything.
Emerald can do everything. Amber can do everything. And then when you put those two powerful colors together, you get a crazy situation. But we did opt to go for the Randall Boggs Jealous Coworker. He's got the 1 willpower as well as the questing capability of 2 if you use all of your ink. So be ink efficient and you'll be okay. But Tristan opting to go on their turn 2 for Guidebook. Is this really what they wanted here on turn number 2?
Yeah, Guidebook, I mean, it's not the worst. You're not going to start evolving your characters until, you know, you get to your 3 drops and a 5 drops and a 7 into 9. That's typically what you want to do. You can take things low and slow here. You are the ultimate top-end control deck, and it is up to your opponent to try and put on the pressure. Randall Boggs is doing a pretty good job of that, able to quest for 2 there, but it is conditional. You have to have all of your ink exerted to do that, as Todd is going to come down on the opposite side. And this is our first evolution target, which we can turn into a 5-cost character. If we're able to evolve this into a Chernobog, that can be really devastating. But there we have the Isis, which is exactly what I said you need to play into this deck. Remove the characters before they can be evolved.
And Todd, too, coming out and being a very powerful little character there, being able to draw a card and then discard a card, which we saw a lot of sculpting coming in from the Aladdin and Genie last game. So Todd doing his early version of that. And exactly what you said, if we were able to play that, we were able to just morph that into a bigger thing. It's just, oops, all big things as we go ahead and pop our guidebook, draw 2 cards, and play another guidebook to then pop it. So we just took our turn off here and drew some cards.
Yeah, the Randall Boggs notably has been questing for 2. We went 3 costs. We went 4 costs. We have a 5, and we do. So Randall's going to keep that questing pressure on. We haven't found the retro evolution device, haven't been able to evolve anything yet, and we are being really assaulted here with all of these glimmers questing every single turn. Randall acquiring 6 lore by himself on that turn number 2 has been very important for Dylan. Tristan really needs to get something on the board, and quickly. If he is able to play a Chernobog here and get rid of that Ursula Vanessa, that would be huge.
Absolutely. And one of the things that I like about this Randall Bogg, we talked about you having to use all of your ink to be able to do that, but having these boost characters on the board, you're able to then pay 1 up to put it under Ursula or the Cheshire Cat, which will give the ability for Randall to then also be able to quest. So I like including Randall in a boost deck because of that reason. If you have a little extra ink where you're like, oh no, my Randall doesn't quest for 2, I'll just go ahead and boost. But Taryn coming in and challenging, getting rid of that Cheshire Cat immediately. And also, I think putting a card from your discard back into your deck.
Taryn puts up to 2 cards from chosen player's discard on the bottom of their deck in any order. This is really interesting because it can work very, very well in concert with that Chernobog that I mentioned earlier, because Chernobog allows you to play a character from your discard when your opponent uses it on a character on your side of the board. So if you're able to use that Terran to get those characters out of the discard pile and then use Chernobog, that could be really powerful. But we are just trying to find anything here to get us out of this situation.
Now, I'm sure that, I mean, I know what that card is that Tristan just played, and everybody at home also knows what that card is. But
Bile,
Garrick, why don't you
Tiberius Rourke is the
go.
card, the 2-cost character. He draws a card and you discard a card when he comes into play. Again, this is the character that can drain lore from your opponent. If 2 or more cards were put into your discard this turn, then your opponent loses a lore. So he can help keep that lore total as low as possible, but Ursula Vanessa has something to say about that.
We did play a Malicious Mean and Scary, opting then got rid of that Randall Boggs. He only had the 1 willpower, so he didn't make it through that, but that did put the damage on the Scrooge and the Vanessa, which if we can start making this retro evolution device come on out, then at least we have damage on some of those high value threats like this Scrooge, like this Whisper, Ursula, Vanessa, and Demona, though, Scourge of the Wyvern clan, only drawing 1 card, but exerting the Lyle, taking the Scrooge, challenging it at, and now Tristan has no characters on board. Dylan has 3 characters on board, and 2 of them have quite a bit of damage, but I don't know. You said that Retro Evolution device needs characters, and Tristan doesn't seem to have any right now. Oh.
Yeah, that Isis coming down on turn number 4 was huge for Dylan. It shut off the ability to use the Retro Evolution device and get to the top end combo of the deck. And that's exactly what he wants to do here in this game number 3. It's going to be a lot more difficult to do this on the draw, but it is not impossible. We'd love to find a 1-drop into that Randall and basically do exactly what we did in that game number 2. Like I said, it's going to be more difficult to do this on the draw, but it's not impossible. Ruby Amethyst traditionally has struggled with item decks that rely on items. So we're not going to be able to interact with the device, but we can interact with the characters quite well. And if you're able to take them down before they can evolve, that is going to be the key in this game number 3, just as it was in game number 2.
Yeah, Dylan getting that one, Tristan opting to scoop it up, going on, like you said, to game number 3, and hopefully we'll be able to get this. We did say that Ruby Amethyst is a little less favored, but again, you mentioned the Isis Vanderchill, you mentioned how that could throw a wrench into the problem. So hey, and if no Retro Evolutionary device either, I gotta stop calling it. It's a Retro Evolution device. So
yes.
Not the device that we were looking for, but this is a game number 3. It is Tristan and Dylan, and we got 30 minutes left. Usually in a control matchup, you're not really seeing the game number 3 with a 30-minute clock left, but hey, we got a lot of time. They're taking a little bit of time to shuffle, chat, think about their lives, think about their plays. I'm taking my time to shuffle if I'm these 2 Illumineers.
Yeah, absolutely. I took about 30 minutes to shuffle my deck in my top 4 match at Gen Con. I was like, it's on time. I'm going to make sure that I don't have any clumps going on here. And maybe it was a mistake. But Tristan here is going to be on the play. Like I mentioned, we can take things pretty slow here. We just need to make sure that we hit our combo pieces early. On the opposite side, it looks like we do have those 1-drops. We have a Peter Pan into the Randall Boggs. So that is going to be a nice start here. If we can find a Cheshire Cat into an Isis, that's going to be the perfect opening curve. And it looks like he just keeps the 1 cost and the Randall. I think that is the wise decision here.
All right. Yeah, you don't get this far into a tournament without altering your deck semi-professionally here. Now, again, shout out to these 2 players. I know that Tristan is a Florida local, also a traditional, more control player. So opting to play the deck where it's like, hey, if it works, it's working. And if it doesn't work, it's probably my deck's fault. So it's, that seems to be one of their favorite tendencies here. Dylan also being on this Ruby Amethyst strategy, which is it is interesting because these are the picks that I would think are the different layers of the meta, right? We have the Ruby Amethyst where you're like, oh, okay, that actually does really well into Amber and Amethyst, but also it does well into Emerald Steel and it does decent into Eleanor. So you're like, oh, okay. And then Tristan went that one level, was like, I just want to beat all the Amethyst decks. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, I mean, if the Retro Evolution device is able to find Amethyst time after time after time, they can do very, very well. And I mean, honestly, they can even beat the aggressive Eleanor decks if they're able to get the device online and get the combo going, as we have a 1 cost here.
It is a Louisa Mondragal, probably, or the ghost of Louisa Mondragal. I'm not sure, but we have a few pixels as we ink a medallion weights. Shout out to that card to play this Peter Pan. It's just a 1 cost 2/2, but it is a shift base for this beautiful enchanted Tinkerbell and Peter Pan we have over on the right side of the board.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get into Randall Boggs here. Like I mentioned, this is exactly what you want to do. Tristan misses the 2 drop, but that is completely fine as long as we can continue to get characters wide onto the board. You don't have to worry about Isis until that turn number 4. Unlike the Amber and Amethyst deck, the Ruby Amethyst cannot ramp into the Isis or that Demona. So you have to play them for the printed value. Let's see if he has a 3-drop. I did see that he had a guidebook, but no, it is a Scrooge.
So this is a really interesting play. It is a Scrooge McDuck, but Dylan playing this deck the correct way by playing the Scrooge McDuck and then questing the Randall Box, getting the 2 lore, and then inking to then boost the Scrooge, which means that all of the ink was used properly for that turn. That was really great sequencing there for Dylan.
Yeah, most definitely. Let's see what we have on the opposite side of the board here as we are going into that all-important Isis Vanderchill turn on the next one. We can play the device and use it, but we don't have it. Todd is going to be the character on the board now, which I think is pretty good. You have 2 3-drops here. Isis can target one of them, but not both. So as long as you're able to get to the retro evolution device sooner rather than later, you can still start that chain up to the Prince Philip.
Yeah, going. This is my favorite part of the meta. Like, hey, it's not the first card that you need to get rid of. It's always the second card. It's not the first Eleanor. It's the second. It's not the first Under the Sea. It's the second. So, doubling up here on the threats, getting that diversity moving as Dylan slows down a little bit, thinking about their inking. It starts to become very important. Notably, we have not drawn a ton of cards. So, if you got to be careful. The early game ink could lose you the late game as we play the Cheshire Cat. Inexplicable.
There you go.
Thank you.
As we are able to use all of the ink again, like you mentioned, great sequencing here for Dylan. We get our 2 lore off the Randall. Now we can ink. We can still boost or play a 1-drop. We choose to boost the Scrooge McDuck, getting bigger and bigger. We didn't have the Isis though, so both Todds still on the board, as is the Luisa Madrigal. Might just have to draw some cards here if we're Tristan with the guidebook.
Ooh.
No, we're going to sing Malicious, Mean, and Scary. Get that Randall off the board.
Yeah, getting that out of here, distributing that damage onto there. So maybe we will get to where we need to be later. But at the same time, we're going to get this Chernobog out here as the Randall kind of sneaks his way back onto the board.
Yeah, misplay by Tristan. He is upset with himself. You want to play that Chernobog first, and then use the Malicious, Mean, and Scary. Got a little ahead of himself there, shaking his head. That could end up costing him his spot in the top 8. We'll have to keep an eye on how impactful that Randall Boggs is, because you took him off the board just to bring him right back.
Yeah, and that is the reason. Oh man, it's just pain. It's just pain. He's got hand on head. Just we're kind of sitting here thinking about it a little bit. These sequencing that we mentioned, Dylan was trying to sequence with his Randall Boggs, and he seems to be an expert at making sure that we have used all of our ink. And then it really does matter, these little things. And the Chernobog, we saw the cards like Terran in there that allows us to make sure that your discard doesn't have any cards in it. So the Chernobog is very powerful until you are able to get value off of it. And a lot of players have been opting to put things in their deck to specifically counter the Chernobog. So Tristan countering himself is painful, but we figure it out.
Yeah, shout out to Bobby Zimmerowski, a card that you can definitely leverage to play around early Chernobogs, discarding one of your valuable cards, knowing that your opponent's probably not going to want to bring it back. So if you're able to discard cards like that, here comes the Ursa Vanessa, though. I think we are putting on the Jets, and Tristan's going to have to find an answer quickly.
Yep, as that card is a powerhouse in this meta, being able to dodge the Red Alert, being able to dodge the Gaston, being able to dodge most of the single target removal that we have in the game, taking a little bit of time to play this guidebook, pop it, draw some cards, see if we can slow down our game plan and think things through. Strike a good match, going to be able to draw 2 cards and discard. So we're still sculpting our hand. We're still trying to figure out the perfect line, as the Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, is the one that goes into the discard. And another guidebook. Garrick, we're drawing too many cards.
We have to. We got to get to that retro evolution device to start putting Milo Thatches onto the board, bounce his Vanessa back. We'd love to do that. We could have done that on that turn if we found the device. And sometimes this deck can honestly just lose to itself. And we're sort of seeing that right now. If you find the device at any point earlier in this game, you're just able to control so well. You'd already have a Prince Philip out, and the opposite side of the board would be wiped if you had the device. But you don't. So you have to try and piecemeal this strategy together. And without it, it can be just a bunch of disparate cards that don't really work together.
Oh, and we're seeing the punish here. It's the Demona, Scourge of the Wyvern Clan, coming down and exerting the characters. And now we'll be able to do some healthy challenging to get these characters up out of here, making sure if we did find that retro evolution device, you're not using it on anything that you had on the board.
Interestingly enough, they're using the Ursula Vanessa to challenge into the Chernobog, despite the fact that we are going into our 7 ink turn, so we could have played Milo regardless. We got rid of that powerful 3-quester just to get the Chernobog off in case the device does come down. So we'll see if we do opt to go for Milo here. Got a lot of difficult decisions. Could get rid of the Cheshire Cat, could go for the Randall Boggs, which is questing for 2. You don't necessarily want to go for Demona here, as you don't want your opponent drawing more cards, but we do go for Randall, which now we've got rid of it twice. Let's see if we need to make it a 3rd time.
Oh my gosh. Just start playing it for the vibes. Be like, hey, you remember this guy? You remember this guy? Just tilt them off the face of the planet. But I'm sure Dylan has a better line here. We have that Cheshire Cat. And notably, this Milo has a ward. It's a giant warded character. This card ended up being way better than we all thought it was going to be. And look at that John Lauren art. You guys, look how beautiful it is. I'm going to put it on this double time. But yeah, and at the end of your turn, if 2 or more cards were put into your discard, you can draw a card. So it does lend itself to a lot of card advantage. This being a Sapphire and Emerald staple last set. And now still here, questing for 3 whenever it can.
Yeah, still here, still doing its thing, still in the Songs deck, as well as the Retro Evolution Device deck here. We do have a Prince Philip in the hand for Tristan. I don't believe we have a Malicious, Mean, and Scary to go with it. We're still 2 turns away from playing the Prince Philip, but our Milo here should help us control the board, and this is kind of the position that Tristan would like to be in, at least compared to last game or earlier in this game. You have the 5/5 warded character out, challenges very well, and always threatens to evolve if you're able to find that device. So let's see what Tristan is able to find here. But Dylan still doing what he needs to, and that is getting the board wider and questing as much as possible. 2 cards in hand, so the Demona will ready on the next turn unless a second Milo comes down and bounces something back.
Yeah, that would take that ability away and just keeping that Demona locked down in that Stone by Day effect. But hey, we did replay the Randall Boggs. We even have our boosted Scrooge sitting there, like you said, going extremely wide here, presenting more problems than Tristan might have answers to. Again, being that 2 ink off from that Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes. And for a Retro Evolution Device deck, we're seeing less Retro Evolution devices than Tristan wants, but hey, this else is going to draw us a card and get us a little bit further into our deck.
This is going to be interesting because we have so much ink at this point that Randall is going to be harder and harder to turn on, if you will. All of that ink needs to be exerted, and you can't just exert ink for no good reason. You have to spend it on something. There
it is. It's the Retro Evolution Device. I finally got the full government name of it, but you still will be able to pay the 1 to banish one of your characters to then get and level it up into a giant dinosaur version of itself. And we did get rid of that Cheshire Cat, doing that 3 damage. You usually want to quest with that Milo, but sometimes he's got to start throwing hands, and that 5/5 stat line is pretty good for that.
Wow, offering up the Milo Thatch here. It does slow your opponent down, so you would get a 2-for-1 in this case, but you do lose the ability to evolve as Demona is going to come down.
We did. That's a second Demona Scourge of the Wyvern Clan exerting that. So you will be able to challenge and get rid of this Elsa. She drew us a card, so she's fine. We don't mind. But now we lose our Milo Thatch to a hefty challenge from the Demona. But at the same time, we need a character that is going to be able to get us to the top end of our deck. And we do not have one on board. But Tristan is getting to the end game. Just play it out right, Garrick. Just full value Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, and get rid of those 2 damaged characters.
Yeah, he vanquishes 2 foes there. It was an interesting turn on Tristan's previous turn. I think I would have probably just leaned towards Milo, return something to hand, keep that Demona stoned. That way your opponent doesn't get as much value if the second Demona does come down, but opted to challenge there. I think punished a little bit, but Prince Philip comes down, saves the day a little bit, banishes 2 characters. We'll see if Dylan is able to exert all of his ink on this turn, and it looks like he will be able to do that with the Dumbo as well as Ursula Vanessa in hand. So would be able to quest for 2 with Randall.
Yeah, and Tristan doing a little bit of table math there, like you said, being like, wait, I can make this Randall quest for 2, and that's really why he's in the deck. And again, that's why I like having the boost characters with the Randall box, because you're able to just throw ink on it. Like, you'd be able to boost this Whisper Vanessa, you can boost the Scrooge, you can make sure that you don't have a ton of things hanging out and making sure that it's making your hand a little less good here. But that's Vixie or a Todd into the Inkwell. I forget that character, but it's in the Inkwell, so it doesn't matter. But Violet Parr is here. She's a 4/2. She has evasive, and whenever you play her, you can move 1 damage to a chosen opposing character. But right now, I think she's just a body on the board demanding an answer.
Yeah, we're going to look at another card here. Has to be malicious, mean, and scary to shift Prince Philip onto Prince Philip. Demona here is going to exert. I don't think that is going to be enough. It will stone 2 of these Demonas. We can challenge in if we
Malicious,
like.
Mean, and Scary gets played here, and we will Retro Evolution device to do the Prince Philip thing. We found it. Look at Tristan's relief. Holy, he was in a bad spot, and the deck finally gave him what he needed. The Demona was scary, Garrick, because you're like, wait a minute. Wait, and then he found exactly what he needed, being able to draw those cards from the Demona. And look at this board. It's got 2 pixels, but it's wide-ish.
Yeah, now we can start questing heavily, trying to get over the finish line here. Oh, we need to answer that, though. That will quest for 3 on this next turn. Oh man, that mistake earlier with the Randall Boggs, I think, might bite Tristan here if he can't answer this Ursula Vanessa.
We've got a Lyle. That'll boost us a lure, but the Dumbo will still, like you said, still get us to where we need. But what if Dylan forgets? Oh, never mind. It's a Milo. And so we will put the Vanessa back in hand. We don't have to worry about Dylan maybe forgetting that he could boost her and let her quest for 3. That was probably not a line.
Questing for 5 here is Tristan. Let's make that 6. Now the race is on. Who can get to 20 first? Tristan starting at 0 or Dylan starting at 17. Now at 16, thanks to the Lyle, Tiberius, Rourke. This is going to be a really, really close match. It's all going to come down to what Tristan can find off the top of his deck. He needs an answer turn after turn after turn. And if you're confused about what happened there with the Prince Philip on the previous turn, you can use the Retro Evolution device to transform into something up to 2 more than the character that you have currently. So it can be the same cost, or it can be 1, or it can be 2 more than the cost of the character.
Tristan here, hand on head. That Dumbo being able to use that ability to break some records and look for some cards, gaining a lure, drawing a card, and then making Tristan a little bit more stressed out as Dylan gets a few more looks into this deck. All they have to do is just really flood the board and just make Tristan answer it over and over and over. But we do opt to play the Ursula Whisper of Vanessa and play the Isis Vanderchill just as a body, saying you got to get rid of all of it. I'm at 17 again, and that's a book. We're going to draw some cards. See what we get.
Looks like an Aladdin and Genie and a Retro Evolution device. So we need to play the Aladdin and the Genie, and we need to find some sort of answer off of those cards. It will be 2 new cards that we're going to see here. Send 1 to the bottom, draw 2. I don't think he found it.
I think it's all the devices all clumped up together, Garrick. I'm pretty sure that's where we're at. We couldn't find them all game, and now they're coming in triplicates, trying to just get them out of our hand. Taking a little bit of time. We're going to think about it. Do some challenging. Hey, get that Dumbo out of here. Now, if we can get that Ursula Whisper of Vanessa off of the board, we could get another card into the discard potentially and take a lore, but it's looking a little scary. What's that other card, Garrick? What is that?
It's an amethyst card.
Very
I'm
good. Yes.
not sure what
Oh,
it
it's a
is.
Hades.
Okay, Hades is going to look for 2 more cards, but I don't think it matters because you need to activate the device. So you need Malicious, Mean, and Scary, and you just use the device to play the Hades off of the Aladdin and Genie, despite the fact that it is not exerted. We did use it there to evolve. So I think Tristan is out of answers, out of gas. Dylan is going to take it, and I think the Randall Boggs mistake is the reason why.
Oh, no. And it did come back, but Dylan takes it there in what I thought is a way closer game than originally. But there were a couple things there. Like you said, Tristan will probably watch this back and be like, aha, that was the place. And the Randall Boggs might have been exactly where that is. But that was your round number 6 winner, going to Dylan. On to this Ruby and Amethyst strategy we mentioned before. It is a little bit unfavored, but showing you in this meta, anything is possible.
Anything is possible indeed. These mid-range decks can beat the control decks. You just need to find the right tools and hope that your opponent isn't able to get their ultimate control tools. And we just saw it. I mean, the Retro Evolution device did not show up at the right time. They all showed up so late, and that one mistake, we're gonna keep going back to it.
I know,
but
it's so
that
bad.
Randall
I feel so bad.
quested like 3 more times at that point.
Talk
at
me
least
through
twice.
this mistake. Tell me what happened.
Okay. So,
yeah.
In case
go
someone
ahead.
missed it.
So basically, when you play Chernobog, you are able to put a card and shuffle that back into your opponent's deck, but they can then play something for free out of their discard, and you can just put that back in there. So what ended up happening in the sequencing that Tristan took is he actually sang on the Malicious, Mean, and Scary, which then banished the Randall Boggs because it has 1 willpower. Go ahead, put that into the discard, and then they played the Chernobog onto their opponent's character, which then allowed their opponent to shuffle it back in, but the Randall that just got removed now just gets to jump its way back onto the board, leaving it to be able to quest for, I think, Garrick, you said like 4?
It was at least 4.
Yeah.
It could have been 6, but for sure it was at least 4.
So,
Man, that's
because we could have
quite punishing.
Yeah, so if we would have done the Chernobog first and then sang the Malicious, Mean, and Scary, there would have been nothing into the discard, and Chernobog would have had all the value in the world, and Randall wouldn't have been the all-star that I swear I didn't think he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you do...
I was like...
That's one issue with some of the testing tools some people are using. It allows infinite takebacks instead of just 1. So a mistake like that on something, online, that's not going to be backbreaking. But you do that in paper, you do the second mistake, you can't take it back. If you had just sang that, as soon as Randall goes in, you're like, oh, wait a second. Yeah, I didn't want to do that yet. I'm going to take back my Mean, Malicious, and Scary. But when you don't realize the mistake until after you've played the Chernobog, you've locked yourself into a really punishing position.
Yeah, at that point, we do have a very generous take back policy, and I like that. But at the same time, if you have to, if you want to take something like that back, you do have to call a lore guide. You guys, you can't just be like, it's fine. I mean, you can, but you shouldn't. And then the lore guide can then decide it. But like Luke said, there was already a couple of game actions taken, and so we've moved on too far for that take back policy. So slow down a little bit.
Well, while Ninja doesn't have his headset on, we're going to jump over the interview and see if we could get him muted again.
That's crazy business.
Fortunate that he misplayed, I guess. That's a very hard matchup for red purple.
Well, you got to capitalize sometimes on this misplay.
Yeah, no, yeah, and he realized it like at the end of the turn. He was like, "Damn, I misplayed." So it happens. I mean, I think that's why these big tournaments you really want to try and slow down and make sure you're doing everything like according to plan and just taking your time with these turns. Game one was a little. I think I had a chance game one if I see Demona when he got the Milo down. It was close, probably closer than what it looked like. And then game two, my deck just did what it wants to do on the play. Like on the play, I feel a lot better in that matchup because I can ISIS if he goes 3-drop. Also game 2 and 3, he didn't see the device early, which helps a lot. But in general, it's a pretty unfavored matchup for red purple. So I feel very lucky that I was able to take the dub. Yeah.
So you got one more round.
One more round, yeah. Yeah.
See if we can make that top 8.
Yeah.
But so we were just talking a little minute ago. You had a really good weekend last weekend.
Yeah.
At CCS.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you don't have to spoil anything for anybody, but we learn some lessons from CCS, make some changes to maybe some gameplay patterns or something.
Yeah. So I brought a different deck than I played at CCS. At CCS, I played yellow purple, but always sticking to purple for the most part. I like purple. But yeah, I mean, my Garrett's a friend of mine, the guy that won the tournament, and I did a lot of chatting with them, and I just wanted to kind of give the deck a try. I think it's good into what I thought we'd be seeing here today. And actually kind of wrong. A lot of these top tables are on the green-purple device and even the item, the green-yellow item. And those matchups are pretty abysmal. So I kind of guessed wrong. But I just mostly wanted to test it because we have nationals coming up next weekend. And, as much as I want to win this CCQ, like all of our sites are kind of set on nationals. So it was really just kind of like a feeling it out thing. But
and if you do win, you've got the invite for next season.
Yeah, it takes all the pressure off. I mean, then I can go to the DLCs, just go for the Mickey and
yeah. The Hades.
Oh yeah, Hades. Forgot, yeah. Hades.
You got any shout outs for anybody?
Yeah, definitely. First and foremost, my wife. A lot of traveling the past couple of weeks, and we have a 6-month-old, so she's a huge support, and she kind of lets me do all this, and yeah, she's just kind of the rock. And then shout out to my team. They're all here. They're all doing great in the tournament. There was 2 undefeateds and another one at X1 too. So I'm eager to get over there and see how they did. And then just shout out to all the my sponsor Triad, South Florida company, and then all the Florida people. This is a Florida tournament. I get to see everyone that I know from all the different regions of Florida, and it's always a lot of fun. So, and then shout out to you guys for hosting this tournament, Additional Inc. And it's been great so far. It's been a well-run tournament, and we're all having fun, and it's great to play a tournament in the new season.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
Well, we will throw back to you guys, and we'll chat some more soon.
He would throw it back to me right while I was trying to do something. So tricky. In one second, I want to make sure that we can see our newest caster. All right, there we go. That should work.
Hey, and we're back. And Harlan is here. Welcome.
All right, and now we're all unmuted. Fantastic.
Oh, we were muted before. Welcome, Harlan. You're here. And I see you brought Baymax in the background with you.
Hello, can you hear me all right? Am I all good?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Yes, no, I do have a frame to Baymax. I also have a framed photo that a fan gave me once, and she is 6 years old. It's really nice.
Aw.
Yeah, it says blue steel, but spelled with an E and an A, like steel. It's very sweet.
Okay, that's funny. That's cute. Wow. I love the little, we all get in here, and especially when we're streaming, we always, we have these like remote tournaments, and then we all start doing like a bit of a show and tell situation. We're like, oh, wait, no. And I also have like this laying here that has a cool memory, and like, so that's always really fun. But we're going in, this is the last round, right? What, right?
Yep.
Right, guys?
Just one more round.
It's true.
Here we'll show them the meta breakdown again for a few more seconds here for those who missed it before, and so Harlan can see it in case he was not able to check it out since he was busy on the other side of the world.
Yeah, and as you can see, dogs continuing to take up the top spot as kind of predicted, with yellow purple close behind.
What dogs are you talking about?
The aggro princess deck. Everyone still calls it dogs.
Nobody
No dogs
does
in it.
that. Don't you? I was like, you gave me like PTSD there. What are we doing? All right,
Yeah.
continue. My bad.
Yeah. And then yellow purple in second there, and then ruby amethyst clawing up to third. This is the most percentage we've seen with Ruby Amethyst, so it's starting to gain a little popularity. Emerald Steel fading a little bit, and then the rest kind of just what people are liking, and I wouldn't really attribute that to a lot, but I will want to point out the 9 on the Emerald Amethyst, which is a deck that has been picking up steam in the last couple weeks here.
I'm surprised Emerald Steel is dropping down as far as it has. For me, I thought that was the scariest deck. I didn't know how many people might be hiding something. Maybe you've got Continentals coming up, and maybe if you're like going to go play there, maybe you don't bring your super spicy list that you've got built. You want to save it for something like that.
Yeah, and a lot of people here at this tournament are playing in Continentals, and a lot of the top tables right now that are left standing are going to be there next week as well. We've heard a lot of people just saying they're not bringing what they're planning on. They just want to try their other deck and just see how it goes. And those people are doing very well in this tournament. It's quite interesting.
Yeah,
or maybe everybody's doing the exact same thing, right? It's like, they're like the people that are winning, but also the people that are losing are like, I'm not going to show you what I'm doing. Because again, this is the beginning of the 26-27 season. So if you're trying to go for the last chance qualifiers, new CCQ, you got to kind of make a difference, right? You're like, I got 63 more of these invites that I can win, but let's not show the sauce too soon.
Yeah. Is Humble the only Boosty player here? I know he's a Florida guy. Did he make it out?
I do not believe that Humble is. No, he is not at this tournament. I was like, he was on a Discord call earlier, so no, he's not there. He's not there. So there's one lone Boosties player out there. So shout out to them. Did we have our one Ruby Steel hero as per tradition for a tournament of this manner?
I didn't realize my video was up. I'm here. Hello.
Yeah, it was a surprise for you. The moment that I was like, oh, I'm going to cut over here, you took your headset off again. I don't think I see a Ruby Steel on there. No Ruby Steel. Not
right.
today.
Everybody came to game. All right, that's fair. I always feel like there's just one.
Snake Chips didn't travel.
What do you guys want for the last round?
What do you got?
I mean, I don't know yet, but we've got some decks up at the top. I don't think there's anything we haven't seen.
Harlan, do you want to cast a Buzz's Arm?
I in my hopes was, it's a bit later here, was not Buzz's Arms or a yellow purple mirror. Those were like, I'm happy to do it. I love the job. But those were the two. I was like, if it's one of those, it's going to be a long day. I need to make some coffee if it is.
We could have done a Buzz's Arm mirror this past round.
Are those people? Can you check on them to see if they're okay?
Are they still playing?
Yeah, they're still playing.
I mean, you could get an early Kevin, maybe unlikely, maybe a couple Inkcasters in a row. Like you might be able to. It's like a race, kind of.
That seems like the type of deck where it's like I won't play it because
they're done
of the mirror.
They're done.
Is it a nice 1/1 or?
So help me understand, why is Kevin in that deck if you're playing no characters? Because doesn't that just allow your opponent to use all of the stuff they've been saving and are stuck in their hand to
just
take it
because you
out?
can draw it from book. It's
the book lets you draw it.
I see.
But Kevin is never going to get to sit under the board. So you probably just ink it in that matchup, which you still weren't expecting. So, that seems like the deck that I'm not going to practice the mirror.
Yeah.
Huh.
Mirrors
Keep it in your fears. Keep it in your fears.
You get tired. You're like, all right, I'm going to play a mirror this before bedtime. Like that'll make it so I can go to bed real nice and easy.
That's
exhausted.
You don't really need to know what your opponent's doing in that mirror. You just solitaire, just playing by yourself.
Yep.
Isn't that how it all is? Isn't that how the deck plays to begin with?
Yes, pretty much. Yeah.
You bounce but things.
Now neither player has characters, so you're just sort of give me my draw. That's all I care about. Oh yeah.
So how do you win that? So how do you win?
Play your enigmatic ink casters quicker than your opponent.
Yeah. And you don't have any item removal or disruption in that deck?
Some of them run sabotage. Is that items?
Yeah, some run sabotage.
Items and locations. Yeah.
Scary.
3-cost item.
I think because
sabotage.
I was told they lose quite heavily to when Green Steel was on the location, or I think that was the Paradise Falls. That's the only location anyone was playing, but they really have no answer for it. So once you set one up, you just sit there.
They have Battering Ram now, which is
Battering Ram. I'm gonna have to search this card.
Meta-staple,
Yeah.
meta-staple battering ram that Adam should know the full text for.
How do you not know battering?
One of the most
Let me just-
expensive items they'll play, and just chipping away, dealing damage. In addition to that potion of malice.
I had a coconut deck that did this strategy, and nobody liked me, so I can't imagine sleeving off a core constructed version of this monstrosity. But are the people that play it having fun?
You'd hope, because I'm not.
Okay. Somebody has to be having fun, right?
Yeah.
You'd think.
The person playing it is probably having fun.
Yeah, I kind of equate it to like green purple burn, like in the last like pre. I used to love that deck, but it's when you just don't want to talk to anyone, and you just want to sit down and just do your game actions.
Yeah.
I do love game actions, so I have yet to play it, and my fear is that I start playing it, and I'm like, oh my gosh, guys, I love this deck, and then I'll be like, oh, I am a bad person. No, I'm kidding.
I don't like it when
if you sleeved it up, then you guys are fine.
I don't like it when my characters get challenged. So if I don't play any characters, they won't get challenged.
That's fair.
Don't perceive me. I won't perceive you, and then we'll see who wins first. It's a perfect strategy.
Yeah. And speaking of game actions, one of my favorite caster moments was at the triple deck tournament. Jeebus was casting a racer deck, and he goes, they seem to be taking a lot of game actions, but they aren't doing anything. So we'll see if it pays off for them.
Those are my
and
favorite
I love
decks.
that.
Those are the most fun.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like one of our remaining matches, this item match, is now done. So we were waiting on 3 more matches for the next final round.
What's been the most interesting on the stream so far? Because I've only watched like the last couple rounds, and I watched like green yellow versus green steel. That was good. But has there been any like real spice?
I mean, I've learned about the retro evolution emerald amethyst deck. Again, that was one of the ones that I was like, it's not real, and then it seems to be quite real. So
it does some cool
it's in
stuff
the room today.
Yeah, and some big names playing it too.
That's a card I've read like 5 times, and it took me forever to understand it. And I still like, I thought it played from discard every time, and I was like, I don't get this. I should just read it, but for some reason I won't just sit down and read the card.
And that's one card we're gonna have to watch as every set comes out, because it's gonna get more and more dangerous as time goes on. With someone said it earlier, with more 5-drops and 7-drops, and we're just gonna have to watch out for that, because at any point another color could just come in and take over and be really, really powerful with that.
Yeah, it's like any good on play. Like on play, do a thing, and then banish it on play, do a thing. And you're like, wow, this is really a lot better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the. I mean, it's like I think people were playing it, and then they're like, "Oh, this isn't as good as I thought it was." But then the Horn King interaction with it, where you can like banish and then you can replay it again, because when you exert the Horn King, you're able to play things out of your discard that turn. So you can have the exerted Horn King, and then you can banish your Chernobog, and then you can use retro evolution device to like. It's just kind of like, it's silly, it's slow, and I don't think it was strong enough to make it into the final iteration. But it's still kind of gross, you know.
That is a fun interaction.
Fun for you only.
The card that always impresses me is the red Randall Boggs. Because it's a 3/1. That's going to get pinged by Eleanor or something. It's fine. And then, it's not been pinged by Eleanor. And it's gained you about 12 lore. Okay, this card's pretty real. And I guess even for yellow-purple to deal with it, it's like Horseman Strikes, which a lot of them are cutting. And it's like, do I want to run a Sven into that? Probably not. You know.
It's quite inkable too. So, you know, even in the situation where you're like, then you're like, I just ink this and keep rolling. Because that was something that impressed me too. Because I think I've been burned so many times by Ruby Amethyst that I'm like, it's not real. It's just not real, because we can't do it. It's like, and then so I see these situations where I'm like, no, actually that's clever with the random bogs, and then having the boost characters to be able to make sure that your ink gets used, so you're still getting that ability. And then this like 2-costing 2-quester evasive just continues to be a problem. So
yeah. And there's some fun interactions where you quest with them before inking, so you don't have that extra ink at the end. It's quite interesting too that you can do that as well, and got to make sure to get that lore.
The big
Was
brain
there any
plays there.
Sapphire Steel? Has there been any Sapphire Steel?
Yes.
Not on stream.
Not on
Not on
stream.
stream.
Wait, no. Okay, it was Emeralds. It was Emerald Steel, and it was
Oh,
like
that's
the
4.
ducks kind of.
I will say that the Sapphire Steel decks that I've seen look interesting. Not
Oh.
typically the way the Sapphire Steel decks have been recently, but you know, it's not their day.
I was about to
It
say,
will be
you
one
said-
day.
You
Yeah.
said interesting, and I was like, that's a word.
So this
That's
event,
a nice word.
this event's gonna be interesting, as you say. So at round 5, 17th place was Zan with a 4-1 record, and then 20th place is 3-1-1. So that's about 20 people who are kind of in contention for making it. Granted, one of the 3-1-1s probably is playing another one, so one of them will be knocked out. So you could kind of say that's 19 positions. Of the top 17 players in this round, you can kind of argue that maybe half of them got a loss this round. And that kind of knocks them out because it's a cut to top 8. And it's looking like you probably need to be X1. Maybe X11 might sneak in. But if we
don't
look
have
at...
an undefeated going into the last round.
We don't?
Really?
So did we just watch Cole play?
We watched Cole the previous round.
Okay. So Cole was 5-0 in the 5th round as the only undefeated. And you're saying he lost?
Yes.
So that changes some interesting math, unless he lost to Hector, Sploosh, or Pepto.
He lost to Hector, yeah.
He lost to Hector. So realistically, 1st through 4th place are probably locked if they won. And with King being the only one that could afford that loss. Because after this, they'll probably be able to draw and go XO2. And then Cole will probably draw and go X11 with the best tiebreakers out of them. And then I say it's interesting overall because most likely someone's going to bubble. Either one person's going to bubble or there is going to be a bloodbath for 8th place.
Yeah, interestingly,
All of those
table
traditional
2
Disney Lorcana bloodbaths. that
Yeah,
we have.
interesting. Table 2 took a draw, and
The
so
food fight
Sploosh
for
is going to
night.
be XO2, and so is Pepto, and so I'm not sure that they can take a third draw there, and they're both going to have to
Oh,
play
they
this
drew
last round.
again?
Yeah.
That was
Oh, my.
at time.
Oh, it was time? Okay.
Unintentional.
Got it.
It was
And we've still got a lot of players actually playing in the round that aren't necessarily live for top 8 because there are
Ooh.
the top 32 promos, the foil.
Standings
other
updated.
events as well.
Oh yeah, you get all the promos.
And I know that there is a they kind of figure that meta out to where they're like, oh, if I think it's like, you know, X, like, you know, like if I'm 2x1 or like whatever, they're like 2 losses and 1 draw, they're like, I get a promo, I don't care. And so those people start kind of like doing weird stuff too.
So it currently it goes to 8th place, and it looks like we're probably about to lose Ninja here in a second as the round's about to start. But 8th place is Zan at 5-1.
And he just got the pairing of exactly what he wanted. He got paired into Ruby Amethyst, which is like almost 100% win rate for Zan's deck. So it's
And then
barring
it's-
a catastrophe happening, he should
But
be.
Sploosh and
Put him on
Pepto
stream.
are 9th and 10th place.
What do you
I'm sorry, Adam. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
402.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
What
Sorry.
matchup do we want to watch? We're probably going to be watching a majority of these players in the top cut as well. But we know
What-
Sploosh is on retro.
I've been told there's a great Emerald Steel list. The players at table 3. I don't know if they're going to draw, but I've been told that that list looks interesting.
Go ahead
the
and
problem-
throw Zan on there, and we can do a little social experiment to see what the secondary market does.
The problem with drawing is that 3rd through 8th place all have like 50 to 58% tiebreakers, and Sploosh and Pepto have 60% higher. So if Sploosh and Pepto win, they knock people out. So if everyone draws, people get knocked out. So most likely there will not be having draws, and we're going to be having a food fight for 7th and 8th place.
All right. Well, let me go. Do you guys want to see the screen steal list that they're playing?
Yeah.
Or do you want me to
Yeah.
get, try to get Zan on the stream?
I think the green steel list would be better. I think Zan will just kind of.
Can
We'll
we
see
do
him
the
in the
green
top
steel,
four.
and when
Like
that
this.
finishes, maybe move Zan to the feature match when his game 2 starts halfway through the round?
I'll see.
That's
Let me go see if
crazy.
there's
That
players
poor-
are
those
drawing because they're at table 3, and if not, I'll grab them.
All right.
Yep.
I guess
So
have we?
what's
Zan is on book. I feel fine with saying it because it's the last round, and top 8's going to be open deck list.
Yeah.
were we not supposed to be saying those things?
I mean,
I've said it like 4 times, and if you guys you guys got to tell me when I can't say things because I will say them.
I mean, I don't know how you knew he was on book, so
She's been watching the stream.
Zan hasn't been on stream.
He hasn't been on stream, but I also know.
No people.
Yeah,
Well, then
like,
that's fine. Then that's not us
Oh.
leaking. Like, I didn't give you the
Oh,
list,
no,
so
gosh,
it's like
no,
you
no,
can
no,
do
no,
as
no.
you will. But I have
I just thought it was.
access
I just thought
to
it was
lists, so
common.
I'm
knowledge.
not
No,
going to.
you haven't even give me one deck list. Not all day. I've been flying by the seat of my pants here.
I mean, I have
It's like-
paper deck lists. I was
You know.
told this player is on this. I don't have them digitalized,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
that's what I was saying. I was like, I've been casting with one arm behind my whole back. What do you mean?
It's a crazy meta, though.
It is an interesting meta, and it just keeps changing so dramatically from tournament to tournament, and that makes it very hard to predict what people are going to do. And so it's going to be a fun week next week.
I'll be at the draft tables. Where will you guys be?
Disneyland, hopefully.
Oh, right, that's true. You got that golden
qualified.
Mickey. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
going to Disneyland. That's nice. That's a good day for you.
Yep. Yes. 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 Yes.
I'm doing
Oh.
my first cosplay on Friday.
Ooh.
My first like actual.
Are you
yeah.
going to reveal, or are you going to have it be a surprise?
I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I've never actually done a cosplay, but I always do like Disney bound, so I don't know if I'm. I don't know the
think
culture.
I think it just depends on what you want to do. You could either do a thing where you're like building it up and you're like posting pictures of every step along the way.
Oh, I did. Well, I posted pictures of like one because I am making one thing and I painted it and then I immediately dropped it on the floor. So I was like,
whoops.
like, so it's going well. So I don't know if I'll do this a reveal in a traditional way, but it'll be revealed in time. You know what I mean?
I mean, you should do whatever makes the most amount of content that's easy and fun to make.
What you just said was too impossibly different. They're like on the same opposite
Exactly.
sides,
It's a difficult dance.
But I'm also
I
I think I'm too anxious to do like a proper reveal because the character that I'm cosplaying is traditionally not wearing a ton of clothes. So I've had to kind of fill in the blanks of what this animal character that's
A Donald
just, like,
Duck, if you will.
Yeah, like it's so
All right, so it's an animal.
Yes. So it's an animal, and I had to just kind of fill in the blanks. So shout out to the cosplayers that just like really, they see a character and they're like, "Oh, I know exactly what this should look like," and I'm like, I can't legally not wear any pants, so we got to really figure this out. You know,
people really got mad at my Donald Duck Disney bounding.
He's walking around in his
And my-
shirt.
exactly. They're like, "Get this man out of here."
So
So-
with cosplaying, I kind of, because Ali does a lot of it, it's like
Very
it's really
good
nice
at
if you
it.
see all the photos and you're like, oh, it's great. But the prep into it and the money into it, it's like so much work. And when she did her Anna like warrior one, I was like, just so much like newfound respect for the hobby because it's so much work.
I know. I was at Hobby Lobby last night with my partner, and I was like, "Oh, I need this, and I need this, and I need this." And he's like, "How much is this? You said it was going to be like a little bit of a craft." And he was like, "How much are you spending?" I was like, "It's fine."
It would be
could've bought the
cheaper if you
costume
build it rather
twice.
than buy it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bought most of my costume. That's the problem. I'm only making one element of it, and I already feel bad. I'm like, like it's not even that much cosplaying because I've only made one piece of it. The rest of it, I've had to kind of just. I'm just like, I think this is what, if they were a person, this is probably what they would wear. Also, if they wanted to be a little bit more feminine. It's hard. Shout out to all the cosplayers out there. And I just can't wait to see everybody's, because I know the North America, obviously, you guys, you'll be LCQing. That's great. Well, not you two, but, and not you either. So, okay, never mind. But most people are LCQing. I'm going to be looking at all the cosplays, and then you guys will be in the main event. and then
Where are the
I will be
cos-
drafting. So
Is
I'm excited.
there is there like a separate area for the cosplayers? Are they
No, it's
not
just
just going to
everybody's
have
really
them?
excited.
They're
Like
just going to have them walk up and down the
Everyone's just
aisles and have like the players playing in the LCQs cheer for them as they walk by. And
They should do a cosplay
yeah.
contest. Like some of the smaller events here will do cosplay contests, and it also encourages you a bit more to.
And then
do
we
it.
do like meetups too, so where you can get like nice group photos. Like if you're doing a cosplay from the same franchise, everybody can be like, "Oh, let's go, we'll meet here," and then you get like a nice group photo of everybody and see the different ways that people interpreted their character. And I don't know, it's just like a really fun. I like that we're getting this type of like celebration. We're doing the thing. It's competitive, but also there's a group of it. We're all goofing off and doing this Disney vibe thing too. So it's a nice little celebration for the second season, and I'm stoked.
I did a Kristoff once. I bought a Kristoff outfit online and bought a Sven, and had to play with like this sheepskin like fur thing, which is like really warm, and bottom and go like O2, and just bottom out of the event very quickly, and then walk around wearing that. It's
all right.
At Seattle, I cosplayed as Eeyore, and that was the hottest I've ever been, pure sweat. But the funniest part about that is we went to get dinner afterward, and it was a costume party, and I was the only one wearing one. And all of a sudden now I'm the one that fits in perfectly, and it was awesome.
I hope it was
yeah, 'cause it
worth
was
all the extra
Halloween.
sweat. But we're gonna jump over to the match here. Color and I will be back for the post-match chit chat a little bit, and then the sign off. But you're gonna be able to watch listen to the amazing J-Bomb and Harlan Sweet.
Thank you very much. All right.
Harlan, this is exciting. You were my very first guest on Alter Academy.
Yes, I was.
And it's awesome to be in the booth with you here. We got Nick and Anthony coming in, playing for top 8 and their chance to win one of the first invites to Season 3's qualifier.
Yeah. Do we know what their decks they're playing yet, or?
Not yet, but I believe that Jeff said Emerald Steel, and it was a kind of kooky one. So I'm excited for kooky. I'm excited for excitement, and hopefully it's going to be a great match we're going to get.
Yeah, I'm quite excited for it as well. How do you always feel when you're at these points? Like, you play quite a lot as well, competitively. Like, when you get to this make or break game, like, how does that make you feel?
Pure anxiety, and it's not really. I don't know. I can't like get calm until like the day's over, and I'm just like feeling good. Actually, I'll say like Robert of World Class Cards, like halfway through Indy, gave me one of like the biggest pep talks I've ever had and ever heard, and it just like got me in a different mind state, and I just kind of like lost a lot of that anxiety I typically have while playing, and it kind of pushed me through the last like 3 rounds of Indianapolis. And so I need to have him give me a speech every time, because whatever he did like changed something in my brain chemistry for the rest of the day, and I was just like locked in for once, where like a lot of the time I'm just like thinking of like what could have been and whatnot if I'd like drawn differently. But in that situation I was just like looking at the turns, looking and focusing, and so it's tough to keep like being 100% happy and not anxious all day, especially when it's a bubble match here to play for your invite. And that is an Ink of a Smash, which is a card I have not seen played since set 1 and 2, really. We're going to see an Ursula over there on that side.
I was going to say, as we were just chatting about how intense this game is, we've got Nick on Emerald Steel versus Anthony, who's on, I'm assuming, green-yellow aggro, Eleanor. And yeah, Ink Smash turn 1, and I'm already hooked on the game, really. Like, I was wondering what game I was going to get to watch, and this is exactly what I want to see. I think you can see some 3 hours in there as well. I'm definitely sure there's some draw discard stuff with the new Duel Link, what they called Finn and Rapunzel.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm really excited to see how this plays out. I would say it would be favored for Nick, just for all of the removal they have. I mean, already, look at that.
Yeah, this is just pure removal to the Inkwell, pure removal to the discard, and I see a Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman hand, which is going to be how he's going to continue to get cards and refuel after just using a lot of these 1-for-1s to deal with the board. But I think this is the matchup that Nick is playing for, just to slow down the onslaught of the princesses and just keep him in check while he takes care of that Willow. And Anthony is going to play a Pocahontas in conjunction with that Maylin Lee.
Yeah, and you can see that Anthony has Eleanor in hand, And I think what will happen here is Nick will have a lot of removal actions and spells and whatnot, actions and songs, not spells in this game. But at the end of the day, if Anthony's able to just draw cards and just kind of brute force through it, I think it's not a bad spot for him. And you see here already, like the first 2 turns would just blow up anything and banish it whatever he was played. But now he's got Eleanor set up. It's like maybe the Duck sings Thunderbolt, you play some more removal, but you're just chasing him every turn.
Yeah, and Nick actually had removal to stop that Eleanor, but he thought that getting this Donald was worth the Eleanor getting an extra draw just to get this set up and refuel his hand and give him a lot more options. And so this turn, I think we're going to see a lot of his removal pop off and answer a lot of what Anthony has been doing in these early turns of the game.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating turns because Anthony is now going to draw 1 for turn, 1 from the Eleanor, and 1 from Donald Perfect Gentleman as well, to be at a point where, yeah, it looks like Nick has a lot of removal, but you're just going to be playing so many cards a turn as well that it might be quite overwhelming. But you get the 3 arrows back there as well, which is really nice, and that can do quite a lot of damage. Unlikely Anthony has any sort of removal for the Merida, but might have Rapunzel to bounce it back. Just to give yourself another turn of full questing out, gaining all of that lore, doing all of those fun things.
Yeah, and without Rapunzel, as you said, it's going to be a very tough spot for Anthony because that Merida is going to do a lot of work in answering this board and cleaning up everything, especially if he has another piece of removal to follow it up with. And we are going to see that Aurora quest, which telegraphs a princess coming down, and we are just going to play a second Eleanor, which isn't a bad spot because we may lose a big chunk of our board, but we're at least going to be drawing cards, and we're just going to quest with everything. Oh, and we are just going to sing Under the Sea to at least answer the Donald.
I don't mind this play at all. Yeah, there'd be a nice spot where you draw an extra card from the Donald because you're an aggro deck, you just want to put more things on the board. But you're going to draw 2 from Eleanor, and then you're going to draw 1 for turn, and 3 arrows. That can really just mop up right now. Couple of actually all of those like cheaper characters there, like Pocahontas, Malin Lee, and Aurora. That's really nice, paying 1 ink to remove an Eleanor as well, and that's really nice to pay 1 ink.
The cannons are coming.
So this is a really cool spot where, again, you're going to be drawing those 2 cards from the Eleanor. So Anthony will have like a lot of cards to just throw down on the board now and say, look, here's some more stuff. How much removal do you actually have in that deck? And I think Nick is down to 1 or 2 cards as well.
Yeah, and just like that, the board's cleaned up. But as you said, since that Donald was answered, he's really low on resources. And Anthony just was able to draw 2 cards. So he still has a bit of gas left in the tank. Gonna start by inking that Finnick, which doesn't really have a good use right now. And we haven't seen many characters from Nick's side. And then we are going to play that Amber Champion Mickey, which is one we haven't seen a lot of, but it's going to be actually very good in this situation because most of Nick's removal, if not all, is damage based.
Yeah, and as someone who's played quite a bit of green-yellow Eleanor ever since my descent from playing Sapphire Steel, you can get to a spot now where if they're kind of resourced out, it happens when you play Angel down as well and you keep discarding cards. And if they exert this Merida and say Anthony has Dale, they're able to just take this Merida out and then kind of win the board back again, keep playing stuff. A second Merida is very, very scary to see. So when Harley said that this was a spicy list, it definitely was a spicy list. But I think probably the scariest thing for a steel-based removal deck to see is Amber Champion Mickey, meaning that, yeah, you get more damage from Merida, but that work's kind of undone by the 2 extra you get from the Champion Mickey.
Yeah, and it looks like Nick agrees with you, Harlan, because he is not going to take that challenge into the Aurora, fearing the crackback from Dale, and really wants to have this Merida guaranteed to survive until his next turn where he can start shooting some more removal off and hopefully answer this board once and for all.
Yeah, he's probably got to as well. I think he does get the 3 arrows back as well. So I don't think he did. I didn't see him take anything from
I don't think he's had a 3 arrows yet this game, actually.
He had one on turn 3, and then he got it back with the Merida. I don't know if he ever used it again or didn't ink it. Sorry, I couldn't quite grasp that on the stream.
Yeah, it's a little pixelated, so we're doing our best here.
But yeah, we're trying to do our best. But again, Anthony's up to 11, and it's a fairly wide board. And you've only got 5 ink. You've got those 2 big hitters as well, the Meridas. I'm assuming he's got a big action-based removal card that he was saving. Here we go. Here's the 3 arrows. He does have it in there.
You're right.
So he's able to do 6 to that, take it out, take this out as well. And this is actually quite scary. My partner Ali will be very happy to see a Merida deck doing well because she'll definitely want to be playing this.
Yeah, this is quite interesting just because I wonder what his matchups were, because obviously this is exactly what you build the deck for, to fight this aggressive style answer, but I don't think it would fare well versus that retro deck or the items deck. But luckily he's not facing that. He's facing exactly what he wants to in this Amber Emerald Princess deck. And Anthony now just on the backseat, and he did have that Dale, so Nick made the smart decision in not taking that challenge. And look, you can see him nod that he's like, yes, I like what I did there. Exactly, you had the perfect counter. And now this is going to be who can get that lore quicker. If Anthony can just limp to 20, or if Nick just keeps drawing removal while being able to quest up himself. And it looks like that is a malicious. Yeah.
Yeah. And this is an interesting spot as well, because if I was in Anthony's spot, unless this card in my hand is uninkable, oh, yeah, that's quite rough. I would have wanted to get it on the board. I would want to play it or ink it, because that Mushu getting that extra card, I mean, we just saw how important it was there.
Yeah.
Able to get you the 3 hours, remove it. Just every turn having 2 cards is a lot more important than having 1. I'm going to gamble that is an Under the Sea in hand.
Yeah, I think it would have to be. And this is going to be is that the 4th smash?
It's Terror that flaps in the night.
Oh, Terror that flaps in the night. Okay.
And into a piercing shot. And again, like I say, unless that's an Under the Sea, I really want to get that card out of my hand. I think it looks like a Willow. He's been... oh, no, it's an Eleanor. It is an Eleanor.
Yeah, it is an Eleanor.
Yeah, so my eyes are not the best these days. But yeah, you just want to get out of the hand, because every turn Nick's been able to draw an extra card, and that's been just enough, really.
This is a deck of just pure removal, card draw, and Meridas, it appears.
We're going to have to ask Wonderland for the list, because I want to see how many action-based... There's piercing shot in there as well.
Yeah.
Like, how much is just action-based removal, and how much is characters.
Yeah, and I think if we can just take this Eleanor out, we're now going to be in the lore lead and the board lead, and there's really nothing Anthony can do to come back from that state, especially when our entire deck is just removal.
Yeah, I mean, you got a feel fan of it. It looks like they might be having a little bit of fun with this, but this is probably the match you really didn't want to see on your
Anthony
winning game.
Going to concede here. He says, I've seen enough. Put me out of my misery. We'll go to game 2. I get to be on the play, and hopefully I can have a nice start here, go quick, and go very well.
I wonder now, knowing the matchup, how you mulligan differently. Do you... It looked like keeping something like an Ursula wasn't the best idea as well. You had strengths and you had Thunderbolts, but a lot of it was action-based removal. He was just hard playing, like 3 arrows. He had Ink to smash turn 1. That's probably going to be the scariest thing for an aggro player to see as well. That Ink turn 1 smash. So I don't know how you really adapt. You just, like you say, just try and go as quick as possibly can, go as wide as you can. Maybe lean into cards like Mike Wazowski, allowing you to put a body on the board and get another card in hand, knowing that you're likely going to bottom deck for them as well, because they seem to have a lot of actions and songs in their deck.
Yes, agreed. And Frank, it looks like there's a couple people that are X11 and 402 at 9th through 12th that could leapfrog them, because they have much nicer tiebreakers or close to tiebreakers. So opting to take the guarantee by winning this match and getting a higher seed, which will allow you to be on the play and maybe will allow you to take this CCQ win. Starting off with an Aurora for Anthony, and then that looks like, oh man, that is
that is a Darkwing Duck.
Okay.
I can just picture it, because it's quite scary right now in this game. The like 2/2 characters, 1-drops are really quite strong, and people call them goons because, well, there's a goon card that's a 2/2. And it just means things like this Aurora, Willow, any of these cards like turn sideways are now just a big threat of being hit. And piercing shot straight away, showing what's in the deck, setting him back. He can't play that 4-drop. Maybe he wanted to play Dale or Eleanor or something. And they're playing at quite a quick pace as well, I've noticed.
Yeah, Nick has one game plan. It's just answer every character you play. Don't let you get that Eleanor value. And and Mike is going to play a big key here. It actually hits a character for Nick, which is going to be extremely helpful, because I think probably over half his deck at this point is going to be actions and non-characters, basically. So hitting that Mike is going to just be very, very helpful. And that Mike this early is going to be what Anthony needs to just keep his hand fueled and healthy in order for him to cross the finish line here before Nick can just take out the removal. Because Nick's removal, it's a lot of 1-for-1s here, Harlan. And so without that Merida, he's just going to be going 1-for-1, and that Mike's going to start to acquire a 2-for-1, a 3-for-1, a 4-for-1 if he can just keep drawing cards for free. And we are going to opt to use those 3 arrows to take out that Willow and add a damage to another character.
Yeah, I think this is a game plan surely you can do, and it's one that I would probably approach the matchup, especially if I was learning it on the fly. Just having this mic down saying 0-4 is kind of an awkward stat line for you to deal with. You're probably hit twice off the mic as well, which is not what you want to see. But just having that awkward stat line, maybe hide it behind a Dale, saying you have to put the removal into the Dale before anything else. And as you can see of Nick's deck, a lot of his cards, he's just playing an action, removing something, but not developing that board.
Right.
So now when he wants to hit things, he can hit this Aurora, but not having another character established as well. Like sometimes we see in this deck, there's a 3-drop Darkwing Duck, Angela as well, the Gargoyle card, all those things. Just to have another body on the board to hit in and take some more of this off the board.
Yeah, and this was a very, very strong start for Anthony. Even with Nick answering 2 characters, he was still able to get that Eleanor trigger off on his turn 4, which allows him to just continue to draw cards. So that Mike has drawn 2 cards for him, and that Eleanor has drawn 1. So his hand's staying relatively safe. Nick opting to take out that Mike, very, very smart, because that's going to slow down the amount of resources Anthony's going to be getting. He's not going to be able to use this Eleanor, barring a David.
Yeah. As turns go, I don't... Oh, there you go, and there's the David. Yeah, as turns go, I think that was generally one of the better turns Anthony could have hoped for. You know, he didn't play Heoda's Thunderbolt. He didn't eliminate this Eleanor and banish it from the board. And then Anthony was still able to activate the Eleanor and kind of run with the game. I think he spent 2 ink on a 4 ink turn. And even here, this moment's quite awkward because you haven't, you know, stopped any of the bleeding. Yeah, he's still just exerting everything straight away. And you're going to go up to what? Yeah, like 12. And then 3 things are probably going to be removed off the board with 3 arrows. I mean, and the Merida hitting something as well.
Ooh, but another Eleanor. Yeah, Anthony just going lights out with this draw. Cannot be slowed down at all. Not even close to running out of resources. And Nick just doesn't have the ink or time to be able to answer everything here. And this game's going to be over, I think, as early as next turn.
It's interesting how much Green Eleanor or an aggro deck in this sense can just resource out a lot of these decks.
Yeah.
Without the mic, Nick's hand would not be looking as healthy as it does. So that's just so scary how it can be, and probably why it's one of the most represented decks at this event. But it looks like Nick has sort of won the board back a bit. We're just shy. Yeah, we're just shy of getting to that. I think you want to be around 17, 18. I mean, 19 at the law and 20 if you want to win is a good spot. But here, it's going to be a little bit rough finding that. Probably you're going to need to find 5 law, I think, if Merida is removed.
Yeah,
if Pluto's removed.
This is going to be a scary spot now because, as you said, we are only at 14. Nick did a great job of cleaning up all of the high lore questers there, and so we're only going to be able to go to 16 here if we choose to quest. Bobby going to be able to get rid of that Under the Sea, which is clogging up our hand. Going to send in that Ursula.
I wish I knew those cards in there.
It looks like Goliath, Smash, and something, I want to guess.
Yeah.
Oh,
and I just realized
it's a Mushu.
The Merida couldn't take out the Pluto because there was a David bodyguard on the board as well. But yeah, playing a Mike here is good because you're going to have another card to play next turn. As well, Mike is so powerful in any situation when Merida isn't on the board because most steel removal outside of He Held His Thunderbolt won't be able to do anything. But this Windswept, I think it is Windswept, isn't it? Is going to be able to do some good work.
Yeah, Windstorm.
Windstorm,
that's
that's
it.
it.
Just clearing up the full board of 6 characters there between the Windstorm and the Fire the Cannons. These Fire the Cannons have just been doing crazy work. Merida just showcasing what it can do versus an aggro deck when left unchecked. And this might be the turning point. Nick running low on resources. Anthony still has a bit himself, but it looks like that is Anthony's final push. If Nick can use the rest of his resources to answer these 2, that might be the turning point to get him across the finish line.
I don't know if you saw Anthony's face there, but it kind of had I thought I was going to win this turn. I thought at least I was going to get a game 3 out of it. But yeah, it's quite a powerful card. You must have seen it as well in the hand, though, and thought differently. But playing that Goliath down is quite interesting because for someone who's played a lot of Goliath in Sapphire Steel, you're going to get yourself in a game loop here where hopefully you're just like drawing the top 2 cards of your deck and kind of comparing them against each other. And for here, I say Anthony's just want to draw big bodies and hoping Nick doesn't draw any removal cards. But yeah, we're questing up to 19, hoping that things stick. But if not, we've still got a turn where we're going to play potentially 3 characters on the board and say, do you have 3 individual removal cards?
Yeah, definitely a tough spot. And so we're going to be at the mercy of what we're going to draw here and using all of our resources. It looks like we have a bit of removal here, so we're going to be safe for at least this turn. But as you said, Anthony drew 3 cards there and is going to be able to just draw 3 cards in perpetuity as long as we have that Goliath and he has the ink to use it all. So
he'll draw his 2 from Goliath and his 1 for turn, and he'll be able to just put all these cards down on the board. And I think he's drawn Ursula here as well, which is a very good card to be playing. Just because maybe not.
Ursula, interestingly.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, do you go taller or do you try and go wider? Because you only need 1 lore. It's kind of
choosing the David over the Ursula. When you're not putting it in bodyguard, is a very interesting decision. At least with Ursula, you could potentially remove a potential removal, and so I would have opted and liked to seen that Ursula there 100%, just in case. Obviously, we know we have caster vision and see the song, but I think regardless of that, the David didn't really add any benefit that the Ursula wouldn't there.
Yeah. It is a hard spot to be in, and of course, maybe also at this point as well when you're playing and there's a lot on the line. You've been playing all day as well. This is round 7, all those things. But yeah,
these players are playing at lightning speed. These are some of the fastest games. Like Anthony is the quickest draw in the West here, playing very.
This is one of my
quick.
first games casting, and yeah, this is very fast. I don't think we're going to even reach the 30-minute mark, but here might be the nail in the coffin. But we'll have to see. But last time, you say if you played the Ursula down, we'd have grabbed that song, and I don't think they'd have had enough removal to do it. But here again, we're saying out of the 2 cards that you drew from Goliath and the 1 for turn, do you have enough to remove everything? Which
I can't actually see the removal, but the cards are going to the discard, and that is going to have 1919, and that is going to be it for sure at this point, because Nick can just quest, and it doesn't matter what Anthony does here. And Nick is going to take this in a quick 2-0. Anthony had about as good as a start as he could get there, but because of the way Nick's deck is built, that Merida just opted to just take out the most characters I've ever seen one single card just take out in a game. And man, that was an exciting one to watch. I'm glad we got to see that, because that is a deck I have not considered, I have not seen, I have not thought about, and so that was a lot of things that I enjoyed about that. And he's going to be a very high seed in the top cut, and so if he can keep hitting more of these aggro decks and dodge those more control-y things, he's going to have a nice path to the CCQ here.
Yeah, it's quite interesting because you're seeing, we've been talking a lot as well, especially when I joined the call, about Buzz's Arms, which is very much an attack on some of these bigger control decks and things like yellow purple. But some people have gone for the direction of attacking the green yellow Eleanor like deck, which is the most popular deck in the room right now as well. And it seems green still has the best tools for it. And Nick's gone like, let's just push that to the absolute limit and put everything we can in the deck to try beat green Eleanor. But I guess as well, you'd also be pretty good into singing decks. Like you can take all the singers off the board. Other steel mirrors as well. You'd have like loads of steel removal. I would imagine maybe you do struggle a little bit into the yellow purple, having access to things like Gaston and all of that other removal and their resource cards. Like just drawing cards from Woodchuck's Guidebook is a good thing to do on your turn sometimes. But yeah, I'd really interested to see what Nick's pairings were and what that one loss was.
Yeah, excited to see this interview for sure. We'll kick it over to Jeff and Nick now to hear what they have to say.
You guys caught me slipping because you switched over to me too early. But we're unmuted. So let me get this headset off and we'll start this. So that was a clinic you just put on, basically.
Yes. My deck is specifically kind of targeting those aggro decks, those yellow-green aggros, the purple-yellows. It just has a lot of damage that can ramp up really quick if left unchecked.
Okay. So what have you faced today? Because now we're final round, Swiss cut. So now we're going to end at 6-1.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah. So I've gotten pretty lucky facing a lot. I mean, there's a lot of yellow, purple, yellow, green out there, which is kind of what I was shooting to hit. My first game was a loss. It was a ward deck, which I can't do a whole lot against. So I got handed to pretty fairly that one. But since then, it's been close games, real close games. But nothing I couldn't eke out in the very end with some lucky draws.
Okay. So you got a lot of damage in your deck. I see Windstorm. Not a lot of people running Windstorm. How's that been performing for you?
That's been a key factor in a lot of these games. My deck starts off a little slow. I can remove 1 or 2 cards in the beginning, but as you saw with like that yellow green, they can get this wide board. But if I get a Merida on board and a Windstorm, that's 3 damage to everybody. Yeah. Pretty much clears the board. And gives me back that board control I need.
Reminds me of Grab Your Swords and Tinkerbell.
Yes.
Way back.
Yes.
So, Nick, where are you from?
Central Florida originally, living in Jacksonville right now.
Okay, so like you just came down the street for this.
Yeah, I was in Orlando yesterday, but not too far.
Okay. Are you going to Continentals or LCQs or anything? Anything coming up?
That's the plan. So we'll see.
All right. You got any shout outs or anything? And then I'm going to ask the other casters if they got any other questions for you.
Yeah. Shout out to my wife letting me come today while she's watching the kids. And a shout out to my friend Mitchell, who's been a huge support to me, throwing ideas back and forth with this deck.
Awesome. Let me see if J-Bomb or Harlan have any questions for him. I'm going to pop this on real quick.
Yeah, in one of the last turns of that game too, he inked the Ursula and played the David. If he had played that Ursula, would you have had enough removal still to take out his whole board? Because I know you had a Zeus in hand, but would that have gotten you?
Actually, I'm just going to hand the headset to him so he can answer that question because that was a lot. I'm not going to lie to you. All right, so steal that mic.
Okay.
Okay. Just the headset, so that way you can.
Okay, so in game 2, when you saw him ink that Ursula and he played that David, if he had played that Ursula and hit your Zeus, did you have enough removal to take out his whole board, or would that have been a key difference there?
It probably would have been a key difference there. I mean, I was barely hitting enough removal to clear the deck and keep him from getting like that 1 extra lore he needed.
Oh, gotcha. That's a heartbreaker for him then if he watches this back.
Yeah. Not a whole lot of songs in the deck, so I don't know if he played an Ursula earlier and he just didn't hit anything.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, so it kind of discourages some people, and then I can sneak it in later.
Yeah, and how are you feeling? The mics really fed you, and I gotta say that I assume there's a ton of actions in this deck, and you got hit and I think drew off of every mic, so that was really helpful, I have to imagine.
Yeah, I got very lucky there with some of the draws. There are like 30 actions in this deck.
Oh, wow.
So when I have a Donald Duck and a Merida on board, I'm bound to draw some kind of removal and clear whatever else is on the board.
All right, I'll throw it over to Harlan if you have any questions for Nick.
Oh no, I was going to ask how many actions are in the deck because I've been playing a lot of green yellow Eleanor, and my approach would have been, I'm going to go wide, play some mics. He's probably not going to draw any cards. And I think your like soul would crush when it's like a Merida, and then it was just characters.
And you're recycling the 3 arrows.
Yeah,
I think there's like 32 actions in the deck or something. It's
32 actions. Wow.
It's predominantly actions.
So what was the approach for the deck? Do you go, I just want to beat green yellow Eleanor? Do I just want to beat singing decks? Like, what was the reason for the build and everything?
So I just have a personal aversion of the meta decks, and I always try to build something that beats the meta decks. And when they were revealing the cards for the set, and I saw the Windstorm and I saw the piercing attack, and I was like, well, those are gonna be great with Merida. Let's give it a try. And been playing around with it since the set came out, and it's been working really well. And no one's expecting it. Like, you see the green steel, and you're thinking the touch the sky kind of version, or you see me play Darkwing Duck turn 1, maybe you're thinking detectives, and it can kind of throw people off in the beginning.
Your turn 1 ink was smash, and as I say, if I was playing green yellow Eleanor, that would just scare the life out of me. And I'd be like, oh no, what am I about to play into? Can I ask as well, I think you're 6-1 now. What was your 1 loss in Swiss, could I ask?
It was against green purple.
Green purple.
I believe you said it was a ward deck
that would make sense.
Yeah, it was a lot of ward. He had a lot of draw. I couldn't hit my Goliath to thin his hand out. So he took me 2-0.
yeah, I completely. I thought some of those bigger control decks might be a bit of a problem for the steel heavy deck. Yeah, makes sense.
What I found is like those ward decks, and then any kind of like blue steel where you're having like Hades and Let It Go come out. I just can't keep up with that I got the John Smiths to kind of hopefully steal some of that pressure, but it gets tough.
Yeah, I can imagine so. No, awesome. You did it really well. It's really cool to see that. You guys played so quickly as well.
Yeah. Yeah, man, I cannot wait to see this deck list in full. This was one of the most exciting matches I've seen in a very long time. So props to you for bringing the spice on this and giving us a wonderful match here to cast.
Well,
and
thank
good luck
you.
in top cut. That's the most important part.
Yes. It's been a lot of fun here today. I've had a lot of fun, met a lot of nice people. The event's been run great. So kudos to everybody here.
Awesome. Well, thank you for coming out. If you want to pass that headset back to Jeff.
Passing back. Congrats, brother. All right. Thank you. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Jeff. Thank you for getting us hooked up with that. Is there any way to get Zan on for his game 2 or 3?
It looks like Sand might have ID'd.
Oh, okay.
I see him standing up over there, so
probably.
I do have the judges on the lookout to try to catch a game. So we'll see if they produce anything or not.
Got it. All right. Excellent.
Zan was almost our feature match. While that match, they were deciding whether they were going to ID or not. So that almost happened.
Okay. Yeah. All right, we're going to get all the casters back in the booth here for some chitty chats while we attempt to find another game up there. And welcome back, everybody. We got Color, Luke, Jeff, and Harlan.
Just ordering food and doing a puzzle because at D23 I was able to snag one of the honey, and so the match is over, and I actually don't know why. So we're being really cool about it. What happened just now? Why?
A lot of removal. Merida did some crazy stuff with Windstorm. If you're a Windstorm gamer, this was the match for you. They were playing at lightning speed. We were trying to keep up. We couldn't read the cards fast enough to announce what was happening. It was a wild match. One we're gonna have to rewatch and go through because it was quite fun.
What happened to game number 1 and 2?
Like, I blinked in game 1. I was just like, oh, we're in game 2? Like that. So I messed up the pip watch because I blinked and didn't even notice game 1 went away.
That's okay. I literally missed
So
that
my
2 games actually happened.
Yeah.
I also missed a good chunk of it as well.
So basically, turn 2, Willow was played both times. It was answered by a piercing strike, and then another characters were played. Eleanor was played, and then to counter the Eleanor, he plays Merida, and then after Merida, Windstorm comes out, takes out a lot of stuff in unison with the Fire the Cannon to take out Eleanor, and another Fire the Cannon to take out the other Eleanor, and I think like 5 or 6 characters were taken out. And then he had a Goliath out. His opponent was at 19, and so his opponent's playing 3 cards a turn.
That was
that was game 2.
That was game 2.
Okay, for a second I thought you were going to say that was game 1, and I was like, no, really?
No,
Did
the same thing.
Like,
the
what
same thing happened
in
in game 1 where he. So in game 1 he played a Willow. It got piercing striked, and then he played a couple more characters. Played Eleanor, and then played a Merida, and then Windstorm the whole board. So it was basically the same exact thing.
So okay, so the thing it happened twice, but the first time I blinked and I didn't get to see it, and then the second time it just happened because I looked up and I was like, oh, this game is like over, and then all of a sudden he was like Windstorm. I'm like, what?
I think that was the green yellows player's idea as well. Thought maybe I win this, and then realized that the entire board goes to Windstorm.
And you're like, well, all of them. Are you sure?
If you notice as well,
It's like,
his list had Fire the Cannons, Terror That Flaps the Night, Piercing Shot, the new Rapunzel 2-cost, discard, you can play it, removal. Like,
3
there is no
arrows.
world where your Willow will ever stick on turn 2. Like, mathematically, you're going to have a card that says, blow up this Willow. That is wild.
Harlan, did you mention Smash? Because there's also Smash.
Oh, yeah.
There's Smash as well.
this person is playing Smash. That's
He smashed the first 2 turns of the game.
Fire
on
the
game 1.
cannons.
Fire the Cannons.
Thunderbolt. Look
Thunderbolt.
what you've done.
Look what you've done.
Mean Malicious Scary.
Mean
Piercing
Malicious
Attack,
Scary. Piercing
Smash,
Attack. Smash.
Flap, 3 arrows.
Flap.
And Windstorm.
3 arrows and Windstorm. My dude said, nah. Like, if you
He
want
also-
something, no. Actually, no.
We saw the Muland as well, the new Floodborn one that allows you to banish items. So we've also got like item tech in there as well.
Oh man,
it's just like he flipped it off one of the mics.
But the crazy
I
thing
was like,
is the thing is, like, I saw somebody in the chat. They were like, "Oh, this guy just found all of the removal." No, the deck is all removal. He
Yeah,
didn't
you're
find
gambling
it.
on not having removal.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
I was like, "Well, what happens if he doesn't find the Merida?" Oh, nothing. He's fine.
Yeah,
He
he
might
actually
not
used
quest,
Donald Duck,
but-
Perfect Gentleman in game 1 to get him some extra cards that got under the seed. Was like kind of the key turns there.
That would be interesting as well to play it back and see if they didn't go for the Under the Sea and maybe they got the card draw and they got the lore from questing and that maybe changed it. Probably not, but that would be quite interesting to see because
Yeah.
you're getting the extra card draw. Maybe they don't find the removal somehow, and you find a bunch of things that quest for a lot.
Because the board didn't seem like it had a lot of challenging power on it, right? So if they would have just
Yeah.
gotten the lore, then trying to, you would have been way ahead, and it's not like your things are vulnerable because there wasn't a lot of things to challenge back.
It
Correct?
was just a Merida, which is scary enough by itself. when you
Right. I
play
mean, she's
Windstorm.
board wiping, but she wasn't challenging. But I don't know. It's a very interesting strategy that I did not see coming.
No. Because
We
for a
didn't
deck
see
like
any
that, you can
angels.
answer everything, but eventually, like, they out-resource you. But he was able to eventually get that Merida and just use his resources to out-resource his opponent, like going like 6 for 1 on that Windstorm was crazy.
Is Merida and Donald the only two characters in there? It's
There's the
just
only
8
no,
characters?
we saw a Darkwing Duck as well.
Okay.
So those were the only 3
Yeah,
characters
for
we
sure.
saw. He said he was running John Smith as well.
Oh yeah, John Smith.
Yeah, the
Bodyguard?
bodyguard John Smith.
Yeah. We didn't
Yeah.
see any Angel, which is a card I'd assume would be in there.
So how do you think a deck like this would do otherwise? I mean, he's doing really well in this room, but like
There's a character in here that I don't think he played.
Goliath.
But,
Yeah, Goliath was there. That was another card draw. So-
I gotta look this one up. I don't know what this one does.
What is it? Say it. Say it out loud.
Can we talk
Shere
the whole list?
Khan, Fearsome Tiger.
No.
Is
What?
that on quest? You put 1 damage on a damaged character? Is it?
I know you banished it, and then you
Ban-
do
oh,
a
you
damage
banished it.
afterwards. Yeah.
Oh, why
so-
not? Yeah.
Yeah. So you banish the damage character, and then you place a damage counter onto something else every time it quests.
How fun.
That's my.
That's diabolical.
I'm rooting for this guy.
Yeah. Our hero we don't deserve.
JDZ actually destroyed me with this card one time, and I was like, yeah, it's evasive too. So it's a uninkable 6. It's an uninkable 6 cost 5/4 with evasive and 2 lore. On the hunt, whenever this character quests, banish chosen opposing damaged character, then you may put 1 damage counter on another chosen character.
Okay, so you fire the cannon something, quest, take it out, and then put another damage on something else.
Yes.
I think
If
he
you
had
can
one
get to 6
turn
ink,
where he had Merida down and just double fire the cannons to Eleanor's. Just took them both out. I think he did at one point.
He's playing John Smith as well, so that's a lot of 5+ cost on inkables.
he basically said, hey, I'll be able to get there. I'll be able to get there. Doesn't
Yeah, that's
matter.
cool. He's having
Yeah, I
fun.
mean, it's got 4 willpower, so the Shirkan does feel a little poopy in that aspect, but it does a wild thing. It really, like I said, JDZ had Potion of Malice and this guy at one point, and I was like, please stop. Stop.
Do you think he's playing more or less than 20 uninkables?
Harley,
So we
help
got
us out.
Fire the Cannons, Merida, John Smith, Shere Khan, Thunderbolt. They're obviously not all 4-ofs, but that's 5 right there.
I think less.
Is there another powerful uncommon? Is he playing the Darkwing package too? Is Launchpad also in his deck?
I don't think he was playing Launchpad. I think he
didn't
was just
see
playing
it any-
Terror and Darkwing.
I don't think he had a 2-drop. It was just, I'm going to blow
Just
up
like-
your
yeah,
2-drop.
piercing attack and
I just tried to do that math, and I'll tell you that it's been a long day. And without it being visually in front of me, I can't add.
that's fair. You know what? Just
If we saw that-
own it.
Versus
So-
Buzz's Arms, we'd have like the most non-interactive sort of just throwing removal at each other and not doing much Lorcana game on stream.
Yeah.
It'd be
Did he
great.
say that he's played against Buzz's Arm yet?
No, he did not. I don't
That
think
would-
it would go too well unless he gets that Mulan and then fire the cannons all the items
Mm.
away, right?
Like, I would assume that's
Yeah.
a dream matchup for the book deck, right? Like, your opponent
Yeah.
is just all character removal, and you have no characters. They have
Yeah.
characters, and you have slow removal. It's perfect.
But what if you just hold
the
your
Mulan and
Mulan,
some Mulan.
and then just wait for them to play their important cards, play your Mulan, fire the cannons away, all their items.
I guess
then
because
you win.
they 4x all of the important cards. I guess, yeah. Mulan would have to put an absolute shift in. She would have to be working overtime removing them all. I think when you play another Floodborn, she activates again, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm thinking of the other one. I was thinking of Pete,
No.
where you whenever you played like the action that takes out a 9. Okay.
Yeah, no.
Forget what I said.
She play. Is it on play and quest
Done.
with her, or
It's on play, and then when you play other Floodborns, but
Yeah,
of course
yeah,
she's a Floodborn, so when you play her, you get the effect straight
Right.
away.
I like
Yeah,
how
when you
you're
play this or
pulling
another
it up
Floodborne
on
character, you may banish another. I'm just doing it so I can read. But yeah, and then there's the Aladdin, but the Aladdin.
Honestly, a lot of these Vineling cards are really neat. And I think when we
Yeah.
get a couple more sets out, a couple more Floodborns, we might hate them, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
So
Like,
Floodborns are actually
they're just so good.
done. We are
Are
not
there
getting more
was a
Floodborns because all of the Flood
Purple
ink has
Bloodborne
actually
deck
drawn up.
today.
How do we know it's all permanently gone?
It did not
They
do
Because they're gonna do so. There are going to be shift available, so because they're still like lore wise, you will be able to transform into something else. But as far as like Floodborn characters go, that's a keyword that should not happen because the Flood ink has dried up, and that's actually going to launch into further stories.
Okay,
Oh.
so
I didn't know any of
it's
that.
it's a
welcome.
hiatus for
Oh,
a
wow.
couple of sets until
Yeah,
the
it's a-
storyline brings Neo Flood Ink or something like that.
Well, until they decide to, flood things
Yeah.
again. But
You know
all of
what
the
I
ink has
want?
been dried up. That's actually how the vine got created. Is it sucked up all of the Flood ink, so that's why there's no more Flood ink. And then Ink Dark is,
So-
the caverns left over by. You guys
Can I
will get
get a,
there. It's cool.
Tinkerbell
So if
giant
the
fairy, she's
vine-
just a robot.
If the vine sucked up all the ink, wouldn't when they defeat the vine, it would like let out all of the Floodborn ink?
I don't
replenish it.
know.
Or if it sucked it up and put it somewhere, maybe put it in some gems that Hades using to transform the
I
poor
don't
citizens
know.
of the
Jeff,
area.
Jeff, could you do us a favor and start getting the lists, or not the list, but the color of all of the people who are going to likely make top 8? Oh, his
He
headset
can't hear
came
you.
off
He
for the
doesn't have
worst
headset
time.
on.
Yeah, he had it on when I started.
You were looking at him. As you
Yeah.
as you saw
He's
him
like,
not
oh,
hear
ask
it.
him a question now.
Yeah.
Just looking at the chat. Unerrata Bucky. That's crazy. That's crazy. Who? Why? I'm gonna need like a 15-word essay on why you think that's a good idea.
I love telling people the tale of
Well-
it, like an old sage.
Yeah.
Like,
Back
what people
in
have
my
joined,
day.
like in recent sets, and let me tell you.
Yeah.
Could you imagine Bucky right now with these Vineling cards? We've got one cost Floodborn.
Pete, and you can just like bounce the
like-
Pete and replay the Pete just for the vibes, and you're like, why?
Do we have a 2-cost Floodborn Inkling in?
Yeah, the Hey Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Isn't it a
so-
Vine
I
link?
love him.
So it's like
yeah,
turn
it's created by the
3.
Vine. Little hey, hey.
Yeah, turn 3, you play Hey Hey and Pete. Make them discard 2 cards. Yeah, unban it. Unerrata it. Reprint
Delightfully
it.
devilish.
Get it
Can I
back
play
in
Prince-
here.
Can I play
It
Prince
was
John
fine.
first? Let me do that on turn 4.
You can do whatever
No.
you want, J Bomb. Oh, except for that, because.
Yeah, that's not allowed. I
Mhm.
think
All
you're
right.
muted.
All right, Jeff, could you do us a favor and get the
And
color
unmute?
combos of the people likely to make top 8, which would be like Hayes, Hector, King Cole, Nick, Dylan, Zan, and...
Hold on, I have a judge right here. Hold on.
Oh, gotcha.
It's like actually all those people got
Someday we'll get
DQ'd,
it.
so we're out. I'm kidding. Shout out to Florida for being so consistent, though. Well, those names, we hear them every time. I love it. I also like. I don't know. Does every other region get like this, where we're like, "Go us for having this tournament"?
Oh, no,
like,
I
is
love
it
watching
just-
the Americans like debate their regions, and it's like
Ah.
the UK like, no, we know we're bad, or like we're like we don't really care. Like some people like to debate them, but America, you guys seem
Sorry.
to really love to debate
All
them.
right.
I think the
So, you want color combos?
Yes. Yes, please.
give me that data.
Yep. We're stepping in for Katie.
We got green purple. That's one.
All right, let me write this down.
So we have one retro evolution device.
We've got
this goes.
2.
Can you say the name of it? Of who is on that one too?
Gonna need names.
That would be Hector. I'm trying to go through like this
Yeah.
like inner like right.
I love doing math on the fly. It's actually my favorite thing to do, especially when there's a lot of people. It's live and they really want you to know. You know, what I mean? It's just one of the nicest things in the world to do math under pressure, right?
And if you mess up, you just look very foolish.
I'd never do
Coal
that.
is on yellow, green. Actually, why don't we just wait a few minutes and then I can just do this instead of like
Alright.
because I'm
Take
having to
your
like
time.
look at real names, look at PlayHub names, and
Take your time. We can be chat.
I agree with
Well-
Frank Carson in chat. I would like a limited DLC.
I want limited so bad. Oh, I want limited. But I mean, we will get to find out about the Worlds format at some point. That'll be cool. And then maybe they'll make them do that. And then they'll make us do it at some point.
Yeah, congratulations to Frank for being the highest win rate limited player in the recent Magic run that they were doing this past couple weeks.
I'll be right back. I'm
Nice.
gonna talk to one of the judges.
Wicked.
And I'll be right back. Sorry.
I like it. I don't know. I mean, I don't like super sealed, but I understand the need for it. How do you guys feel about the super sealed versus just drafting or like having limited be that kind of thing?
What does a super sealed entail? Is that the rules that they had at Worlds?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
I think it's too random compared with like all the different possibilities in the set. When you do one set, like the probability and randomness sort of shifts a little bit. Or
So, but like now, I would say like last year at Worlds, it was more or less, it was super sealed and there's like all these sets together and they weren't actually super specifically designed for drafting and sealed. But now that we have at least 2 to 3 sets that are designed for sealed and limited play. So it seems like a super sealed or a half, what's the like a mid sealed? I don't know what you would call it, but since those all of those sets were meant to be drafted, it could be
Are they?
question mark. Yes, they've really stepped up their game there.
I'm always in the. I don't do much sealed mainly because I'm terrible at it.
It's the only thing I'm good at. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not good at any of these things, but I did a sealed for a different game today, and I kind of like it when a sealed does like sometimes they only do 6 packs, but more packs the better, just more options. I feel like people complain less that they just didn't draft good cards as well when you've got more stuff. It can be more pricey, but I much prefer when they've got way more. So I'd do a super sealed if I could.
my local LGS has a what is it called? A pre-sale event.
Pre-release?
Pre-release event. Why couldn't I think of the name?
Pre-release.
That was a weird name for it. Anyway, pre-release event where it's a buy a box and build a deck from your box, 3 colors, 60 cards, and play 3 rounds. And it's very fun because it uses a lot of different deck building skills that like you're not used to because you get such a big pool and you get 3 different colors. It's very fun, very good time. Highly recommend. And you get a box cheaper than if you were to pre-order it otherwise. And there's prize packs, so it's a great time for all. Hot sauce games.
I was gonna say that's why I do like the pre-release like kits. Although I do get actually fried every single time. Like my pre-release kits are terrible, and then all of a sudden I'm drafting and I'm like, okay, this has good stats, and this is this, and I'm just trying to do like basic draft fundamentals and just come up with like cobble together the best ish deck I can, and then my opponent's like, look at this legendary I opened. I'm like, that's nice for you. I am fighting for my life, and then you just opened that thing.
I mean, the best form of limited is when you can't play with rares and above. You just don't play with the rare slot. Play with everything but that. But
that's why I like drafting. I played a lot of
variants. A lot of people don't like that.
I like the draft because I played a lot of that in Indianapolis, and I really enjoyed draft. And it was interesting too because it just like, I mean, it's all of the different things. Like you could tell when you were in a pod full of people that weren't necessarily good at drafting, and I felt really good because they're just passing me banger cards, and you're like, really, are you sure? And then you could also tell when you got with people who are very experienced with draft, because you're like, all of these cards are bad, stop taking them. And then you do the mind games of like, okay, I see what strategy you're going for, so I'm gonna like, you know, snipe your, and I'm like, ah. So there's also that like little mini game that I enjoy from drafting, but
yeah,
it's a lot of it's a different skill set, and I can see why some people are like,
I did a.
There's also the
chaos
value
spot.
drafting too, where
I
you
don't like that at all.
I know.
get
I lose so much
upset.
money playing draft because I
Enchanted
want to win the draft. And so
I don't
I'm
care.
taking the best card.
J-Bomb's
Like-
passing those $200, $300 enchanted, so he
I'm
got
not passing an
$15
enchanted.
draft.
I'm passing legendaries quite a lot.
Oh yeah,
Dude,
I'm passing
it's
legendaries and
DLC.
epics. I don't care. I'm out.
It's DLC Tokyo 2029.
Okay.
You open an enchanted in Return to First Chapter. It's a re-released iconic Elsa rainbow foil.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna take that.
Secret rare.
Well,
It's
yeah,
a draft
I mean-
that if you go 3-0, you make top 8 of the DLC. You make top cut. If
Can you not buy the
don't
pack?
Go 3-0, you're not making top cut. Are you rare drafting that enchanted?
No.
That iconic, that $3,000
iconic-
card.
Iconic, I'm taking. I'm losing a couple percent.
Wait, what's the rest of my hold on. What's the rest of my pool look like?
The best removal card in the set that you need in your deck.
And
is
I
what
have
your
card
other
draw?
pick is. Like it's basically what you
Oh, yeah,
need
no.
for your deck to stabilize. It's pack 3. It's the last pack.
No, I'm throwing it. I don't care. I'll
I would
win that
take
money
it.
back later. I don't care. But no, I did that. I had a draft and it was like an epic something or another, and then the card in front of it was a Dale, and I was like, absolutely not. I took the Dale and I was like, here, you can have this epic, and they were like, really? And I'm like, this is yours now, and I went undefeated with my Dale. So I don't even remember what the epic was, but the Dale is for life. So.
Dale's also
I'm gonna-
worth more and a better card.
All right, I have
Win-win.
some info.
We have info.
Now I'm gonna caveat this. I'm not the best person at tournament math at all.
All right, you're not a good person. Got it.
Give us that unreliable math.
But based on what I'm seeing so far, it looks like we've got 2 green-purple retros. Sorry, emerald amethyst retro. 2 emerald amber, or 1 emerald amber yellow Eleanor. 1 ruby amethyst. 1 items Kevin. And then
Zan.
our emerald steel all the actions deck.
That is the
That's what-
craziest top cut I've ever
That's our
heard
top
of.
6, right?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. There's a lot of draws at like 4, 2, 1. Like I'm not sure how this math's gonna break down. So we've still got.
We're still waiting on.
playing.
Yeah.
Amber and
Nathan's
Amethyst got
still playing.
hated out.
Yeah, Pepto's match playing and Sploosha's match still playing.
So there's
Those
no,
are, like, the
how-
ones that matter.
How much amber amethyst is left
Amber amethyst in the room.
to get to actually top K?
They all went home. I'm kidding. I don't know.
I have none so far.
Wild. That is wild.
Well, the
That-
book
that-
hates it out, and then
Yeah. Just in the UK, that wouldn't happen. Everyone turns up. It's a gentleman's game. You'll bring amber amethyst, and you just play purple cards, and someone walks home
Well, that's
slightly
what
less
the-
unhappy than they
that's what
arrived.
the D23 CCQ was last week. It was just like
That
a
was-
battle
yeah.
of that. So it like, and then Ruby Amethyst
was a
got
glorious
it at
set.
CCS, and then now this week everybody's like, you will not win with that one. So
This is a crazy 6 decks. Like
Yeah.
only
Yeah.
one
It's
Eleanor
wild.
aggro, the most played deck having arguably one of the worst conversion rates of decks.
I feel
that
like you
converted.
could have predicted that. I feel like because again, even
mean-
if the data is not showing it, people still hate that deck. Like
But
they
it's
hate
people played
losing
it.
to it.
Well, okay, yes, fair. We did see
Hey,
it
brother.
lose a win and in against anti-Eleanor
insane.
deck. Yeah, like the
Against
Merida
eight
removal theme deck.
I'm surprised Zan took the ID there because his tiebreakers are really bad compared to everybody else.
So-
and he would be the first one bumped. Obviously, Grim has been bumped, so Zan moves up to 7th regardless of what everybody else does. But then if
You want me
Sploosh
to explain it
wins
why?
and Pepto wins,
Explain it.
It's a sneaky. It's a sneaky in because they're all sitting down, right? Tables 1 through 4, they're all sitting next to each other. They come up and they ask the people if they want to go play a feature match. Those people say yes. They get up to go play. That tells you people ahead of you are playing. So now you're no longer getting jumped out. It's actually a clean cut. If all of the other
strife,
3
yep.
tables all drew, and then that happened, I think it would be a clean cut. Granted, the Pen and Sploosh and Pepto, they might have jumped one person, but it's a lot more likely that they're getting through. So instead of playing it and seeing if they don't get in, Zan and Dylan took the like sneaky way in with 2 other tables playing it. Now they're
I think
basically
you're right.
locked.
Yep, I think you're right because table 2 played.
That's who we watched. Or no, we
No,
watched table 3.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Wild.
Yeah, we watched table 3, table 2 and 3 both played. Oh, Sploosh got his round. That makes him 5-0.
So 3 GP. All right.
Man, if only I was good with this deck, that could have been me last week. It's quite possible that Sky and I were just a week ahead of the meta. We out-meted ourselves by a week.
It happens.
It's wild to see the reaction
rock, paper,
to
scissors. Yeah.
the yellow purple being like, oh, we can actually work hard and knock out of top cut. Whereas like Blurple, which is pretty much the same deck from the last season, it's kind of like, no, we just have to let it linger because it's not going anywhere. But it seems at this event they're able to work together and buzz his arms out of the top cut.
Do we know what Pepto and Shikari are on?
Pepto is on items. We saw him on stream.
Oh, that's Nathan?
Early this morning. Yep, Nathan.
Okay.
It has been a wild meta for that reason because I think every single deck you're like, oh, this is a really cool deck, but it has a weakness. Oh, this is a really cool deck, but it has a weakness. And I think that we were in metas for so long where that just wasn't the case. And now it truly is like, all right, what am I trying to beat? What am I trying to dodge? And again, like seeing Humble do that at the very beginning. And now just like each thing that wins, you're like, yeah, you just picked the best deck for the room. And congratulations.
It's wild to see because I forgot that Humble won the CCQ early on with Boost, which is a deck that just it's nowhere. Like, no, you don't see it anymore.
There was one player today playing that deck.
How did they end up?
I'm not sure, but we're not talking about it now. So, no offense to anybody. No offense.
Could you tell us what Shikari's on, and then we can have the full.
That would be your Amber Amethyst, the soul of contention.
Okay.
Yeah.
I blinked. What did you say Pepto was on?
Items. It's Nathan.
Oh, that was Nathan. Ooh.
So it could be likely. I could be 2 items in top 8 with Amber Amethyst being a pretty good matchup.
An items mirror. We
It's
can only
crazy.
dream. We can only dream.
And then there's the one Emerald Steel with the one that just kind of like the
Yeah.
quickest match in history.
With an
right?
Arsenal in their deck.
This lineup in top 8's not looking good for him.
Yeah. That's,
He wants that yellow green princess aggro in the first round, but then
Thing
maybe
is-
Ruby Amethyst.
the thing is, you got top 8, so I mean, you're not getting
Yeah.
the invite, but you're getting the foil card. You're also getting the foil mat,
Yeah.
and your, what like you think it's like, is it prize support? What else was there on the line here?
So there is 6 cases up through top 8.
All right.
That's pretty good. It's not like these. So you open an enchanted, you get Mother Knows Best, you get a play mat, and you also get to write a Metafy guide on this thing that you built.
Buzz his arms.
Yeah.
I top cutted.
Oh.
Case value is up too, so whatever you do with that, that's your business.
Yeah, what is it? I top cutted with Windstorm in my deck.
The Mother Knows Best stuff's great though because I was chatting to some friends today. I was at the store and they said like, "Oh yeah, I'm really gonna lock in now for like CC." There it is. Like, I'm really gonna lock in for CCQs because they want the mat. Like, they're not worried about going to Continentals or anything. They're just like, no, I really would like this mat. And
It
that's,
is
that's
our
quite
winner-
cool.
very
winner gets
beautiful.
this too.
A lightsaber.
They get a whole lightsaber. Yeah, this one is really great because like it's got all of these little details. Like there's this little. I'm just not doing great. I'm not a very good influencer, y'all. So just like ignore that part of it. And my camera says nah, but all of the details, the green is really nice, and then the foiling. Not this one's not foil, but the foiling from the DLC, it looks gorgeous, and then the mat itself has. It's all really nice. They did real good for this new this season 3 stuff. So again, it's not nothing to scoff at. You really like you built a crazy deck. Like you're not well positioned with all of your actions, but you know, if your opponent's, you know, it seems very. I can't predict it. I can't.
Of them, if they play a Mowgli or an Ursula, you've got plenty to spare, right?
Well,
Which one?
We did see that playing the Ursula didn't really pay off. So in the situation where they should have played the Ursula, they actually opted not to because it had not been hitting. And so even that just like creates mind games. So I like the philosophy behind the deck, and it's always nice to see weird stuff doing well.
Maybe it's like the back of the day, Fire Seal wheel versus no wheel, whole new world or no whole new world. They gotta respect it because they don't know if you have it or not.
Well, Top Cut will be open deck list, so you know, I ain't gotta respect you anymore. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Wow.
I'm kidding.
That's fine.
If you're playing Buzz's Arms and you're against your opponent on green steel and you've never seen this green steel list before, and you're the green steel player playing against a Buzz's Arms and you've never seen a Buzz's Arms, it would just be the most confusing looking deck lists of all time. What are
Nathan
these?
won.
Yeah.
Nathan has taken down his match.
Okay.
And he's on
items.
You say items, and I'm like, yeah, like popsicle and stuff. But you're saying items, and you're like, no, they're little tiny crimes, which I guess popsicles to some people were too. But still, it doesn't feel right to call it items.
This is the weirdest top 8. It's awesome.
Yeah. I always thought it was Buzz's Arm, but people calling it book recently.
I call it book because of
Yeah.
adventure book.
I guess that card's more important.
One match, I guess, before we publish standings and figure out where everybody falls.
I like how the CCQ right before champs ended up being a clown shoes meta that is actually real, but it just sounds like it should never have happened, right? Like, it just seems like all the good decks that are doing well have cards in them that you just like when they got spoiled, we were like, "Aw, that's cute, I guess."
What's really crazy is what we're seeing is paper acting like digital. We don't even have a digital client, but the meta is adjusting so quickly to these events because so many of the big players are actually traveling to a lot of them. So they're playing in these things back and to back to back. So their fingers on the pulse of the meta. They're testing. They predict what it's going to be. And after a few in a row, you can do that. We watch Zan do that. He goes from playing a Mirror Breaker Eleanor aggro to a deck that loses to Eleanor aggro based on the results of the event he played in the week before, right? And so with the meta shifting this quickly, if you land the prediction right, you do fantastic. With Zan and Nathan both playing 2 out of 3 book players making top 8 is absurd.
Yeah, and Zan never seems to miss on his meta calls. So if you know what he's playing, I just play the same 60.
It's always quite interesting. So if you're able to do that meta prediction and be at that level and have that understanding, but I feel for like anyone who just plays the game when they can, sometimes it's best just to stick with the deck that you like and just hope the meta waves come around to you at some point. Like if you just don't have the time to do meta calls like that, but you really love playing Grignard Eleanor, at some point the wave's going to come around and it's going to be a very appropriate time for you to play it. Hopefully you go to the event at that time. That's how I like to do it as well.
I was about to say that sounds like the Sapphire Steel player and you talking.
Yeah,
right now.
I mean, yeah. The only issue is I had to drop that because it was never coming around. I was marooned offshore. Yeah, and the meta wave was never going to hit me.
Yeah, if you play any deck that's halfway competitive and you become a master of it, your percentages are going to go up a little bit. you know, and eventually, as you know, Harlan was saying, if the meta lands for your event, then you're going to do very well. Like if you play the same deck at each one, and eventually this was the event to play that deck at, and you played it because you played it each time, you're going to have one, maybe two events in a season that lined up perfectly for you. If
But
you
then you're gonna get to
chased,
Worlds, and then they make you play different decks and
Sure,
formats,
sure.
and then you.
and then you show the world your DKP, and you can play red blue all year round, but it doesn't matter. You're gonna go face, you're gonna quest for 20, and you're gonna be world champion. Just like that.
He did do that. Very well.
The standings for Top Cut are in.
Let's hear it.
I am going through them right now, but at first we have Cole playing Green Yellow Eleanor. Nick Green Steel all the actions.
Crazy.
And then we have Hector and Brian both on Emerald Amethyst Retro.
Yep.
And then we have Nathan on Kevin items, Hazed on Green Purple Retro as well.
That's
and then,
3.
Dylan on Ruby Amethyst, and then Zan on Kevin as well.
4. Wait. So there's 3 retro and 2 Kevin decks.
Three retro,
2 Kevin, 1 Eleanor, 1 Green Steel, and 1 Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah.
1 Ruby app. So
So
no
decks that
Amber.
crushed
No
Amber Amethyst.
I feel if you are the Green Steel player, you probably want to see the Green Yellow and the Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah, and he did hit
And
the
then-
Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably winnable because you can just blow everything up and then Goliath.
Yeah.
Looking at them, it's going to be a hard day at the office for the lad. I won't lie.
Be a grindy matchup.
Yeah, he's going to have some rough ones, but that's pretty cool.
So
Top Gun is crazy. Okay, so wait, so what? So we have top 8 going in the morning. What am I casting? And I swear to God, please don't let it be a mirror, you guys. Please. This is just
Well, I was
self-
gonna
this is
say,
me being
chat,
selfish
what do
right
we
now.
want to watch? Because we're
Yeah.
gonna watch all of the top 4 and the finals, but the top 8 we only get to watch one of those rounds. So, which matchup do we want to see?
I'm like looking at the schedule. I'm like, what have I committed to?
I'm not casting it, but the Emerald Steel versus Ruby Amethyst would be a pretty funny one, a fun one.
I mean, you're casting the first round.
Yeah,
of top
we're doing
8 with
top 8.
Oh, I am.
It's
Oh,
me
we're
and
doing top
you.
8? Oh, awesome.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was like, J-Bomb. It's
I'm
me
gonna-
and
I'm
you.
gonna- They're lining the top 32 up to hand them their foil promos.
Yeah.
Would you guys like to watch?
Yes.
Spin it around.
We'll
Spin it
swap
around.
over to it.
Spin us around.
Caller, I'll let you decide, but my top 2 would either be 1st through 8th Retro versus Zan, and or Nick versus Dylan on that Emerald Steel versus Ruby Amethyst.
I want to watch that Emerald Steel list again. No.
Yeah.
Do I? Okay. I want to
Emerald
watch a
Steel
more.
is the 2 seed.
I want a little bit of an even matchup. I don't want it to be super polarizing. How's that sound?
I'm not sure how polarizing the Emerald Steel versus the Ruby Amethyst is going to be, but
Do we want to watch that for science, or is there something else that we should probably?
I'm good with whatever. It should
It's
be
wild
fun.
in a room where it's predominantly Green Yellow Eleanor aggro. There is 5 Uber control decks that I would assume sort of struggle into Green Yellow Eleanor. That is wild.
All right, I can make a poll. So,
What do you guys want to watch? Chat,
so
get in
the
here.
first
Tell us
match
what.
is King Cole versus Zan.
We need to know the deck. We need
So
to know
that's
the deck
Book
list.
versus. What was King Cole on? That was retro.
You're doing great.
You know what I'm seeing in that top 32 line? I'm seeing a lot of additional ink jerseys.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. How about you tell me what King Cole was playing?
King Cole is on Green Yellow Eleanor. Sorry. Brian walked up. I was muted.
Ooh, so Zan might be in some trouble there. That is a bad matchup. Nick, we just watched. So that's a Green Steel Merida versus.
Here, I'll
don't want to
post-
watch Eleanor body and
Retro.
items. Like that's not. We all know how that goes.
Or
What if
no,
it
red
doesn't?
purple, ruby amethyst.
Mm,
And
so what else do we
then
got?
The next is Hector on retro versus
Book.
Hazed.
Is it a mirror?
I think so.
Oh, Zan beat Eleanor early in Swiss. Okay. Wait a minute.
All right, so Book versus Eleanor, Merida versus Ruby Amethyst, Retro versus Retro, or Retro versus Book. Duration, you have 3 minutes to vote.
We got Book versus Eleanor, Green Steel Merida versus Red Purple, Retro versus Retro, or those are crazy. Oh, okay. Retro versus Book, huh? That seems wild. These seem like matches I would not have actually done at any point in time.
Yeah, this was a very interesting tournament.
This is wild. Which one would you want?
I'm working on deck lists for you guys.
Make sure that you get in there and you vote. You have to look on the top chat. You need to look at the chat and go into the top, and you'll be able to say which match. It'll do a little drop down, and then make sure you click it and hit vote. Because if you don't, then you don't get counted.
What is Dylan playing?
Dylan is Ruby Amethyst.
I'd want to watch Nick versus Dylan.
Yeah.
Get
we
in
saw
there.
Chat and vote.
We saw Dylan squeak by because of that misplay by his opponent. Otherwise, there could have been another GP in the top bet.
All right, you guys. Everybody that's saying Retro versus Book, you need to click on the thing, click on Retro versus Book, and actually hit vote. If you don't do that, you don't count. It's not like you're a person. You don't get your chance to be counted. You got to do it right.
Sorry, YouTube. If you want to participate, you're gonna have
Get
to
over
go
to Twitch.
I'm sorry. But you
You've
know,
got a
if you're
couple
watching
minutes
on
left.
YouTube,
Run,
it would
run.
be cool if you came to Twitch and gave a like and a follow. If you're watching on Twitch, check out the Additional Link stream on YouTube. They make some great content over there. You'll be able to watch some non-stream action too. The lovely Ninja Harley's channel there. Plenty of fun action. And you know, the Additional Link crew, pretty nice guys if you like Blue Steel.
R&B, refresh your browser if you do not see the poll.
We're not just Blue Steel though. We're branching out.
All right,
You got to in
need
these days, haven't you?
refresh your page. If you don't see it, it will be at the top of chat.
Right now, we have about 30 seconds left. We got Book versus Eleanor with 15 votes, taking the lead with Retro versus Book with 11 votes, Merida versus Red Purple with 9 votes, and no one wants to watch Retro versus Retro. I don't blame you.
Ain't nobody wants to watch that. Nobody. Y'all want to watch Book versus Eleanor? You want to watch the shortest game in history? We better get a backup match.
We will try
That's
to make sure
crazy.
we have a backup match, especially if that's what we end up watching, because that's going to be, well, it could go into a slugfest if Eleanor stumbles and Zan has to go a long way to win.
I just like you guys.
Or not.
No, they're playing Book versus Eleanor. So, y'all just like want to watch this quickest game. It's like you don't even like the game. You just want it to be over
Well,
fast.
I think people just like Zan.
And here he is. Yeah, I think so too.
So we'll get a backup match of the Green Steel Merida versus Red Purple. Just have them on lock because that was the second place winner for our poll.
Yeah, try to get that as the backup. That seems like a great idea. And just more work for poor Ninja Harley to do.
We see all of these matchups, but if Cole is the first seed on the aggro deck, he's in a good spot to win this whole thing, to be honest.
I feel like
assuming he can dodge Nick.
Yeah, besides the Emerald Steel, I feel like you're fine into all of these, and you'll be going first, and you're very favored. And I mean, I'd be sleeping quite well that night if that was what my next day was.
But
gonna
yeah,
be.
right. You're like, okay, the only bad part about this is my opponent is Zan. Other than that, like, look at this. This is my tournament to win.
Yeah, but he won't be playing
Maybe
any
the red
character.
purple, like, if this green's still, I would be scared of the Merida deck and the Ruby Amethyst deck, but
What did
they're playing each other,
the
so
poll decide on for the feature match for top 8?
Zan's matchup, Book versus Eleanor, and we want the Green Steel Actions versus Red Purple as the backup match to watch after the first one is over quickly or not.
All right.
Yeah, Cole set himself up very good. This is a nice top cut for him. He's also in a different bracket than the Emerald Steel, so he wouldn't have to face him until the finals, which that's going to be a tough task for Emerald Steel to make it back to the finals. He is on the play, so this is going to be a very quite interesting top cut. I'm very excited to cast with you tomorrow morning, Color. What time do we need to be here, Wonderland?
What time?
I do believe it starts at 9 a.m. Colors time, and maybe we'll start our pre-show a little bit earlier this time.
All right, I'm going to try and make it to
so
McDonald's to
early.
get my pancake breakfast on time this time because I woke up a little late today.
So we'll be here 8:30 my time.
8:45, 8:30, 8:45.
It's
We
not a
can
long
meet up
pre-show,
around 8.
Color.
I
It's not
need
a
to
long
sleep.
pre-show.
I need to sleep. It's 7:30 for me. 8:30. Come on.
That's 2 p.m. for me.
All right.
Yo, just rub it in more, Harlan.
Now, let's
That's
do
why you're
some
casting twice tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'll
Let's
put in
do
the work.
some
Don't worry,
deconstruction
Paul.
of the day. Color, what was the most exciting moment that you saw today, and what was the most interesting tidbit that you learned about today?
I had not actually put any. I have been completely in D23 meta stuff, so I missed the retro evolution device stuff because I was in this little echo chamber. So getting to see that and being truly terrified of it, while also just I need to process today. Is that bad? Can I say that? Can I just process today and I'll get back to you?
Of course.
Because I'm like, actually, what is interesting is everything that I thought I knew was wrong.
Yeah, I think I know the answer that Harlan's going to say for the same question, and I know he's going to like that Emerald Steel deck. But I'll let him take the floor and see if that's if my prediction's right there for most exciting moment.
I mean, yeah, that Emerald Steel deck it was like a blur, because it happened so quickly. But no, I've been quite a big supporter. If anyone's seen on my channel of Green Yellow Eleanor, it's been quite interesting for me to say that it had like the biggest turnout, but one of the poorer results. You'd assume there'd be at least another Green Yellow Eleanor in one top seed. That's great, but you'd imagine maybe there'd be 2 or 3 in there. So I think watching that game versus Green Steel was really good fun for me. I think most of the time the deck is just full quest out, but you know, when you got those quite interesting decisions to make as well. So I liked watching that.
Luke, how about you?
Watching Book was actually pretty entertaining. I have not watched a Book match. I've lost to it like once, beat it once or twice, barely played against it. Don't want to. And I think this weekend is going to fill up my desire to watching it as well, because most likely we're going to see it play 2 or 3 more times.
Yeah. And how do you think this affects the metagame for next weekend?
Congrats, guys.
Way too much. I think.
Yeah. Back to the drawing board.
I feel like I don't want to talk about it. I guess like for the same reason for the same reason you don't want to talk about things too. I mean, there's a lot on the line for next week.
Yeah, I understand that. I've had a lot of trouble getting guests for Alter Academy. There's just too much money on the line and stuff. So gonna be awesome when Continentals is over next week and everyone can go back to sharing information like it's nothing again.
Yeah, you're coming in on Tuesday. I'm coming in on Tuesday. We need to film something for Meta Market where we just talk, because while we are on separate teams, we also discuss other things as well and other things about the meta. So we could easily discuss like where we think the meta will land. Where we might not want to publicly discuss that right now. We put a few facts out there. I think this weekend is quite telling on a few aspects of where the meta is landing.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to do like some sort of video or guide for Meta Market afterward on like what my playtesting regime went into and like the evolutions of where I was at like weeks before and like leading up and stuff and whatnot.
Okay,
So,
I love you guys. I gotta go. My food's here. That's not very
Ooh, what are
professional,
we
but I'm
getting?
starving. We got burgers. So Burger 21.
J-Bomb
I'll see you in
wanted
the
to
morning.
keep chatting. We're going to raid somebody. We're going to raid the
Oh.
cookout. It's
I could
10
go
hours of
forever.
stream. Thank you so much to everyone who's been here the whole time. and watching with us. It's been a blast. Additional Ink, it's been a pleasure working with you so far. Harley, obviously representing them. The Woodshacks, I have not interacted with them very much, but they're very nice people, and the event center looks great. It would be fantastic to make it to that. I kind of wish we had more local things like that, but maybe we'll change things in the future there. Harlan, thanks for showing up. J-Bomb as well. To all the other casters who came today, thank you so much. I could list you all, but I know I'll forget at least one of you and then feel bad, so I'm not going to do that. But we are going to raid the cookout here. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, 9 a.m.-ish, a little before that, Eastern time. And we'll have the top 8, the top 4, both sides, and then the finals. So that's 4 more rounds of Fantastic Lorcana we have 2 DLC winners in this top cut at least, So we've got some perfectly amazing action coming on, and we will talk to the rest of you all later.
See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
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 And we...